On May 11th, 2015, at the Dani Jarque Sports City in Sant Adri de Bes, Catalonia, a friendly match unfolds between the Espanyol B team and the Barcelona B team. As a reserve squad, early training sessions are customary, allowing players the opportunity to hone their skills before the commencement of the new season, thus making themselves available for selection by the first-team coach. This, of course, pertains to the more talented players for those like Chun Leong, who have languished on the bench. Remaining in the B team is a small solace. Seated beside Chun Leong is the 18-year-old prodigy, Malindo, freshly promoted from the U18 squad. The B team coach, Fernando, has deemed his skills sufficiently well-rounded, thereby inviting him to join the B team for the upcoming season. Chun, let's go warm up, who knows? The coach might call us in, Malindo suggests, casting a hesitant glance at Chun Leong. Warm up? Not a chance. Rest assured, I will not be stepping onto the field. Chun Leong replies, reclining with his hands behind his head, adopting an air of a spectator on the substitutes bench. At 21 years of age, Chun Leong starkly contrasts the rising stars of recent years. He is, in fact, a bona fide failure, with a record of appearances so scant that it can be counted on one hand. His continued presence on the team can be attributed solely to the recent acquisition of the club by his father, Chun Igua. To put it simply, the club has taken on the Chun surname. Once upon a time, he harbored grand aspirations and tirelessly pursued them. Sitting on the substitutes bench, a wry smile graces Chun Leong's lips as he reflects. I have long understood that my presence here is superfluous. Yet in my youth, I clung to an obsession with football. I once believed that hard work could compensate for a lack of talent with relentless effort. I could compete with those gifted individuals who are seemingly favored by fortune. Now, to hell with it. Watching the game from here isn't so bad. Next season, let my father secure me a spot on the first team, where the view is far more enjoyable, and I might even find myself closer to the stars of the game. It would fulfill a dream of mine. Since taking charge of the B team, Coach Fernando has been closely observing Chun Leong. Initially moved by his dedication, he soon noted Chun's diminishing attendance at training, often citing physical discomfort as an excuse for his absence. Over time, Fernando grew disillusioned with this player, lacking both talent and effort. Had Chun been an ordinary player, he would have been dismissed long ago, but the fact remains that his father is the club's owner. Now, watching Malindo, who has just ascended from a U18 team, engage in conversation with Chun Leong, who appears to be espousing a philosophy of complacency, Fernando interjects. Malindo, go warm up and prepare to take the field. He fears that Chun Leong, akin to a spoiled ingredient, might ruin the carefully crafted dish of his team. The coach is calling me, Malindo replies, pointing to Fernando, who beckons him from the sidelines. Chun Leong maintained his posture as he watched the match, nodding affirmatively. All right, go ahead. Give it your all. Fernando's decision to substitute Malindo stemmed from the unfortunate injury of the main midfielder Lopez, who grimaced in pain while clutching his knee, indicating a serious affliction. The team's other midfielder, Guardado, had been diagnosed with a knee ligament injury just a week prior. After considering the limited options available for substitution in the midfield, it became apparent that aside from Chun Leong, the only other candidate was the young talent Malindo, recently promoted from the U18 youth team. The match continued to unfold, and within less than a minute of Malindo's entry, he executed a magnificent long pass that shifted the play. Witnessing such a display, Fernando squinted in approval from the sidelines. This lad indeed possesses some talent. With Lopez injured, allowing him more time on the pitch in the new season might uncover a promising star. As for the other candidate, Fernando's gaze shifted to the bench, where he was met with a more infuriating sight. Chun Leong was engrossed in his phone, discreetly hiding behind the backrest of the bench, eagerly liking photos of beautiful women. Damn it! With that thought, Fernando's frustration boiled over, prompting him to turn his attention back to the game. Veteran Lopez, sitting on the sidelines receiving treatment, glanced at Chun Leong, his expression rife with complexity. As a seasoned member of the team, he had observed Chun's dedication. He had seen him arrive at the training ground at dawn for extra practice and had received late-night texts from him inquiring about ways to improve. Just as Lopez was lost in thought, a chorus of gasps erupted from the bench as Barcelona executed a brilliant series of short passes, effortlessly breaching the Espanyol B defense and scoring almost as if the ball had been delivered into the net. At this moment, with less than 15 minutes remaining in the match, It appeared that the chances for Espanyol to equalize were dwindling. Chun Liang lifted his head to glance around, yet felt no stirrings within, as he rarely experienced the camaraderie of battling alongside teammates, and thus could not empathize with their losses or frustrations. Do you wish to enter the true realm of football? A line of small text suddenly appeared on Chun Liang's phone screen. He had thought his career as a player would end here. Seeing the pop-up on his screen, he assumed it was merely a trick embedded in the program. Shaking his head with a scoff, he prepared to dismiss it. However, as his finger hovered over the exit icon, a peculiar sensation coursed through him, a thrilling excitement that surged throughout his body. He envisioned himself scoring amidst the cheers of thousands, witnessing a gleaming football pass right before him. An indescribable allure compelled him to press the yes button. Congratulations on awakening the Ballon d'Or system. By participating in the warm-up match, you have earned a shooting experience card from the 2012 Ballon d'Or winner, Cristiano Ronaldo. 33 matches. Frozen in place, Chun Liang stared at the words on the screen, unable to fathom that the surreal events of a web novel were unfolding in his own life. System? Chun Liang inquired in a tone laced with skepticism, yet no response echoed back to him. At that moment, Mailundu suddenly clutched the back of his thigh tightly after a tackle, a sight familiar to those who frequently watch football, unmistakably indicative of a quadriceps strain. Fernando furrowed his brow, and the assistant coach leaned in beside him. Chin's father is here, he is in the stands. Fernando glanced back and indeed spotted Chun Igua, clad in a black overcoat, intently observing the action on the field. Consequently, he had no choice but to substitute Chun Liang. Chin, go warm up. Chapter 2. The sudden burst of over 30 meters. In truth, for Chun Igua, his son being named in the squad was a rather mundane occurrence. However, he had seldom witnessed his son play football. On one hand, his business kept him exceedingly busy, leaving little room for leisure. On the other hand, he recognized his son's talent and understood that he simply lacked the aptitude for a career in professional football. Look, your son is about to take the field, his secretary pointed out, indicating Chun Liang, who was warming up on the sidelines. Oh, Chun Igua raised an eyebrow, as if a tender part of his heart had been stirred. Standing at the edge of the pitch, Chun Liang was met with a chorus of boos from the fans. Not only from Barcelona, but also from Espanyol. The spectators showed no mercy, even knowing he was the son of club owner Chun Igua. If he performed poorly, he would undoubtedly face their disdain. Yet, Chun Liang paid little heed to the jeers. His focus was on the rolling ball, while the words flashing across his phone screen seemed to mock the futility of his efforts over the years. In truth, Chun Liang had no desire to step onto the field. With just over 10 minutes remaining in the match, it was a classic case of garbage time. And the prospect of sweating on the pitch meant he would have to shower again after merely a brief stint of play, a rather bothersome ordeal for him. However, the situation on the field was dire. He was the last midfielder on the substitutes bench, and by chance, 2 midfielders from Espanyol had sustained injuries during the match. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Liang reluctantly accepted this reality, shed his jacket, and began jogging along the sideline. Forget the warm-up. There isn't much time left. Just play and warm up simultaneously, Fernando called him back. As Chun Liang approached the sidelines, an inexplicable surge of excitement welled up within him. Although he was entering during the dying moments of the match, a thrilling notion of potentially rescuing the game filled him. This was an unfamiliar sensation, one he had never experienced before. Morindo, supported by the team doctor, hobbled off the field without a customary high five, and Chun Liang stepped onto the pitch. The moment his foot made contact with the grass, he felt an overwhelming power coursing through his thigh muscles. Chun Liang occupied the midfield position, responsible for orchestrating attacks and making late runs into the offensive zone, roles typically mastered by seasoned players in the starting lineup. And it was evident that he did not belong to that category. Therefore, Fernando did not expect him to perform at the level of Lopez or Morindo. He merely hoped Chun Liang could contribute in some capacity. Currently, as Barcelona launched a counterattack, their passing in midfield was rapid, and Fernando hoped Chun Liang could intercept the impending assault as best as he could. The ball zipped through the center of the pitch, but Fernando could not spot Chun Liang amidst the action. Glancing around, he finally located the sluggishly retreating Chun Liang. Damn it, get back on defense, Fernando shouted towards the field. Were it not for Chun Igua seated in the stands, he would have preferred to substitute such a player, even if it meant playing a man down. The ball from Barcelona continued its rhythmic dance, drawing ever closer to the goal of Espanyol. igniting a palpable tension among the spectators. Fortunately, the Espanyol defender Diego displayed remarkable reflexes, executing a fierce tackle to send the ball soaring away. A gamble of a defensive maneuver. Had it failed, the open space behind him would have presented a clear opportunity for the opposing forward. The ball, propelled into the air, captured the attention of every fan in the stadium. As Chun Liang ambled back to defend, he caught sight of the ball soaring towards him, an ominous premonition suddenly gnawing at his heart. Oh no, it's coming my way. As the ball approached, the stands erupted in jeers. A dual pressure not only on Chun Liang but also on Chun Aigua, his father. The crowd's disdain seemed to whisper, just because you are the club owner, does it grant your son the right to act recklessly on the field? I will ensure he never steps onto that pitch again, regardless of his lineage. Fernando grumbled to his assistant coach beside him, resolute in his stance, yet the assistant merely patted his shoulder, urging him to focus on the game. Chun Liang's movements were deceptively simple. He deftly cushioned the ball with the top of his foot, showcasing a commendable control given the considerable distance from the goal, over 30 meters, as Barcelona's defenders retreated. Gazing at the ball beneath him, a tempest of frustration surged within him. Why do my efforts yield no results? Why am I inherently inferior? Why can't I be the protagonist on this field? With a surge of determination, Chun Liang lifted his leg, casting a furtive glance at the goal before striking the ball with force. The sound echoed, a resounding boom that pierced through the jeers, audible even to Chun Aigua, seated high in the stands. The ball rocketed from Chun Liang's foot like a cannonball, its velocity so fierce that, under high-speed camera scrutiny, one could discern a slight deformation from the sheer power of the strike. Over 30 meters, this lad chose to shoot. Fernando's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Chun Liang's long-range shot, his mouth agape in astonishment, mirrored by the expressions of the Espanyol fans behind him. In the blink of an eye, the Barcelona goalkeeper could only watch in astonishment as the ball thundered into the net, his reaction too slow to intervene. When he turned, it was too late. The ball lay peacefully in the back of the net. Over 30 meters, this young man managed to blast the ball straight into the goal. The goalkeeper's lack of response underscored the sheer speed of Chun Liang's shot. The spectators present may have witnessed countless matches, yet they shall undoubtedly never forget the one unfolding today, for it is likely that they will seldom encounter such a striking shot in their lifetimes. This display of violent beauty, devoid of any rationale, is a rarity in contemporary football. It is a genuine world-class goal. At this moment, whether on the field, on the sidelines with Fernando, or in the stands with Chun Aigua, all eyes are wide open, reflecting a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Could this be the fabled insider? No one mentioned he possessed such prowess. Some Espanyol fans are the first to react, fervently waving their scarves and exclaiming loudly, Kung Fu, Chinese Kung Fu. Chapter 3. The interest of the first team. It is well known that Espanyol and Barcelona are fierce rivals. Although Barcelona currently shines brightly, Espanyol supporters yearn to witness their club triumph over their adversary. Such aspirations are indeed a luxury for them, as Barcelona is an unstoppable force in La Liga, while Espanyol struggles to avoid relegation. However, today, Chun Liang's magnificent shot has ignited a flicker of hope for their club's resurgence. In an instant, the jeers dissipate, replaced by sporadic applause echoing through the stands. The fickle nature of fan affection is evident. One moment they may hurl insults, and the next, a splendid play transforms disdain into admiration. Moments later, the scattered applause grows louder, yet Chun Liang remains momentarily frozen in disbelief. Is it truly such an exhilarating experience to have an advantage? Typically, scoring a goal is a rare feat for him. Even delivering a few commendable passes is a significant achievement. It takes Fernando a few seconds to recover from his shock, grasping a water bottle, his hands trembling slightly, causing the water within to ripple. How is it that this young man harbors such a talent unbeknownst to me? What a delightful surprise. Well done, Chun. What a perfect goal. Hearing his teammates' praises, Chun Liang feels an unprecedented rush of excitement. Having never lacked for money since childhood, he has experienced joy in ways far beyond the ordinary. Yet, this particular joy is entirely new to him. It is a sensation of being recognized and trusted, a feeling that no amount of money can procure, achievable only through one's own efforts. As the match resumes, following such an astonishing shot, Barcelona intensifies their close marking on Chun Liang. Minutes pass swiftly, and the friendly match ultimately concludes with a score of 1-1. Chun, come here. Fernando beckons, still incredulous that his previously underperforming bench player possesses such hidden talent. No coach favors a player who consistently underperforms, especially one who has seemingly given up on themselves. Why have you never tried that move in training? Fernando eagerly pulled Chun Liang over and asked, Coach, I never had the chance before. Chun Liang replied, feeling aggrieved. He had always been on the fringes of the lineup, often struggling to even make it onto the field during intra-squad matches. He had been training solely with the substitutes. And at times when the substitutes were called away, he found himself practicing his fundamentals alone on the pitch. Upon hearing Chun Liang's response, Fernando stroked his chin, reflecting that perhaps he had overlooked Chun Liang's development. It seemed he had been somewhat stubborn, mistakenly believing that this player was beyond redemption and had given up on him. Perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps out of a desire to nurture talent, Fernando said nothing further. He patted Chun Liang on the shoulder and remarked, In a couple of days, the first team will begin their preseason training, and there will be a friendly match. You must train diligently. I will provide you with an opportunity to showcase your skills. Upon hearing about the first team, Chun Liang's eyes brightened. The first team was the dreamland that every player aspired to reach. Being part of it signified that one was among the elite of the Espanyol club, a true beacon of hope. That night, lying in bed, Chun Liang stared at the white ceiling, his gaze vacant as he contemplated his life. He had been prepared to embrace mediocrity, even planning to retire at the age of 23, yet suddenly, a golden opportunity had presented itself. Should he continue to remain passive? After much introspection, he could not arrive at a satisfactory answer. He simply felt his eyelids growing heavier, and before he knew it, he sank into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to Chun Liang in his dreams, a video of him was captured by fans in the stands and posted on social media. Initially, it garnered little attention. But hours later, countless netizens from China awoke to discover it. Among them were a few who recognized the name on his jersey, certainly a Chinese player. The video quickly gained traction in China, igniting fervent discussions across various football forums. Shocking. Young Chinese player in Spain scores a stunning long-range shot. Is it a fluke or talent? Let's delve into the secrets of Chun Liang's growth. The ensuing comments were equally intriguing. Is this truly a Chinese player? This surpasses his peers by a wide margin. That kick has already outdone many Chinese players, hasn't he it? Let us not say more. Don't return to China. Who has his social media account? I want to be his fan. 2 days later, the Espanyol first team officially assembled. Since the youth team sometimes shared the same training ground, Sergio frequently visited to observe. All eyes were on Sergio, who was watching the training from the sidelines. Every player yearned to catch his attention in hopes of ascending to the first team. As everyone warmed up on the sidelines, preparing for another day of training, a flustered figure dashed out of the tunnel. It was Chun Liang, who had overslept. Fernando glanced at Chun Liang and waved him over. Hurry up. Chun, you are late again. While your previous tardiness could be overlooked, today is different. The first team coach is present. Have you forgotten what I told you? Upon hearing the mention of the first team, Chun Liang, who had been slightly drowsy, suddenly became alert. He hurriedly turned to his teammate beside him and asked, What is going on? Why is Sergio here? I heard that our key player Sanchez injured his toe while on vacation, and Sergio wants a midfield partner for pre-match training. His teammate explained, Sergio has been eager to see Mirando's performance, although he is a bit injured. However, I believe you have a chance, especially considering your impressive performance a few days ago. Chun Liang shook his head in response to his teammate's words. Me? No way, he wouldn't consider me. Under the urging of head coach Fernando, the team began their training for the day. Meanwhile, Sergio sat quietly on the sidelines. His gaze fixed intently on number 44 on the field. That was Chun Liang's number. 3 days prior, he had witnessed Chun Liang's astonishing shot on video, which piqued his interest in the young player and prompted him to invite him to try out for the first team. Although Sergio attempted to locate videos of Chun Liang's previous matches, he scoured the club's archives in vain, ultimately deciding to observe in person. Chapter 4. The essence of this feeling during a hydration break in the training session, head coach Fernando handed a bottle of water to first team coach Sergio. So, have you set your sights on another player? Fernando inquired. However, I must make it clear that you must leave me the midfielders. The rest are up for grabs. Fernando raised an eyebrow as he spoke. As the head coach, he understood that the players had come here with aspirations of ascending to the first team. Nevertheless, he needed to ensure the stability of the core framework of the team. With injuries plaguing the midfield and Mirando's recent injury exacerbating the situation, Fernando was understandably reluctant to part with any midfielders. I am indeed here to assess the midfield players, Sergio replied, unscrewing the bottle and taking a sip. You may be disappointed today. Our main player Lopez is unavailable for 3 to 4 weeks. If you were here to evaluate Merendo, he was injured a few days ago as well. In short, you should abandon that thought and perhaps take a chance with the youth team, Fernando suggested with a gesture. I am not here specifically for those two. Sergio redirected his gaze back to the training players. Sergio's response intrigued Fernando, as those two were the only ones with a realistic chance of advancing to the first team. Who else could there be? Fernando, let's arrange an internal training match. I want to personally assess Chen's capabilities, Sergio declared, leaving no room for Fernando's speculation. What? Chen, the player who hardly plays more than 5 times a year? You came specifically for him? Fernando was taken aback by Sergio's response, reminiscent of Chun Liang's astonishing goal in the previous friendly match. Well, what can we say? Our team is inherently destined to serve your first team. Fernando rose to his feet and clapped his hands. All right, everyone, let's pause the training for a moment. Gather around. It's time to distribute the colored jerseys for a scrimmage. Fernando shouted towards the field, his voice capturing the players' attention. The players gazed at the vibrant jerseys in Fernando's hands, then shifted their eyes to Sergio sitting on the sidelines, and even a fool could discern what was afoot. The first team coach is here to select players, perform well, and who knows, one might ascend to the pinnacle of their career. The assistant coach retrieved a whistle from his pocket, and the practice match commenced shortly thereafter. Due to the special mention from first team coach Sergio, Chun Liang unexpectedly found himself in the starting lineup for the scrimmage, a prospect he had never dared to dream of before. Relegated to the sidelines to watch his teammates showcase their talents. Yet now, it was his turn to take the field. Initially, Chun Liang intended to make a good impression, as he, like all the other players, aspired to join the coveted first team. However, 10 minutes passed without a single teammate willing to pass him the ball. Some preferred long passes rather than confiding the ball to Chun Liang, which left him immensely frustrated. To hell with this, I'm not playing anymore. Sergio surely isn't evaluating me. Why exert myself? Unbeknownst to Chun Liang, he was indeed the player under Sergio's scrutiny today. Soon, Chun Liang began to amble around the field, his performance causing Sergio on the sidelines to squint his eyes. Fernando shook his head. You see, although Chen's father is the club owner, his attitude towards the game is far too apathetic. While the other players are fiercely competing for the ball, he seems entirely indifferent to the match. Sergio nodded in agreement with Fernando's assessment. Indeed, unless he can replicate that stunning shot, his current demeanor will not allow him to establish a foothold in La Liga. At this juncture, Sergio changed the subject. However, if that is the case, once Merendo recovers, please inform me. The injuries in the first team midfield are severe, and with the transfer budget being rather limited, I may have to raid your squad for players. Fernando, who had been composed, widened his eyes upon hearing that Sergio intended to poach Merendo, a talent he had painstakingly unearthed from the youth team. He was unwilling to let Sergio reap the reward so easily. In truth, Chen does possess some merits, based on my years of understanding him. I believe that last match's goal was not merely a fluke. With a glint of inspiration in his eyes, Fernando devised a plan. As he uttered those words, his heart rate surged to 180, yet he maintained a stoic expression, concealing any hint of unease from Sergio. Rather than allow Sergio to whisk away Merendo, he preferred to assign the perennially sidelined Chun Liang to him. After all, Sergio had come with the intention of evaluating Chun Liang. Let us observe for a while longer. Should Chen fail to demonstrate the desired prowess, I shall have no choice but to elevate Merendo to the first team. Sergio was clearly beginning to lose his patience. Fernando recognized that they had reached a critical juncture. He could no longer remain seated. Rising, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the pitch. Are you all blind? Pass the ball to Chun. Why not pass it to him? Upon hearing their coach's fervent call, the players set aside their doubts and looked towards Chun Liang, attempting to pass the ball to him. Chun Liang, having caught Fernando's shout, had initially intended to coast through the second half, expecting to be substituted. To his surprise, his teammates began eagerly passing the ball to him. Chun Liang regained possession. The moment the ball touched his feet, the system's voice echoed once more. New task. Join the first team and register. Reward. Unlock attribute system. The defenders, well aware of Chun Liang's abilities, dismissed him, reasoning that a player who couldn't even make it onto the training pitch couldn't possibly be formidable. With no pressure from defenders, Chun Liang advanced to the edge of the penalty area, all eyes fixed upon him. Why isn't he passing? If he carries the ball further, he'll surely lose it. Pass it already. Huh? Wait, what is this? He is winding up to shoot. At that moment, Chen Liang lifted his right leg, and the opposing defenders sensed something amiss, rushing towards him. However, Chen Liang disregarded their approach. If they refused to pass to him, they could hardly expect him to do so for them. The taut muscles in his thigh unleashed a terrifying force as his foot connected with the ball. Boom. A familiar explosive sound reverberated. Chen Liang struck the ball with ferocity. The players on the field could scarcely track the ball, merely witnessing a blur shoot past them. On the sidelines, Sergio watched, his tension evident as veins throbbed at his temples. Yes, this is precisely what I sought. Not only did first-team coach Sergio widen his eyes in astonishment, but even Fernando was taken aback. In that instant, the ball soared directly into the net. With no doubt or hesitation, the goalkeeper barely had time to react before it found its mark. Chapter 5. Registering for the first team ahem. Fernando cleared his throat, suddenly feeling that Melendo was not as appealing as he once thought. Celsior, Melendo's injury will soon heal. Once he recovers, I shall summon him to the first team, as his age necessitates training in top-tier leagues. As for Chen Liang, his match experience is rather insufficient. He requires further development within the team. His remarkable shot is more than adequate. Celsior's face flushed slightly at the thought of that strike, as he endeavored to suppress the tremor of excitement in his voice. What does the first team truly need? The cultivation of young talents? No. It is, quite simply, the imperative to win. Only through victories can Celsior secure his position and avoid the specter of dismissal and unemployment. While European football, particularly in Spain, places great value on player discipline, it does not negate the necessity for moments of brilliance. On the pitch, great goals often arise from flashes of inspiration. In Chen Liang, Celsior perceived that spark. The instant the ball hit the net, he understood precisely what he sought. He could even envision Chen Liang in a moment of desperation, striking a powerful equalizer when the team was trailing. If he had such a midfielder, would he truly fret over Espanyol's chances of avoiding relegation next season? As the two coaches on the sidelines engaged in a subtle power struggle over player deployment, Chen Liang unexpectedly began to walk off the field. What is happening? Celsior and Fernando suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Could it be that Chen Liang was injured? With such force in his shot, a muscle strain was indeed a possibility. What's wrong? Are you all right? Celsior inquired, attempting to foster rapport with Chen Liang. Chen Liang nodded, indicating that he was perfectly fine. Then what brings you off? I'm tired. I wish to take a shower and head home. Chen Liang replied candidly. His response left both coaches momentarily speechless. He was the first player to voluntarily announce his fatigue and request to leave the training match. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been relegated to the bench indefinitely. Yet, what could one expect? After all, he is the son of Chen Aigua, the owner of the club. Celsior nodded, having glimpsed what he most desired. Chen Liang's earlier actions had made him anxious. What if he continued playing and truly became injured? Thus, he nodded and declared, "All right, let us conclude here. Everyone played well, and we must continue to strive forward." Upon finishing his statement, Celsior noticed that the players were still looking at him, evidently awaiting the final verdict on who would ascend to the first team. Celsior extended his hand, and the players followed his gesture. Chen Liang. It was indeed him, who hardly saw the field throughout the year. Had he known, he might have taken a few shots himself. Perhaps fortune would have smiled upon him, granting him entry into the first team. What do you know? His father is the club owner. Gaining entry into the first team is merely a matter of speaking up. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Chen Liang stared in astonishment at Celsior. Me? Have you truly taken an interest in me? The system is indeed quite effective. Dear system, I shall express my gratitude later. Chen Liang felt a surge of joy, regardless of the whispers of his teammates. He was well aware that his ascent to the first team was solely due to his own prowess, not the influence of a wealthy parent. Is there any dissent? If so, keep it to yourselves. If you have the capability, then show it on the field. Under the weight of the crowd's envy, Chen Liang approached Celsior, who regarded him with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This was precisely the individual he sought. In a couple of days, I will bring the first team to play against your squad. This will serve to assess our form and allow our players to recognize their shortcomings, thereby fostering targeted improvement. Celsior firmly grasped Chen Liang and patted Fernando on the shoulder, stating, I have matters to attend to. I must assist Chen in registering as a player with the Royal Spanish Football Federation, ensuring he can enroll for the new season. With that, Celcio led Chun Liang away from the training ground without a backward glance. Watching Celcio's departing figure, Fernando felt a tumult of emotions. The midfield position in the first team was severely injured, and his own team was not devoid of such struggles. Wait, Celcio, how about you allow Chun Liang to join your first team first, and then he can play a few matches with us? After all, he isn't a starter. It would help him maintain his form, Fernando shouted towards Celcio's retreating silhouette. Chun Liang heard Fernando's voice and instinctively turned back, only to be swiftly pulled by Celcio. The latter pretended not to hear, and Chun Liang felt himself quicken his pace. Exiting through the main gate, with the assistance of club staff, Chun Liang officially registered as a professional player. With this identity, he could finally be listed in the first team for the new season. As he settled into the car, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more, task completed, unlocking attribute system. Suddenly, a rectangular light screen projected before Chun Liang. He glanced at the driver, who displayed no unusual expression, allowing him to relax. It seemed the system was visible only to him. Control, 66 passing, 63 shooting, 52 heading, 35 set pieces, 42 speed, 53 stamina, 55 physicality, 52 defense, 49 vision, 59 overall rating, 58. These figures represented all of Chun Liang's data, accompanied by a note stating that a score above 75 was the average rating for first-team players of Espanyol. Realizing this, Chun Liang felt a sense of relief. He had been unaware of the considerable gap between him and the first team. Without the system, he might never have approached the threshold of the first team in his lifetime. The news of Chun Liang's registration did not create much of a stir in Spain, yet it stirred a considerable uproar back in his home country. Major media outlets have widely disseminated this news, igniting yet another wave of enthusiasm among domestic football fans. At this juncture, it is noteworthy that Wu Lei had yet to join Espanyol, while Chun Liang had become the first player registered in one of the top 5 leagues. The comments section beneath the news was abuzz. Incredible. Why hasn't the national team called up Chun Liang? My brother is already playing in one of the top 5 leagues. A reply soon followed. You don't understand anything. This is merely a gimmick to penetrate the Chinese market. Do you even know who his father is? His father is the club owner. People like you are merely fodder. This response successfully sparked a heated debate in the comments, with fans dividing into 2 factions. However, Chun Liang remained oblivious to these discussions. He only wished to return home, take a shower, and sleep. After the match, he was escorted by the club, and now, all it took was a pillow for him to drift into slumber. Chapter 6. On the verge of collapse, pushing open the door to the villa on the outskirts of Barcelona, Chun Liang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his father, Chun Aigua, at the dining table. His father primarily conducted business domestically, occasionally traveling to Europe for work. The Espanyol club was merely one of Chun Aigua's numerous fixed assets. The club's operations were entirely entrusted to Director Karanka, while Chun Aigua's role was limited to signing and financing. Dad, Chun Liang tentatively inquired, gazing at Chun Aigua, who remained focused on his meal. Without lifting his gaze, Chun Aigua was engrossed in a small, exquisite ceramic bowl filled with yellow millet porridge, his favorite dish. Not a sumptuous feast, but a comforting bowl of porridge. I heard you were promoted to the first team a few days ago? Chun Aigua asked. Yes. The first team coach said I did well, so I reported to the first team, Chun Liang replied. Chun Aigua, upon hearing this, did not pursue further questioning. He merely nodded and fell silent. Chun Liang tossed his ball bag onto the sofa and retreated to his bedroom. Unaware of the flicker of satisfaction hidden in Chun Aigua's eyes, a sense of pride in his son's achievements. The following day, still at Danny Hark Sports City, Chun Liang hurriedly arrived at the training ground with his ball bag. At this moment, 30 minutes had already elapsed since training was scheduled to commence. And Sergio's unwavering gaze fixated on Chun Liang, sending a chill down his spine. Sergio scrutinized him for quite some time before slowly speaking. Tell me, did you go to that bar yesterday? Confused, Chun Liang replied. Bar? Coach, I didn't go to a bar. I slept at home yesterday. Then why were you half an hour late? Sergio continued to stare at Chun Liang, pressing for answers. Chun Liang scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he explained, Coach, I was sleeping. Sleeping? Sergio raised an eyebrow. What time did you go to bed? I went to sleep as soon as I got home, Chun Liang replied candidly. Sergio's forehead twitched, feeling exasperated by such an extraordinary ability to sleep. As you embark on your inaugural day with the first team, allow me to enlighten you on the protocols that govern our squad. The foremost rule is punctuality, should you arrive late again. Your presence in the first-team training will no longer be warranted, Caesar intoned with a grave demeanor. Having accrued considerable experience over the years, Caesar has encountered numerous prodigious talents and is acutely aware that failing to rectify a player's detrimental habits can lead to their downfall. Chen Liang, still in the bloom of youth, possesses immense potential, yet Caesar is cognizant that if he does not cherish his gifts, the divine may choose to rescind them. The annals of football are replete with such cautionary tales. Chen Liang nodded, acknowledging that being tardy on his first day was indeed inappropriate. Understood, coach. I assure you it will not happen again. This shall be the last instance, he promised earnestly. Caesar patted him on the head and said, very well. Proceed to training. Take some time to acclimate. In a few days, as we prepare for a match, I will contemplate granting you the opportunity to represent the first team. Assistant coach Freck soon sounded his whistle, orchestrating the players for ball drills, before taking his position beside Caesar to observe their performance. Throughout the session, Caesar's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Chen Liang. He jested with Freck, I believe I have unearthed a gem in the team, with 2 spectacular long-range goals. If we nurture this lad properly, the upcoming season holds great promise. Freck, arms crossed, appeared less optimistic about Chen Liang's prospects, from what I can ascertain. Aside from the long-range shots yet to be unveiled, his overall abilities seem rather mediocre. In fact, I fear he may struggle to keep pace with the first team. At that moment, it seemed as though the system sensed the coach's scrutiny of Chen Liang, and a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. You have just entered the first team, yet the coaching staff appears to harbor reservations regarding your capabilities. Earn their trust. New task. Participate in first-team matches, including unofficial events. System reward. Increased muscle fiber density, enhancing physical confrontation attributes. Chen Liang furrowed his brow at the mechanical voice echoing in his head. He had long been aware that the increase in muscle fiber density necessitated the tearing and subsequent regeneration of muscle fibers, a process that would undoubtedly leave him in considerable pain for days. Would enduring such agony truly be worth the reward? Moreover, if his physical confrontation skills were lacking, he was not a forward. After all, he need not contend with the burly defenders in the penalty area. His role was to remain in the midfield, delivering impeccable passes or, as he had done previously, executing breathtaking shots. However, Chen Liang soon realized his miscalculation during the first-team training. The caliber of players within the first team was markedly superior, and the training tempo was considerably more accelerated. While he could occasionally pause to assess the situation in his former team, he found that upon receiving the ball in the first team, he was swiftly upended by defenders. For instance, the main defender assigned to him, Diop, possessed an astonishing level of physical prowess. Diop effortlessly sent Chen Liang sprawling, subsequently seizing the ball at his feet. With this unambiguous demonstration, he conveyed to Chen Liang that without physical prowess, one could only serve as a mere ornament on the pitch of La Liga. Perhaps Chen Liang could unleash a powerful strike to attract the attention of head coach Celcio, yet professional football ultimately hinges upon physical confrontation. After several training sessions, Chen Liang profoundly comprehended the harsh reality that lacking physicality precludes one from pursuing a career in professional football. The physical duels on the training ground compelled Chen Liang to exclaim in his native tongue, "Whoa, take it easy, I beg you." As training concluded and his teammates departed for the locker room, Chen Liang remained alone on the field. His knees and elbows bore the marks of countless scrapes, stark evidence of the severity with which he had been bested by the seasoned first-team players. However, this was the first lesson imparted to him by the first-team squad. Devoid of verbal admonitions, the most direct form of physical confrontation illustrated the essence of professional football. At Espanyol's training facility, the first team shared a cafeteria with the youth team, where Chen Liang frequently encountered his fellow teammates during meals. Clad in the first team's training attire, his mere presence in the cafeteria sparked envy among many. Numerous aspiring players had toiled for years without breaking into the first team, most destined to depart for lower-tier leagues upon the expiration of their contracts. Only a scant few were fortunate enough to ascend to the first team. Melindo, with a tray in hand, took a seat beside Chen Liang, his eyes reflecting a tinge of envy. "Chen, I've heard you've been selected for the first team during my absence. I truly envy you," he remarked, savoring a piece of fish as he spoke. Chen Liang grimaced and replied, "The first team players are anything but welcoming to newcomers. They nearly left me in pieces." Melindo erupted in laughter, playfully squeezing Chen Liang's arm. "Chen, your strength is woefully lacking. I've been doing rehabilitation training at the gym lately. Would you care to join me? Chen Liang scratched his head, recalling the task assigned by the system. Realizing that poor physical conditioning would hinder his ability to earn the trust of the first-team coaching staff, he pondered for a moment before responding. All right then. Chapter 7. The transformation of physical confrontation. The gym at Danny Hark Sports City boasted a comprehensive array of facilities. Once night fell, it was rare to see players engaging in physical training within its confines. Chen Liang lay on the bench press, gazing at the barbell before him. He held his breath and summoned all his strength to push upwards. 1, 2, 3. The weights clanked rhythmically as Chen Liang exerted himself. Ever since joining the first team, he felt a notable increase in his vigor compared to his previous days in the squad. He persistently pressed the barbell, eagerly anticipating the transformation of his physical attributes through relentless training day by day. He was acutely aware that joining the first team marked a pivotal moment in his athletic career. Perhaps it was a chance bestowed upon him by fate in recognition of his previous diligence. Although the prospect of competing in La Liga was daunting, Chen Liang was determined to seize this opportunity. This endeavor demanded that he rectify his complacent mindset and exert even greater effort. After completing his fitness training, Chen Liang emerged from the shower alongside Melindo, towel in hand, drying the droplets from his hair while savoring the transformations in his physique. Suddenly, he halted his motions, for he had observed a change in his attributes on the system interface. The value for physical confrontation had risen from 52 to 53. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew this was a direct result of his tireless efforts in the gym that day. His eyes sparkled with newfound motivation. At the rate of incremental progress, he envisioned reaching a value exceeding 80 within 2 months. At that point, who would dare to bully him in training, relying solely on physical advantages? Lost in thought, Chen Liang felt invigorated and arranged to meet Melindo again the following morning for another session at the gym. He even dreamed that night of achieving a formidable physique akin to that of Didier Drogba. However, after the next day's training, he realized that his values had not changed as anticipated. It seemed that the higher his numbers climbed, the more arduous the improvements became. Particularly beyond 80 or even 90, gaining any upward momentum was akin to scaling a mountain. Yet, his efforts were not in vain. Every action he took in the gym was keenly observed by the first team's head coach, Celcio. As the coach, he was acutely aware of all that transpired within the sports complex. Upon learning that the owner's son had taken the initiative to train at the gym, Celcio's gaze towards Chen Liang was imbued with a glimmer of satisfaction. He was not concerned about Chen Liang's foundational skills. Rather, he feared the possibility of apathy within the first team. Even if Chen Liang faltered, he could simply be dismissed from the first team. Nevertheless, Chen Liang held an additional identity as the owner's son, which complicated matters. Thus, his self-motivated training led Celcio to believe that Chen Liang had undergone a significant shift in attitude since joining the team. Fernando had previously confided in Celcio about Chen Liang's problematic attitude, which was one reason for his reluctance to allow him onto the field. Now, however, Celcio felt a sense of accomplishment. His decision to promote Chen Liang to the first team had seemingly transformed the young man's disposition. On Sunday, the Espanyol first team enjoyed their scheduled day off. Under the radiant sun, the team members departed from the training facility, opting to spend time with family or engage in leisure activities. Upon waking from his large bed at home, Chen Liang was acutely aware of the soreness in his body, undoubtedly a testament to the fruits of his recent rigorous training. Upon rising, he surprisingly felt no pangs of hunger. This was likely due to the toll his body had endured during this period. The first team's training was fast-paced and intense, markedly different from that of his previous team. Additionally, Chen Liang frequently engaged in extra workouts with Malouin Duo at the gym, leading to a significant response from his body. On the bedside table lay a glass of warm water poured by the housekeeper. Chen Liang took a sip and forced himself to descend the stairs to consume a morsel. After experiencing the initial thrill of numerical improvement, he was now confronted with the monotony and agony inherent in training. It was a torment, yet this time, Chen Liang was resolute in his determination not to abandon his pursuit. In the early days of joining the team, he had often dreamed of this moment in the first team, and now that he had finally arrived, he was unwilling to give up. Entering the gym, Chen Liang changed into his workout attire as usual, awaiting Malouin Duo's arrival. After a lengthy wait, Malouin Duo messaged him, stating he was too fatigued and would rest for the day. Chen Liang chuckled and shook his head. The tenacity he had cultivated in the team surged within him. He strode alone towards the squat rack, commencing his lower body strength training. The familiar sounds of weight plates clanging filled the gym as he performed squat after squat. Chen Liang felt his blood surging, and a dizziness began to envelop him, yet he persevered, repeating the squats time and again. At long last, after completing several sets, he opened his attributes panel and noted a slight increase in his physical resistance. From 50 to 53, it took him merely a day to reach this point. But advancing from 53-54 required 3 full days of grueling effort. Finally upgraded, Chen Liang hardly had time to celebrate. He sank to the gym floor, gasping for breath. As he felt the blood flow back to his brain, alleviating some of the dizziness. His body was nearly at its limit, and he had finally reached the moment of attribute enhancement. On Monday, at the Danahark Sports City, the first team was to engage in a friendly match against another team. In the first half, first team player Moreno scored twice, with Asensio adding another goal, leading to a comfortable 3-0 advantage at halftime. Sergio was quite pleased with his players' performances, particularly the outstanding display by the young lone player Asensio from Real Madrid. Upon returning to the locker room, Sergio's gaze fell upon Chen Liang, who sat quietly in a corner. Although Chen Liang's training performances had not warranted a spot on the pitch, a new idea sparked in Sergio's mind. Acknowledging Chen Liang's hard work during this period, he decided to afford him an opportunity in the friendly match. Chen, go warm up. In the second half, you'll replace Avram. Position yourself slightly forward and show me your long-range shooting. Sergio commanded. Good luck, kid. Avram encouraged, and the two completed the substitution ritual. Although Chen Liang was familiar with the verdant pitch, his regular training ground, stepping onto the field to represent the first team, he felt an unfamiliar wave of nervousness. The task is complete. The reward is an increase in muscle fiber density and a boost of 10 points in physical resistance. Upon receiving the system notification, Chen Liang felt his muscles engage, his score rising to 54-64. The outcome remains uncertain, and it must be tested on the field. Melandu approached and patted Chen Liang on the shoulder, smiling as he remarked, Chen, who would have thought we would find ourselves playing against each other one day? Give it your all. Chapter 8. A familiar sensation. You have earned the trust of the first team coaching staff and are set to make your debut in a match representing the first team. Now, prove your worth. System reward. A random skill from a Ballon d'Or player. A new task has been issued. Playing with the first team feels distinctly different. The caliber of teammates has risen, and possession frequently gravitates towards him. This was Chen Liang's immediate impression upon entering the field. Noting that the second team players seldom got their hands on the ball, which predominantly remained at the feet of the first team players. Chen, don't linger, get moving. The voice of head coach Celcio echoed behind him as Chen Liang took his initial steps onto the pitch. As time progressed, the repercussions of his recent intense training began to manifest, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Chen Liang sheepishly waved his hand, urging himself to sprint towards the opposite end. However, after just a few strides, he sensed his muscles protesting vehemently, compelling him to ease his pace. Damn it, not again. Celcio muttered under his breath, prepared to reprimand Chen Liang. Yet, just as he was about to voice his frustration, Asensio deftly passed the ball to Chen Liang. Upon receiving the ball, Chen Liang executed a 1-2 wall pass with Asensio, successfully advancing into the 30-meter zone of the opponent, an area where he excelled in striking. As he entered this familiar territory, the words that Celcio was poised to utter became lodged in his throat. He fixated on Chen Liang, eagerly anticipating a moment of brilliance. The head coach of the team, Fernando, also took note of Chen Liang and immediately directed the players to apply pressure. This area was where Chen Liang had previously scored 2 stunning long-range goals, and even without Fernando's instruction, the players were acutely aware that Chen Liang had entered his shooting range. Although Melandu had yet to gain experience with the first team, his return from injury had seen him shine brightly in the squad. At a young age, he had already distinguished himself. Observing Chen Liang rushing towards him, Melandu inhaled deeply, lowered his center of gravity, and positioned himself to prepare for a potential chase. Melandu understood Chen Liang's physical capabilities well. He knew that by positioning himself effectively, he could easily reclaim possession. Still not passing? The doubts began to circulate among the players on the first team bench. Does this kid think he is a football king? Hey, didn't he, you know? His father is the club owner. With the way he trains, how could he possibly perform in a warm-up match? The sharp whispers began to spread throughout the substitutes bench. However, soon all the players ceased their complaints. Their eyes widened as they observed the field. realizing that the anticipated loss of possession had not transpired. Instead, they witnessed Malindo being physically outmaneuvered by Chen Liang. Is this Qin? I recall his physique was not so robust, Fernando thought, recalling how he had knocked him down just last week. How could this be possible? Fernando continued to watch as Malindo was pushed aside by Chen Liang, who continued to advance with the ball. Please, don't injure my Malindo again. Before Fernando could voice his discontent, he noticed Chen Liang preparing to strike. Oh no, not from that position. He is coming for it again. Chen Liang lifted his right leg once more. With only one opportunity left on his skill card, he resolved to utilize this final chance to silence his detractors. Bang! The familiar sound of a powerful strike echoed. The ball struck the net with a resounding thud. From gaining possession and brushing aside defenders to delivering a thunderous shot into the goal, even though Sergio had been mentally prepared for such a moment, it still felt surreal to him. After Chen Liang scored, he stood still, devoid of any exhilaration. He was unaware of how swiftly he had progressed. Before he could celebrate, his teammates leapt onto his back. Particularly, Asensio, who had just collaborated with Chen Liang, had initially looked down upon him. Yet, after witnessing that explosive shot, his perception was irrevocably transformed, having grown up honing his skills to merely pass the ball into the net. Asensio had rarely encountered such a raw and forceful shot until today, when he witnessed it firsthand at Espanyol. It turned out that the first team harbored such a prodigy, a being capable of scoring with a single, thunderous strike. Moreno and Asensio, who typically wouldn't spare Chen Liang a glance, rushed to him, enthusiastically patting his head and shoulders. This was their way of beginning to accept Chen Liang into their fold. Sergio smiled at assistant coach Freck, whose expression remained frozen in astonishment. This guy possesses an extraordinary impact, Freck muttered in disbelief. Task accomplished, rewards were in sight. Through relentless effort, Chen Liang earned the recognition of the first team coaching staff, receiving as a reward the signature skill of the 2006 Ballon d'Or winner, Zidane, the Marseille turn. Now, let us embark on this football journey. Zidane. Chen Liang had no time to ponder further as the ball returned to his feet, compelling him to secure possession. This time, Malindo deduced the key defensive point. Chen Liang's physical prowess was not as lacking as previously perceived. Thus, he decided to abandon physical confrontations with Chen Liang and instead focused on applying pressure to compress his dribbling space. As Chen Liang lifted his gaze, the visage of Malindo reappeared before him. Yet this time, he lacked the explosive shooting experience card. A hint of tension was etched upon Malindo's perspiring face, signifying that Chen Liang had become a formidable opponent in his eyes. The muscle memory of the Marseille turn flashed vividly in Chen Liang's mind. Faced with the advancing Malindo, he had no time to ponder. Instinctively, his right foot drew the ball back. Chen Liang's action piqued the curiosity of Sergio once more. What is he attempting to accomplish by pulling the ball back? Is it a backward pass? Suddenly, Chen Liang executed a 180-degree twist of his body, and all present understood his imminent move. The Marseille turn. Before Malindo could react, Chen Liang spun past him, re-emerging behind him. When Malindo turned back, he found Chen Liang had already distributed the ball to a teammate on the flank, leaving Malindo standing there, bewildered. Not only Malindo was taken aback, many players from the opposing team shared his astonishment. How has this fellow improved so rapidly? Is this still the Chen Liang I know? How has he transformed so drastically? Could it be that training with the first team has accelerated his growth? There was no time for further contemplation, as the players heard Fernando's furious shout nearby. What are you dawdling for? Get back on defense. Chapter 9. I hope you never return. The match between the first team and the opposing squad concluded with a resounding score of 4-0. Despite the numerous goals scored during the game, the focus of the spectators was undeniably on Chen Liang's breathtaking shot. After the match, forward Moreno wrapped his arm around Chen Liang's neck and enigmatically inquired, Chen, I've heard your long-range shots are exceptional. How do you manage it? I'm not sure, Chen Liang replied, his expression one of innocence. He truly did not know. The ball had simply been at his feet, and he had instinctively taken a shot, which had found its way into the net. Well, if you're unwilling to share, that's fine. I know your country excels in martial arts. You must possess some martial arts skills in football, Moreno suggested, mimicking several martial arts moves, leaving Chen Liang feeling a sense of exasperation. The imagination of these foreigners is indeed boundless. They can twist anything into a martial arts narrative. Oh well, let them think as they wish. Aside from Moreno, The individuals Chun Liang was most concerned about were the head coach Sergio and assistant coach Fleck. After the match, the two men fixated their gaze upon Chun Liang, an indescribable feeling lingering in the air. It was akin to a player, typically lacking in various aspects, suddenly becoming the center of attention throughout the match, an incongruous sensation that words could hardly capture. Both men endeavored to discern some discernible pattern in Chun Liang's performance. Yet despite their scrutiny from various angles, they remained unable to ascertain what distinguished him. When had he mastered this? Sergio was not referring to Chun Liang's explosive goal, but rather to his fluid Marseille turn. Fleck scratched his head, struggling to recall any memory of Chun Liang executing such a maneuver during training. I haven't seen him do it, he remarked. Sergio furrowed his brow, pondering, logically. He should have practiced it frequently on the training ground to employ it in matches. Could it be that this lad has developed it through extra training? Unlikely, as he has been immersed in the gym lately. Fleck shrugged, offering an explanation. Perhaps he has always possessed it, but has only just joined the first team. Hence it hasn't yet manifested. Sergio nodded, reluctantly accepting this tenuous explanation, yet he sensed something amiss. We'll observe during training. In the 2 weeks following the warm-up match, the Espanyol first team commenced an intensive training period aimed at helping players regain their physical condition. As Sergio was well aware that some players had likely indulged themselves during the holiday. Inside the gym, only Chun Liang remained, seated in a corner chair. He closed his eyes and involuntarily smiled. After 2 weeks of training, his physical confrontation rating had increased by 5 points, rising from 64 to 69. He was no longer easily toppled during team drills. This marked significant progress, yet it was underscored by the relentless effort Chun Liang had expended in the gym. As he reveled in his achievements, Chun Liang couldn't help but let out a few excited exclamations. He knew that at this moment, no one else would enter the gym, allowing him to express his emotions without affecting anyone else. The 2 weeks of training had led to the gradual growth of his muscles, with his muscle fiber density becoming tighter and his muscle volume undergoing visible transformation. This sense of accomplishment and satisfaction is something only those who dedicate themselves to fitness can truly understand. All his efforts had borne fruit, and the path before him in football had become increasingly clear. After resting for a while in his chair, he stood up to stretch his muscles, distinctly feeling the newfound firmness of his physique. Fat was slowly dissolving, replaced by denser muscle. Armed with this physical prowess, Chun Liang stepped onto the training ground, his confidence bolstered. The enhancement of physical abilities is an easily discernible trait since joining the first team. He had come to understand the paramount importance of physicality in professional football. Physical attributes could profoundly influence his performance on the pitch. Without physical confrontation, he would struggle to fend off Melindo's powerful long-range shots during matches. Speaking of long-range shots, Chun Liang squinted, already savoring the sweetness of his progress. His next objective was to enhance his shooting skills. After changing into his training attire and tidying up his belongings, he hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the gym. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he once again encountered Melindo, who gazed at Chun Liang with a look of profound lament. "Chun, how have you improved so swiftly?" "Soon. I doubt I will see you on the team again," Melindo remarked, observing Chun Liang intently. His first friend in the team was Chun Liang, yet he had never witnessed such rapid progress from him. Initially, Chun Liang reduced Melindu to a mere backdrop for his explosive shot, and then, with a Marseille turn, transformed him into a mere post. Chun Liang, absorbed in his meal, remarked, "No, I have no position in the first team. I might return to the squad to play." "No, I hope you never come back," Melindu responded earnestly. Chun Liang paused, looking at Melindu. "You have no idea how envious you make others, do you? If I had your opportunity, I would seize every chance and never look back." They met daily in the cafeteria. Those moments were delightful. But the highlight of Melindo's day was watching Chun Liang head to the first team's training ground. Conversely, the sight he dreaded most at the squad's training field was that of Chun Liang. Listening to Melindu, Chun Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such sincere words from a player so young. He said nothing, merely bowing his head to continue eating. "Melindu, I will strive. You must too. We shall meet on the first team's training ground." Melindu gazed into Chun Liang's eyes, momentarily entranced by his steadfast gaze. He extended his fist towards Chun Liang, declaring, "It's a promise." Chun Liang lightly tapped Melindo's fist, affirming, "It's a promise." After finishing dinner, Chun Liang returned home, only to suddenly hear the maid calling him, saying someone was looking for him. "Who is it?" Chun Liang wondered, donning his slippers and hurriedly descending the stairs. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see the figure standing outside. Coach. He never expected head coach Celcio to appear at his doorstep. Your home is the most luxurious I have ever seen. May I come in to chat for a moment? Celcio gestured towards the interior. Chen Liang, of course, would not refuse such a request. He stepped aside to allow entry. Celcio settled onto the sofa, observing Chen Liang. To him, this was the critical age for improvement. And as the head coach, he felt obliged to provide some guidance. Chapter 10. Entering the roster seated on the sofa, Celcio regarded Chen Liang. A midfielder capable of scoring and executing a Marseille turn, precisely what the Spaniards needed at present. You are only 21, still in your developmental phase in Europe. I have noticed significant flaws in your training, from your physique to your technique. To secure a starting position in the first team, you have much ground to cover, particularly in demonstrating the capabilities of a competent midfielder in defensive roles. At this juncture, Celcio's message was clear. For Chen Liang to establish himself in the new season's first team would be a formidable challenge, unless he exerted double the effort compared to others. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. As Chen Liang's coach, he held the responsibility to motivate him. In the mind of Celcio, Chen Liang's positioning appears somewhat nebulous. While one might categorize him as a fringe player, Chen Liang is known to occasionally deliver a stunning long-range strike or execute a graceful dribble. However, to label him an extraordinary genius would be an overstatement. Celcio would not entrust the hopes of the team upon him. After offering a few simple words of encouragement, Celcio departed from Chen Liang's lavish residence. Observing Celcio's retreating figure, Chen Liang fell into contemplation. It seemed that his progress was still insufficient, and he needed to exert greater effort. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Liang was the first player to arrive at the training ground. He intended to practice for an extended period, focusing on enhancing his shooting skills. Logically, a midfielder like him should concentrate on improving passing, as shooting is primarily the responsibility of forwards. Yet Chen Liang understood why Celcio had promoted him to the first team. Was it not for that breathtaking long-range goal he had scored? He retrieved several footballs from his bag, positioned them at the edge of the penalty area, and began to shoot, embarking on a day of training. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a vibrant green hue over the pitch at the Espanyol training ground. This pleasant weather was one of the few comfortable moments in the city of Barcelona. Chen Liang reveled in the agreeable temperature as he directed shot after shot towards the goal, his spirits buoyed by the fine weather. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. After another powerful strike, Chen Liang sensed a slight swelling in his calves. Upon checking his attributes, he discovered that his shooting skill had indeed upgraded from 52 to 53. Though it was a modest increase, it represented a commendable advancement. His performance in the first team had been observed by all, yet he still lacked the competence to secure a position in La Liga. He was tasked with achieving his debut in the league, with a reward of Cannavaro's tackling skill, renowned for his nearly flawless success rate during the 2006 World Cup. Chen Liang gazed at the system's reward, instinctively licking his lips. It was as if food had been placed before a famished wanderer, particularly as the head coach, Celcio, had just pointed out his defensive shortcomings. Celcio, with a whistle hanging around his neck, was the first to arrive at the training ground. Seeing Chen Liang, the first to arrive, he felt a sense of astonishment. Clearly, Chen Liang had heeded his words from the previous day and had taken action. Celcio, reflecting on this, felt a sense of gratification. He stroked his chin, deciding to offer Chen Liang some positive feedback. With the La Liga season about to reignite, although Chen Liang's abilities might still fall short of making an appearance, including him in the squad could serve as a valuable motivation. On August 23, 2015, in the first round of La Liga, Espanyol would host Getafe at their home ground. Upon hearing that Chen Liang had been included in the matchday squad, the media, currently entrenched in the era of financially driven football, eagerly mobilized their resources, engaging in fierce competition to secure the broadcasting rights for the match. In the commentary room, the enthusiastic commentator Jean Jun from Jalong Sports fervently introduced the lineup. When he reached the name Chen Liang, a palpable excitement coursed through his voice. Number 28, Chen Liang. It is rumored that he has just been promoted to the first team this season. Let us anticipate whether he will take the field today. Jean Jun exclaimed passionately. As Chen Liang's name resonated, the live chat became increasingly animated. Don't get your hopes up. His father is the club owner, and he is merely a marketing ploy, remarked one user. Another chimed in, what a waste of electricity watching this match. Haven't you seen his stunning highlight reel? How many players in our country can achieve that? A fan expressed their eagerness. I've heard about a young talent from Huaxia making the first team. I searched for 2 hours to find this match. Is Chun Liang impressive? Seated on the bench, Chun Liang, like his teammates, watched the game intently. On the field, Espanyol fans waved their scarves, chanting fervently to rally their players. This match represented one of the few opportunities for Espanyol to earn points, as they sought to avoid relegation and needed to secure victories against teams like Getafe. Do you think they share this sentiment, considering Espanyol is not particularly strong? Speculated a spectator. Among the stands, fans engaged in conversation, and from their demeanor, it was evident that both sides were eager to claim 3 points from one another. After Espanyol scored, the stands erupted in jubilation, although a subtle undercurrent of concern lingered in the eyes of the supporters. Meanwhile, in a private box, Chun Igua sat alongside the club's director, Karanka. I heard that Chun has been performing quite well in the first team recently. Chun Igua merely smiled in response, his expression revealing little fluctuation. He understood Chun Liang's footballing talent, recognizing that establishing oneself in the first team is a formidable challenge. Thus, he remained unfazed by Karanka's insinuation of potential playing time, adopting a demeanor devoid of expectations to avoid disappointment, a principle Chun Igua grasped well. However, he is truly exceptional. This is evident from his inclusion in the squad. Sergio has mentioned to me that he sees something unique in your son, and I believe you should look forward to this match, Karanka remarked. Oh, is that so? Chun Igua's expression shifted, stirring a long-buried sense of hope within him. Indeed, let us patiently await the unfolding events. Perhaps he will soon make his debut for Espanyol's first team, Karanka said, sipping his red wine with a smile. Chapter 11. The Curtain Raiser, the opening match of the 2015-2016 season, featuring Espanyol at home against Getafe, is about to commence. For both teams, intent on securing their place in the top tier, this encounter is a pivotal clash on their journey to survival. Let us witness who shall emerge victorious in this duel. Espanyol's head coach, Sergio, has retained the tactical framework from the previous season, with several familiar faces making their appearance in the starting lineup. The goalkeeper remains Lopez, flanked by fullbacks Duarte and Alvila, while the center-back pairing consists of Gonzalez and Rayo. In the midfield, the seasoned veteran Sanchez, recently recovered from injury, partners with Javi Lopez, with wingers Montes and Alvarez on either side. The attacking midfielder and forward are Sevilla and Caicedo, respectively. The renowned commentator, Jean Jun, has evidently conducted extensive research, allowing him to effortlessly convey insights regarding Espanyol's situation. He cast a glance at the barrage of comments in the live chat and continued. Although many fans do not believe Chun Liang will take to the field, we must still harbor hope that he may have the opportunity to showcase his talents in La Liga. A glimmer of hope flickered in Jean Jun's eyes. Even a mere appearance would suffice. Despite ongoing discussions in the comments regarding whether Chun Liang's inclusion in the squad is a result of nepotism, numerous fans remain awake, eagerly anticipating even a few minutes of his presence on the pitch. I just want to see what Chun Liang looks like sitting on the bench. If Espanyol does not intend to play him yet includes him in the squad, then that club is rather distasteful. I shall refrain from purchasing anything from them. Indeed, I have work tomorrow, and yet here I am, another commenter lamented. I have lessons to attend as well. Alas, there is but one Chinese player in the top 5 leagues. Let us see what happens. Amidst the lively commentary, Jean Jun adjusted his glasses, redirecting his gaze to the grand screen as the referee's whistle signaled the official start of the match. You are currently watching the La Liga match of the 2015-2016 season, brought to you by Geelong Sports. This broadcast is sponsored by Demi Mobile, by a phone. Use Demi, and let us eagerly await Chun Liang's debut in La Liga. As Jean Jun continued his commentary, the battle on the field ignited in tandem. In this inaugural match of the new season, the players radiated excitement, with both teams engaging in fierce contests for possession right from the kickoff. Even relegation contenders aspire to claim victory in the Curtain Raiser, for it significantly impacts team morale. The players' faces were alight with determination, each eager to commence the new season on a triumphant note. Prior to the match, Sergio had informed his players that securing a win against Getafe would yield 3 crucial points. Drawing from past experiences, he noted that 40 points are typically sufficient for survival. Thus, winning this match would signify achieving 1/10 of their objective. This numerical data has rendered the players' objectives more tangible, allowing them to grasp the significance of this match with greater clarity. On the sidelines, Sergio removed his training attire, donning a suit that elevated his presence at the bench. Behind him sat Chun Liang, clad in a tracksuit, keenly observing the dynamics on the field. This marked Chun Liang's inaugural experience on the bench, and it must be said that the view was far superior to that from the stands. Even in the absence of a starting position, he had grown accustomed to this feeling, pondering the implications of his current arrangement. In fact, this time spent on the bench represented the most joyous episode of his career thus far. One reason for his elation was the fervent enthusiasm of the fans, whose waves of cheers ignited a thrill within him. More importantly, occupying a spot on the first team's bench signified that Chun Liang was beginning to harbor genuine hopes within the fiercely competitive landscape of La Liga. He was no longer a peripheral player. He was now a genuine contender capable of contributing to the team. Sanchez of Espanyol intercepted the ball, passing it to the forward, Caicedo, who deftly flicked it with his heel. Sevilla's defender followed suit with a strike inside the box. Brilliant. The ball found the net. Espanyol led 1-0. The goal came as a delightful surprise, prompting an eruption of jubilant cheers from the Espanyol supporters on the sidelines. With the match barely 29 minutes in, Espanyol had taken the lead, marking a dreamlike start. After the goal, Sergio excitedly pumped his fist, instructing his players to fall back and adopt a low defensive posture while awaiting opportunities to counterattack and extend their lead. Meanwhile, Getafe was compelled to mount an offensive. As the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Espanyol, they had to take action. In such a critical match, the trailing team had little room to contemplate the opponent's counterattacks. Amidst this fierce contest, Caicedo scored his first goal of the season with a header. 2-0. The struggling Espanyol team had dismantled Getafe's defense in just the first half. What an exhilarating outset. The Espanyol supporters were in a frenzy. Shedding their shirts and dancing in jubilation, they held a 2-goal advantage as they approached halftime. However, no one anticipated that Getafe would initiate a desperate counterattack in the second half. Their number 10, Sarabia, capitalized on Espanyol players' momentary lapse in concentration, creating a threat down the flank, followed by a pass into the box that resulted in a goal. 2-1. The scales of victory appeared to shift once more towards Getafe. The excitement that had buoyed Sergio in the first half had now given way to his sense of urgency. He was vocally rallying his players from the sidelines, visibly dissatisfied with the team's defensive performance in the second half. At this very moment, the Spanish team found themselves facing a tempest as their defensive midfielder, Sanchez, sustained a thigh injury during a tackle. After a thorough examination by the team doctor, it was determined that Sanchez could no longer continue in the match. Consequently, Sergio was compelled to make adjustments. He first summoned Asensio in an attempt to bolster the midfield's control. "Asensio, come here," Sergio called out. Yet his gaze lingered on Chun Liang for several seconds. He had taken the risk of starting Sanchez due to the absence of viable midfield options. On the bench, Cañas and Chun Liang were the only two available midfield substitutes. Sergio had intended to replace the injured Sanchez with Cañas. However, before the substitution could be completed, another midfielder, Javi Lopez, suffered a gash to his brow during a header, presenting Sergio with a dilemma. Upon noticing the glimmer of hope in Chun Liang's eyes, fleeting images of Chun Liang's powerful shots during the warm-up matches flashed through Sergio's mind. He hesitated briefly, glancing at Javi Lopez, who was on the sidelines receiving emergency treatment. "Cañas, Asensio, Chun Liang, all three of you come here." Chapter 12. The tackle. Sergio decided to take a gamble. Hearing Sergio's call, Chun Liang felt a surge of joy. His heart raced like a drum, for he knew he was about to step onto the field. His long-cherished dream of making his La Liga debut was about to unfold unexpectedly. As he listened to the cheers from the fans, Chun Liang understood that the priority now was to maintain their lead. The Spanish team desperately needed those precious 3 points as the season commenced. "You have successfully seized the opportunity for your La Liga debut. Mission accomplished. Reward, Cannavaro's tackling skills. Now, utilize the skills you have acquired during this time to prove yourself on the field. Everyone fall back, tighten up, and compress their space," Sergio shouted fervently from the sidelines, directing his players. The opposing team, Getafe, was consistently launching attacks in an effort to equalize the score. Near the center circle, Getafe's key player, Sarabia, held the ball. He glanced up and noticed Victor Rodriguez on the flank, signaling for the ball. Without hesitation, he sent a precise pass to Rodriguez, who immediately seized the opportunity and sprinted down the wing. Cañas, just substituted into the game, realized that if he did not close down on Victor Rodriguez, it would lead to a potentially dangerous attack. He dashed towards Rodriguez, who swiftly returned the ball to the unmarked Sarabia in the center. With Cañas advancing, the central area was left vulnerable, and the closest player to Sarabia was Chun Liang. Chun Liang, run fast. Oh no, it seemed he couldn't keep up. As soon as Chun Liang took to the field, the opportunity for exposure ignited a flurry of comments in the live stream. The barrage of messages racing by so swiftly that many were barely discernible before being pushed aside. In the frame, Sarabia executed a deft pass to the other side, finding Pedro Luin, as the Spanish defense was drawn towards Vitor Rodriguez, leaving Pedro Luin unmarked. With every stride, Luin drew nearer to the goal, causing all the Espanyol fans to hold their breath in anticipation. Alas, why wasn't Chun Liang sprinting faster? Had he done so, he might have intercepted that ball, at the very least preventing Sarabia from delivering it with such ease. Just as Pedro Luin prepared to strike, a player clad in blue and white suddenly emerged behind him. What? Chun Liang, bring him down. It's fine, just bring him down, shouted Sergio from the sidelines in a fit of desperation. If Vitor Luin were to shoot from this position, the chances of Espanyol conceding a goal would be exceedingly high. They simply could not afford to let in another. Sergio hoped that Chun Liang could commit a foul to transform that shot into a free kick. However, Chun Liang's nerves were taut, and the only sound he registered was the pounding of his own heart. Confronted by the ball-carrying Pedro Luin, Chun Liang suddenly executed a side tackle, his lower leg folding before snapping back with agility. Thud! The tip of Chun Liang's swiftly retracted foot made contact with the ball, the unexpected slide startling Pedro Luin, who inadvertently struck Chun Liang's foot with his own as he stumbled and fell to the ground. What a splendid tackle it was! Chun Liang's performance shone brilliantly, thwarting Getafe's most threatening attack of the second half. Might this defensive act be the key to Espanyol's victory? Zhang Jun's face flushed with excitement, his expression becoming somewhat exaggerated. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed a Chinese player exhibit such remarkable prowess in Europe. The live stream comments quickly shifted in tone. Incredible! That tackle was phenomenal. A perfect tackle, even more vital than a goal. And it was clean, without a foul. No wonder he was allowed to play today. It wasn't he merely purchased with money. He possesses such exceptional defensive skills. Chun Liang glanced at the grounded Pedro Luin and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Are you all right? I was just going for the ball." Meanwhile, Pedro Luin, lying on the ground, squinted to covertly gauge the referee. But the anticipated whistle had yet to sound. At that moment, Luin was filled with frustration, wishing to vent his anger. Yet he knew that Chun Liang's tackle was indeed legitimate. Sergio also regarded Chun Liang with incredulity. Initially, he had substituted Chun Liang with the hope of witnessing a spectacular shot, but now he found himself witnessing something entirely different. Has he employed that move in training? Sergio inquired, pointing at Chun Liang, directing his question to his assistant, Fleck. Fleck scratched his head once more, pondering that, logically, he shouldn't have executed such a tackle. What does logically mean in this context? Did you witness that tackle he just made? Such skill and precision can only be achieved through the accumulation of extensive experience in numerous matches. Indeed, Sergio nodded in agreement, speculating that perhaps the lad had merely stumbled upon success. After all, he himself had urged him to commit a foul, and it was conceivable that the boy had inadvertently struck gold with a perfect tackle. 5 minutes passed. This time, it was Sarabia who found himself on the ground. While Chun Liang awkwardly apologized to him, Sergio turned to Fleck, who remained silent. They exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss. A few seconds later, Sergio's expression radiated more excitement than if a goal had been scored. He felt as if he had unearthed a treasure. His gaze shifted back to Chun Liang, and after a brief pause, he murmured, "Come on, let me see you shine in La Liga." At that moment, the fans in the live stream were fervently sending messages, and it was evident that Chun Liang's 2 tackles since entering the match had invigorated them, banishing any fatigue. Meanwhile, in the VIP box at the stadium, Karanka exuberantly raised his glass of red wine and proclaimed to Chinagua, "I told you your son has a gift for football. Let us celebrate." By his side, Chinagua reached for the wine glass, trembling slightly as he held it aloft with Karanka's. His mind was a blank slate. A few years prior, he would have shouted in joy and embraced Karanka, tears of happiness flowing. Yet now, witnessing his son, who had endured the trials of a football career, finally deliver such a commendable performance, he found himself unable to muster excitement. For a player with little inherent football talent, one must invest immense effort and dedication to reach this point. Chinagua's gaze was fixed intently on Chun Liang. This was one of the rare dreamlike moments of his life, and he was determined to etch every frame into his memory, ensuring it would be unforgettable. Chapter 13, Zidane from the East. Listening to the makeshift song crafted by the fans in the stands, Chen Liang momentarily composed himself, focusing intently on the match. The game was far from over. As one of 11, he needed to maintain his concentration and preserve the score until the final whistle. However, he soon felt the intensity of La Liga. The moment the ball reached his feet, defenders would charge at him, and if he hesitated for even a moment, possession would slip away. Thus, he had to make decisions before receiving the ball, as everything unfolded at an alarming pace. In the 88th minute, Chen Liang glanced up at the fourth official standing by the sideline, holding the injury time board. Given that this match was the season opener for La Liga, there had been plenty of physical contact, and the referee had called numerous fouls. Including stoppage time, there were still 7 or 8 minutes remaining in the match. 8 minutes remain, a fleeting opportunity for Getafe to redeem themselves. At this moment, Chen Liang's anxiety reaches its zenith during such a pivotal juncture. Each player is determined not to squander the team's victory through personal error. With time slipping away, Getafe opts to modify their offensive strategy, launching long passes from the backfield in search of their forwards. This approach yields a more direct assault, yet its efficacy remains questionable. An aerial ball is deftly headed back by Espanyol's center back, Lillo. In swift pursuit, CA Izars races to intercept the ball, but under duress from 2 defenders. He nervously relays it to Asensio, who is retreating along the flank for support. Asensio intends to pivot with the ball, yet an approaching Getafe defender compels him to hesitate, leading him to pass it to Chen Liang in the center. Be cautious, someone is behind you. Asensio realizes too late that a Getafe defender is rapidly approaching from behind, intent on seizing possession. Chen Liang, acutely aware of the encroaching defensive pressure, notes that Asensio is already marked, leaving him with limited options for ball control. Curse you, Asensio. You've put me in a bind. In this critical moment, inspiration strikes Chen Liang, and he devises a solution to his predicament. The defender, seemingly oblivious to Chen Liang's prowess, hastens from behind, attempting to poke the ball away. In his estimation, all of Chen Liang's passing options have been effectively neutralized, and his best outcome appears to be a desperate clearance forward. An opportunity arises. Chen Liang's heart races as his left foot swiftly presses down on the ball. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he expertly pulls it back, pivoting his body around his left foot in a graceful 180-degree turn, then swiftly draws the ball with his right foot. A Marseille turn. The spectators, having lost hope in Chen Liang's capabilities, are stunned as he executes this elegant maneuver, leaving the defender grasping at air. The Espanyol fans leap from their seats, incredulous that Chen Liang could maintain such composure and grace under immense pressure. A Zidane from the East. The bewildered Getafe defender, flabbergasted, attempts to twist and turn while reaching out to grasp Chen Liang. Had this been the preseason Chen Liang, he might have succumbed to the pull, losing his balance and control. However, now, having honed his skills through rigorous training and gym sessions, he has made significant strides in physical resilience. Chen Liang shakes off the defender's grip, asserting, "Get off me." On the sidelines, Sergio watches the unfolding drama and turns to his assistant coach, Freak, remarking, "Chen has been hitting the gym consistently since the season's onset. This is the fruit of his labor." Another midfielder from Getafe, Juan, noticed Chen Liang's evasion and decisively abandoned his position to pursue and defend against him. For once, Chen Liang was faced with vast expanses of open ground ahead, should he turn and accelerate. While he was preoccupied with fending off physical challenges, he suddenly detected one surging in from a diagonal rear, and before he could react, the ball was sent flying away by Juan's sliding tackle. Alas, if only he had passed the ball a moment earlier, for Quevedo had already made a forward run. Perhaps he could have secured an assist on his debut. Chen Liang had performed admirably, and anyone who criticized him should come forward in contest. Just as everyone was disheartened by the halt in this offensive endeavor, they were astonished to see the ball still rolling towards Getafe's defensive half, swiftly traversing the almost open midfield area and evading Getafe's defenders. Eventually, it reached the feet of forward Quevedo. Was Juan's tackle inadvertently turning into an own assist? Quevedo, initially taken aback, had anticipated the ball would come to him after Chen Liang's evasion. However, he never expected it to arrive in such a manner. Seizing the opportunity, Quevedo smoothly guided the ball forward, and as he faced the panicked goalkeeper, he struck without hesitation, sending the ball into the net. It's a goal. A goal. Though it was not Chen Liang's assist, this goal bore significant relation to him. The commentator, Zhang Jun, excitedly proclaimed into the microphone, under the desperate gazes of Getafe's players. Quevedo joyously spread his arms wide. He had opened his scoring account in the very first match of the new season, and how could he not be thrilled? Some Getafe fans clutched their heads in disbelief, unable to fathom that their team could concede a goal in such a fashion. Other fans sat in stunned silence, their faces reflecting shock and disappointment. In stark contrast, the Espanyol supporters erupted into jubilant cheers. This goal assured Espanyol's victory in the match. 31. Espanyol was on the brink of victory, and the sudden release of tension after such prolonged anticipation left every Espanyol fan utterly elated. Incredible. Chun Liang is phenomenal. No. You are my deity. Quevedo is remarkable. No. Indeed, Chun Liang is extraordinary. The broadcast shifted to Quevedo, still celebrating with arms wide open, who immediately sprinted toward his teammates. His destination was none other than Chun Liang. Chun, this goal is not only a blessing from the divine, but also thanks to you. Quevedo embraced Chun Liang, pressing his forehead against his, expressing his gratitude. Although this goal was not a direct assist from Chun Liang, it was evident to all that Quevedo's opportunity was largely due to Chun Liang's exquisite Marseille turn. Even so, the Spanish team's score can be attributed to Chun Liang's numerous interceptions in the midfield. Chapter 14. Professional Football. Here I come. In the private box. Karanka and Chen Aiguo were intently observing the match. When Chun Liang executed a Marseille turn to evade a defender, Chen Aiguo felt a surge of emotion within him. Then, when the ball inexplicably found its way to Caicedo's feet and resulted in a goal, Chen Aiguo's heart raced even more. Did you see that? This goal is significantly connected to your son, even if it wasn't an assist. I saw it. I saw everything. At that moment, Chen Aiguo could no longer contain his excitement. He immediately rose from his seat and embraced Karanka in a traditional Chinese manner. This is truly astonishing. Am I dreaming? Chen Aiguo shook his head, and he was unaware that tears had begun to form in the corners of his eyes. Ever since Chun Liang expressed his passion for football, Chen Aiguo had wholeheartedly supported his son's enthusiasm. Throughout the years of Chun Liang's training in football, Chen Aiguo understood the hardships his son had endured. The relentless perseverance and trials over the years were finally released in this moment of scoring. From joining the youth team to making his debut in La Liga, and then executing that brilliant dribble and scoring, everything unfolded so swiftly that even the composed businessman Chen Aiguo found it challenging to maintain his usual calm. I believe Mr. Sergio will grant him more opportunities. Karanka chuckled, patting Chen Aiguo on the shoulder. On the field, Chen Liang was still processing the dramatic victory over their opponents. He swallowed hard and stood there in a daze. Just moments ago, faced with the pressure from the defenders, he instinctively performed the Marseille turn, executing the maneuver with such fluidity that it felt etched into every fiber of his being. It was only upon witnessing Caicedo's ecstatic, contorted face that Chun Liang fully grasped the moment. An exhilarating sensation surged from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. He turned to glance at the disheartened Getafe players, and from the stands, the faint sound of singing began to emerge, reminiscent of the voices he had previously heard on television. This sound felt so tangible, constantly reminding him that this was professional football. Unbeknownst to him, the tension within Chun Liang dissipated, leaving only an anticipation for the future. He excitedly dashed toward the Espanyol fans section. Professional football, here I come. Upon nearing the fans, Chun Liang finally observed the expressions on each face: excitement, joy, recognition, and hands waving in celebration. All of this stirred an overwhelming sense of happiness within him. It was a scene he had never experienced before, nor had he dared to imagine. Now, he possessed something far more precious than the long string of numbers in his bank account. Waving excitedly at the fans, Chun Liang returned to the field. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Zhejiang Sports, Zhang Jun adjusted his glasses, his voice slightly trembling, clearly as exhilarated as the fans watching the screen. He felt a deep sense of pride for Chun Liang's achievements, a vague sensation of revival continually surfacing in his mind. The Spanish team scored a goal that sealed their victory. After mechanically completing the commentary routine, Zhang Jun began to express his personal views, which is a hallmark of his commentary style. At this moment, I believe the fans waiting before their screens were undoubtedly filled with happiness, like you. My heart brimmed with pride and excitement. This feeling was a novel experience for many Chinese fans, for this time, the players on the European stage were our own Chinese athletes. Upon finishing his commentary, Zhang Jun glanced again at the barrage of comments, where many fans expressed their emotional reaction with the words tears streaming. Sometimes, words are insufficient to convey one's emotions, yet occasionally, Just two simple characters can hint at the visage of the Chinese fans before the screen at this moment. On the pitch, as the referee blew the whistle 3 times. The match concluded. The Spanish fans could now celebrate their victory without reservation. This was the team's first match, earning 3 points. After waves of cheers, all the Spanish fans turned to the players coming to acknowledge their support, offering their applause. Regarding this match, the Spanish fans had every reason to anticipate the season ahead. At the very least, they had witnessed something different. For instance, Chen Liang's Marseille turn. Off the field, the Spanish players, smiling, shared the joy of victory while thanking the fans, having triumphed over their opponents with a score of 3-0. Asensio approached Chen Liang, patting him on the shoulder. Honestly, buddy, that dribble was one of the most spectacular I've ever seen. Keep it up. I look forward to fighting alongside you in the future. Chen Liang nodded and shared a brief embrace with Asensio. Soon after, Caicedo came over, beaming with a seemingly good mood. I want to say that my goal should be credited to you, he remarked. After circling the field, the Spanish players finally returned to the substitutes bench, where they celebrated their victory with head coach Sergio and the substitute players and coaching staff. After exchanging high fives, Sergio noticed Chen Liang's face, a look of sentiment and peculiarity crossing his eyes. He smiled and gently embraced Chen Liang, saying, "That was a splendid performance. The fans on the sidelines are applauding for you. I will certainly give your participation thoughtful consideration before the next match." As Chen Liang observed Sergio's smile, he felt once again enveloped in happiness. Celsier's words signify that Chen Liang will be granted more opportunities to take the field. Perhaps he may even achieve his inaugural career goals and assists. Every week, he can participate in this premier global sport as a player, basking in the applause of the fans. Contemplating this, Chen Liang felt a stirring within him. The future, once obscured by dust, has remarkably begun to shimmer just over a month later. The hopeful future played in his mind like a melody, reminiscent of the jubilant scenes from the conclusion of Fast and Furious 5, where a group gazes in awe at the cascading wealth from the vault. At the post-match press conference, Celsier cleared his throat and settled into his chair, eagerly awaiting the reporter's inquiries. "Mr. Celsier, prior to Chen Liang's appearance today, we were unable to find any information about him. Could you provide us with a brief introduction?" One reporter raised his hand and asked, amused by the question. Celsier chuckled and responded, Chen Liang. He is a player unearthed by our first-team coaching staff. However, his playing time has been limited, so it is quite understandable that you could not locate any information about him." "How is that possible?" the reporter exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face, while the other journalists fell silent. How could a player with so little time on the field demonstrate such prowess in La Liga? The atmosphere in the press room was tinged with confusion. In the first-team dining area, following the previous match's performance, Chen Liang had seamlessly integrated into the first-team dynamics. Caicedo approached with a tray in hand and sat beside Chen Liang, glancing at Asensio opposite him. "What are you discussing?" he inquired. Asensio shifted slightly to make room for Caicedo and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just talking about yesterday's match." Upon mentioning the previous day's game, Caicedo's interest peaked. "Chen, your performance yesterday was truly remarkable. I never anticipated that your defensive skills would be as robust as your attacking flair." Flattered by the praise from his first-team colleagues, Chen Liang felt a tinge of bashfulness. "Keep pushing yourself, Chen," Caicedo encouraged, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I believe you are an exceptionally talented player. Your youth and successful integration into the first team already attest to your potential. Train hard. Indeed, especially for your fans back home," Asensio added, playfully gesturing to his phone screen. Chen Liang leaned in to see that news of his performance from the previous day had circulated in his home country. Chinese youngster makes La Liga debut, almost assists after coming on as substitute. Due to the time difference, many Chinese fans awoke groggily the next morning, scrolling through short videos, only to be met with this headline. Initially, they assumed it was clickbait, but instinctively clicked to find out more. As they watched the highlights of Chen Liang's performance, they could hardly contain their excitement. They swiftly skimmed through the news, then began typing in the comments section. "Who is this player? I've never seen him play in the Chinese Super League before." To the commenter above, "What do you know? He started his career in Europe. Had he played in the CSL for a few years, he would have long been rendered obsolete. Help needed. Where can I watch his matches?" You can catch them on Sina Sports. As the comments continued to flood in, football enthusiasts from Huaxia simultaneously opened their app stores. Before long, they were tuned into the Sina Sports live stream. The platform, which had not been considered a leader in football news, experienced an unprecedented surge in downloads. The entire project team was so engrossed that they neglected their breakfast, tirelessly updating on Chun Liang's performance from the previous day. While the staff frantically worked, they also found moments to discuss the star of the news, Chun Liang. I've heard it's true. It seems our country hasn't produced a player featured in the top 5 leagues for quite some time. Xiaoli, your idea is excellent. Let us write a retrospective report on this. Wow, he really has something special. Soon, someone seemed to recall something. A staff member suddenly smacked their thigh and exclaimed, "Since he is so popular, wouldn't our high-priced La Liga rights attract even more viewers?" His words were like a boulder thrown into a serene lake, creating ripples that stirred the employees to open their computers. Wow, the numbers are rising. We gained over 500,000 paid subscribers overnight. Goodness gracious, this is impressive. The employees were elated. One of them projected the data onto a large screen, allowing everyone to see the results clearly. They had worked hard to generate buzz for 2 months, but the impact was dwarfed by the mere 30 minutes Chun Liang spent on the field. The staff, too excited to engage in casual conversations, quickly grabbed their phones to report this news to their superiors. This investment in Sina Sports, subtly ignited by Chun Liang's appearance, had become a pivotal moment for Huaxia football. Chapter 15. One-on-one training as the first round of La Liga matches came to a close. All 20 teams had completed their opening games of the new season. With each match, some rejoiced while others lamented. Notably, Barcelona astonishingly drew 1-1 with the relegation-threatened Alaves, a result that captured the attention of many La Liga fans. Last season's successful coach, Enrique, clearly faced increased pressure following this match. As the head coach of a top La Liga team, with an enviable squad at his disposal, such a result inevitably brought forth greater scrutiny from the media. This is the downside of joining a prestigious club. The eyes of the world are upon you, and even the slightest misstep invites global criticism. However, the silver lining is that this was merely the first match. Enrique still has time to make adjustments. Aside from the news of Barcelona being equalized by a relegation team, the victory of Espanyol, where Chun Liang plays, has garnered little attention. Espanyol triumphed 3-1 against Getafe, marking the first victory of the season for the other Catalan team. In the second round of La Liga, Espanyol will face the formidable Villarreal, who recently secured a clean sheet against their opponents. Beyond the fans from the Catalonia region, the only ones remaining interested in Espanyol's news are their next adversaries, Villarreal. In their previous match, Villarreal showcased an impressive performance, decisively defeating Athletic Bilbao 3-0, making them a team to watch this season. At this moment, at the José Manuel Lainez training complex, the training base for Villarreal's first team, head coach Marcelino is also present. After a smooth victory in the opening round, Marcelino has developed a more ambitious outlook for the season, confident that his team will maintain their momentum against the comparatively weaker Espanyol. Nonetheless, there remains work to be done. Marcelino's office features a large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the lush training pitch, and in front of the window stands a 70-inch television, specifically for video analysis. He prefers to analyze opponents through footage, as it provides him with greater assurance. The assistant coach had already uploaded the video of Espanyol's first match onto the television, prompting Marcelino to remark, "There is a player worth noting from the last match. Although he came on as a substitute, his performance on both ends was noteworthy. I have compiled clips of him." The assistant coach's comment piqued Marcelino's curiosity, and he promptly requested, "Please compile clips of this player's performances from last season." He had limited appearances last season, the assistant coach replied sheepishly. "We couldn't find any valuable footage." Upon hearing the assistant coach's explanation, Marcelino sighed with relief. "I thought we had discovered a prodigious talent. Instead, it's merely the luck of one match. Let us set his footage aside for now. I want to analyze Espanyol's most formidable attacking players," Marcelino responded dismissively. The assistant coach contemplated interjecting further but ultimately refrained, sensing that his superior was committing a crucial error by overly trusting his instincts and overlooking essential details. From the conclusion of the opening match until the preparations for the second round, Chun Liang has consistently trained with the first team. Since the last round in which Chun Liang demonstrated exceptional tackling skills, head coach Sergio has been putting him through one-on-one defensive drills against the attacking players of the first team. Standing before Chun Liang is Asensio, who has been loaned from Real Madrid. Chun Liang takes a deep breath, for before him stands a true product of Real Madrid's youth academy, one of the finest ball handlers in the Spanish first team. Although he has had a few encounters defending against La Liga players in the previous match, he remains uncertain about the efficacy of his tackling. Facing Asensio presents an excellent opportunity to gauge his defensive prowess. Chen Liang's expression gradually shifts to one of seriousness. Observing this change, Asensio dispels any notion of underestimating his opponent and prepares to engage with earnestness. Despite acknowledging that Chen Liang executed several commendable tackles in the last game, Asensio harbors doubts about whether Chen Liang can effectively contain him. After all, he hails from Real Madrid, and even Ancelotti has remarked on his promising future. Ready when you are, Asensio declares, placing the ball at his feet. Chen Liang nods in response. Here I come. Asensio advances the ball forward, steadily closing the gap between himself and Chen Liang. Chen Liang swiftly lowers his center of gravity, acutely aware that he must not afford Asensio too much space to maneuver. Otherwise, he risks being overtaken in an instant. When Asensio is approximately 3 meters away, Chen Liang halts, retreating cautiously while maintaining his focus on Asensio's movements. He must not allow himself to drift too far back, lest he provide Asensio with no pressure, but he also cannot close in too closely, or he risks being outpaced by Asensio's sudden burst of speed. Chen Liang remains vigilant, refraining from rashly lunging in and patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike, which causes Asensio to momentarily struggle to find an advantageous opening. Nonetheless, being a carefully selected Spanish player from Real Madrid, Asensio possesses remarkable footwork, which is a hallmark of every Spanish footballer. He begins to employ feints, attempting to deceive Chen Liang with his body movements. However, Chen Liang's gaze remains steadfastly locked on the ball, refusing to be swayed by Asensio's tricks. Quite composed, Asensio muses internally, before suddenly nudging the ball to his right and gearing up to accelerate past his opponent. The teammates observing from the sidelines become intensely focused as the crucial moment approaches. Bang! Asensio stumbles forward, taking a few unsteady steps before regaining his balance. When he glances back, he sees Chen Liang, having successfully tackled the ball away. Now on the ground. Despite my speed, you anticipated my move. How did you know I would go this way? Asensio inquires, somewhat perplexed. With a smile, Chen Liang replies, I guessed. Asensio, still somewhat incredulous, retrieves another football from his bag and says, let us do it again. Chapter 16. Preparing for a comeback, Asensio's second breakthrough was marked by a departure from simple feints. He boldly engaged Chen Liang, initiating physical contact. This unusual maneuver alerted Chen Liang, prompting him to lower his center of gravity and push against Asensio's waist to prevent his turn. Now, it was Chen Liang's turn to be perplexed as he exerted force, yet Asensio remained immovable. At that moment, Asensio skillfully pulled the ball with his right foot, preparing to execute a turn to bypass Chen Liang, who, startled, hesitated not a moment before launching into a sliding tackle. Thud! The ball was once again accurately dispatched by Chen Liang's precise intervention. Standing his ground, Asensio's expression transformed from shock to seriousness as he pondered the situation. How could Chen Liang, at the very instant of his turn, manage to cleanly dispossess the ball? In all his years playing in Castilla, he had never encountered such a tackle, as if Chen Liang had foreseen Asensio's next move. Meanwhile, Chen Liang scrutinized his hands, his countenance equally grave. Despite extensive training since the season's inception, he found himself unable to budge Asensio, who was not even the strongest player on the team, but rather a quintessentially technical Spanish player. This realization struck a blow to Chen Liang's confidence. If he could not contend with Asensio's physique, how would he fare against the robust opponents in La Liga? It appeared he would need to frequent the gym more diligently. In this moment of mutual gravity, both Chen Liang and Asensio locked eyes, contemplating their next move. Shall we go again? Let us. A week later, at the Ceramics Stadium, the second round of the La Liga season was set to unfold, featuring Villarreal in their yellow kits facing off against Espanyol, who donned blue and white. The stands were alive with countless Villarreal supporters passionately singing their team's anthems, buoyed by their recent victory. Everyone, from the fans to the coaching staff of the Yellow Submarine, eagerly anticipated another triumphant display. However, shortly after the match commenced, the electric atmosphere began to dissipate. The Villarreal supporters, along with their coaches, soon recognized that Espanyol was far from the feeble relegation-threatened team they had anticipated. On several occasions, Espanyol launched counterattacks through long passes from the back, threatening Villarreal's goal, much to the clarity of the spectators. The Espanyol squad functioned as a cohesive unit, demonstrating exceptional coordination in their movements. Despite Villarreal's apparent dominance in possession, They had yet to create more scoring opportunities than Espanyol's incisive counterattacks. Thus, time passed with palpable tension. Second by second, not far away in the stands, an elderly Asian gentleman clad in an expensive-looking gray trench coat caught the attention of surrounding fans with his somewhat expectant expression, given his attire. He seemed more suited to be nestled in a luxury box, savoring a bottle of vintage red wine while watching the match, rather than mingling with the crowd on the bleachers, where he occasionally faced splashes of beer. This was Chun Liang's father, Chen Aigua. The reason he opted for the stands instead of the box was his desire to gain a deeper understanding of the club and to hear the fans' reactions to his son, Chun Liang. Ever since Chun Liang's debut in La Liga, Chen Aigua had developed an interest in his son's football career. Today, he had deliberately canceled his routine financial meeting, choosing instead to be present here with a singular purpose, to observe his son's performance up close. On the bench, Chen Liang once again found himself waiting for the call from Sergio. Although he had performed admirably in the last match, he had yet to earn Sergio's full trust, as altering the team's core structure could not be accomplished in just one game. His fellow substitute, C.A. Azars, patted Chun Liang on the shoulder and remarked, "I believe we'll get our chance in the second half. It doesn't matter if we don't play. It's quite comfortable watching the game from here." Chun Liang replied, resting his hands behind his head against the chair's back. "If only I had your positive mindset," C.A. Azars replied with a smirk. But he was interrupted as Chun Liang nudged him, indicating he should look towards the field. In the midst of Villarreal's pressing, Espanyol's midfielder, Essen attempted to pass the ball back to the goalkeeper. However, under pressure, his touch was too weak, allowing the opponent's number 10, Baptista, to seize the opportunity and snatch the ball. A cold sweat broke out on Essenche's brow as he realized his grave error. He hurriedly sprinted towards Baptista. But in a moment of panic, he made a second blunder, tripping up Baptista while trying to reclaim the ball. The referee decisively blew the whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. After Baptista converted the penalty, the home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, watching Baptista celebrate with his teammates. Chun Liang scoffed. How could such an experienced player as Essenche make such a mistake, and twice at that? On the sidelines, Marcelino excitedly embraced his assistant coach, reveling in the unexpected lead they had secured. 1-0. Within the penalty area, Espanyol's goalkeeper, El Pez, exchanged glances with Essenche, who shook his head in self-reproach. If it weren't for his elementary mistake, the team would not have so inexplicably conceded a goal. Now, the away side, Espanyol, found themselves in a dire predicament. On the sidelines, Sergio wore a somber expression, clearly displeased with the recent concession of a goal. After a brief pause, he clapped his hands and urged his players, "It's all right, let us focus." He then turned to the substitutes and instructed, "Cañas will replace Sanchez in the second half. He is not performing well today." His gaze briefly swept over Chun Liang as he continued, "Chun, make sure to warm up during halftime. When you come on in the second half, disrupt their control of the midfield. We may see possession, but we must create chaos in their midfield, all right?" Cañas and Chun Liang promptly rose to prepare for their warm-up, eager to adjust their bodies and enter the game without delay. Chapter 17. The Maiden Goal. In the broadcasting studio of Zhalong Sports, through his round spectacles, Zhang Jun noticed Chun Liang warming up on the sidelines, igniting his enthusiasm. Like many fans, he awaited this moment with bated breath. Dear viewers, we see Chun Liang warming up on the sidelines. Will Coach Sergio decide to field him in the second half? This marks his second appearance in La Liga. An exhilarating moment indeed. We hope Chun can replicate his brilliant performance from the last match. Furthermore, Cañas was also seen warming up, suggesting that Sanchez, who had made a colossal blunder, might soon be substituted. As Zhang Jun provided commentary, the match resumed, and the second half of the contest was about to unfold. The Espanyol team, evidently dissatisfied with trailing by a goal, launched an attack against Villarreal right from the start of the second half. Observing Chun Liang high-fiving his teammates before entering the pitch, the Espanyol fans in the stands began to murmur amongst themselves. "I said all along that Sanchez should be substituted. We don't even know if he has fully recovered. He belongs on the bench, not in the starting lineup. And that Asian player, rumor has it his father is the club owner. But that doesn't matter. He just needs to maintain his performance from the last game." As the fans continued to express their opinions on the unfolding events, a sudden voice emerged from behind them. It was Chen Aigua. He inadvertently joined the discussion among the fans, not revealing his identity but simply introducing his son. In the stands of European football stadiums, once you arrive, there is no room for class distinctions. Here, Every individual shares the singular identity of a supporter, united in their allegiance to the team. Haha. We know he performed well in the last match. If he scores today, I'll buy his jersey from the fan shop. His father must be overjoyed at this moment. If I had a son playing in La Liga, I too would be a very happy father. Haha. The fans of Espanyol did not harbor any malice towards Chen Liang simply because he was the son of the club's owner. Instead, they embraced Chinigua. Come, let us offer this gentleman a glass of Catalan beer on my behalf. A person in the crowd extended a euro note, and a frothy beer was promptly brought forth and handed to Chinigua. Sitting among the supporters, Chinigua felt a surge of excitement as he took a hearty gulp of beer, then turned his gaze towards the field. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. As Chen Liang stepped onto the pitch, the system's voice echoed in his ears. You have demonstrated your capability to establish yourself in La Liga. Now, it is time to score a golden goal, eliciting the cheers prepared for you by the fans. Mission, score a goal. Reward, Luka Modric's outside foot passing skill. During the 2018 World Cup semi-final between Croatia and England, Modric delivered a long pass with the outside of his foot from near midfield, perfectly locating Perry, who then had a clear shot on goal, providing Croatia with an excellent attacking opportunity. With his eyes firmly fixed on the Villarreal goal, Chen Liang knew that this task was more challenging than previous ones, particularly because Villarreal boasted a standout center-back in Eric Bailly this season. With his exceptional mobility and tenacity, Bailly had frequently thwarted Espanyol's attacks. However, that was a matter for later. Having just entered the field, Chen Liang had not yet been afforded any remarkable opportunities. He diligently moved according to the team's formation, occasionally passing the ball to switch play, but for the most part, he remained inconspicuous on the pitch. Since his last appearance, Chen Liang had gradually acclimatized to the rhythm of La Liga matches, now capable of accurately distributing the ball even without pressure. This improvement was also tied to his burgeoning confidence. The reason Sergio sent him onto the field was simple. He hoped to leverage Chen Liang's ability to intercept Villarreal's midfield play, while also desiring to see him create opportunities through his Marseille roulette maneuver. In the 72nd minute of the second half, Chen Liang finally received a promising chance. Villarreal midfielder Trigueros noticed Chen Liang with the ball and rushed towards him without hesitation. At that moment, an assistant coach from the Villarreal bench suddenly stood up, shouting into the field, "Don't rush in. He will perform the Marseille roulette." This assistant coach was the same one who had previously cautioned Marcelino to pay attention to Chen Liang. As he observed Trigueros about to fall into the trap, he could no longer contain himself and offered a warning. Unfortunately, his admonition came a bit too late. In the blink of an eye, Chen Liang deftly executed a turn on the ball, leaving the bewildered Trigueros frozen in place. After deftly evading his opponent with a Marseille turn, Chen Liang wasted no time in transferring the ball to the flanks where Asensio waited. Instead of lingering in place after his pass, Chen Liang surged towards the penalty area. Sensing that a golden opportunity was about to unfold, Asensio did not disappoint the Spanish fans. He cut inside, taking a few decisive strides before resolutely opting for a curled shot. The ball traced a peculiar arc, slicing through the gaps between Villarreal's defenders, prompting their goalkeeper, Arreola, to leap into action, his vision obstructed by the defenders. Fortunately, his fingertips grazed the ball, deflecting it away. Yet the Villarreal supporters had scarcely exhaled when a blue and white figure arrived at the ball's landing spot, Chen Liang. At that moment, he found himself unmarked, and as the ball descended, he raised his right leg. Observing Arreola's desperate attempt to regain his footing, Chen Liang struck the ball with precision. Bang! This time, he shot unimpeded, standing mere feet from the goal. When the ball made contact with his foot, it surged towards the net with unstoppable force, leaving Arreola no time to react. It was a goal. Chen Liang had scored his maiden professional goal. The Espanyol team had equalized. Chapter 18, 1 assist, 1 goal within the stadium. Thousands of Espanyol fans erupted in a cathartic roar. The moment Asensio witnessed the ball hit the net, he sprinted towards Chen Liang, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. What a goal! Chen, that was an incredible strike. A perfect finish. Chen, congratulations on your first professional goal. I am so proud of you. Nearby, the Espanyol supporters, including Chinigua, whistled excitedly, expressing their exhilaration. Prior to Chen Liang's entrance, Espanyol had been under Villarreal's relentless pressure. And for the fans, the match had hardly been thrilling. The majority of the game felt rather mundane as they endured the onslaught. However, everything changed the moment Chen Liang stepped onto the pitch. He first eluded his marker with a Marseille turn and then followed up with a decisive shot. instantly igniting the away fans' enthusiasm with such a morale-boosting goal. Surrounded by his teammates, Chen Liang stood momentarily in disbelief until the referee's whistle confirmed the goal, pointing towards the center circle. Even the most optimistic of Huaxia fans could hardly have anticipated that his first La Liga goal would come so swiftly. Just in his second appearance for Espanyol, had someone suggested to Huaxia fans before the match that this would occur, they might have deemed the idea utterly ludicrous. Yet, this surreal moment unfolded right before their eyes. Could it be that hope was on the horizon? A devoted fan of Huaxia, seated before the screen, clasped his head in disbelief as he gazed at the display, murmuring in astonishment. The ball has entered the net. The young talent Chen Liang from Huaxia has equalized the score. Zhang Jun momentarily stood in shock before erupting into a jubilant shout within the broadcast room. After exclaiming that the ball had indeed gone in, Zhang Jun took a deep breath and, summoning all his energy, continued to cheer for Chen Liang with fervor. The ball has scored. The Huaxia fans, familiar with Zhang Jun's exuberant commentary style, were taken aback. Typically, his commentary brims with passion, yet today he had surpassed his usual vocal limits for Chen Liang. Watching the large screen at the sidelines, Chen Liang was enveloped in joy, his laughter resonating as he basked in the thrill of his goal. When the stadium's announcer called his name, a resounding cheer erupted, with many Espanyol fans attempting to pronounce his name in broken Mandarin. Chen Liang raised his arms high, his fists clenched, waving them to acknowledge the away supporters in the stands. Following Chen Liang's goal, Sergio on the Espanyol bench joined in the celebration. As the head coach of the first team, he felt considerable pressure in allowing a player who had scarcely seen playtime to feature consecutively. Now, Chen Liang was repaying that trust with his performance in every match. Finally, he could take a breath of relief. Well done, young Huaxia star. You truly live up to my expectations, Sergio thought to himself while applauding. Beside him, assistant coach Freak embraced the other coaches, despite his initial skepticism regarding Chen Liang's skills. He now recognized that scoring is always a positive outcome. After the celebration, Chen Liang returned to the center circle, awaiting the referee's whistle to resume play. While the cheers of the away fans continued to echo in his ears, this feeling was exhilarating. This is the sensation I adore. This is the path for which I strive. As the match resumed, it was undeniable that Chen Liang's goal significantly boosted the morale of the Espanyol players, who became more vigorous in their efforts. Time ticked on, reaching the 89th minute, with the fourth official holding up the board for stoppage time. The ball found its way back to Chen Liang, who had yet to cross into the opponent's half, with everyone anticipating his advance. Chen Liang initially planned to dribble forward, but he soon realized his ball control was lacking, as Villarreal players were rapidly closing in on him. If he continued to dribble, he would surely lose possession. Glancing up, he resolved to take a decisive shot. All the fans watched intently, their hearts racing. Villarreal's goalkeeper Areola stood poised on the goal line. Was Chen Liang attempting a delicate chip shot? Such a lob, even within the goal frame, would be easily intercepted by the keeper. With a thud, the ball did not soar high but instead rolled swiftly along the grass. An outside foot pass. All eyes were fixed on the ball as it rolled past the midfield barrier erected by Villarreal, narrowly evading the outstretched legs of the defenders. And then Caicedo. He gasped in astonishment, never expecting Chen Liang to deliver the ball right to his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly took a few steps with the ball, facing the advancing Areola. With decisive precision, he struck for the far corner, a technique he mastered, one he could execute flawlessly 100 times over. As Caicedo's shot drew ever closer to the goal line, all Espanyol fans held their breath. The ball found its mark. A magnificent assist from Chen Liang. Espanyol had snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Suddenly, Villarreal was left choking on their misfortune. They immediately substituted two forwards, signaling their intent to fight back with all their might. As Zhang Jun aptly noted, Villarreal was indeed suffering. They had dominated Espanyol throughout the match, employing every conceivable combination of wing and central play, only to be thwarted by Chen Liang's deft backheel pass that set up the decisive goal. They were determined to equalize. On the sidelines, Celso recognized Villarreal's intentions and promptly utilized his last substitution. Espanyol's formation swiftly transformed into a 5-defender setup, a 5-4-1 formation. The referee's whistle finally pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. The away team, Espanyol, had valiantly secured a hard-fought victory, clinching 3 points with a score of 2-1. Despite initial skepticism at the season's outset, they celebrated their second consecutive victory in La Liga. After exchanging pleasantries, the players retreated to the locker room, while Celso and Freck engaged in conversation at the sidelines. Let us give the players a day off tomorrow. They deserve a chance to unwind. Absolutely, you're the head coach, and I'm in full support. Celso nodded, zipping up his training jacket, humming a Catalan tune as he walked into the locker room amidst the fans' jeers. Undoubtedly, tonight was a night of jubilation for the players of Espanyol. Chapter 19. Give me your signature in a live stream that had surged to over 1 million viewers. Comments flew by at lightning speed, barely readable. Wow. Just 2 appearances and already a goal and an assist. Could it be that Chinese football really has a glimmer of hope? Chen Liang is incredible. Do it again. And I'll buy a jersey right away. Meanwhile, on Villarreal's bench, the assistant coach, who had been vocally urging the players moments ago, now slumped wearily into his seat. Marcelino bowed his head, feeling a deep sense of regret. Had he taken the time to pay attention to that Asian lad before the match? Perhaps they wouldn't have suffered such a late defeat. As the head coach, it was his duty to do so. Yet, when he subconsciously deemed it an unnecessary task, he found himself teetering on the brink of failure. Today served as a poignant reminder. He sighed and cast his gaze toward the field. It was exceedingly difficult to equalize the score now. Espanyol had fortified their defenses, and if they could just endure these final minutes, victory would be theirs. For a team like Villarreal, securing 3 points against a relegation-threatened side like Espanyol was imperative. Otherwise, the media would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scrutiny upon Marcelino. Finally, the referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match. Espanyol, playing away, had managed to hold on to a hard-won victory, clinching 3 points with a score of 2-1. Amidst early season skepticism, they celebrated their second consecutive win in La Liga. After exchanging pleasantries, the players returned to the locker room, while Sergio and Freak engaged in conversation at the sidelines. Let us give the players a day off tomorrow. They deserve some relaxation. Absolutely, you're the head coach. And I support your decision, Freak replied. Sergio nodded, zipping up his training jacket, humming a Catalan tune as he walked into the locker room amidst the boos of the home fans. Undoubtedly, this night was a joyous one for the Espanyol players. As for Marcelino, his circumstances were far less favorable. Upon the match's conclusion, he observed the myriad expressions of disappointment on the faces of Villarreal supporters, which filled him with a profound sense of desolation. Such are the cruel rules of the football world, even if one plays exceptionally well in one match. Failing to secure victory in a match deemed winnable can lead to disillusionment among fans. Should they suffer 2 more unexpected defeats, the precipice of dismissal would be looming. In a daze, Marcelino recalled the unassuming figure of Chen Liang on the field. This player, seemingly ordinary and lacking in accolades, had altered the course of the game with just a few touches during his substitute appearance. The anguish he was currently enduring was largely due to Chen Liang's impact. I will remember you. See you in the next match, he thought. The image of Chen Liang becoming increasingly vivid in his mind as he began to strategize for the upcoming rematch. Entering the locker room, Sergio immediately fixed his gaze on Chen Liang, his spirits high. With 2 victories in the first 2 rounds of the season, the pressure of relegation might very well dissipate before the halfway point. Fernando, it's astonishing that you remain oblivious to such a valuable asset in your team, he mused, his admiration for Chen Liang unmistakable. Perhaps it was time to afford Chen Liang more opportunities. As per protocol, after the match, the players of Espanyol were required to acknowledge the away supporters. This time, team captain Javi Lopez pushed Chen Liang to the forefront, and as he stepped forward, he was met with the most enthusiastic cheers. Chen, we need you. Please, give me your jersey. The fans shouted towards Chen Liang. While Chen Igua stood amidst the crowd, his identity concealed, he appeared to deliberately position himself behind the fervent supporters. Witnessing the adoration showered upon Chen Liang by the club's fans, his eyes involuntarily glistened with emotion. As Chen Liang continued to sign jerseys tossed by excited fans, Chen Igua's face suddenly beamed with a smile, a reflection of his feelings at that moment, a blend of pride, exhilaration, and a touch of poignancy. Unbeknownst to Chen Liang, his father was merely 100 meters away, yet as he received jersey after jersey, he silently hoped his father could witness this moment. Both Chen Liang and Chen Igua had long awaited this occasion. The Espanyol's victory against Villarreal did not create significant ripples in the tumultuous European football landscape. Although they garnered 6 points from 2 matches and briefly entered the Champions League zone, the reactions outside their fanbase were tepid at best, with most simply expressing mild surprise before moving on. Few believed they could maintain their position in the Champions League, not even the most optimistic of Espanyol supporters. Betting companies had set the odds of Espanyol qualifying for the Champions League next season at a staggering 12,000 to 1, a clear indication of their slim chances. These firms employed some of the world's most elite actuaries, skilled in numbers, ensuring that they would not incur losses lightly. However, after Espanyol's entry into the Champions League, betting companies disclosed the amounts wagered. Few fans placed bets on Espanyol's qualification, with total stakes amounting to only a few tens of thousands of euros, revealing that aside from a handful of dedicated supporters who casually wagered 10 or 5 euros, there was little confidence in the team's prospects. The focus of the betting public remained squarely on the other giant of Catalonia, FC Barcelona. In a world where betting amounts are often measured in millions, the few tens of thousands wagered on Espanyol barely stirred any interest. Only a select few, adopting a playful approach, placed modest bets. Beyond the media and the fans, Spanish journalists even sought out a die-hard Espanyol supporter who had wagered on the team's Champions League qualification, eager to uncover the reasoning behind his seemingly quixotic choice. Diari Sport, a media outlet known for its affinity towards Barcelona, primarily covers news related to the club, including match reports, player updates, and various club activities. Its comprehensive and often positive coverage has earned it a reputation as one of the leading voices for the Barcelona club. When betting companies released their data, they promptly approached an Espanyol supporter who had bet 300 euros, seemingly intending to mock their neighbors, the Espanyol team. Chapter 20. Odds of 2,000 to 1. Toni Costa is one of the countless dockworkers in Catalonia, toiling diligently day and night at Barcelona Port, the largest port in Spain, where thousands of laborers strive tirelessly. When Daily Sports first arrived at the port to interview Toni, he was taken aback by the prospect of being featured by the media. As he stepped into the studio of Daily Sports, he could scarcely believe the reality before him. This live interview was meticulously organized by Daily Sports, aiming to broadcast to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, with the sole intention of undermining the morale of the Espanyol football team. Given the unique nature of Daily Sports, it naturally attracted the most fervent Barcelona supporters, all eager to seize the opportunity to mock their neighboring rivals. One might suggest that Toni should carefully contemplate how to manage such a substantial windfall. Perhaps the foul stench of the fish at the port had muddled his judgment. Rather than fretting over how to spend it, a visit to the hospital to assess his mental state might be in order. A barrage of scornful comments flooded the screen, accompanied by laughter emojis, their meaning unmistakable. In truth, Toni Costa harbored a tinge of regret regarding his 200 wager, a bet made in the heat of revelry with friends after a night of drinking. In a moment of impulsivity, he staked his weekly salary, resulting in a fierce argument with his wife. As he gazed into the camera during the live broadcast, a sense of remorse washed over him, prompting him to inquire whether he could retract his lottery ticket. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. This was far more improbable than Espanyol making it into the Champions League. The brief interview concluded swiftly, and Toni Costa received a modest payment backstage, which was the very reason for his presence there. Meanwhile, the comments continued to mock Toni Costa, although it was less about him and more an attempt to deride the Espanyol team. Everyone believed that Espanyol did not belong in their current position, following 2 consecutive victories. Apart from a few astonished fans, the prevailing sentiment was one of ridicule and laughter. Each individual hoped that after a few more rounds, Espanyol would swiftly descend the standings, allowing them to toast with friends and proclaim, "See, I told you it was merely luck." Whether they can remain in La Liga this season is still debatable. The reason behind this collective sentiment was evident. Espanyol's next opponent was none other than the illustrious Real Madrid, a team basking in glory in La Liga. On the afternoon of September 10, 2015, after attending a pre-match press conference, Sergio announced the 18-man squad. Aside from the almost certain selections like Asensio and Javi Lopez, media attention was particularly focused on whether Chen Liang, who had recently been granted playing time in the league, would make the cut. With several long-distance Chinese media outlets in attendance, there is no denying that Chen Liang has become a sensational topic within the domestic sphere. As fervent fans express, it has been many years since they have witnessed a player from Huaxia in one of the top 5 leagues. As a devoted supporter of Huaxia, the sight of one of their players gracing the field in such prestigious leagues, with the possibility of competing against giants like Barcelona and Real Madrid, naturally ignites a sense of curiosity and interest. Although the official social media of Espanyol has long shared Chen Liang's profile, the Huaxia fans remain insatiable, yearning to glean more from this somewhat unconventional prodigy. Consequently, the media, during the pre-match press conference, endeavored to pose various inquiries about Chun Liang to Sergio. Perhaps buoyed by the recent consecutive victories, Sergio appeared particularly affable during the press conference. When queried about Chun Liang, he merely smiled and offered a vague remark, suggesting that they should wait and see what unfolds next. However, the infrequent media appearances align with Chun Liang's own intent. He prefers not to engage with the press prematurely, as he does not require media promotion for his success. Ultimately, such marketing serves merely to generate greater wealth, a pursuit Chun Liang does not covet. What he truly seeks is the pure joy that football brings. Thus, when reporters attempted to subtly extract information regarding Chun Liang's status within the team, Sergio adeptly shifted the conversation or provided ambiguous responses. Through systematic enhancement and personal endeavor, Chun Liang gradually began to reap rewards on the La Liga stage. Now, he must strive for a starting position. The new task is to secure a place in the starting lineup, with a reward of a 30 training boost, which would significantly elevate his training attributes. The following day, during the customary pre-match activities, Sergio ultimately designated Chun Liang among the starting players. Everyone understood the implications of this decision. It signified that Chun Liang was on the cusp of his starting debut. After the match, Sergio held a thin piece of paper, surveying the players before announcing the starting lineup for the imminent clash against Real Madrid. Upon hearing this, Chun Liang instinctively clenched his fists, recognizing this as a pivotal moment in his destiny and a new beginning in his football journey. Sergio noted the eager gleam in Chun Liang's eyes, which revealed his unmasked desire to enter the starting lineup. He lowered his head and began to read the names of the starting players. Number 1, Paul Lopez, center back 22, Gonzalez, and 15, Kiani, 29, Chun Liang. Upon hearing his name, Chun Liang did not exhibit overt excitement. He merely tightened his already clenched fists, finally securing a starting position. Forward Caicedo approached and patted Chun Liang on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations. This is well-deserved, but do not celebrate too soon. Tomorrow's match against Real Madrid will be significantly more challenging than our internal scrimmages." Chun Liang held a favorable impression of the Ecuadorian forward and expressed his gratitude. Captain Xavi Lopez also came forward to pat Chun Liang, affirming, "I believe your passing and tackling skills are exceptional, huh?" On the evening of September 12th, the Estadi Coronel, El Prat, home ground of Espanyol, buzzed with anticipation. This stadium, inaugurated on August 2, 2009, at a cost of approximately €60 million, accommodates 40,000 spectators, ranking as the 10th largest in Spain and the 3rd largest in Catalonia. At this moment, the stadium was filled to capacity, marking a rare football festival for Espanyol supporters. The players, having completed their warm-up, jogged back to the tunnel amidst the cheers of the crowd, preparing for their final pre-match rituals. In a surprising turn of events, Chun Liang found himself on the starting lineup, a revelation that sent the domestic fans into a frenzy. However, the Spanish media regarded the decision by coach Sergio as rather audacious. Despite Chun's commendable performances in the previous 2 matches, showcasing his flair, the challenge posed by Real Madrid raised concerns. Would it be overly bold to entrust a young player with scant experience in top-tier matches with a starting position in midfield against such formidable opposition? Logically, one would expect Chun to begin the match on the bench, gradually acclimatizing to the rhythms of La Liga over 20 to 30 minutes before determining whether he could secure a starting role. This approach is a common nurturing strategy employed by coaches for young talents in the world of football. Exceptional cases, like Wayne Rooney's debut in the Champions League, where he scored a hat-trick to silence critics, remain rare in European football. Currently, Chun's performance appears promising, with a potential for further development. However, when juxtaposed with the extraordinary talents of players like Rooney, he still has a way to go. Conversely, the Espanyol fans exhibited a more forgiving attitude towards Chun's inclusion in the starting lineup compared to the criticisms from the media. They preferred Chun's agility over the aging captain, Javier Lopez, and the occasionally erratic Victor Sanchez. Among the midfielders, Chun was undoubtedly the standout performer. As for the media's concerns regarding his experience and ability to handle pressure, the ardent Espanyol supporters, having witnessed Chun's previous matches, remained unconcerned. Their singular focus was on unyielding support for the players representing their team. Ultimately, it was the responsibility of coach Sergio to assess whether Chun possessed the requisite experience. As the resounding cheers erupted within the stadium, the players of Espanyol and Real Madrid, accompanied by the officiating crew, stepped onto the pitch. Chen followed closely behind Captain Javier Lopez, catching only fleeting moments on the live broadcast. Dear viewers, I trust your emotions mirror ours, an amalgamation of tension and anticipation. You are now witnessing the third round of La Liga, where Espanyol hosts Real Madrid. Besides the star-studded lineup of Real Madrid, a notable highlight of this match is the inclusion of Chun Liang in the starting lineup. Real Madrid's starting lineup saw little alteration, with Navas continuing as the first-choice goalkeeper. The central defenders, Ramos and Pepe, formed a formidable partnership, while the flanking fullbacks were Marcelo and Carvajal. In midfield, Modric and Isco were paired with Casemiro, and the familiar trio of forwards comprised Bale, Benzema, and Ronaldo. Within the live broadcast room of Jalong Sports, the voice of commentator Jean June resonated once again, introducing the players to the audience eagerly awaiting in front of their screens. Numerous comments swiftly scrolled across the top of the screen, indicating that this highly anticipated match had indeed drawn a substantial viewership. Real Madrid, the Galacticos, stands as one of the clubs with the largest fan base in the world of football, and their formidable prowess requires no further elaboration. The sight of Chun Liang competing against such a prestigious team fulfills a cherished dream for fans across China. Here they come. Wow, the starting lineup. Brother Liang is incredible. Given the previous match's performance, I can hardly imagine anyone more deserving of a starting position. If Brother Liang could deliver another goal and an assist, I'd gladly call you father. Competing against such elite teams is already a remarkable feat if Liang's performance falters. Let us all be a bit lenient in our criticisms. At one point, the viewership in the live stream surged beyond 5 million and continued to rise. For a nation bereft of football, this truly is an unadulterated feast. Just then, as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the match officially commenced. Chun Liang was fully concentrated, aware that each passing minute would become an indelible memory in his life. Real Madrid's midfield operated with remarkable speed, dictating a rapid tempo as they sought to exploit gaps in the Espanyol defense through swift passing and movement. This was Chun Liang's first encounter with such an intense match. The Galacticos lived up to their illustrious title, with each player a shining jewel in the world of football. Under these circumstances, Espanyol was relegated to a defensive posture within their half, desperately trying to stave off the relentless advances of Real Madrid, who incessantly probed for openings to deliver threatening passes. Cristiano Ronaldo, then ranked as the second-best player in the world, appeared particularly spirited today, perhaps motivated by last season's defeat to Barcelona for the La Liga title. This indomitable Portuguese star was eager to seize every possible point before the season's commencement. Historically, Ronaldo seldom sprinted wildly at the start of matches, but today he seemed invigorated, as if fueled by adrenaline. Boom. Isco delivered a penetrating through ball that found Ronaldo making a forward run. After deftly maneuvering with a series of stepovers, Ronaldo suddenly cut inside the penalty area. Confronted by the Espanyol defender, he exuded confidence. Once inside the box, Ronaldo abandoned further trickery, instead utilizing a shift in pace to effortlessly evade Espanyol's fullback, Alvila, before unleashing a powerful shot. The entire execution of the strike was fluid, seamlessly connected in its execution. Despite the valiant efforts of Espanyol's goalkeeper, Pau Lopez, he was unable to thwart the ball from finding the back of the net. Upon hearing the jubilant cheers from the Real Madrid fans, the score shifted to 1-0, as the esteemed club secured the lead, just as anticipated. The entire defensive line of Espanyol appeared to crumble, particularly in the face of the relentless Ronaldo, who exuberantly sprinted towards the corner flag, executing his signature celebration. Espanyol forwards, Moreno and Caicedo, dejectedly retrieved the ball to restart play. Nevertheless, Real Madrid maintained their dominance, exerting pressure upon Espanyol's formation with their formidable control. As the game progressed, Espanyol endeavored to adapt to the rapid pace and attempted to launch a few counterattacks. However, their efforts resulted in mere shots that posed no real threat to Madrid's goal. The match unwittingly approached the 30-minute mark, with both sides fiercely contesting possession in the midfield, and the dynamics of the game began to open up dramatically, observing the relentless tide of attacks from their opponents. The blue and white-clad Espanyol players understood the urgency of their situation. We must rally. We cannot allow them to dominate us any longer, urged Captain Javi Lopez, clapping his hands to encourage his teammates. Espanyol subsequently sought to mount another offensive towards the Real Madrid penalty area. However, under Ramos's vigilant defense, they failed to create significant opportunities. As soon as Caicedo received the ball in the box, he found himself tightly marked by Ramos, who deftly nudged the ball out of play, resulting in a corner kick. The referee pointed towards the corner area. And although the chances of scoring from a corner were slim, the Espanyol fans collectively held their breath in anticipation. With a powerful strike, El Pez delivered the corner, sending the ball swiftly towards the near post of the Real Madrid box. Yet, Ramos was quick to intervene, clearing the ball with precision. Witnessing this, Chen Liang sighed inwardly. Recognizing Ramos's prowess, a defender of such caliber undeniably alters the course of the game, thwarting any attempts to penetrate the box. With a resigned exhale, he watched the ball tumble through the air and immediately surged forward. On the pitch, Espanyol's Vitor Estenche advanced towards the corner, skillfully controlling the ball at his feet. Within the penalty area, all Espanyol players waited in quiet anticipation for a second chance, while Madrid stood resolutely prepared to thwart any further incursions. Estenche, take a shot. Pass me the ball, Estenche. Voices clamored around him, creating a cacophony in his mind. Just then, he glanced up to see Chen Liang positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to Chen, knowing that no Real Madrid player was nearby, making it the safest option. Chen Liang received the ball, casting a furtive glance towards the central area before deftly nudging it forward, feigning a cross. Mark him closely, Ramos bellowed within the penalty area, urgently instructing his teammates while pointing at Chen Liang. Close him down, Carvajal. Without a moment's hesitation, Carvajal charged towards Chen Liang, intent on thwarting his potential pass. Prior to the match, Benitez had cautioned everyone about Chen Liang's exceptional ability to deliver a powerful back foot pass. They must not allow him the opportunity to execute it. The imperative to block him was Carvajal's innermost conviction. However, to the astonishment of many Real Madrid players, Chen Liang had no intention of passing. He swiftly maneuvered the ball, evading Carvajal's attempt to intercept, leaving not only the defenders in the penalty area bewildered but also Benitez, who had been intently observing the match from the sidelines. A flurry of images from the footage of Chen Liang's previous thunderous strikes flashed through Benitez's mind, prompting him to urgently command, quickly, bring in another player. Do not let him shoot. Inside the penalty area, Ramos sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately abandoned his assigned mark, sprinting towards Chen Liang. At that moment, Chen Liang had advanced to the edge of the penalty arc. Ramos understood all too well that if he failed to intervene, Chen Liang would undoubtedly unleash a shot. As Chen Liang took aim at the Real Madrid goal, he glanced at Navas and lifted his right leg. With a resounding thud, Chen Liang struck the ball with the back of his foot, sending it soaring into the air with a spin, tracing a graceful arc as it hurtled toward the goal. In truth, the force of Chen Liang's shot was not excessively monstrous. Compared to his earlier displays of explosive power, it was a strike that Navas, in his prime, would surely have been capable of saving. Yet, the presence of numerous players, both Espanyol's attacking forces and several of Real Madrid's defenders, created a wall of interference. By the time Navas could discern the ball through the crowd, the opportunity for a save had vanished. A crisp sound of the ball striking the net echoed through the stadium, plunging the Real Madrid supporters into a profound silence. However, this hush was short-lived, soon overwhelmed by the jubilant cheers of the Espanyol fans. Amidst the deafening roars, Chen Liang outstretched his arms and sprinted towards the sidelines. At that moment, Chenigua, seated in the stands, could no longer contain his excitement. His face flushed as he joined the surrounding Espanyol supporters in an exuberant shout. Chen, what a magnificent goal! Chen, I love you. The ecstatic Espanyol fans reached out, eager to touch Chen Liang, but before he could fully comprehend the moment, he was swept back onto the pitch by his jubilant teammates, embracing one another in celebration of the goal. On the sidelines, Sergio glanced at the visibly perturbed Benitez, pondering what emotions the freshly appointed manager of the Galticos must be experiencing as his team, once a powerhouse, found themselves level with a relegation-threatened side. What a stunning strike. If the last goal scored by Chen Liang was merely a stroke of luck, then this latest goal is undoubtedly a breathtaking masterpiece. Jean Jun, equally exhilarated by this goal, enthusiastically exclaimed. Faced with the formidable Real Madrid, Chen Liang managed to strike such an exquisite shot with the outside of his foot. Who can possibly contest that? The score has now leveled at 1-1. Espanyol has equalized. Although they are merely a relegation-threatened team, they have demonstrated remarkable tenacity in the face of the mighty Galticos. In the live broadcast room, letters composed of exclamations floated across the screen, as all Chinese fans bore witness to this magnificent goal. Oh my goodness! This is not just Liang, you are my deity. Absolutely incredible. Unbelievable indeed, exclaimed a fan. I even dreamed about Liang playing yesterday, and here he is today, not just playing but scoring. On the pitch, the Real Madrid players stood frozen, gazing at Chun Liang celebrating in the distance, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. As they glanced at the name on the back of Chun Liang's jersey, an unspoken question arose in their minds. Who on earth is this guy? Punctured by an unknown player, even away from home, many Real Madrid players felt an uncomfortable sting. They are members of the Galacticos, a title that embodies their pride and dignity on the field, yet all of that has dissipated with Chun Liang's goal. Ronaldo raised his hands, intending to express his frustration to his teammates over this goal, but the words caught in his throat. He shook his head and returned to the front lines. After all, this goal cannot be blamed on anyone. All right, let's rally. We must win this match. Navas clapped his hands, attempting to uplift the spirits of his teammates. On the sidelines, Benitez, upon witnessing the goal, lowered his head to jot down a few notes in his small notebook. He then paced back and forth for a moment before resuming his seat on the bench. What a splendid goal, but the match is still ongoing, isn't it? Benitez remarked with a smile to his assistant coach. Having just arrived at the Bernabeu, he possesses unwavering confidence in this dream team of his. Even if Espanyol has equalized, so what? Ronaldo, Bale, or any other Real Madrid player on the pitch will surely restore the score. Such is the confidence of a Real Madrid manager. Chapter 23. The midfield trio Victor Esenche, Xavi Lopez, Chun Liang. Benitez stood on the sidelines, intently observing the Espanyol midfield trio. The combination of these three has significantly unsettled the Real Madrid trio. For reasons unknown, Esenche is no longer prone to careless mistakes, while Xavi Lopez remains composed in orchestrating plays from the back. Particularly noteworthy is the Asian player, who may have had fewer opportunities to shine, yet managed to seal the moment with a striking shot. Truly, they are a remarkable trio. Benitez stroked his chin, contemplating the absence of a simple yet pivotal midfielder for Real Madrid in the new season. If he could integrate him into training for a few months, the attacking dynamics of Madrid's midfield and forward line would surely flow more seamlessly. Observing Chun Liang tirelessly sprinting across the field, Benitez felt he had discovered the key to continuing the rivalry with Barcelona. If he could lure Chun Liang over, he would require merely 2 seasons. No, just 1 season. Once Chun Liang had acclimatized, he could restore La Liga and Europe to the era of Madrid's dominance. At this moment, Chun Liang remained oblivious to the high expectations harbored by the opposing coach. Were he capable of reading minds, he would likely be leaping with excitement on the pitch. After all, it was Real Madrid. How many players could ever refuse such a club? Unless, of course, one was a Barcelona player. In stark contrast, Chun Liang's ambitions were grounded. His immediate goal was to perform admirably in this match and secure his position as a starter for Espanyol. The prospect of joining Real Madrid was far beyond his current thoughts. For him, the best outcome would be a victory for Espanyol. Even a draw would suffice. Despite Chun Liang's modest expectations for the match, the mere thought of Espanyol settling for a point would be inconceivable for Real Madrid. Last season, they had been overshadowed by Barcelona, and if the current Madrid side were unable to triumph over a relegation-threatened team, it would be a bitter pill to swallow for both fans and stars alike. Thus, as a player of a relegation-stricken team, Chun Liang felt little burden. He had no reason to feel anxious about the match's outcome, for even in defeat, he would not lose face. Captain Javier Lopez, positioned further back than Chun Liang, provided substantial support. He understood that Chun Liang's ball control might not impress the players of Real Madrid, hence he seldom passed to him. Instead, he called Esenche back to bolster passing options from the back line and encouraged Chun Liang to retreat after attacking to assist in defense. Lopez's experience was undeniably more extensive than that of the La Liga newcomer Chun Liang. Sergio observed Chun Liang's presence on the field, noting his performance remained steady following his goal. Aside from that moment of brilliance, he had yet to exhibit any further standout plays, nor had he committed any glaring errors due to nerves. This state of affairs pleased Sergio, who trusted Chun Liang not blindly. The Spanish media had speculated that Chun Liang might feel anxious against Real Madrid, a thought that had crossed Sergio's mind. He had a simple contingency plan. If Chun Liang faltered, he would pull him back, reinforcing the defense with 3 holding midfielders. After all, Chun Liang had shown promise in tackles and interceptions, but should his performance continue to wane, the substitutes, including CA and others, would soon begin to warm up. However, it seemed that contemplating substitutions was perhaps premature at this stage. Chun Liang's performance was nothing short of exceptional, garnering the admiration of all. As the match progressed, Javier Lopez gradually instructed Chun to retreat, allowing him to devote more energy to orchestrating passes from the midfield and launching attacks with long balls. With his vast experience in competitive play, Lopez understood that Chun's previous goal had a degree of fortune attached to it. Keeping Chun in the forward position not only deprived him of the ball, but also posed the risk of counterattacks due to precarious passing. It was more prudent to have him fall back to fortify the defense. Although long balls-initiated attacks had a lower success rate, they at least helped maintain the defensive structure, preventing vulnerabilities from emerging during ball transitions. After a brief adjustment following the conceded goal, Real Madrid regained control of the match's tempo. Their players effortlessly began to launch attacks, sending wave after wave toward the Espanyol penalty area. Bam! Modric pierced through the Espanyol defense with a precise diagonal long pass. Positioned within the box, Raul outmaneuvered two defenders and leapt high, directing the ball toward his side. Espanyol's goalkeeper, Paulo Lopez, barely had time to comprehend the trajectory of the ball before Raul dashed to the sidelines to perform his signature celebration. The cheers of Real Madrid fans erupted once more, intertwining with the shouts of Espanyol supporters. 2-1. Real Madrid had reclaimed the lead. Entering the halftime break with an advantageous position, the Espanyol players, faced with such a goal, felt increasingly powerless, not due to a loss of morale from this singular setback, but rather a profound realization of the disparity between themselves and a top-tier team. This tactical and technical gap could not be bridged by merely one or two goals. As the second half commenced, Real Madrid continued to exploit their technical superiority, overwhelming Espanyol. In the 72nd minute, Raul completed a hat-trick, while Benzema's close-range shot turned the match into a rout. Observing his team's significant deficit, Sergio on the sidelines remained composed, acutely aware of the chasm separating the two sides. Upon witnessing the frailty of the defense, a new idea began to take shape within him. In the face of such a formidable Real Madrid offense, it might be prudent to reconstruct the team's defensive strategy, as significant flaws had been exposed. Without reform, other coaches in the league would undoubtedly scrutinize the tapes to exploit Espanyol's weaknesses. Chun, drop back a bit, deploy 3 defensive midfielders, and engage more in defense. The outcome of the match was already a foregone conclusion. Yet, having witnessed Chun Liang's highlights in the attacking phase, Sergio was eager to see how he would perform defensively against the formidable offensive lineup of the Galticos. Thus, Lopez, Sanchez, and Chun Liang formed a resolute defensive line in midfield. Sanchez, endowed with a remarkable ability to cover the entire field, was liberated entirely after Chun Liang withdrew. While his advancing and passing skills may not be exceptional, his stamina is undeniably impressive. He truly became ubiquitous in midfield, although his passing may have lacked finesse. It is of little concern. The next match can feature the technically gifted Asensio up front, negating the need for a laborious midfield presence to disrupt the defense. Defensively, Sanchez's extensive sweeping effectively slowed Real Madrid's counterattacks, which sufficed. In Chapter 24, is there still suspense? After Sanchez completed his sweeping duties, any attacking players that slipped past would still be handled by Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez. Sanchez effectively served as the first line of defense in Espanyol's midfield. Ideally, he would intercept opponents immediately, but if he failed, it was of no consequence. Chun Liang could provide robust tackles to cover any gaps, while Xavi Lopez possessed a degree of interception ability, albeit with slightly slower recovery speed. However, within Sergio's tactical framework, Chun Liang could flawlessly compensate for this. Indeed, the adjusted Espanyol midfield managed to stifle Modric and Isco, allowing them few quality passes. Particularly, Chun Liang made 2 consecutive tackles within 10 minutes, nearly breaching Modric's defenses. Fearlessly aggressive, bolstered by his tackling skills, Chun Liang's defensive performances were commendably tenacious. However, Modric grew increasingly apprehensive. Chun Liang's direct tackling style nearly left him vulnerable, and instinctively, he began to reduce his forward passes. With Real Madrid already leading by a significant margin, the difference of one more goal became inconsequential, making it unnecessary to risk injury for the sake of scoring. It must be acknowledged that Sanchez's prior establishment as a key player in Espanyol's midfield is commendable. His stamina is remarkable, as he continued to weave and sweep throughout the second half, showing no signs of fatigue. When the midfield maestro from Real Madrid advanced the ball and encountered Sanchez, it was met with visible disdain. Although he might not possess the interception success rate of Casemiro, he could still effectively disturb and frustrate opponents. No matter where the ball carrier went, Sanchez would appear, leading to irritation for anyone facing such a player. Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez were also prudent, refraining from recklessly pressing forward. They adhered to Sergio's instructions, maintaining their positions within the defensive zone, responsible for providing support and protection on the flanks. Real Madrid's possession in front of Espanyol's penalty area was characterized by lateral passing, yet they struggled to find avenues for penetration. Modric, having narrowly evaded Sanchez's interference, advanced a few meters, only to be confronted by the figures of Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez. As for exploiting the flanks, while Espanyol's two fullbacks might falter, Chun Liang and Xavi Lopez were capable of offering defensive reinforcement on the sides. Despite trailing by 3 goals, Sergio was relatively satisfied with his team's defensive performance. In stark contrast, Benitez, whose team held the lead, was less than pleased. The Spaniards' midfield defense exceeded his expectations, although victory seemed assured. He pondered whether the next opponent might adopt his team's defensive strategy. The extensive coverage and vertical protection left Real Madrid's players at a loss. Furthermore, with a 3-goal lead, there was no need for them to risk injury in their pursuit of additional goals. As the Real Madrid players and coach Benitez grew somewhat distracted, they were abruptly interrupted by Sanchez's aggressive interception. Sanchez managed to seize the ball following Casemiro's momentary lapse, snatching it from behind him. Casemiro fell to the ground, shouting in frustration, yet the referee remained unresponsive. It was a beautifully executed tackle, with Sanchez promptly passing the ball to Xavi Lopez. Without lifting his head, Xavi Lopez sent a long pass towards Moreno. However, Pepe anticipated the play and managed to head the ball away. Just when the Espanyol fans thought the attack had fizzled out, Chun Liang unexpectedly appeared at the ball's landing spot. Initially intending to stop the ball, he caught sight of Modric closing in on him. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a precise backheel pass. This swift and accurate pass found Caicedo in a 3-meter gap ahead, providing him ample space to sprint forward. Simultaneously, Caicedo's forward partner swiftly followed suit, drawing away Real Madrid's defenders and affording Caicedo more options. At that moment, Sanchez, who had just completed his interception in the backfield, was making a remarkable effort to surge forward, showcasing his impressive stamina as he sprinted 30 to 40 meters to join the attack. Espanyol launched a rapid counterattack, causing the fans on the sidelines to feel a thrill of excitement. Faced with Ramos, Caicedo did not hesitate, aware of Ramos's formidable one-on-one capabilities. He directed the ball towards the center with the inside of his foot. Moreno aimed to poke the ball into the goal, but Pepe intervened, diving to deflect it with his toe. The ball was nudged to the penalty spot, and at that moment, the unmarked Sanchez seized the opportunity. Poised to capitalize on the golden chance. Holding his breath, he adjusted his stance and gently nudged the ball towards the bottom corner of the goal with the inside of his foot. Despite Navas's desperate dive to save, the ball slipped through his armpit and into the net. This was a flawless counterattack, undoubtedly. Benitez and his assistant stood in stunned silence, a stark contrast to the jubilant Espanyol bench nearby, leaving onlookers to wonder if Espanyol had taken the lead. To score 2 goals against Real Madrid at home is, for the supporters of Espanyol, a result that can be deemed acceptable. Sanchez's goal ignited a flicker of hope in the eyes of the coach, Sergio, who gestured towards his players, urging them with a fervent shout, "Play with all your might. Even if we lose, it matters not." The assistant coach, Freak, joined in the celebration, waving to signal the players to seize the final opportunity and give it their all. Sanchez, fully aware that the success of his goal was largely attributed to Chun Liang's efforts, exchanged a quick high-five with him before sprinting towards the center circle with the ball in hand. "Come, let us fight with all our strength." Sanchez's goal invigorated the spirits of the Espanyol team, with Captain Javier Lopez rallying his teammates with an encouraging wave. As the match approached the 87th minute, facing the mighty Galacticos, Espanyol showcased their indomitable spirit, embodying a tenacity that dared to confront any formidable adversary. Time continued to slip away, and Real Madrid's midfielders could no longer afford to be complacent, their lead now reduced to a mere 2 goals. Lopez, as usual, delivered a long pass to forward Moreno, who this time did not receive the ball centrally but veered towards the flank, seeking to evade the imposing presence of Pepe and Ramos. Fortune smiled upon him as, upon receiving Lopez's diagonal pass, Moreno deftly maneuvered past the defending Marcelo with a series of touches on the edge of the penalty area. Chapter 25. Glory in defeat. The bewildered Marcelo, having been outmaneuvered, rashly opted for a tackle, but in that fleeting moment as he fell, regret washed over him. for he saw Moreno advance into the penalty area. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. A penalty. Espanyol was awarded a chance to score. Real Madrid supporters, sensing the shift, rose from their seats, unleashing a chorus of boos to pressure the referee. Yet, it was a futile endeavor, for in the realm of football, the referee's vision is paramount. Moreno, the architect of the penalty, confidently seized the ball, carefully treading over the grass at the penalty spot. Following the referee's signal, he took a few steps back and calmly converted the penalty. 4-3. Espanyol began to apply pressure on Real Madrid. The crowd erupted with joy, with some fans moved to tears. In the face of the Galacticos' formidable presence, the relegation-threatened supporters could scarcely hope for a better outcome. They witnessed a rejuvenated Espanyol, a team brimming with promise. After scoring, Moreno forewent the customary celebration, swiftly clutching the ball and racing back to the center circle, urging the Real Madrid players to resume play. At this very moment, the players of Real Madrid seemed somewhat bewildered, their minds clouded with confusion. They realized that even they, who were typically invincible, could experience fear of making mistakes, fear of conceding goals. This sense of tension and anxiety was typically reserved for the Champions League finals. Yet now, facing a relegation-threatened team, they found themselves gripped by apprehension. The players of Espanyol charged at the Real Madrid players like soldiers possessed by a fervent zeal, their shouts echoing as the match commenced. Although the game was not particularly aesthetically pleasing and they trailed in score, even the most discerning Espanyol fans were filled with tolerance and hope for this spirited team. When the referee blew the final whistle, the fans of Espanyol generously bestowed enthusiastic applause upon their team. The players cast regretful glances toward the Real Madrid goal, with even some defenders lamenting that had they conceded one less goal, they might have secured a point against their illustrious opponents. Meanwhile, the Real Madrid players exhaled with relief. Yet they felt no inclination to celebrate their victory, as it was a triumph that felt somewhat unacceptable. This was not the quintessential Real Madrid victory. They should have concluded the suspense of the match with a flurry of goals long before the referee's whistle. Given another 20 minutes, they could scarcely fathom the outcome that might have unfolded. Nonetheless, they emerged as the ultimate victors. The match concluded with Real Madrid securing 3 points at Espanyol's home ground. Though their victory was far from the effortless triumph they had envisioned, I believe that every Real Madrid player left the field unsatisfied with their performance today. Congratulations are in order for their victory, and we also extend our commendations to the players of Espanyol, particularly the young talent Chen Liang from Huaxia, who once again dazzled us with a goal, delivering an exhilarating football spectacle. This is a resilient team, a band of warriors imbued with fighting spirit. Their performance at the beginning of this season has certainly taken many by surprise, as they were among the favorites for relegation prior to the season's commencement. Chen Liang has proven himself with outstanding displays, and it is evident that he has even more potential to showcase as the La Liga season unfolds. Let us eagerly anticipate his future performances. Well, dear viewers, this concludes our broadcast for today. Join us next week on Geelong Sports for more of Chen Liang's exploits. Farewell. As Jean Jun delivered his closing remarks, the director reminded him that the broadcast had ended. He removed his microphone and sighed, having witnessed countless matches. He could distinctly sense the brilliance of this encounter. The suspense did not dissipate prematurely. The performance of Espanyol retained the intrigue until the very end. At this thought, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jean Jun's eyes as he removed his microphone, shedding the mantle of commentator, sharing the quiet anticipation for Chen Liang's performance next week. Much like many fans from Huaxia, at the edge of the pitch, Sergio approached and exchanged a brief handshake with Benitez. Congratulations, well done. Sergio politely extended his hand. You played well. I look forward to our next encounter. Benitez responded succinctly, still haunted by the events of the match. One by one, players made their way toward the tunnel, with many Espanyol players engaging in light conversation with their Real Madrid counterparts along the way. Chen Liang felt somewhat fatigued. It was his first time enduring such an intense match. Just as he prepared to rest, he unexpectedly spotted a somewhat familiar face. Casemiro, who would later become one of the legendary trio of midfielders at Real Madrid, approached him. Your goal was spectacular. I believe you will grace a larger stage in the future. Shall we exchange jerseys as a memento? Casemiro said with a smile, already having removed his own jersey. Absolutely. Chen Liang nodded, then took off his jersey and handed it to Casemiro, adding, I hope we can face each other again in the future. Ha ha. I look forward to it. Until next time. Casemiro accepted Chen Liang's jersey, waved goodbye, and departed. The Espanyol fans on the sidelines continued their jubilant celebrations, resembling victors as they jumped and danced in the stands, many even removing their shirts and waving them in the air. For them, achieving such a performance against Real Madrid was utterly unexpected. One might argue that the Espanyol players were lacking in skill, yet every fan could see that their players had fought valiantly for victory. With such a result and process, what was there to complain about? In stark contrast, the Real Madrid fans were far from pleased. Their dissatisfaction with Coach Benitez was palpable, with some fans reminiscing about Ancelotti. Benitez must go. We want Ancelotti. Benitez, leave the Bernabeu. With such a performance, you do not deserve the position at Real Madrid. Stubborn Benitez, I never want to see you again. It must be noted that although the team won, the role of Real Madrid's coach is fraught with pressure. No one can remain comfortably secure in such a position, as winning must also be accompanied by style. Chapter 26. Countering with victory thus concluded the confrontation with Real Madrid. Although Espanyol lost their first match of the new season, the Daily Sports would no longer dare to mock their neighbors, for they had indeed played commendably. For the Espanyol players, this was a crucial hurdle to overcome. The team's inherent weakness meant that securing 2 victories at the season's start exceeded their expectations. No one could realistically expect a string of consecutive wins. Such an occurrence was improbable, and no one harbored such lofty hopes. However, the coach, Sergio, was quite satisfied with the spirit and determination exhibited by his team. On the journey back on the bus, he observed the somewhat disappointed players. Sergio clapped his hands and said, "All right, we have performed admirably. I hope everyone remembers this feeling of defeat and returns to train diligently. A single loss is inconsequential. We must focus on ourselves. I understand that recent media coverage may have influenced you, but consider whether you have devoted your utmost attention to the game. If you have, then there is no reason for regret. The football field ultimately yields only one victor, yet victory merely defines the strength of our abilities. It does not define our failures. What is even more promising is that we have glimpsed numerous possibilities for the future. Despite the defensive errors, we have undeniably demonstrated the capability to challenge any team. I wish to emphasize that, even if the outcome was not satisfactory, we have not let anyone down, including ourselves." Upon concluding his speech, Sergio returned to his seat, and the expressions of the players subtly shifted. Each individual's thoughts began to evolve. If the previous 2 consecutive victories had brought them joy and elation, this defeat provided them with profound introspection. The score of 4-3 revealed to them that if they united as a cohesive team, they could indeed contend with formidable opponents. The desire to fight ignited fervently within many players as they envisioned future encounters with their city rivals, Barcelona, and other illustrious teams such as Atletico Madrid. The following day, coverage of this match began circulating throughout European football, and the thrilling clash between Espanyol and Real Madrid seemed to capture even greater attention. On one hand, Espanyol exhibited a bravery that made Real Madrid appear hesitant. On the other hand, the media commenced speculating about the potential dismissal of Real Madrid's coach, Benitez. Coach Sergio granted the players a day off, yet Chen Liang chose not to rest. He reserved his leisure for the afternoon and spent the morning practicing his shooting on the training ground. The reason was simple. He aspired to grow stronger. It must be noted that on the training field, he once again experienced the might of the system. With a training enhancement of 30, Chen Liang clearly felt an elevation in his training efficacy. For instance, following several successful strikes, his shooting attributes surged remarkably, climbing from 53 to 61 in less than a month, a pace of improvement that was nothing short of astonishing. After training, Chen Liang returned home to enjoy a refreshing shower. The afternoon was designated for his rest, and while lying on his bed, he picked up his phone and began to surf the internet. He possessed a little-known account on social media, devoid of any content about himself, simply named Liang Liang, his childhood nickname. Chen Liang was acutely aware that he might currently be under the scrutiny of many, yet he preferred not to expose himself prematurely to the cameras. On one hand, he needed more time to enhance his skills, leaving little opportunity to engage with the media. On the other hand, he is rather indifferent to commercial operations and marketing, for he is not in want of financial resources. Initially, Chen Liang encountered comments from Espanyol fans and domestic supporters on social media, most of which celebrated the team's performance or applauded his goals. However, as he continued to scroll, less favorable remarks began to catch his eye. I had mentioned long ago that such opinions were merely fleeting. I had anticipated they would endure a bit longer, yet they have now begun to falter. Although the scores were close, losing is still losing. If they were to score 2 more goals, it would merely be a result of Real Madrid's leniency. Against such a formidable opponent, Espanyol had little chance of triumph. Presently, they find themselves in 4th place on the league table. If you revisit my earlier comments, you will find I had foreseen their descent, for the relegation zone is where they truly belong. In truth, differing voices on the internet are quite normal. Many individuals may not have even watched the match, merely glancing at highlights before posting comments, or they might simply have seen a score and commented on social media. This is unavoidable. After all, many people, when discussing Espanyol with friends before the season, believe that merely surviving relegation would be commendable, and they are reluctant to witness Espanyol's impressive performance. This indicates a narrow-mindedness on their part, suggesting they lack a genuine understanding of the game. No fan wishes to admit their ignorance about football. Thus, upon seeing Espanyol lose to Real Madrid, they exhale in relief and proceed to leave such comments online. However, Chun Leong cannot accept this. He feels more acutely than anyone the hard-earned nature of that scoreline, a result born from the relentless efforts of himself and his teammates. Gripping his phone tightly, he began to leave comments from his own account. Did you not see Espanyol's 3 goals? If Real Madrid truly eased up, how could Espanyol have scored 3? It matters not if you do not believe in this team. They will prove you wrong with their performance. On social media, Leong quickly became active, engaging in a spirited exchange with numerous netizens. You truly are a loyal hound of Espanyol. You are not one of their players. How can you assert they will silence me with their performance? What are those 3 goals? They still lost. Chun Leong gazed at these replies, inhaled deeply, and then shut off his phone. He suddenly felt it unnecessary to engage in debate with such individuals, to silence them entirely. The only recourse is to continue accumulating points in the upcoming matches, to validate everything with an unbroken string of victories. This, indeed, is the true voice of competitive sports. It is the most potent form of rebuttal. With this thought in mind, Chun Leong cast his phone aside and turned his attention to the training plan for the following day. Ever since the system enhancement, his training time has become incredibly precious. He must make the most of every moment, ensuring he does not disappoint those who admire him. Chapter 27. Additional dribbling practice following the clash with Real Madrid. Many Espanyol fans were filled with exhilaration, and the reason for their excitement was quite simple. They vaguely sensed that the Asian player donning the number 28 jersey bore a striking resemblance to their former legendary captain, Hanek. This was particularly evident in his crisp and decisive tackles in midfield, coupled with the mesmerizing back foot passes he executed. Thus, after the match, as Chun Leong concluded his holiday and made his way towards the training facility with a backpack slung over his shoulders, a group of over a dozen Espanyol fans suddenly surged forth. With cameras in hand, they eagerly sought autographs and photographs with him. The unexpected throng startled Chun Leong. And just at that moment, a vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the facility, honking twice. Seizing the opportunity while the fans were momentarily distracted, Chun Leong swiftly slipped into the car. The fervor of the fans was astonishing, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he glanced at those still tapping on the windows. At the wheel, Captain Javier Lopez was laughing heartily. Ha, Chun, you must adapt. You are now a household name in this city, he chuckled. Upon returning to the locker room, Chun Leong observed his teammates changing out of their jerseys. When Caicedo spotted him, he exclaimed, "Who has arrived?" "Oh, it's the one whose back foot shot pierced Real Madrid's goal." Chun Leong rolled his eyes, finding Caicedo's expression rather exaggerated. Sanchez approached with a smile, patting Chun Leong on the shoulder. "Chun, the entire Spanish media is buzzing about you. Your performance against Real Madrid has been nothing short of exceptional." Chun Leong shook his head, responding, "When I inevitably make a mistake one day, they will be quick to condemn me. That's the media. They write what captivates the audience." Sanchez winked, "Yet they are calling you Espanyol's shining new star." Opening his locker to retrieve his training jersey, Chun Leong remarked, "There are many emerging stars in the world of football, but few endure until the end. Hence, I remain skeptical of such praise." With that, having changed into his gear, he strode purposefully toward the exit. "Wait, where are you going?" "To warm up. Training hasn't started yet." "My training has already commenced." Chun Leong's voice echoed down the corridor. As he stepped onto the training pitch, jogging to warm up, he reflected on the match against Real Madrid. In truth, he had encountered some minor issues during the game. Although these were overshadowed by his goal, they still required resolution. For instance, in the previous match against Real Madrid, he had revealed deficiencies in his dribbling skills. Naturally, his flamboyant back foot shot concealed these shortcomings at the time. In 1 or 2 matches, He could leverage the opponent's unfamiliarity with him to deliver commendable performances. However, as the season progressed, an increasing number of scouts would analyze his game footage, and eventually, his dribbling deficiencies would inevitably come to light. Dribbling, for a football player, is far more than the mere act of carrying the ball. The myriad of dribbling techniques allows one to evade an opponent through variations in rhythm or to overpower them with sheer speed. But how should Chen Liang make his choice? His Marseille roulette, augmented by skill, is executed with finesse. However, it is only a matter of time before his opponents decipher this move. Contemplating this, an image of the previous match, where Luo executed a bicycle kick, suddenly surfaced in his mind. The bicycle kick, though simple in execution, is notoriously difficult to predict, rendering it an excellent method for evasion. With this thought, Chen Liang lifted his gaze and spotted Sanchez approaching the training ground. "Come on, Sanchez, defend against me." Chen Liang beckoned Sanchez over. Sanchez quickly grasped Chen Liang's intention. He retrieved a football from his bag and passed it to Chen Liang, saying, "No problem. This is also my forte. Let us give it a try." Chen Liang nodded, observing Sanchez as he lowered his center of gravity. He nudged the ball forward and surged towards Sanchez, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Sanchez extended his foot just as Chen Liang was about to attempt the bicycle kick, poking the ball away. Chen Liang's foot caught on Sanchez's, sending him stumbling perilously close to falling. "You were too close. There wasn't enough time for the bicycle kick. Try again from a distance." Sanchez produced another ball and passed it to Chen Liang. This time, Chen Liang controlled the ball with a slower pace, meticulously managing the distance between them, and once again faced Sanchez to attempt the bicycle kick. Thud. Another successful interception by Sanchez. "Your speed is insufficient. I have ample time to intercept." Again. Thud. This time your movement was quick, but your center of gravity did not follow suit. Once more. Thud. This was better, but you failed to deceive my center of gravity. Try again. Thus, Chen Liang was repeatedly thwarted by Sanchez's ruthless interceptions, his stumbling figure appearing increasingly disheveled. "Your bicycle kick routine is far too predictable, resembling a preordained script, lacking any variation. Even Sergio could intercept you with such a pattern." Again. Chen Liang nodded, beads of sweat unwittingly gathering on his forehead. With renewed determination, he charged towards Sanchez once more. A week passed in this manner, aside from regular training. Chen Liang often enlisted Sanchez for extra sessions focused on dribbling and evasion. Each day after training, they would engage in dribbling exercises. On September 20th, Espanyol faced Real Sociedad away. In contrast to their previous encounter with Real Madrid, this matchup promised to be somewhat less daunting for the players of Espanyol. Chen Liang's last goal against Real Madrid earned him the trust of coach Sergio, who once again included Sanchez, Chen Liang, and Javi Lopez in the starting lineup, with the only change being the substitution of forward Moreno for Asensio. Unfortunately, Asensio was subject to a clause that prevented him from playing in the previous match against Real Madrid. Although Real Sociedad is somewhat weaker compared to Real Madrid, Chen Liang sensed something amiss from the very start of the match. The number 4 midfielder, Illarramendi, was persistently shadowing him. When Javi Lopez passed the ball to him, Chen Liang intended to use a Marseille turn to shake off Illarramendi, only to find that the latter was already prepared, swiftly positioning himself to intercept, resulting in a loss of possession. It was evident that Real Sociedad's coach, Moyes, had meticulously studied Chen Liang's style. He had sequestered himself in the video room for an entire day to analyze Chen Liang's characteristics. Quickly discerning that Chen Liang relied solely on the Marseille turn to evade defenders. What does this imply? It suggests that he possessed but a single trick. Chapter 28. Tactical arrangement. Upon reaching this conclusion, Moyes could no longer suppress the smile that crept to the corners of his mouth. Such a one-dimensional player was exceedingly easy to handle. Consequently, today's tactical arrangement focused on employing Illarramendi to specifically mark Chen Liang, ensuring that he would have minimal opportunities to receive the ball throughout the match. This strategy would later be mirrored by Manchester United's Herrera in his encounters with Chelsea's core player, Hazard. The experienced Illarramendi was perfectly suited to counter the fledgling Chen Liang. Moyes stood at the sidelines, notebook in hand, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Liang. He aimed to validate his hypothesis through this match. It seemed that Chen Liang was indeed encountering some difficulties. 15 minutes into the game had passed, yet his chances to possess the ball remained scarce. In the Jalong Sports live broadcast room, commentator Jean Jun's gaze was unwavering on the screen as he remarked, "He is indeed facing some challenges." Indeed, Chun Liang was being closely marked by Illarramendi, the number 4 player from Real Sociedad. Since joining the first team, Chun Liang had grown accustomed to the absence of one-on-one marking, rarely facing immediate challenges to his possession. He could easily receive the ball, assess the situation on the field, and decide whether to shoot or pass. Even if confronted by an opposing player, he could typically rely on the Marseille turn to extricate himself from the situation. However, today was an entirely different scenario. His adversaries had evidently prepared thoroughly, rendering his previously dependable skills ineffective under the stringent one-on-one defensive arrangement. Asensio had found space and received the ball. Jean Jun's voice rose slightly, attempting to rouse the drowsy fans in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast, most fans from Huaxia had come to witness Chun Liang's performance. However, opportunities for him to receive the ball were exceedingly rare. It was now 3 in the morning, and to rouse the drowsy spirits of the Huaxia fans, he could only resort to such means. As Asensio darted into an open space, Chun Liang swiftly positioned himself alongside, gesturing for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Asensio promptly passed the ball to him. Chun Liang observed as the ball rolled towards him, stepping forward in preparation to receive and turn with it. Just then, he felt a sudden impact from the side, and another player swiftly intercepted the ball. Spotting the conspicuous number 4, Chun Liang recognized it was the tenacious Illarramendi. This collision cost him the opportunity to receive the ball, allowing Illarramendi to snatch it away. Alas, this marked the 5th time Chin had failed to secure the ball in this match. The Espanyol fans in the stands shook their heads. Dear viewers, I believe Chun Liang has left us with indelible memories from the past few matches. His performances had been remarkable. Yet now, facing the seasoned Illarramendi, he finds himself in a predicament due to his relative lack of experience. Frustration welled within him. Why must Illarramendi be such a nuisance? Hang in there, Chun. Just a bit faster. Initially, it was thought that Real Sociedad would prove less formidable than the previous encounters with Real Madrid, and with his stellar performance against them, the Huaxia fans held high hopes for him. Yet, unexpectedly, Moyes had devised such a targeted tactical approach against him. The frequent interceptions of Chun Liang's attempts began to reveal signs of a midfield in disarray for Espanyol, as Real Sociedad's offensive onslaught grew increasingly fierce. Why pass to him when it's clear he's being marked so tightly? I understand Chun performed commendably in the last match, but evidently, he has become the focus of their strategy. In the media section, numerous reporters noted this development, their fingers dancing over their laptops in a flurry of notes. Especially Rahman from the Daily Sports, who carried an air of schadenfreude. I told you, Huaxia players simply cannot play well. He has merely been fortunate with a few decent performances. If I were Sergio, I would have substituted him ages ago. Rahman was quite exhilarated at this moment, sharing his opinions animatedly with his colleagues. Illarramendi observed Chun Liang, who was panting not far away. For the past several minutes, Chan had been tirelessly running in search of openings, while the experienced Illarramendi effortlessly anticipated his receiving moments, intercepting the ball with ease. Illarramendi felt a twinge of sympathy, as it was evident that Chun Liang was struggling immensely, to the point where securing even a single touch of the ball had become an arduous endeavor. Chun Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, then, panting heavily, cast a glance towards the sidelines. Fortunately, the 4th official showed no intention of substituting him. It would indeed be humiliating to be replaced after merely a few minutes on the pitch. Not far away, Illarramendi, tasked with marking him, displayed considerable experience, rendering Chin's efforts to receive the ball futile, as it appeared the opponent was determined to challenge him. But what could he do? Surrender? Approach Sergio to request a substitution? No. After much effort, he had finally secured a place in the starting lineup, and he would not relinquish it easily. The system was undeniably effective, but its current offerings were limited to just a back-footed skill and a Marseille turn. Yet, both techniques had been thoroughly analyzed by his opponent. Illarramendi shadowed him closely, making it impossible for Chin to execute the Marseille turn, and without evasion, he could not pass the ball. With both strategies laid bare, he had no choice but to rely on his own abilities. He pondered that even if the opposing team did not target him in this match, they would certainly scrutinize him in the next. This was a challenge every player faced on their journey through football. If he could not overcome it, he would gradually fade from the starting roster, perhaps even be relegated from the first team entirely. Damn it, he had worked tirelessly to reach this point. Having just entered the starting lineup and still not established himself, he could not allow himself to be cast aside. Chun Liang considered that since Moyes had focused attention on him, there would surely be vulnerabilities elsewhere on the field. After all, Football is a game of 11 against 11. If one player is added, another must be diminished. This was a mathematical principle even an elementary school student could grasp. With this in mind, he decided to exploit that opportunity. Chen Liang raised his hand once more, signaling to his teammates for the ball. However, despite his raised arm, the ball was not passed to him. His frequent turnovers had made his teammates hesitant. Had they not chased back tirelessly, Real Sociedad might have already scored. Chapter 29. A surprising gap within the Espanyol first team. Although Chen Liang had earned the trust of his teammates and was acknowledged as a player worthy of a starting position, there remained a significant difference between being a first-team player and a core member of the squad, particularly in this match, where he had scarcely touched the ball. His teammates gradually became reluctant to pass to him. Time ticked away, and by the 21st minute, Chen had yet to receive a single pass. It seemed his teammates were losing faith in him, though this could hardly be blamed on them, as Chen's performance had indeed been subpar. A fan of Espanyol in the stands remarked on the situation. Yet, Chen Liang appeared unfazed by his teammates' refusal to pass. He was focused on his own thoughts and, seizing the moment when the ball was kicked out of play, made his way directly to Asensio. "Ah Xiao, I will signal you shortly." At that moment, "You shall sprint into the open space." "Do you know how to run into the open space?" Asensio nearly choked on his frustration upon hearing these words. "When I was playing in La Liga, you were still playing with your toys." "What signal?" Chen Liang blinked, contorting his face into an exaggerated expression. Asensio was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Chen Liang to make such an unattractive face. "What are you trying to do?" Asensio inquired, his face a picture of confusion. Just as Chen Liang was about to respond, he noticed a Real Sociedad player approaching them. He shook his head and said, "Just ignore it. Just watch for my signal later." With that, Chen Liang retreated to his position. In the 25th minute of the match, Espanyol finally launched a long-awaited offensive. The ball was passed around with precision until it reached the front line, where Asensio stood poised at the edge of the penalty area, ready to receive the ball. Suddenly, he saw Chen Liang making that hideous face again. He realized that this was Chen Liang's signal. After making the expression, Chen Liang raised his hand toward his teammates, prompting a collective sigh from the crowd, who anticipated that this attack would soon falter. Asensio, upon seeing Chen Liang's expression, had no time to ponder its meaning. Instinctively, he dashed toward the open space as the ball rolled toward Chen Liang. Just as Illaramendi prepared to intercept the ball, he noticed something peculiar about Chen Liang's posture, which did not appear to be one of receiving. As he pondered this, Chen Liang suddenly spread his legs apart, allowing the ball to pass through them. Illaramendi, caught off guard, watched helplessly as the ball rolled past his feet. When Jean Jun, the reporters, and the Espanyol fans witnessed Chen Liang's unexpected pass, they stood frozen in disbelief. Had Chen Liang made a mistake, or was it a deliberate play? Just then, they saw Asensio sprinting into the open space, ready to receive the ball. As he turned to face the goal, he found himself completely unmarked. This was a calculated maneuver by Chen Liang, a perfect deception that fooled all the Real Sociedad players. Jean Jun was the first to react, shouting loudly. Chen Liang had drawn the defense away and cleverly let the ball slip to Asensio, who received it unchallenged. This was a golden opportunity for Espanyol. What just happened? On the bench, assistant coach Freak was left dumbfounded by Chen Liang's play, instinctively rising from his seat. "What a beautiful pass. Go, Liang," shouted a fan in the stands, who also bore an Asian visage, fervently cheering for Chen Liang. The remaining Espanyol fans were rendered utterly speechless by the astonishing turn of events. Illaramendi, closest to Chen Liang, was particularly taken aback. He had been shadowing Chen closely, yet suddenly, Chen let the ball slip through his grasp. As the ball reached Asensio, he was momentarily bewildered by how it had come to him, astonished by Chen's method of play. However, instinctively, he regained his composure, turning to face the goal. Despite the tumult of emotions within, he remained focused on his objective, to drive the ball into the net and end Espanyol's streak of unfavorable results. Remarkably, he succeeded. Upon turning to see Asensio receiving the ball, Chen was filled with elation. Wasn't Real Sociedad there solely to mark him? This oversight provided an opportunity, just as he had anticipated. As the defenders of Real Sociedad scrambled towards Asensio, he deftly passed the ball back to himself, creating an exquisite 1-2 play that culminated in a goal. It was a flawless strategy. Chen, brimming with pride, dashed towards the goal, glancing back at Asensio and suggesting he could pass the ball over. Yet before he could finish his thought, Asensio struck the ball with precision, sending it into the net. This was not the expected outcome. When Asensio scored, The initial sound from the Espanyol stands was not one of jubilation, but rather of incredulous murmurs. Had Chen somehow attained divine insight? What had transpired? Were they all simply inebriated? Fans exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what they had just witnessed. After a brief period of speculation, the stands erupted in a chorus of cheers, for Espanyol had taken the lead. Asensio. Fans on the sidelines began to chant the name of the goal scorer. Amidst the thunderous applause, Sergio stood at the touchline, replaying Chen's momentary lapse in his mind countless times. In the realm of European football, evaluating a player's prowess extends beyond mere physicality and technique for European coaches. Awareness and football intelligence hold equal significance, particularly for a midfielder like Chen Liang. Asensio's goal, born from Chen's remarkable oversight, was a simple affair for him: to find the open space, collect the ball, and score. No one had anticipated Chen's acute perception to seize that fleeting opportunity. It was nothing short of perfection. Jean Jun continued to eloquently elucidate the brilliance of this goal to the viewers in the broadcast. In essence, it could be distilled to a simple truth. This goal was 80 to 90% the result of Chen Liang's contribution. The director decided to replay Asensio's goal, particularly emphasizing the moment Chen allowed the ball to pass. Chapter 30. Surely it must be a fluke. How did he discover this gap? Some fans remain perplexed by Chen Liang's apparent oversight, although the result was a flawless collaboration. The question lingers: was this goal a product of his conscious intention or merely a stroke of luck? If it was indeed accidental, then Chen Liang has certainly stumbled upon fortune today. However, if he actively identified this opening, a subtle blush crept upon the cheeks of several Espanyol supporters, as many held a stereotypical view of Chinese players being of lesser football intelligence. Yet this moment stirred a sense of shame within them. After scoring, Asensio spread his arms wide and took a few steps around the cheering crowd before turning to Chen Liang. While the origin of Chen Liang's inspiration for this move remained unclear, it was evident that his oversight had played a significant role in the goal. What a splendid miss. Chen, surely it was a fluke? His teammates rushed over, gathering to celebrate the achievement. Yet, Chen Liang felt somewhat unappreciated. He had intended to shoot himself, but was outmaneuvered by Asensio, who had seized the opportunity to strike first. You should have passed it back to me earlier. As the goalkeeper was already advancing, it was an open goal, he remarked. The group paused momentarily before realizing the truth. This lad had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Many breathed a sigh of relief. If he had intentionally let the ball pass as if guided by divine vision, such astonishing football intelligence would have left them questioning the very nature of reality. Teammates patted Chen Liang on the head, but Asensio held a different view. He had been alerted by Chen Liang earlier, who had directed him to the space, indicating that the oversight was deliberate, aimed at exploiting the gap. Perhaps Chen Liang intended for Asensio to return the ball to him for an exquisite 1-2 combination. Regardless, this player from the football wilderness was certainly not a mere fluke. Amidst an otherwise lackluster performance, he maintained remarkable composure and insight. Reflecting on the fact that he had only recently joined the first team at the season's onset and begun to engage with top-tier league play, Asensio was struck by a daunting realization as he observed Chen Liang being embraced by teammates. This lad was undeniably gifted, perhaps even possessing greater talent than many young prodigies he had encountered at Real Madrid. After a jubilant celebration among the Espanyol players, they returned to their half of the pitch at the referee's behest. Meanwhile, the players of Real Sociedad remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how Chen Liang had so unexpectedly let the ball slip through. Just last week, during preparations for this match, Real Sociedad's coach had convened a meeting specifically to discuss how to contain the exceptionally performing Chen Liang. Moyes meticulously analyzed Chen Liang's strengths and weaknesses, emphasizing the need to closely mark him and deny him any opportunity to receive the ball. According to the analysis conducted by Moyes' coaching staff, Chen Liang is a player capable of delivering a few commendable passes, yet he lacks ball control, particularly in dribbling. Such a player, when closely marked and deprived of the comfort to possess the ball, becomes nearly irrelevant to the match. Thus, Illaramendi devoted the entire game to shadowing Chen Liang. But he was utterly unprepared for the young player's cunning maneuver, as Chen Liang deliberately let the ball slip past him, allowing Asensio to score. The recent goal conceded left the players of Real Sociedad feeling immensely frustrated. Chen Liang's unexpected and subtle feint was akin to a divine revelation. As they processed the event, all the members of Real Sociedad could think was that this young man must have been merely lucky, beyond attributing it to sheer chance. They struggled to find a rationale that conformed to their understanding of football's laws. Being outpaced by such an unorthodox goal was intolerable for Real Sociedad. Consequently, following the commencement of the match, Chun Liang noted that Real Sociedad had intensified their offensive efforts, launching a fervent assault on the Espanyol goal in an attempt to equalize the score swiftly. It can be said that Chun Liang's earlier slip ignited their fighting spirit, yet it also led them to lose their composure. Moreover, it was not solely the players on the field who lost their rationality. Their coach, David Moyes, did as well. His meticulous study of Chun Liang prior to the match was evident within the first 20 minutes, as Chun Liang scarcely touched the ball, resulting in Espanyol's lackluster performance. This alleviated considerable pressure on Real Sociedad's goal, and with decades of coaching experience, Moyes believed that devising a strategy to counter Chun Liang required no intricate planning. He could readily identify the opponent's weaknesses and apply a well-established method to neutralize such players. However, he was utterly taken aback when the young man, through sheer luck, breached Real Sociedad's meticulously constructed defense. Moyes had even anticipated that Chun Liang would attempt another shot with the outside of his foot, prompting him to conduct specialized positioning training for the goalkeeper. Yet, no one foresaw that the young man would be so fortunate. For Moyes, allowing such a stroke of luck to undermine his previously targeted strategy was absolutely unacceptable. In that moment, he lost his composure, unable to think clearly. He was determined to win this match and convey to Chun Liang that a single stroke of fortune meant little. With such thoughts racing through his mind, veins bulged on Moyes' forehead as he urged his players to press forward significantly, leaving Chun Liang behind. Real Sociedad, being stronger than a relegation-threatened team like Espanyol and having experienced the Champions League several times, quickly pushed Espanyol back into their half with wave after wave of relentless attacks. The fervent fans erupted into a tremendous roar with each surge of their team, rallying behind their players. The team's performance ignited a glimmer of hope for an equalizer, fueling their chants with renewed vigor. They believed it would not be long before Real Sociedad leveled the score. However, beneath the facade of this promising situation lay a lurking crisis. As the match reached the 37th minute, Real Sociedad's consecutive shots threatened the Espanyol goal, elevating the spirits of their supporters to unprecedented heights. Waves of encouragement echoed in Chun Liang's ears as the corner kick was swiftly taken. Just as the hopeful Real Sociedad fans envisioned the soaring ball nestling into the Espanyol net, goalkeeper Paulo Lopez unexpectedly punched the ball out of the penalty area. As the ball descended closer to him, David Moyes on the sidelines finally sprang into action. At that moment, Illarramendi remained in the penalty area, while Chun Liang found himself utterly unmarked. This was precisely the moment that the young player had been eagerly anticipating. Chapter 31. The bicycle kick. Moyes dashed to the edge of the field, shouting at the Real Sociedad players to quickly retreat. The players on the pitch, upon noticing Chun Liang about to receive the ball, responded accordingly. No sooner had Chun Liang gained possession than a Real Sociedad player rushed to close him down, preventing him from easily turning or calmly distributing the ball. Although the chances of winning the ball back were slim, simply obstructing his movement would suffice. Meanwhile, other Real Sociedad players sprinted back toward their half with all their might. The vast expanse left unguarded by Caicedo during the corner kick was perfectly set up for the two of them. The Real Sociedad players returned to defend like a tide. But rather than swarm Chun Liang like a hive of bees, they adopted a strategic approach, with some pressuring and others tracking back. Chun Liang attempted to pass the ball amid the pressure, but it proved somewhat challenging. Just as the ball reached Javi Lopez, the majority of Real Sociedad players had already positioned themselves defensively. Their effort to retreat was palpable. Each player sprinted as if pursued by a ravenous wolf. Seeing no opportunity for a swift counterattack, Javi Lopez refrained from hastily advancing the ball. Instead, he opted to reorganize the attack, gradually inching forward, confident in their possession and their lead. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chun Liang approaching him, signaling for the ball. Whether Chun Liang's previous slip was a stroke of luck was debatable, yet it was evident that Javi Lopez was now more willing to pass to him than before. Observing the absence of defenders behind Chun Liang, Javi Lopez returned the ball to him. As the football rolled toward him, Chun Liang did not halt its trajectory, but instead pivoted along with it, seamlessly completing his turn without the need to stop the ball. Once again, he found himself facing the goal of Real Sociedad. His gaze instinctively fell upon Illarramendi as he deftly controlled the ball, locking eyes with his opponent, a silent declaration of intent. Chun Havilapez observed Chun Liang's actions, instinctively wishing to intervene. After all, impulsiveness is the bane of the football pitch. Chun Liang's actions could jeopardize the hard-earned goal of Espanyol. Should he falter, possession would swiftly shift to Real Sociedad, igniting yet another offensive threat. At this moment, three solid defensive lines loomed before Chun Liang. David Moyes, the head coach of Real Sociedad, exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the young lad might have executed a precise through ball, potentially widening the scoreline, an outcome that would certainly dampen his spirits. However, with all three lines of defense now firmly in place, Moyes was skeptical that Chun Liang could navigate past all 11 players on the field. Indeed, Chun Liang had no intention of dribbling past every single one of Real Sociedad's players. His primary objective was to surpass Illarramendi. This was not a matter of pride. During the first half, Illarramendi had harassed him relentlessly, and now he aimed to evade him, not out of spite, but with a clear purpose. He had noticed Asensio position just beyond Illarramendi. If he could maneuver past Illarramendi and deliver the ball to Asensio, the offensive momentum for Espanyol would flourish. Asensio could either unleash a long-range shot or assist the striker in finding the back of the net. Illarramendi, somewhat complacent, acknowledged that he had been momentarily deceived by Chun Liang's earlier feint, yet he firmly believed it to be mere coincidence. He did not rush forward to confront Chun Liang, but prudently remained in his position, acutely aware that any ill-timed advance would expose a gaping hole behind him. On the sidelines, David Moyes nodded approvingly, thoroughly satisfied with Illarramendi's defensive display. Prior to the match, he had analyzed Chun Liang's capabilities, citing video clips of his previous Marseille roulette to illustrate his skill. However, Moyes believed that Chun Liang possessed no other dribbling techniques. Therefore, as long as they remained vigilant and did not fall for his Marseille feint, his attempts would inevitably falter. After all, it was the only trick in his arsenal. Moyes was confident in his analysis and trusted his players to handle Chun Liang appropriately. He awaited the moment Chun Liang would make a move, only to be intercepted and countered. Observing Illarramendi's reluctance to advance, Chun Liang decisively charged toward him. The distance between them diminished, and Illarramendi, the defender, lowered his center of gravity, his eyes fixed intently on the ball at Chun Liang's feet, akin to a vigilant Roman soldier bracing for battle. At worst, he thought, a foul could be committed. Illarramendi was fully prepared as he observed the approaching Chun Liang, a surge of tension coursing through him. He had anticipated that Chun would attempt to bypass him with a Marseille turn. This expectation was shared by the spectators lining the sidelines, who recalled Chun's prior matches where he exclusively utilized this maneuver. Instinctively, they believed he would resort to it once more. Suddenly, Illarramendi's vision blurred as he noticed Chun's body swaying slightly. After his legs swiftly circled the ball, Chun's right shoulder dipped abruptly, an indication that Illarramendi, seasoned in defensive tactics, recognized all too well. When an attacking player intends to change direction, their body leans in that direction as a natural response, driven by centripetal force. Reacting instinctively, Illarramendi shifted towards the direction of Chun's lowered shoulder, a reflex honed through years of experience. However, the next moment revealed a disconcerting reality. Chun did not veer to the right as Illarramendi had anticipated. Instead, his right leg circled the ball once more. No, this was a bicycle kick. In an instant, Illarramendi witnessed Chun deftly nudge the ball to the left with his left foot before surging past him in the opposite direction, taking advantage of Illarramendi's momentum. It was too late for Illarramendi to pivot. Inertia held him captive as he turned his head, helplessly watching Chun glide past him. What was happening? Wasn't Chun renowned solely for his Marseille turn? Illarramendi's gaze remained fixed on Chun, who, after bypassing him, effortlessly delivered a pass to Asensio using the outside of his foot. Even as defenders closed in, Asensio, with a clear intent, did not pause to control the ball, but instead flicked it with his heel to Caicedo, who struck immediately without hesitation. If the divine were to gaze down from the heavens at this moment, they would witness a mesmerizing arc traced by a blue and white figure upon the verdant pitch. Chapter 32. Aspirations for the future. The ball found the net. Espanyol had extended their lead, thanks to Chun Liang's brilliant playmaking. It was an astonishing goal, utterly unbelievable, and the plight of Real Sociedad had become increasingly dire. In the broadcasting booth, Jean Jun nearly leapt to his feet, particularly when he beheld Chun effortlessly maneuvering past Illarramendi with a bicycle kick. Had he ever employed such a technique before? It seemed almost unprecedented. While the bicycle kick is a commonplace skill on the football field, executing it with such finesse to create an immediate and devastating impact is no simple feat on the sidelines. Sergio was left dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on the remarkable play that had just unfolded. The young lad, most delighted, was none other than Sanchez on the field. The skill he had just displayed was the result of his intensive training sessions with Chun Liang, a secret known only to him, and it had demanded an immense expenditure of energy. When Sanchez first guided Chun Liang through the nuances of this technique, he initially doubted that Chun Liang could master the bicycle kick in just a week. However, each passing day revealed astonishing progress that left him incredulous. The reason for Chun Liang's rapid advancement remained a mystery to Sanchez. It was a secret held solely by Chun Liang himself. He possessed a training enhancement. The longer he trained, the greater the benefits he reaped. This time, no one would question whether Chun Liang's execution was mere luck. They were certain that his bicycle kick was the product of relentless practice. Chun Liang was elated. He had awaited this moment. At last, he had succeeded. In just a week. Although the bicycle kick appeared simple and lacked the flamboyance of more intricate moves, executing it amidst the pressures of a match proved challenging. Without Sanchez's guidance to help him grasp the key points of the maneuver, relying solely on his imagination and intuition would have made it exceedingly difficult. Sergio found it hard to find a more fitting descriptor for Chun Liang. Time and again, this lad surprised him. Perhaps the term monster was the most apt to characterize him. Since joining the first team at the season's onset, each appearance he made undeniably reaffirmed his status as an extraordinary talent. After scoring, Caicedo was overjoyed. He first embraced Asensio, who had assisted him, then flashed a wide grin and beckoned to Chun Liang. "Hey Chun, come here." Chun Liang turned around, and at that moment, the person he most wanted to thank was Sanchez. "Hey, Sanchez, come over. Let's celebrate together." Regarding the recent dribble, it was Chun Liang's first successful execution in a match. And truthfully, he could scarcely recall how he had maneuvered past the defender. It had been an instinctive action. Yet, was this not the very outcome he had aspired to achieve through his extra training in recent days? "I did it," Chun Liang exclaimed joyfully, pulling Sanchez into a celebratory embrace alongside Caicedo and others. When Caicedo netted Espanyol's second goal, the match lost all semblance of suspense. Real Sociedad had completely surrendered their confidence. Even David Moyes found himself at a loss. What could he do? Continue to have Illarramendi mark Chun Liang? With a 2-goal deficit, such a strategy was futile. Meanwhile, Espanyol had retreated into a defensive stance. Moyes had little recourse except to urge his team to press forward. In the midst of this, Chun Liang was substituted for Cañas. Head coach Sergio hopes that Chun Liang can take a moment to rest, considering his youth and the multitude of matches that lie ahead. However, should Real Sociedad's players become overly aggressive and injure him, it would be a regrettable situation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, based on his performance today, Chun Liang is likely to secure a starting position in the next match. As he made his way off the field, numerous Espanyol fans in the substitution area rose to their feet, applauding his commendable display. This acknowledgement not only affirms Chun Liang's efforts, but also serves as an apology for the earlier skepticism expressed by fans during the first half. Initially, some supporters had doubts regarding his abilities, but he has successfully transformed their perceptions through his performance, earning their respect. Such is the nature of football. Poor performances may invite jeers, while commendable ones are rewarded with applause. Chun Liang, witnessing the standing ovation from the crowd, reciprocated with his own applause and gratitude. His hard work has begun to yield rewards, even if those rewards do not always manifest as victories on the pitch. Among the crowd, Chun Aigua also stood, his thick scarf obscuring his face, yet he too applauded for his son. Many around him joined in this display of support. Observing this moment, Chun Aigua felt a genuine joy for his son's achievements. The spontaneous standing ovation from the fans signifies a notable elevation in Chun Liang's standing among the Espanyol supporters. On the sidelines, Fleck was drawn to the applause and turned to smile, commenting, "It appears this young man has won the hearts of many fans." Sergio remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is curious, he had initially been skeptical of Chun Liang, his interest piqued solely by that powerful strike. Yet now, witnessing Chun Liang's growth, he feels a sense of heartfelt satisfaction. Seated on the bench, Chun Liang found himself filled with anticipation for his future. His appearances in La Liga are increasing, and he has encountered many players whom he had previously only seen on television, now facing them in person. He dreams of one day playing in the Champions League, engaging in true confrontations with even more exceptional athletes. The coveted throne of football champions is a source of infinite aspiration for every footballer, and Chen Liang is no exception. This desire is the very reason he chose football, and he senses the proximity to his dreams. Perhaps everything is indeed gradually coming within reach. After the match, Chen Liang accompanied Sergio to the press conference, marking his debut as a starting player in this setting. Countless journalists from Huaxiao eagerly anticipated this moment, and Chen Liang felt a sense of novelty at the scene before him. The press conference is an ordinary procedure in the football world, yet for Chen Liang, it is a remarkable milestone in his career. Mr. Sergio, the team has achieved 3 victories and 1 draw in the first 4 matches. Did you anticipate this outcome before the season commenced? Sergio smiled gently and responded to the reporter. To be honest, this performance has completely taken us by surprise. However, now is not the time for complacency. We shall continue to strive until we accomplish our goal of securing safety. Chapter 33. The Players' Stories. Mr. Sergio. We have observed that following this match, Espanyol temporarily ascended to 2nd place in the standings. Nevertheless, external perspectives on Espanyol's prospects remain rather pessimistic. What are your thoughts on this matter? Sergio pondered for a moment before replying. Certainly, our investment at the beginning of the season was limited. Our current standing is a testament to the collective effort of all. However, this position is one we have not occupied for quite some time. At least experiencing it, albeit briefly, is indeed delightful. Sergio's expression bore a hint of sincerity. Having emerged from Espanyol's youth academy, he possesses a unique affection for the club. Having joined the team from the youth ranks in 1995 and subsequently retiring in 2011. After a brief hiatus post-retirement, Sergio resolved to become a football coach. Upon obtaining his professional certification, Espanyol offered him the opportunity to serve as the head coach. From 1985 to the present day, in 2015, 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye, with Espanyol occupying half of Sergio's life journey. Today, we encountered Chen Liang for the first time. Mr. Sergio, what are your thoughts on his recent performances? Certainly, since I promoted Chen to the first team, his performances have greatly pleased the coaching staff, and we are all eager to witness his development. Based on my past experiences as a player, I believe he will reap numerous rewards by the end of the season. A reporter from Dongquidi stood up and, in Chinese, asked Chen Liang, I am a journalist from Dongquidi. Do you have any personal expectations for yourself? Chen Liang, upon seeing the familiar Asian face, hesitated for a moment before responding in Chinese. My goal is to achieve double digits in the season, whether in goals or assists. Thank you. Regarding Chen Liang's aspiration for double-digit statistics, the reporter did not take it too seriously, as it is indeed a challenging target. Even though Chen Liang had performed commendably at the season's outset, they still considered this goal to be quite daunting. The press conference was brief, and after Sergio addressed a few trivial inquiries, it officially concluded. Chen Liang and Sergio walked towards the exit, occasionally engaging in conversation. If you truly manage to achieve double digits by the end of the season, I believe your country will hold you as an exemplar. Sergio remarked as he patted Chen Liang on the shoulder. Keep pushing forward. May we both attain our goals by the season's end. Chen Liang nodded and proceeded towards the parking lot. Both he and the team are currently on the right path. Following the match, the Espanyol team has garnered increasing attention from the public. Many individuals have begun to take notice of this club. Yet skepticism remains regarding their potential connection to the top 4 by the season's end. Nevertheless, based on their current performance, the fans of Espanyol are indeed allowed a moment of joy. A growing number of enthusiasts are also turning their gaze towards the players of Espanyol, searching for noteworthy talents worth their attention. As the media delves deeper, the players of Espanyol and their respective narratives gradually come to light. As a prominent sports media outlet in Barcelona, Mundo Deportivo published an article highlighting the players of Espanyol. Compared to their city rivals Barcelona, Espanyol presents a more relatable image, with each player behind this humble team carrying inspiring stories. Take Sanchez, for instance. He was once a prodigious talent from the La Masia Youth Academy and even made 7 appearances for the illustrious Barcelona team during the 2008 to 2009 season. Unfortunately, he was later cast aside by Barcelona. Following this, he spent 2 years with the lesser-known clubs Jerez and Getafe and a brief stint in Switzerland before arriving at Espanyol. Upon his arrival, Sanchez struggled to secure a place in the rotation, but through sheer determination, he ultimately earned a starting position. Despite some errors this season, he has provided substantial protection to Espanyol's defense. Similarly, Forward Caicedo caught the eye of Manchester City after making his debut in Switzerland. However, he only managed to score 4 goals before being released. He then drifted through the leagues in the Emirates and the Russian Premier League until he made his return to one of the top 5 leagues last season with Espanyol. Then there is Chun Liang, who journeyed from a footballing desert to Europe with fewer than 5 appearances for the team prior to this season, yet has experienced a remarkable breakout this year. This team, composed of players who have tasted rejection, is now showcasing a different performance. Before this season, Espanyol was labeled a relegation candidate. However, they have managed to stabilize their situation and have made a commendable start. They are a group of warriors who refuse to succumb to their fate. As the article spreads, more and more players from Espanyol are beginning to attract attention, particularly Chun Liang, whose followers on social media platforms are increasing daily. Everyone is curious about how far this player from a distant eastern land can go this year. However, the attention Chun Liang receives is not solely due to his origins, but rather his recent impressive performances. In the world of football, one must let their skills speak for themselves to capture the interest of others. The pitch is never short of talent. Countless players have faced humiliation, with many careers beginning and ending in disgrace. They are less fortunate than Chun Liang, lacking a discoverer like Sergio, and have never received a notification asking if they wish to enter the true realm of football. As a result, they remain forever unknown. Football can be unforgiving at times. Nevertheless, Chun Liang has firmly established himself on the right path, demonstrating remarkable progress at an astonishing pace. Should he maintain his exceptional performance, his name may well transcend the borders of his homeland, earning him all that a star deserves on the European football stage. Meanwhile, in a distant realm of the East, within the offices of Zhalong Sports, everyone rejoiced at the surging membership numbers. Just yesterday, the membership count soared past 5 million, marking a historic milestone. The sole reason behind this remarkable achievement is none other than the outstanding performances of Chinese player Chun Liang. Upon returning to the training base after the match against Real Sociedad, Sanchez eagerly pulled Chun Liang aside and said, "Chun, we have a day off today. A nice bar has opened near the club. Would you like to join me to check it out?" "A bar?" Chun Liang hesitated, as alcohol is somewhat taboo for a professional athlete. "Don't worry, we can just sit and relax. 2 girls contacted me on social media yesterday, but it would be awkward for me to go alone. Come along with me," Sanchez said with a grin. Chapter 34. Hawks Bar. The bar street was not far from Espanyol's training base. After changing in the locker room, the two made their way there. A quick glance revealed about a dozen bars lining the street, many adorned with Barcelona flags, and a few even displayed posters of Barcelona star Neymar, complete with his signature. Chun Liang and Sanchez entered a bar that spanned approximately 200 square meters. Unlike the others, showcasing the Barcelona crest, this establishment proudly displayed the Espanyol emblem, an anomaly amidst the bar street. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the owner was a devoted Espanyol supporter, with certain seats marked as those once occupied by the team's captain, Hanik. After a short while, an elderly gentleman with graying facial hair emerged from the back, a broad smile illuminating his face as he extended his hand, saying, "Welcome, everyone." After greeting the owner, Sanchez and Chun Liang set off to find the 2 girls. Though Sanchez initially intended to invite Chun Liang along, he noticed the table laden with golden beer and politely declined. The owner, observing Chun Liang, chuckled and remarked, "You must be a player. Ah, I remember now. You performed admirably in the last match. Many fans in this bar cheered for you. My name is Hawk, and this bar was passed down from my father. It's been around for quite some time," he added with a hint of nostalgia. "Are you a fan of Espanyol?" Chun Liang inquired with curiosity. "Absolutely. You can tell just by looking at the entrance. Would you like some German beer?" Hawk cheerfully offered, presenting a keg. Perhaps not. Do you have water?" Chun Liang responded. "Of course," Hawk exclaimed, swiftly pouring a large glass of water. "I apologize for not recognizing you at first. It's because I seldom watch television. With age, my eyesight has deteriorated, and I generally listen to the radio. Recently, I have frequently heard of a young player with Asian features performing remarkably well, which is why I immediately thought of you upon your entrance." Hawk, seated beside Chun Liang, continued, "This bar has a history of several decades. However, in the past 2 years, patrons have dwindled significantly. After all, this city belongs to Barcelona, and several bars have witnessed a resurgence in business after adopting the Barcelona emblem. Then why not change?" Chun Liang inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Me? Haha. The Espanyol is my lifelong faith. It was at an Espanyol match that I encountered the love of my life. I had intended to retire this year, but unfortunately, my wife passed away 2 years ago. Let us not dwell on that. As he mentioned his wife, a flicker of sadness crossed Hawk's eyes. Though he quickly regained his composure and continued, after my wife's passing, I abandoned my retirement plans. As one ages, the fear of solitude intensifies. I do not seek to earn a fortune. If possible, I would prefer to gather the Espanyol fans together, watching matches and sharing drinks. What could be more joyful? Upon uttering these final words, Hawk suddenly leaned back, surveying his bar. Chun Liang, too, scanned the surroundings. The bar was predominantly adorned with solid wood, which bore the marks of time, yet Chun Liang perceived the essence of history within it. Hawk, you should consider adopting some of the contemporary promotional strategies, Chun Liang suggested with a smile, pointing to a signed poster of Neymar displayed at the entrance of a neighboring bar. What? Are you suggesting I display posters of Barcelona players? No, that is out of the question. Hawk shook his head. What of the Barcelona players? There is an Espanyol player sitting right in front of you. Chun Liang's smile broadened. It was then that Hawk realized, responding, "Thank you, but what compensation do you require?" Chun Liang raised his glass, stating, "You have already paid." The subsequent afternoon was spent with Chun Liang tirelessly engaged in signing autographs, while not far off. Sanchez appeared to be enjoying delightful laughter with two Spanish beauties. One must admit, it was a perfect afternoon. On September 23rd, Espanyol hosted their opponents, Valencia. Due to the proximity of this match to the previous one, with only 3 days in between, head coach Sergio opted for a degree of rotation in the lineup. Chun, you will remain on the bench for this match. This decision is not a reflection of your recent performance. Rather, the coaching staff unanimously believes that you are somewhat fatigued and require recovery, Sergio explained to Chun Liang while holding the starting lineup. Chun Liang nodded in agreement. Since the head coach had made such an arrangement, he felt it inappropriate to voice dissent. Nevertheless, deep within, he harbored a yearning to take the field and fight. All right, everyone, over 20,000 fans are waiting for you outside. Sergio clapped his hands and subsequently exited the locker room. Valencia's 3 lines of strength are relatively balanced. Although the squad may lack renowned star players, they are all seasoned athletes with ample experience in La Liga. Under the guidance of Nuno, who has already begun to showcase his coaching prowess, the team possesses a certain competitiveness within the league, currently holding the 8th position. Despite being ranked below Espanyol, no one would deem them inferior. Having achieved success along the River Avenue, Nuno, whether engaging in psychological warfare or perhaps slightly overconfident, made bold statements during the press conference, asserting, "I do not perceive them as a formidable opponent. Their previous victories can be attributed to their rivals' lack of familiarity with them. I am confident of securing a victory by the end of the match. Thank you. That is all I wish to convey." At the onset of the match, Valencia did not exhibit the overwhelming offensive strength that Nuno had proclaimed in the press conference. Instead, their defensive organization was remarkably orderly. Under Nuno's tutelage, the defenders maintained close positioning and demonstrated a strong sense of cooperative defense, making it challenging for Espanyol to penetrate their line. As the game progressed to the 27th minute, Valencia orchestrated a swift counterattack, resulting in a header goal from Santimina. Within the subsequent 5 minutes, Brazilian winger Rodrigo, not to be confused with the one from Real Madrid, completed a breakaway on the flank and scored, bringing the tally to 2-0. On the sidelines, Nuno was ignited with fervor, his eyes wide open, resembling Lou Zishin from Water Margin. Keep pressing forward. Keep the pressure on. As the first half neared its conclusion, Valencia's fullback Cancelo extended the lead with a well-placed free kick. At halftime, the players from Espanyol trudged back to the locker room, dejected, trailing 0-3 to their opponents, Valencia. Chapter 35. Warriors who sacrifice everything for victory. Celso entered the locker room in silence, surveying the players with a piercing gaze before addressing them. Gonzalez, CAS. And that damn Rocco, did you 3 partake in a collective drinking session until dawn last night? No one anticipated that Celso would pose such a question. They stared at him, wide-eyed and taken aback by his evident anger. Answer me. Yes or no? Celso's voice rose sharply, echoing through the locker room. Everyone was taken aback, too intimidated to speak. Damn it. Why are the rules of football limited to just 3 substitutions? If I could, I would replace all 11 of you. Celso exclaimed, gesticulating fervently. Your performance is absolute rubbish. No, it's 10 heaps of rubbish. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he assessed the players' expressions before continuing. Do you think you are playing for whom? Let me tell you. No club would spend money on a bunch of rubbish to play football. You fools, you are playing for yourselves. With that, Celcio made his way to his locker and retrieved dozens of scarves. He couldn't help but scrutinize the scarf in his hands before speaking. I began accompanying my father to this stadium to watch matches when I was merely 4 years old. It was here that I unfurled my scarf, imitating the cheers of the fans, dreaming that one day I too would play for Espanyol. This scarf is older than I am. In my childhood, my father would recount tales of that glorious season, 2005 to 2006, when Espanyol clinched the Copa del Rey. I could never tire of those stories. However, when I finally achieved my dream of joining Espanyol's youth academy, the team was relegated. In the second half, I refused to play on this rubbish. You do not deserve to tarnish this club, nor do you deserve to sully the beautiful game. I require 11 warriors willing to sacrifice everything for victory. Who among you is willing to stand up? In the locker room, nearly everyone rose to their feet. Excellent. My soldiers, Chun, warm up for the second half. As the second half commenced, Espanyol seized a promising counterattack opportunity. Estenche intercepted a ball intended for the opponent's lateral shift, instantly altering the dynamics of the game. This was a golden opportunity for Espanyol. Up front, Asensio, Chun Leong, and Moreno surged forward in 3 directions. Estenche passed the ball to Asensio, who did not stop, but swiftly relayed it to Moreno in the center. Moreno intended to drive straight into the penalty area, but the congestion within made it impossible. After just a few strides, he lost possession to an opponent. Just when it seemed this attack was about to fizzle out, the deflected ball fortuitously landed at Chun Liang's feet. Upon receiving it, he executed a few feints. And as the Valencia defender anticipated a dribble, Chun Liang unexpectedly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot to the advancing Asensio on the flank. His earlier feints had merely created space for the pass. The Valencia players gazed in astonishment as Asensio received the ball on the wing. They watched as he accelerated, ultimately penetrating the penalty area. Oh no, stop him. The Valencia defender, sensing the impending threat, attempted to thwart the attack with a sliding tackle, but inadvertently brought Asensio down instead. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Penalty. Valencia's defenders hastily surrounded the referee, gesturing fervently in an attempt to overturn the decision. Yet, the referee shook his head. It was evident that the penalty call was irrefutable. At that moment, not far from the stadium, a bar stood with its doors tightly shut. However, if one leaned closer, they could still hear a clear sound emanating from within. The referee awarded the penalty, and Asensio positioned the ball at the penalty mark. He took his run up and struck. The ball found the back of the net. The door of the bar was flung open with great force as an elderly man with white hair burst forth, raising his arms triumphantly toward the bar across the street adorned with a signed poster of Neymar, exclaiming with fervor. His exuberance resembled the fierce roar of a lion, reminiscent of a grand spectacle. The Barcelona fans across the way, evidently accustomed to such displays, merely waved dismissively at the old fellow, acknowledging that 2 more goals were needed to equalize the score. Equally animated were the more than 20,000 home fans of Espanyol, who erupted in a thunderous cheer. Within the confines of the bar, a radio intermittently broadcast the commentator's voice. We can observe a remarkable transformation in the Espanyol team during the second half. It is unclear what adjustments their coach implemented during halftime. I believe, if they maintain this momentum, they may yet equalize. The old man shouted into the bar. We can turn this around. The Espanyol players, having scored, embraced one another, their faces alight with excitement, as this goal alleviated the pressure they had faced in the first half. The second half commenced with a goal, shifting the pressure onto Valencia. Their attacking players, once daring, now hesitated, fearful of losing possession and falling prey to Espanyol's counterattacks. The Espanyol team, in contrast, was invigorated by their deficit. To secure a favorable outcome by the end of the match, they knew they had to give their all. Thus, they seized control of the game, igniting a fervent offensive wave. As the game reached the 57th minute, Asensio found himself in a one-on-one situation on the flank, attempting to score with a curling shot from the edge of the box, but the angle was too straightforward, allowing the goalkeeper to easily collect it. 3 minutes later, Chun Liang, with a deft back foot pass, sought to connect with Moreno in the penalty area. Without hesitation, Moreno turned and shot. The ball ricocheted across the grass and narrowly missed Valencia's goalpost, narrowly sparing the beleaguered goalkeeper from further despair. These 2 moments were tinged with regret. Had Espanyol capitalized on these opportunities, they might have already equalized. As the 68th minute approached, another chance materialized when Valencia's Rodrigo attempted a swift counterattack from the center circle, only to be thwarted by Sanchez, who deftly intercepted the ball from behind. The ball was once again at Chun Liang's feet. "Well done, Sanchez," he encouraged, before sending the ball back to Asensio on the flank with a back foot pass. This time, Asensio acted swiftly, avoiding unnecessary dribbling, and instead directed the ball toward the center. Moreno, lurking among the defenders like a phantom, surged forward to effortlessly slot the ball into Valencia's net. Chapter 36. Surrendering arms. As the jubilant cheers of the Espanyol fans rang out, Moreno waved his arms and sprinted toward the corner flag. "Let us go, let us go. Let us seize this wretched score," exclaimed Captain Xavi Lopez, clapping his hands in excitement. "Beautiful pass, Chin." As Asensio gave Chun Liang a thumbs up, he remarked, "It would have been even more splendid had you taken the shot directly. Then I could have claimed an assist." Chun Liang winked and chuckled in response. "Oh no. I still aim to contend for the team's golden boot, Chun. Please pass me the ball more often next time," Moreno interjected. Laughter erupted among the group gathered in the corner, the atmosphere within the team seemingly unaffected by the scoreline. "All right, lads, we are still trailing. Let us rally and secure the win," Captain Javier Lopez urged. The players returned to the center circle, their eyes fixated on the Valencia players opposite, awaiting their kickoff. At this moment, Nuno sat on the sidelines, absently rubbing the bridge of his nose. If he was in bliss during the first half, the second half had plunged him into despair. To see a 3-goal lead evaporate, or worse, turned against him, would undoubtedly place immense pressure on him as the head coach. Contemplating this, Nuno cast a glance at the opposing coach, Sergio. He was bewildered by the transformation in their players' demeanor, as if they had undergone a complete metamorphosis during halftime. "All right, everyone, stay composed, hold your positions, we are still in the lead," Nuno encouraged his players, rising to instill some confidence. His concerns were not unfounded. In the 77th minute, Chun Liang received the ball again on the flank. This time, rather than pass, he faced the somewhat disoriented Cancelo and unleashed his trademark Marseille turn. Although Cancelo had yet to forge a connection with the future powerhouse Manchester City, he had already established himself as a budding talent at Valencia. His ability to secure a starting position at such a young age stemmed from his formidable offensive prowess. However, as a fullback, his attacking skills overshadowed his defensive capabilities. Were his defense as tenacious as his offense, his market value would likely be significantly higher, with Chun Liang effortlessly evading Cancelo using his Marseille turn. A chorus of gasps erupted from the Spanish supporters in the stands. "Wow, damn it." Nuno, who had just reached for his water bottle to calm his nerves, dropped it in shock at the sight. "Damn it, I warned you before the match that he would employ that move. What were you thinking?" Nuno bellowed angrily at his players. The Valencia players, however, were too preoccupied with the unfolding attack to heed Nuno's reprimand. Initially intending to shoot directly, Chun Liang glanced at the goal and realized the angle was too narrow. Thus, he focused his attention on Moreno, who stood near the penalty spot. Flanked by 2 Valencia defenders, a direct pass would undoubtedly be intercepted by the oncoming defenders. With Cancelo closing in from behind, the situation became increasingly urgent, leaving Chun Liang little time for contemplation. Pass or shoot? Chin, pass the ball over. Moreno seemed to perceive Chun Liang's hesitation, stretching out his hand and shouting for the ball. At that moment, as Chun Liang heard the call, he instinctively swept his foot towards the middle with the outside of his boot. The ball, spinning elegantly, soared towards Moreno. Just as the Valencia defender prepared to clear the incoming ball with his foot, he suddenly noticed a swift blue and white figure darting in front of him. It was Moreno, who had cleverly maneuvered ahead of the defender the moment Chun Liang made the pass, and with a deft flick of his foot, he directed the ball into the Valencia net. The Espanyol fans erupted in a fervor, their cheers resonating even louder than with the previous goal. Moreno sprinted towards the sidelines, to the Espanyol supporters, where he was met with adulation and reverence. However, he was soon buried under a pile of jubilant teammates. At that moment, the coach, Sergio, could no longer contain his excitement, leaping off the sidelines and embracing his assistant, Freak, tightly. From a 0-3 deficit to a 3-3 draw. It was indeed a moment that defied composure. "Chun, you are absolutely incredible. I love you," Moreno shouted amid the throng, utterly captivated by Chun Liang's pass. "I love you too." Chun Liang began to respond, but sensed something amiss. "I love you more than all of you." In the broadcasting studio, Jean Jun watched the ecstatic Espanyol fans celebrating and the players embracing in the corner, shaking his head in disbelief. Unbelievable. Truly an astonishing second half. They displayed no fighting spirit in the first half, yet now they have equalized. Now, please continue to follow the La Liga broadcast brought to you by Jalong Sports. To watch La Liga, go to Jalong. Alright. I'm watching the time. You all get back to your positions, the referee urged the celebrating Espanyol players, pointing to his wristwatch. In the remaining minutes of regulation time, Valencia surrendered completely, retreating into their half amidst a chorus of boos. Clearly, this was Nuno's directive. Securing a point was better than leaving empty-handed. Besides, hadn't the teams ahead gained nothing? Although the Espanyol players were eager to take the lead, they found little opportunity against the defensive Valencia. With the referee's 3 sharp whistles, the Espanyol players joyfully embraced one another. While there was a tinge of regret for not securing 3 points, coming back from a 3-goal deficit to equalize was an achievement that warranted no further demands in the second half. Chun Leong, in high spirits, celebrated with his teammates on the field. He felt quite content, having notched another assist, bringing him closer to his double-digit goal target. Under the glow of the setting sun, the sky above the verdant field appears to possess an extraordinary depth, infusing today's counterattack with an artistic flair. This season, Espanyol, embodying the spirit of an underdog, has toppled numerous formidable La Liga rivals. Should they sustain this momentum, they might indeed conjure some delightful surprises by the season's end, not to mention the Champions League. At the very least, we could expect to see their presence in the next season's Europa League. Chapter 37. The Value of a Signature? In the bustling bar street of Barcelona, Hawks Pub is packed with Espanyol supporters, who are lined up outside, eager to enter. At the entrance, the ever-smiling Hawk is distributing signed cards from Chun Leong to the fans. For a mere €1,999, one can indulge in unlimited beer during every match day of Espanyol this month, along with a signed card from Chun Leong, available on a first-come, first-served basis until supplies last. Inside the bar, a highlight reel of Chun Leong's previous match plays on the television, having been expertly compiled by an anonymous fan and discovered by Old Hawk on YouTube. Old Hawk, I come here often. Could you save a card for me? My son is insistent on having Chun's signature. Hey Hawk, long time no see. Do you remember me? We were neighbors when I was a child. How have you been? Can you reserve a card for me? Previously, no one was willing to purchase a signed card from Chun Leong, as they believed that the autographs of captains like Xavi Lopez held more significance. However, during the last match, when the fans were at their lowest ebb, it was Chun Leong who orchestrated Espanyol's offense, securing a point for the team. After the match, some felt that Chun's signature had indeed gained value. A relatively obscure player from Espanyol, who consistently brings emotional value to the fans, how could such a player's autograph lack worth? If Chun becomes a superstar in the future, this card will be a treasure for life, exclaimed a fan who had successfully obtained a card, holding it aloft triumphantly. When my son plays football, I will pass this card on to him, another Espanyol supporter chimed in, having also secured a card. The atmosphere was soon filled with envious murmurs, as everyone present expressed admiration for those fortunate enough to have obtained a card. Amidst the frenzy of eager fans, Old Hawk's drink packages rapidly sold out, leaving him apologizing profusely to the Espanyol supporters at the entrance. I'm sorry, everyone, the cards are all gone. To brighten your spirits, those who queued today can leave their phone numbers, and on the next match day, you will receive a complimentary pitcher of German dark beer. After finishing his statement, Old Hawk raised a glass of German dark beer and downed it in one go. Observing the jubilant fans before him, he felt a genuine joy that had long been absent from his life since the passing of his wife. This event had brought him profound significance. It is not merely the sales figures that hold significance. What truly matters is that he has reclaimed the joy of football that once filled his life. Upon returning to the training ground, Chun Leong remains blissfully unaware of the events unfolding on the bar street, as he diligently hones his skills. His passing ability has improved by 2 points, rising from 63 to 65, a modest yet gratifying achievement. However, the source of his greatest joy lies in the new task that the system has bestowed upon him. After participating in a series of matches, the devoted fans in the stands have gradually grown familiar with him. Now, he is tasked with elevating his market value to €2 million, with the reward being the signature ball control skill of the Ballon d'Or winner, Rivaldo. In the final round of the 2000-2001 La Liga season against Valencia, Rivaldo executed a stunning bicycle kick, a moment made possible by his deft touch that set up the perfect scoring opportunity. €2 million? Chun Liang mused, momentarily taken aback. He quickly summoned Asensio, who was engaged in ball control training nearby, and inquired, Asensio, do you know where I can check my market value? Of course. You wouldn't be clueless about that, would you? Asensio replied with a smile. Well, enlighten me, and I'll treat you to Chinese food later. You can check it on Transfermarkt. A player's market value is assessed based on performance, age, awards, and accomplishments. However, it seems that Transfermarkt is about to update soon. If you wish to enhance your market value, you must perform well in the matches ahead. At this point, Asensio shrugged. After all, you don't have any awards or achievements yet. Fortunately, you are young, which can lead to a higher valuation on Transfermarkt. Ultimately, it all comes down to your performance. If you excel in the next match, you might see a boost in your market value. Upon hearing Asensio's explanation, Chun Liang experienced a moment of clarity. Ah, I see. Motivated by the prospect of the system's rewards, he threw himself into training with renewed vigor. Watching this exchange from the sidelines, Celso couldn't help but ask, what did Asensio say to him? Why does Chun look so invigorated? The assistant coach, Freak, shrugged and replied, he is likely boasting about his experiences at Real Madrid. Perhaps Chun aspires to join such a prestigious club. Celso found some merit in Freak's observation and nodded. Today's youth, having just made a name for themselves, already dream of joining giants like Real Madrid or Barcelona. But it's only natural. Who doesn't have a dream of playing for such illustrious clubs? We must ensure he performs well this season, aiming for a favorable sale by the end of it, he continued. However, Freak pointed to the Espanyol crest behind them. But selling him would just benefit his father, as this club belongs to him. True enough, Celso mused, stroking his chin. Yet, it ultimately benefits us. The higher the sale, the greater our recruitment budget. Next season, we need to scrape the barrel for new players. After a long and exhausting day of training, Chun Liang returned home. As soon as he tossed aside the training bag, Chun Liang spotted a rather sizable wooden chest positioned in the living room. Auntie, what is this? He inquired, pointing at the large wooden box and addressing the housekeeper, who was polishing a precious vase. I don't know. It was purchased by Mr. Chun, and he instructed you to open it personally, Auntie replied with a smile. Curiosity piqued, Chun Liang scrutinized the imposing wooden chest before him. After a moment, he observed the display rack, which stood 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, exclaiming, I wonder how much my father spent on this. It feels like exquisite wood. Though I'm not well versed in such matters. This display rack was a handcrafted honorarium gifted to Chun Liang by Chen Aigua, exuding an air of opulence from every angle. At the top of the cabinet lay a note that read, Congratulations on embarking on a new chapter of your life. An honor should be displayed grandly. Wishing you smooth sailing, my son. Gazing at the vacant display rack, he noticed the television nearby broadcasting news from the Spanish sports channel. The last round of La Liga concluded yesterday, with Neymar of Barcelona being awarded the monthly best player. Will this honor elevate his market value to new heights? Let us extend our congratulations to him. Chapter 38. Who doesn't talk trash? As the matches became more frequent, Chun Liang felt time slipping away swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of September, and Espanyol was set to face their last opponent of the month, Sporting Gijón, a team battling relegation. They would host Sporting Gijón, and the clash of these relegation contenders seemed rather unremarkable, especially as the Spanish National Derby also commenced simultaneously. At 3 in the afternoon, fans from both sides settled into their seats. Although the match had yet to begin, the fans engaged in their own contest of spirit. Waves of sound erupted in the previously empty stadium, and amidst the fervent cheers, all supporters awaited the entrance of the players. As Chun Liang and his teammates emerged from the players' tunnel, illuminated by the bright lights and energized by the thunderous support, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Go, Espanyol! With the players' entrance, the volume of the crowd surged, and the unique passion of football began to permeate the verdant pitch. Espanyol's forward, Moreno, initiated the kickoff, while players from Sporting Gijón rushed forward, engaging in a fierce contest for possession. Both Espanyol and Sporting Gijón were relegation teams, employing straightforward tactics, lacking technical prowess. They compensated with physicality. Thus, they were a robust squad. Within the ranks of La Liga's relegation teams, such a style was prevalent. They relied heavily on long passes and aggressive plays, with goals achieved through sheer force and impact, reminiscent of the 4-4-2 blitz tactic. While players from technical teams like Barcelona might fear injury against such opponents, would Espanyol share the same apprehension? Certainly not. Those without shoes fear not those who wear them. Are you a relegation team? Am I not one as well? Oh, At present, I am indeed not. I currently stand second on the leaderboard. Bam! The incessant sounds of muscle collisions and the referee's relentless whistles serve as a constant reminder of the match's intensity. Chun Liang initially planned to execute an assist with a back foot pass during halftime or, at the very least, take a shot at goal. However, he soon realized his error. A team like Sporting Gijón would not allow him to easily gain possession. No sooner had he touched the ball than a couple of players came charging towards him with ferocity. Each confrontation left Chun Liang grateful for having enhanced his physical conditioning before the season commenced. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly dismantled by those brutish players. Unable to focus on ball control, Chun Liang resorted to a defensive stance. Since his opponents opted for a physical approach, he naturally stood his ground. Bam! Chun Liang collided with the opposing midfielder, Casais, yet his physique remained somewhat slight. Casais stumbled but retained control of the ball, preparing to accelerate and shake off Chun Liang. Whoosh! Recognizing his disadvantage in physical prowess, Chun Liang swiftly slid across the turf, sending the ball out of bounds. This was his advantage, and he would not relinquish it. In the 11th minute of the match, Espanyol regained possession. Chun Liang utilized a back foot pass to direct the ball to the wing, where Asensio skillfully maneuvered past defenders, breaking through the opponent's back line. Just as he prepared to deliver a cross, he was suddenly jostled by an opposing fullback, causing him to lose his balance and send the ball sailing over the goal line. The Gijón fans, accompanying their team on this expedition, seized the opportunity to apply pressure on Asensio, aiming to distract him. Nevertheless, Asensio, with an impassive expression, rose, brushed off the grass clippings from his thermal pants, and returned to his position. The match continued, with Sporting Gijón persistently exploiting width to challenge Espanyol from the flanks. Their wing attacks were straightforward. Two wide midfielders, Mendez and Junyent, leveraged their speed to burst down the sidelines, then delivered low crosses to test the fortune of the players advancing in the center. Although these attacks were frequent, they posed little challenge to Espanyol. At the sidelines, Jalong Sports had reserved a commentary position, where the impeccably dressed Jean Jun appeared in a light gray suit. With the membership of Jalong Sports surging, the company prioritized following Espanyol's matches, even sending their esteemed commentator Jean Jun to cover this relegation battle. We can now observe that, facing the recently formidable Espanyol, Sporting Gijón remained steadfast in their characteristics, refusing to abandon their tactical traditions. Physical confrontations have always been their hallmark. And now we shall witness how Chun Liang and Espanyol respond. Upon mentioning Chun Liang, Jean Jun's distinctive excitement echoed once more. The scene shifts back to the match, where at this very moment, the captain of Espanyol, Javi Lopez, has just delivered a horizontal pass to Chun Liang. Come on, yellow-skinned monkey, if you have the guts. Try to get past me, taunted Alvarez, the number 6 player from Sporting Gijón, as he pressed against Chun Liang's back with one hand while hurling derogatory remarks. Trash talk is a common occurrence on the field. It serves as a tactic to provoke opponents. If Chun Liang were to turn around and headbutt him, he would fall into Alvarez's trap, as receiving a red card would significantly ease the defensive burden for Sporting Gijón. You better focus on playing, or I will report you to the referee. Chun Liang chose not to respond to the provocation. Instead, he passed the ball back to his captain and then turned to speak. Captain Javi Lopez, noticing that Chun Liang was unable to bypass Alvarez, opted for a long pass towards Moreno in the forward line. Hey, kid, you need to learn how to trash talk, or they'll bully you. After passing the ball, Javi approached Chun Liang to impart his wisdom. He just racially insulted me. Chun Liang pointed towards the opposing number 6, Alvarez. Your complaint to the referee is unlikely to be taken seriously. There are no recording devices here to substantiate your claim. We can't exactly call in a lip-reading expert for frame-by-frame analysis. Don't take it too seriously. Just retaliate with your own words, Javi explained while observing Alvarez. Chun Liang nodded, then turned back to Alvarez and said, You've got some nerve with your trash talk. How could someone raised in Huaxiao ever concede defeat? Alvarez, taken aback by the insult, quickly gestured to the referee. Ref, he cursed at me. Chun Liang, noticing the referee's gaze, innocently raised his hands. Ref, I was just warning him to be careful. I didn't curse at anyone. The referee blew his whistle. If you both wish to avoid cards, play nice and focus on the game. After issuing a warning to both players, he signaled for the match to continue. Chapter 39. There are more possibilities the minor altercation between the two did not cause Chun Liang to lose his composure. He understood that this was a football pitch, where actions spoke louder than words. If he could bypass Alvarez, who had been hurling insults at him, it would be far more impactful than retaliating with a punch. Once again in possession of the ball, Chen Liang began to execute feints around it, reminiscent of the bicycle kick he had showcased in his previous match. This particular skill lacked the systematic enhancement of the Marseille turn, thus he could only perform it within a limited range. Alvarez, stick close. Don't let him control the ball. His passing is quite formidable. A teammate warned from behind Alvarez. At that moment, the defenders from Sporting Gijón were being significantly pressured by the advancing players from Espanyol, necessitating someone to exert pressure on Chen Liang. Alvarez had already begun sprinting towards him. If you have the ability, try to Marseille turn past me. Alvarez had done his homework before the match and was quite familiar with Chen Liang's dribbling techniques, particularly the Marseille turn. At this moment, whether influenced by Chen Liang's taunting remarks or for some other reason, Alvarez, having rushed to confront Chen Liang, momentarily forgot the key points he intended to remember. Faced with an opponent who appeared to be charging fiercely, Chen Liang hesitated for a brief moment before placing his left foot back on the ball. With a swift motion, he pulled back with his right foot, pivoting his body around the ball with remarkable speed, executing a flawless Marseille turn. After completing the spin, Chen Liang deftly maneuvered past Alvarez. Subsequently, he struck the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it soaring towards the defensive line of Sporting Gijón. Infused with his fervor, the defenders of Gijón, initially poised to intercept the ball by maneuvering in front of their teammate Moreno, soon realized that the ball was curving as it approached them. In this manner, the ball gracefully evaded their outstretched legs, heading directly towards Moreno. Presented with such a golden opportunity, Moreno did not hesitate. He took aim and unleashed a shot, catching the Gijón goalkeeper off guard, who could only watch as the ball whizzed by. The swish of the ball brushing against the net echoed in the air. The Spanish fans, witnessing the ball find the back of the net, erupted into jubilant cheers, and all the players rushed to embrace Moreno in celebration. 1-0. Their goal materialized in an instant, catching everyone by surprise. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous moment for Espanyol, especially since Gijón had come to secure a draw. Chen Liang's assist allowed them to adopt a more relaxed strategy, preparing for counterattacks. With excitement, Chen Liang also ran towards Moreno, sharing in the elation of the moment. As he dashed past the momentarily dazed Alvarez, he shot him a glance, silently questioning, why the silence? He quickly enveloped Moreno in a warm embrace, reveling in the rush of emotions coursing through him. Another assist had been recorded. He reminisced about his earlier days in the team, when he wore a larger jersey and eagerly stood on the sidelines, awaiting his chance to play in the final minutes. Back then, he had fantasized about soaring to greatness through hard work and delivering spectacular performances. Little did he know that this very moment would manifest before his eyes. Undoubtedly, Chen Liang was fortunate. His system helped bridge the gap between him and other prodigies. Reflecting on this, his gaze swept across the excited fans in the stands. If only he could gift them a championship, if not in the league, then perhaps in the cup. Should that day come, he hoped to add a vibrant chapter to the history of Espanyol. After the celebration, everyone returned to their positions, awaiting the resumption of the match. As the match commenced, the players of Sporting Gijón eagerly surged forward, poised to launch an assault on the Espanyol defense. Unlike the tactical discipline exhibited by Barcelona, the players of the relegation-threatened team relied more on sheer determination. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Espanyol's sporting director, Caranca, and owner, Chinagua, watched the unfolding match with smiles gracing their faces. Each time the team took the lead, their expressions brightened, and this season had witnessed an abundance of such moments. Look at your son. He is truly remarkable on the field. Should we consider offering him a new contract? Caranca remarked with a grin, glancing at Chinagua. Chinagua, observing the match, reflected that he had invested significantly in Chen Liang's football journey since childhood, to the extent that his son was now somewhat unaware of his earnings at Espanyol. I believe it is feasible. You can determine the specifics of the contract, ensuring it is tailored to his performance. Once finalized, there is no need to discuss it with me. This is your responsibility, Chinagua replied thoughtfully. Still focused on the game, watching his son sprint across the field, Chinagua began to feel a sense of anticipation. He had never interfered in his son's football career, even when Chen Liang was part of the team, refraining from leveraging his position to assist him. Yet now, he observed his son's development from a spectator's perspective, relishing the unique joy that parenthood brings, a process he found immensely gratifying. Could this performance mark the pinnacle of his son's journey? Chen Aigua felt that the best was yet to come, convinced that his son possessed even greater potential. Chen, drop back a bit. You're pressing too high. Asensio, apply some pressure, go. Good play. As the game progressed, Espanyol, having taken the lead, adopted a more composed style of play. Under the guidance of Sergio, the team's defensive line retreated, undoubtedly preparing for a serious counterattack. This strategy suited Sergio's team perfectly, as their early season success stemmed from challenging other teams with a low-block approach. Thus, when facing a team of similar caliber like Sporting Gijón, this counterattacking tactic became second nature. The players of Sporting Gijón soon realized that every time they advanced, threats would swiftly materialize before their goal. The counterattacks from Espanyol indeed imposed significant pressure on them. In the 40th minute, Captain Javi Elpez initiated another long pass from the back, the ball expertly finding Asensio on the flank. Upon penetrating the edge of the area, Asensio swiftly swept the ball towards the center. The defenders of Sporting Gijón, fixated on the forward Moreno, overlooked the late run of Chun Leong. With ease, Chun Leong pushed the ball into the net, brimming with confidence as he sprinted toward the Espanyol supporters section. Chapter 40. The self-inflicted humiliation of the jester. Please take us to the Champions League. One more, let them be utterly despaired. From the stands, the fervent fans of Espanyol called out to Chun Leong, while the players celebrating on the sidelines felt the weight of responsibility upon their shoulders. As athletes, their arduous training was aimed solely at bestowing victory upon their supporters come the weekend. At this moment, they were indeed capable of sending the fans home with joy. We shall deliver even more victories, Captain Xavi Lopez shouted towards the stands, before leading Chen Liang, Asensio, and others back onto the field to continue the battle. At halftime, Espanyol entered with a comfortable 2-goal lead. Fans streamed out of the stands, purchasing beers with the cash in hand and taking a moment to relieve themselves. Eagerly anticipating the second half, some keen-eyed supporters noticed the Espanyol substitutes warming up on the pitch, indicating that changes were imminent for the second half. As the second half commenced, the starting players of Espanyol emerged from the tunnel, evidently more invigorated, leaving one to wonder what Sergio had shared with them during the break. Chun, make your run forward. Asensio, receiving the ball on the flank, deftly passed it to the advancing Chun Liang, who, with barely any adjustment, utilized the outside of his foot to send the ball to striker Moreno. Just as Moreno prepared to shoot, a defender intervened, executing a risky tackle to thwart the attempt. Don't worry, there will be more opportunities. Chun Liang encouraged Moreno with a smile. After enduring numerous matches together, the rapport between Chun Liang and his teammates had unknowingly deepened. It must be said that partnering with either Asensio or Moreno offered a delightful experience on the field. Their harmonious interplay not only resulted in more assists and goals for Chun Liang, but also enhanced his market value. Approximately 10 minutes passed before the referee's whistle pierced the air, pointing to the sideline. The fourth official raised the substitution board, and Chun Liang spotted his number, met with thunderous applause from the fans. Since the season's inception, his performances had captured the hearts of the supporters. Amidst the roaring ovation, Chun Liang exchanged a high-five with the incoming Kanyas, completing the substitution procedure. The fans in the stands, creating a newly minted melody, showered their noise upon Chun Liang, who had contributed a goal and an assist. Perhaps this relegation battle would not garner much attention in Spain, aside from the loyal fans of both teams. Yet, across the vast expanse of the eastern continent, millions of Chinese fans were currently watching the live broadcast of this match. Many identified themselves as longtime supporters of Espanyol, yet, objectively, most were there solely to watch Chun Liang. A considerable number knew little about the team, but unreservedly began ordering jerseys in the live chat, motivated by a desire to support the flickering flame of Chinese football. Wow, double digits in stats at this rate is not a dream. Does anyone know when the King's Cup begins? Does Geelong Sports hold the broadcasting rights? This match is secured. I have exams to attend, so I must take my leave. Back on the bench, Chun Liang wiped his sweat with a towel, reflecting on his unexpected achievement of 1 goal and 1 assist. This statistic was clearly beyond his expectations. He had not even contemplated how to celebrate his goal. Perhaps he should devise a signature celebration akin to that of Ronaldo. Just as his thoughts wandered to possible celebratory gestures, an urgent whistle pierced the atmosphere. Alvarez, disgruntled, sat on the ground, gesturing towards the referee in complaint. Did you not see? He kicked me first. No, I saw it clearly. There was no foul, the referee replied calmly, shaking his finger. Meanwhile, the Espanyol fans in the stands erupted in a chorus of boos. Initially, Alvarez's composure had been shaky after the team fell behind by 2 goals. And this incident sent him into a further tailspin. Are you being paid off? Alvarez sprang to his feet, voicing his grievances at the referee. Unfazed, the referee blew his whistle again and beckoned Alvarez over. A yellow card materialized in the referee's hand. Shut your mouth and focus on playing. The referee cautioned Alvarez with the card. Are you blind? Why do you always favor the Espanyol side? Does your grandmother have Catalan blood? Alvarez vented loudly, showing no restraint in his tirade against the head referee. Taken aback for a moment, the referee then produced a red card from his pocket. All right. Alvarez clapped mockingly as he made his way off the field. This moment was fortuitously captured by the broadcast cameras, providing the Spanish Football Federation with grounds for an additional suspension. On the sidelines, the coach of Sporting Gijón shook his head, clearly disappointed by Alvarez's irrational behavior. For him, the match was effectively over. His team was 2 goals down and now 1 player short. At that moment, Xavi Lopez shot a wink at Chun Leong on the bench, evidently supporting him. The confrontation between team captain Xavi Lopez and Alvarez had precipitated this chain of events. Poor Alvarez, faced with a young player like Chun Leong, could only exchange banter, but when confronted by the seasoned Xavi Lopez, he lost his composure and sabotaged himself. Soon, the match reached its conclusion as the referee blew the final whistle, officially ending the game. The Espanyol fans in the stands immediately began to celebrate their victory, while players gathered in groups to express their gratitude to the audience. It was a commendable victory, with the 3 points secured. Espanyol would remain in second place on the La Liga standings for another week. This moment brings joy to all associated with the Spanish team. At this very moment, on the bustling bar street, the atmosphere at Hawks Bar is electrifying. The euphoria of victory has swiftly spread here, with many fans adorned in Spanish attire raising their glasses, their cheeks flushed with excitement, and beer froth flying in every direction. Chun played exceptionally well today, however. I too had my moments during my time in the youth training of Espanyol. If it weren't for my injury back then, you might still catch glimpses of me on television. What you have is nothing. I have a friend whose skills are truly remarkable. Old Hawk, brimming with joy, weaves between tables, pouring beer for patrons and occasionally pausing to engage in conversation. Ever since meeting Chun Leong, Hawk feels an increasing sense of anticipation in his life. Chapter 41. The market value revealed after concluding the match against Sporting Gijón. Mr. Sergio, as per tradition, escorted Chun Leong to the press conference. At the press conference, a transparent trophy prominently rested on the table before Chun, inscribed in Spanish as the best player of the month. This accolade represents Chun's pinnacle of achievement as a player. Post-match, he encountered the club's director, Karanka, in the locker room, who presented him with this trophy. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Asensio, who discreetly pulled Chun aside and remarked, "Hey, Chun, I just heard the coach mention your participation in the post-match press conference. If you bring this trophy along, the media will undoubtedly cover it, and your market value will surely rise." Chun found Asensio's words to be quite sensible, prompting the trophy's appearance at the press conference. "Mr. Sergio, we see that Chun has brought a trophy today. Could you share your thoughts?" Sergio cast a sidelong glance at the trophy before Chun and replied, "Certainly. I believe Chun's performance this past month merits the title of best player within the team. After a unanimous discussion among the team, we decided to bestow this honor upon him." Following Sergio's response, reporters began to furiously type on their laptops, and the news of Chun receiving the monthly accolade rapidly spread across various media outlets. Chun, achieving the title of best player must indicate your satisfaction with your performance. What is your next objective or challenge? A reporter inquired, raising their hand curiously. "I am pleased with my performance, though not entirely. My goal is to secure a spot in La Liga's official best 11 for the upcoming month," Chun replied, glancing at the trophy before him as he articulated his aspirations. La Liga selects the strongest lineup each month, with the players chosen being recognized as the elite among the league. However, it is noteworthy that this prestigious best 11 is predominantly dominated by the 3 giants, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. Nevertheless, inclusion in La Liga's monthly best 11 signifies that one has caught the attention of these esteemed clubs. Upon returning home, Chun Leong gazed at the impressive display of honors before him. With great care, he placed the trophy for the month's best player within his team onto the shelf. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, contemplating the significance of this accolade. Since joining the first team, he had achieved this milestone as his inaugural monthly award. How many trophies might grace this shelf in 6 months? A year? A decade? An inkling of anticipation began to stir within him. Just as he was absorbed in these reflections, his phone vibrated insistently in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from his teammate, Asensio. "Hello, As? What is up?" Chun Liang inquired. "Chun, what are you doing?" "Quickly check the Transfermarkt website. Your market value has been released." Asensio's excited voice resonated in Chun Liang's ears. Without a moment to ponder, Chun Liang's heart raced as if a fawn were bounding within his chest. With exhilaration, he opened the Transfermarkt page and searched for Espanyol, eagerly scrolling through the listings for his name. At last, under his section, 3 digits appeared next to his name, 215, accompanied by a measurement unit. It translated to a market value of 2.15 million euros. Before he could fully revel in this news, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. "After a month of intense competition, you have established your market value. Now, please demonstrate your capability to conquer La Liga." The task: to enter the monthly best 11 of La Liga. The reward: Rivaldo's signature ball control skill. In the final round of the 2000-2001 La Liga season against Valencia, Rivaldo had scored a magnificent bicycle kick, and during that play, his prior touch had perfectly set up the decisive shot. Stunned by the system's announcement, Chun Liang was still processing the reward from his previous task when another challenge emerged. He quickly navigated to the La Liga official website. The month's best 11 had been unveiled. The position of best goalkeeper for the month was awarded to Diego Alves of Valencia. Although Alves had conceded goals during the matches, he remained a crucial component of the team, particularly in the match against Real Madrid, where he thwarted numerous attempts from Ronaldo and Bale. Additionally, he saved a pivotal penalty in the game against Celta. In defense, Juanfran from Atletico, Otamendi from Valencia, and Pique and Alba from Barcelona all made the cut. The two fullbacks, Juanfran and Alba, had been instrumental in their respective teams' offensive efforts throughout the month, while both center-backs provided reliable fortifications for their defenses. In midfield, Isco from Real Madrid, Parejo from Valencia, and Cheryshev from Villarreal were selected. Each exhibited commendable performances in crucial battles, with Cheryshev even netting a goal against Barcelona. The only player from Real Madrid to be selected, Isco, has gradually emerged as a remarkable midfielder capable of influencing the course of the matches. The forward line is led by Messi, alongside Griezmann and Villarreal's Vieto. Messi has recently regained his formidable form, scoring goals with great frequency. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid's sharp striker Griezmann is also in outstanding form. The 21-year-old Argentine forward Vieto has netted goals in the last 2 matches. Gazing at the list before him, Chun Liang resolutely resolved that in order to achieve his goals, he must perform even better than the players listed above. He glanced at the La Liga fixture schedule affixed to his computer desk. In the upcoming round, Espanyol would still be at home, preparing to face Deportivo La Coruña, a team that once staged a grand upset. In the 1999-2000 La Liga season, Deportivo La Coruña emerged unexpectedly, surpassing giants like Barcelona and Real Madrid to claim the championship. From the 2000-2001 season onward, they entered the Champions League for 5 consecutive seasons, reaching the quarterfinals twice and the semifinals once, even defeating Manchester United, Juventus, Bayern Munich, and a peak Arsenal team, showcasing their formidable competitiveness. It is evident that this team has a glorious past, yet their peak did not last long. After being relegated in the 2010-11 season, Deportivo La Coruña returned to La Liga in the 2011-12 season, only to be relegated again in the 2012-13 season. On January 10, 2013, the club sought bankruptcy protection due to debts amounting to 156 million. Chapter 42. A stupefying free kick in the tavern of Old Hawk on Bar Street. He had hired a few young men who were presently placing Chun Liang's posters at the entrance. Chun Liang had brought good fortune to Hawk, altering his fate, and he was tirelessly promoting Chun Liang. Ever since learning at the pre-match press conference that Chun Liang would continue to be included in the starting lineup for the week's match, Old Hawk began to leverage his bar to build momentum for Chun Liang. In truth, there aren't many fans in Europe who are paying attention to Chun Liang. Most of his supporters hail from the Huaxiao region. Nevertheless, Hawk's bar has indeed been contributing to enhancing Chun Liang's influence. The 1999 may not bring Old Hawk substantial income, yet it has undeniably enlivened his once quiet bar. thereby transforming his life. The bar soon became bustling with patrons, each holding a numbered ticket placed on the tables. Most of these fans had either failed to secure match tickets or simply came to enjoy a drink. In addition to the diehard supporters of Espanyol, Old Hawk's bar also attracted many casual visitors. Perhaps they were tourists visiting Spain, seeking a place to enjoy a drink. And upon discovering Hawk's bar hosting an event, they naturally ventured inside. As he gazed upon the unfamiliar faces, Hawk's spirits soared higher, and he cheerfully greeted several staff members to welcome everyone, while also promoting Chun Liang to numerous visitors. Chun Liang had been a tremendous help to him. Although his contributions were modest, he exerted his efforts to assist Chun Liang in any way he could. Amidst this lively atmosphere, the day of the match drew ever closer. Standing in the players' tunnel, Chun Liang frequently surveyed the opposing Deportivo La Corua players as the chants from the fans outside grew increasingly raucous, igniting within him an intense desire to compete. The team's performance had improved significantly, leading to a burgeoning demand for tickets, with many fans journeying from far-off lands, solely to support Chun Liang, who shared their heritage. In that moment, Chun Liang felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. These fans, seated in the stands, shouted fervently for a single match, harboring hopes for the future just as he did. The referee's whistle pierced through the countdown of the crowd, signaling the end of the match. Chun Liang swiftly moved, darting toward an open space, calling out to his teammates for a pass. He understood that his influence had begun to grow, although Spanish media coverage of him was scant and his following, apart from Espanyol fans, was limited. He aspired to carve out his own niche in Europe. In other words, he needed to captivate the attention of those yet to notice him through remarkable performances. The ball soon arrived at Chun Liang's feet. Before receiving it, he glanced around to ensure no defenders were closing in on him. With a clear path, he seized the ball and charged toward the opponent's goal. Suddenly, Chun Liang, carrying the ball at high speed, was brought down by a Deportivo La Corua defender, prompting the referee to blow the whistle, signaling a foul. Similar to Sporting Gijón, Deportivo La Corua employed a tactical style focused on physical confrontation, persistently disrupting the Espanyol players. Like other coaches, La Corua's manager, Vitor Estenche, had conducted his research on Chun Liang prior to the match. His predecessor, Moyes, had demonstrated that man-to-man marking was ineffective against Chun Liang, so Vitor opted for a more aggressive strategy to disrupt him. If he can execute a Marseille turn, then I shall simply take him down, he mused, knowing that the foul would not warrant a yellow card due to its minimal severity. The plan was straightforward: interfere with Chun Liang's play. What Vitor overlooked was that Chun Liang had recently acquired the skill of taking free kicks. As the free kick was executed, the match resumed. In the 17th minute, Deportivo's midfielder, Ferral, advanced with the ball, only for Chun Liang to execute a precise tackle, intercepting the ball. Upon regaining possession, Chun Liang accelerated forward, prompting Fial, realizing the impending threat, to bring him down just outside the penalty area. The Espanyol team was granted a favorable opportunity for a free kick. Typically, it was not Chun Liang's turn to take the free kick, as Asensio often assumed that responsibility. However, on this occasion, Chun Liang approached the spot, gently tapping Asensio, who was positioning the ball, and inquired, "May I have a go this time?" Surprised by Chun Liang's request, Asensio hesitated, having never witnessed him practice free kicks during training, and thus had reservations about Chun Liang's proficiency. Yet, upon observing the determination in Chun Liang's gaze, Asensio wavered. He glanced at the head coach, Celso, who remained silent. "All right, brother, give it your best." Asensio passed the ball to Chun Liang and stepped back. "I need a five-man wall." 5. At that moment, Deportivo La Corua's goalkeeper, Lux, became the most anxious player on the field, fixated on the ball at Chun Liang's feet while nervously arranging his wall. A little more to the left, just a tad more. The angle of this free kick was quite favorable for a direct shot, granting Chun Liang a viable chance to score. Consequently, Lux was on edge. In matches between two relegation-threatened teams, a single free kick could determine the outcome. Deportivo La Corua's coach, Vitor, was taken aback when he saw Chun Liang preparing to take the free kick. He turned to his assistant and asked, "Does the report indicate he can take free kicks?" The assistant quickly accessed his tablet, flipping through the information before affirmatively nodding and replying, "No. This is his first free kick in a formal match." Relieved by the assistant's response, Vitor exhaled. "Then there's nothing to worry about." He waved his hand dismissively, opened a bottle of mineral water, and prepared to return to the bench. Just then, he was met with a deafening cheer from behind. When he turned around, he saw the ball resting serenely in the back of the net. It was a goal, scored from Chun Liang's free kick. "Let us take another look at that replay," exclaimed commentator Zhang Jun, his voice brimming with excitement. Next to him, commentators from various television stations covered their faces in disbelief. The method by which the free kick found the back of the net is undoubtedly one of the most visually striking ways to score. In the replay, countless fans once again witnessed the brilliance of Chun Liang's free kick. The ball spiraled quickly from the ground, and as it approached the imposing wall, it curved as if it had a mind of its own, deftly bypassing Deportivo La Coruña's defenses. With the scoreline altered, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stands, as countless fans waved their scarves in unison, expressing their elation. Everything unfolded so naturally. Espanyol seamlessly earned the free kick, and Chun Liang effortlessly converted it. Vitor pointed toward the goal, turning to his assistant with a bemused expression. Wasn't he supposed to be incapable of taking free kicks? The assistant shrugged and replied, "Yet this indeed marks his inaugural free kick in a formal match." Chun Liang successfully converted the free kick. He dashed to the sidelines, turning his back to the fans to reveal his name and number on the jersey. The spectators responded enthusiastically, chanting Chun Liang's name, and in an instant, the atmosphere reached its zenith. At that moment, the quiet bar street erupted into a cacophony of deafening cheers, drawing the attention of passers-by. The raucous cheer emanated from the Hawk Bar, where revelers celebrated the goal, encircling the bar platform and breaking into song. Some visiting fans were also swept up in the fervor, joining the chorus. Beer foam flew through the air as the crowd jubilantly cheered for Chun Liang's goal. Whether through television broadcasts or live attendance, Chun Liang's goal ignited passion among the fans and instilled the Espanyol players with an intensified yearning for victory. The match continued, with Espanyol launching a relentless assault on Deportivo La Coruña's goal, quickening the pace of the game. Deportivo seemed momentarily stunned after conceding, their players distracted, creating an impression of Espanyol dominating the field. In the 37th minute, the dynamics shifted once more as Asensio delivered a diagonal pass to Caicedo at the edge of the penalty area, who finally found the net again. It appeared that Espanyol had firmly grasped victory in this match. As they approached the next season's Champions League, it might indeed not be mere talk. Chun Liang ecstatically embraced Caicedo, not only thrilled for the team's strengthened lead, but also elated for mastering a formidable skill. With the ability to execute free kicks, he could now rely on this technique for scoring, rather than solely depending on open play. It is no exaggeration to say that since the expiration of his powerful shooting experience card, his success rate in one-on-one situations had paled in comparison to the efficiency of free kicks. This skill would undoubtedly aid him in achieving impressive statistics. It could be said that Chun Liang would become a vital scoring asset for Espanyol. Well done, my friend. Congratulations on opening your scoring account once more. Chun Liang joyfully patted Caicedo on the shoulder. This is a gift from divine favor. Caicedo flashed a wide grin, responding with laughter. All right. Not a hint of modesty. Chun Liang playfully chided. What is modesty? Caicedo inquired, puzzled. Chun Liang found it difficult to explain the deeper meaning of the term, and simply replied, "It means one shouldn't appear overly joyous after achieving success. One must remain composed." Should I then retract my smile? Caicedo feigned seriousness. No need, my friend. Keep smiling. Chun Liang patted his shoulder once more before returning to his half of the field. The first half of the match concluded without any suspense, although there remained another half. All Espanyol fans felt assured of victory at that moment. During the halftime break, Sergio praised Chun Liang for his goal, declaring it one of the most exquisite free kick conversions he had ever witnessed. By the way, Chun, their opponents possess considerable physical prowess, so be cautious and avoid excessive contact to prevent injury, understood? Sergio inquired with concern. As Chun Liang's performance became increasingly remarkable, his standing in Sergio's esteem continued to rise, from initial admiration for his brilliance to a growing recognition of his potential, gradually elevating Chun to the status of one of the team's core players. Remember, they will undoubtedly push forward in the second half, and we must exploit the spaces behind them. Our forwards and attacking players need to remain vigilant about this. Sergio reminded his teammates emphatically. As the second half approached, the Espanyol supporters returned to their seats, resuming their fervent encouragement for the team. Chun Liang focused intently on the opposing goal, contemplating the possibility of scoring once more. He awaited the opportunity that Sergio had mentioned. From the outset of the second half, Deportivo La Coru displayed signs of impatience. It was evident that they yearned to launch an attack, yet their fear of being countered rendered them hesitant. Chun Liang continued to move dynamically, striving to identify openings for potential chances. He played with a degree of restraint in the second half, as Deportivo's actions grew increasingly assertive with the passage of time, compelling him to safeguard himself. In contrast to the first half, the latter stages of the match felt somewhat dull and uneventful. Deportivo sought to advance, yet they were thwarted by Espanyol's formidable midfield trio. Meanwhile, Espanyol, intent on defending, showed little inclination to commit forces for an offensive. Time ticked away, and ultimately, with the referee's 3 whistles, Espanyol extended their winning streak. Their momentum this season appeared to have propelled them into the upper echelon of La Liga, competing with illustrious clubs such as Real Madrid and ATL Tico for European qualification. No one could predict how far they might go, not even the beleaguered players themselves. Reflecting on the previous perspective, everything seemed astonishingly surreal. A team struggling to avoid relegation suddenly found itself firmly seated in second place for an extended period. As Chun Liang exited the pitch, he gazed at the jubilant fans, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Such a delightful winning streak could cease at any moment. With this thought, he shook his head. In football, no one can maintain victory indefinitely. He simply wished to lead his team further, drawing upon his strength. Amidst the jubilant songs of the supporters, the Espanyol players made their way back to the locker room, entering with exuberance and celebrating their triumph. At this moment, the musical talents of some African-American players were undeniably showcased as they rhythmically beat on ice buckets, creating a pulsating sound, while the players formed a circle and sang boisterously. Chun Liang was drawn into the crowd by Caicedo, laughing heartily as he joined in the celebration. After this match, his goal tally increased by 1. Should he maintain such form until the end of the season, it is certain that numerous scouts from prestigious clubs will take notice of him. Chapter 44. Chun Liang's departure. Following the conclusion of the match, Sergio granted the players an additional day off, understanding that as the season progressed, their bodies were becoming fatigued. A day of respite was most appropriate for them to relax. After the break, the team reconvened for training. The first day's practice was of low intensity, logically. The players should have had a leisurely day, yet everyone appeared less than cheerful. This was due to their upcoming opponents, Atletico Madrid, one of the giants among the 3 elite clubs. Sergio observed that among all the players present, only Chun Liang exhibited a notably relaxed demeanor. Chun, aren't you the least bit anxious? Our next match is against Atletico, Caicedo inquired, looking at Chun with a puzzled expression. I am aware of their strength. I have faced them before with my previous team. Their reserve team is formidable, and I can only imagine their first team is even more so. Chun. Have you been so thoroughly trounced by them that you've lost your bearings? Moreno approached with a grin, inquiring further. Chun Liang shook his head, which piqued the curiosity of the forward duo. Oh, did you at least manage a draw? Chun Liang again shook his head. You surely didn't lead your team to victory against them, did you? Caicedo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Not quite. I didn't play. I sat on the bench and watched my teammates get thoroughly outplayed. A cloud of disbelief passed over the heads of the 2 forwards. All right, everyone. Gather around for a moment. Sergio clapped his hands to draw the players' attention. This is Eric, who has just graduated with a doctorate in sports management from Loughborough University, and he will be joining the first team's coaching staff from today onward. As Sergio spoke, a rather stout individual appeared at his side, his training attire appearing quite bulky on him. Is this not someone from the cafeteria kitchen? The players exchanged puzzled glances at Eric, recalling the adage about those with large heads and thick necks, either wealthy or a cook. Confidently standing beside Sergio, Eric was undeterred by their skeptical gazes and introduced himself with a smile. Hello, everyone. You may have some questions regarding my physique. It is not due to an indulgence in fried chicken and fries, but rather a result of hormonal imbalances. However, rest assured, I will elevate your fitness levels by the end of the season. Fitness is often misconceived as merely the ability to run for extended periods or resist fatigue. In reality, it is a broad concept encompassing various aspects such as strength, speed, coordination, and agility, among others. Under Eric's guidance, the players first arrived at the gym, where they each engaged in squat tests, upper body strength assessments, and agility cross-jump evaluations. Following these exercises, they proceeded to the football field to conduct further tests. After the series of evaluations, the players began to exhibit varying degrees of fatigue, chatting in pairs while holding electrolyte drinks, while Eric meticulously recorded notes on a form. After careful calculations, Eric gathered the team once more and provided feedback on their overall condition. Based on the data I have just gathered, I have categorized you into 3 tiers. The first tier exhibits commendable physical fitness, requiring a certain level of exercise intensity to maintain their condition. The second tier shows potential for improvement. With specialized training over the next month or 2, significant progress could be achieved. However, the data for the third tier is the most disappointing. Your metrics fall considerably short of my standards. Although I am eager to commence training with you immediately, I must consider that you have a match next week. Therefore, I have decided to postpone our training until the international match day. At this juncture, a cold smirk appeared on Eric's face as he added, I foresee this will be an unforgettable period. He affixed the 3 lists to the wall at the training facility's entrance, ensuring that each player would see their designation upon entering the training ground. On the first day, Chen Liang noticed his name among the third tier, a situation he could hardly blame himself for. Despite his relentless efforts to train in the gym prior to the season, growth is inevitably a gradual process, not something to be rushed. As anxiety over Eric's mention of an unforgettable time settled in, the club director, Karanka, unexpectedly informed him that a call-up notice from the national team had been faxed to the club that very day. Initially taken aback by the national team summons, Chen Liang soon felt a rush of pride for representing his country. However, that joy was short-lived upon realizing that the call-up was for the East Asian Cup. It is well known that the East Asian Cup features 4 participating nations, North Korea, Japan, and South Korea, alongside the host country. With the majority of overseas players coming from Japan and South Korea, they typically field domestic players for this tournament, rendering it a rather inconsequential event. Yet, it was precisely this trivial tournament from which domestic authorities expected Chen Liang to sacrifice his hard-won position as a first-team starter. Consequently, Chen Liang requested the club to inquire whether he could forego participation in this East Asian Cup and concentrate on more significant competitions, such as the World Cup qualifiers or the Asian Cup. To his dismay, he received a more vehement response 2 days later, demanding his immediate return to the country for training. It was evident that those in power, driven by their own ambitions, cared little for the implications of such decisions. They merely sought to seize the opportunity to embellish their careers at the expense of Chen Liang's hard-earned prospects. Yet, how could Chen Liang possibly accept such a fate? That evening, he registered a Weibo account, and within just an hour, his follower count surged past 1 million. Subsequently, Chen Liang posted a Weibo message. Sometimes, even when confronted with the most distasteful circumstances, I yearn to illuminate the dim path of football with a flicker of hope. Yet, the avarice and shamelessness of certain individuals fills me with profound sorrow. If the advancement of Chinese football onto the world stage necessitates the sacrifice of some, then I am willing to pay that price. I hereby announce my indefinite withdrawal from the national team until the day it no longer dwells in such darkness. After Chen Liang shared this message, 8 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were related to him. Clearly, public opinion in the country had exploded. As the sole player from China with high expectations who had made it to one of the top 5 leagues, he had become a spiritual beacon for many Chinese football fans. Numerous admirers even hoped he could lead the national team into the long-coveted World Cup. However, all those beautiful aspirations shattered like colorful bubbles on that day. Following this, many journalists began to leak information, showcasing the allure of journalism. Some claimed that Chen Liang was preparing to emigrate, entirely renouncing his identity as a child of China. Others suggested a rift between him and the national team's coach, Gao Jiabua. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, no one truly understood why Chen Liang had made such a resolute decision to withdraw from the national team. Chapter 45. Carmelo Stadium. Since announcing his departure from the national team, 2 distinct voices emerged online. One faction labeled Chen Liang a traitor, asserting that, with his Chinese heritage, he should serve his country. Conversely, another group of fans believed that Chen Liang's presence in one of the top 5 leagues already shone a light on the national team. Thus, their evaluations of his footballing journey leaned more towards blessings. Regardless of perspective, the unfolding of this withdrawal saga undeniably wounded the hearts of a portion of domestic fans. For Chen Liang, he too had experienced moments of hesitation and uncertainty. He merely wished to play football well, yet returning to his homeland made that aspiration particularly arduous. Thus, he chose to withdraw, and from the very outset of this narrative, a tragic undertone enveloped it. As he stated, he was willing to bear the cost and would have no regrets. Since Espanyol maintained a position in second place for an extended period, the fans began to harbor renewed hopes for their beloved team. With each successive victory, the ambitions of Espanyol's supporters grew. For instance, outside the training facility, some fans unfurled banners proclaiming themselves champions of the first half of the season. Although this title does not constitute an official championship in a formal league for fans, claiming the first half championship signifies that the team had been on the right track for half the season. Internally, although coach Sergio never mentioned anything about the first half championship, players like Chun Liang could still perceive a glimmer of desire in his eyes. After all, what coach does not yearn for a place in history? Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to coach esteemed clubs such as Barcelona and Real Madrid. Even coaches from smaller teams harbor aspirations of remarkable feats. As the team bus gradually approached the Calder Stadium, Chen Liang gazed out of the window, marveling at the grandeur of the arena. Truly, it epitomizes a prestigious club. The mere thought of competing against illustrious stars on such a hallowed ground sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. This was the dream of every young footballer. And Chen Liang was no exception. "Do not be anxious. Think of the fans who stand behind us," encouraged his companion, Javier Lopez, as he patted Chun Liang's shoulder. In his youth, Javier too had felt a surge of nerves at the prospect of facing teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona, almost to the point of trembling. However, Chun Liang was not anxious. On the contrary, upon seeing the Calder Stadium, an overwhelming desire to conquer surged within him. As Ibrahimovic once proclaimed, "I came, I saw, I conquered." Chun Liang adopted this very mindset, lost in reverie as he observed the fervent fans outside, proudly waving Atletico Madrid scarves and singing in unison. Everything will be fine. In the locker room, Sergio was adjusting his tactical board, positioning Chen Liang deeper on the field for the sake of the team's defense. Atletico Madrid's counterattacks were formidable, and under Simeone's guidance, they had grown increasingly fierce, even breaking the absolute dominance of Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga in recent years. While Atletico's midfield lacked the creativity of their rivals, their utilization of the flanks and transition between offense and defense was executed with precision, presenting a challenge for opposing coaches. Often, fleeting opportunities allowed Atletico to seize the lead. By placing Chun Liang in a more withdrawn role, Sergio aimed to sever the connection between Atletico's midfield and their dynamic wings. Although Chen Liang had previously played further forward and showcased his brilliance in attack, this particular task was uniquely suited to him. Sanchez covered considerable ground, but lacked the steadiness to anchor the defense. Javier Lopez possessed experience, but could only assist Chen Liang in filling gaps. The outcome of this match now rested on Chun Liang's ability to neutralize Atletico's multifaceted offensive approach down the wings. "Go forth with confidence. I will support you from the back," Javier Lopez reassured him in the locker room. Sanchez chimed in with a grin, "No worries, I'll track back more. Even if they create chances, I'll be there to cover." With both teammates rallying behind him, Chun Liang felt a sense of calm wash over him as the Spanish players formed a circle in the locker room for a final motivation session. As Chun Liang emerged from the player tunnel, the Atletico Madrid fans unleashed a chorus of cheers from the stands, applying pressure upon them. As the names of the visiting Espanyol players echoed through the stadium, the home fans of Atletico Madrid responded with a chorus of boos, exerting pressure on their opponents. Chen Liang gazed at the countless flags and fervent supporters in the stands, filled with profound reflection. It is no wonder that Europe has become the epicenter of football, nor that Spain has triumphantly secured consecutive World Cups and European championships. The sheer fervor of this atmosphere is indeed remarkable. Though some may question whether Atletico Madrid, with fewer championships than Real Madrid and Barcelona, can be considered a footballing giant, the unwavering support of their fanbase speaks volumes about the club's rich heritage. As the match commenced, just as Sergio had emphasized before the kickoff, the opposition indeed committed a significant force to their flanks. Merely 5 minutes into the game, Espanyol skillfully bypassed their midfield defense with a short pass, allowing Atletico's Oliver to accelerate past Sanchez, directing his attention toward the center. Witnessing his team's midfield effortlessly sliced apart, Sergio felt an urge to hurl his water bottle onto the pitch, yet he restrained himself. Acknowledging the objective disparity between the two sides, "Chun, move a bit further back." Under Sergio's guidance, Chun Liang decisively sprinted to the edge of the penalty area, aiming to provide support for a potential cross from Atletico. However, Oliver, clearly overwhelmed with enthusiasm, attempted to cut into the box along the byline, only for the ball to be swiftly cleared out by an Espanyol defender, resulting in a corner kick for Atletico Madrid. Koch approached to take the corner, exchanging a knowing glance with Griezmann, who instantly understood the cue. He darted toward the corner area, and despite being closely followed by Javi Lopez, Koch delivered the ball to Griezmann. Without pausing to control it, Griezmann returned the pass to Koch, executing a simple yet effective give and go. In that moment, Griezmann surged into the penalty area, leaving Espanyol's midfield in a precarious situation as Javi Lopez was easily bypassed. "Watch out," Chen Liang shouted as he sprinted toward the edge of the box, aware that with so many players in Espanyol's area, they would likely attempt to strike on goal. Chapter 46. Another free kick in the blink of an eye. Chen Liang observed Griezmann distributing the ball to Thiago at the edge of the area. Without hesitation, Thiago swung his leg to shoot. Both Espanyol defender Rocco and Chen Liang lunged to block the shot, but they were a fraction too late. Goalkeeper Pa El Pez dove swiftly, fully prepared, yet the congestion in the box obstructed his view, and by the time he reacted, the ball had rolled along the ground and into the net. Now it was the Atletico fans' turn to erupt in jubilant cheers. They waved their scarves, the goal arriving so swiftly that even the fans struggled to comprehend it. Damn! With his team conceding a goal so early, Sergio turned and retreated to the bench, resigned to the undeniable gap between his team and their opponents. However, the goal came far too swiftly. Observing the ecstatic Atletico Madrid supporters celebrating fervently from the sidelines, Sergio felt an insatiable urge to contribute further. He resolved to fortify the defense first. Cupping his hands to form a megaphone, he shouted emphatically, "We must defend low, retreat the defensive line, and constrict their space." Indeed, Atletico Madrid's flanking attacks were formidable. A simple 1-2 pass could effortlessly carve a path through Espanyol's ranks. Confronted by a team that exploited the width of the field to its utmost, Sergio had no alternative but to employ a low defensive strategy to stifle their offensive maneuvers. With ample time remaining in the match, recklessly pressing forward would only exacerbate the scoreline. It would be wiser to solidify their defense and await opportunities to equalize through set pieces. As the game resumed, Moreno initiated play from the center circle. The Atletico Madrid players, invigorated by their recent goal, surged forward with renewed enthusiasm. The moment the ball left the center circle, their forwards dashed across the halfway line. Atletico Madrid's high pressing following the kickoff aimed to capitalize on Espanyol's unsettled mentality and secure another goal. As the ball was passed back to the defense, center back Rocco felt the pressure as two Atletico players bore down on him. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he readied to pass to his defensive partner, only to find that a rival player had already positioned himself beside his teammate. In a bid to safeguard his defense, Rocco instinctively prepared to clear the ball from the danger zone. At that precise moment, just as Rocco was about to strike, he noticed Chen Liang retreating to receive the ball. Without hesitation, Rocco slid the ball to Chen Liang. Just then, Atletico's Beto advanced rapidly, prompting Rocco to exclaim, "Be careful." In a flash, Chen Liang lowered his center of gravity. As Beto approached, he executed an unexpected reverse Marseille turn within his own half. This dazzling maneuver left spectators awestruck, as none anticipated Chen Liang's audacious display of skill. Beto, having been outmaneuvered, found himself trailing behind. Upon completing the turn, Chen Liang swiftly relinquished possession, using the outside of his foot to deliver a precise pass to the advancing Moreno. The ball seemed to have eyes of its own, racing towards Moreno's feet. Reacting almost instinctively, he managed to control it just in time. At that moment, Moreno faced significant pressure from Uruguay international Godin. This was a golden opportunity for Espanyol, and Moreno was determined not to squander it, as the traveling Espanyol supporters fervently urged him, "Take him on, go past him." Yet, how many forwards could confidently challenge the seasoned and composed Godin? Nevertheless, he had no alternative but to give it a try. Moreno initiated his advance, while Godin, too, lowered his stance, poised to spring into action. He, like Moreno, bore immense pressure. Should Moreno advance, the penalty area of Atletico Madrid would be right behind him. At that moment, Chen Liang had surged from the back line to the forefront, stealthily positioning himself behind Moreno. Chen, return quickly," shouted Sergio from the sidelines, as he harbored doubts about Moreno's ability to bypass Godin. If the ball were intercepted, Atletico Madrid's counterattack would be formidable. Thus, It was imperative for Chun Liang to bolster the defense in the backline. Yet, astonishingly, he found himself pushing forward. Got in, with his seasoned experience, retreated steadily, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. With precision, he deftly redirected the ball, sending it away from Moreno, who, propelled by momentum, collapsed onto the ground. The Atletico Madrid fans let out a collective sigh of relief, but their respite was short-lived as they gasped once more. The ball had been sent directly to Chun Liang's feet. On the ground, Moreno was still petitioning the referee, insisting that was a foul, absolutely a foul. However, he quickly fell silent upon realizing the ball remained at his teammate's feet. Chun Liang lifted his gaze towards the goal, his foot already poised for action. It was now the defenders of Atletico Madrid who could no longer remain passive. They were aware of Chun Liang's prowess, having witnessed his extraordinary long-range shot with the outside of his foot. Stop him. Quickly. Don't let him shoot. Helmed by God N. The ever-watchful Gilmanes could no longer contain himself. He surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Chun Liang. As Chun Liang's leg began to rise, Gilmanes instinctively extended his foot in an attempt to thwart the impending shot. For reasons unknown, Gilmanes sensed something was amiss. Yet he could not articulate the source of his unease. Nevertheless, he was beyond hesitation. To prevent Chun Liang's shot, he lunged forward. Soon, he realized that Chun Liang's leg swing was slowing, a far cry from the speed of a shot. He understood he had been deceived. Chun Liang had no intention of shooting. A smile emerged on Chun Liang's face as he recognized that Gilmanes had finally fallen for his ruse, having successfully shifted Gilmanes' balance. A feigned shot turned into a genuine cut. With a gentle flick of his foot's inside, Chun Liang slipped past Gilmanes, who, left with no other option, resorted to a foul. Instinctively, he brought Chun Liang down at the edge of the penalty area, receiving a yellow card while simultaneously granting Espanyol a free kick opportunity in the attacking zone. Although the away fans of Espanyol were few, they nonetheless erupted in a chorus of boos, applying pressure on the referee in an attempt to upgrade the yellow card to red. Espanyol was awarded a free kick in the attacking area, and God N patted Gilmanes on the back, offering consolation to his Uruguayan compatriot and junior. Make the wall a bit taller. Though Oblak was not intimately familiar with Chun Liang, he was aware of the latter's previous success in scoring a free kick. Thus, he approached the situation with utmost seriousness. Chapter 47. Equalized. As Oblak arranged the wall, Chun Liang's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the goal. Aware that Chun had previously scored with a curling shot, Oblak had deliberately positioned the wall to obstruct Chun's shooting angle. The wall was wide, and with a goalkeeper of Oblak's caliber, the Atletico Madrid fans did not perceive this opportunity as particularly threatening. Oblak lowered his center of gravity, taking deep breaths as he awaited Chun's strike. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Chun slowly retreated, his eyes locked on the net before he began his run-up. Meanwhile, Atletico fans at the sidelines created a cacophony, attempting to disrupt Chun's free kick. Observing the resolute young Asian player, Oblak couldn't help but smirk inwardly. For a goalkeeper, there is no greater thrill than extinguishing the hopes of an opposing team, relishing the sight of their despair and the admiration of the fans behind him. Kid, score like last time. Captain Javier Lopez clenched his fists, eagerly awaiting a goal from Chun to uplift his teammates' spirits. The other Espanyol players shared in this anticipation, their eyes fixed on the ball, hoping to see it nestle into the net in the next moment. Boom. Chun struck the ball, and Oblak anticipated a curling trajectory leading to the goal, but all he heard was a dull thud, and the ball was nowhere in sight. Where is it? Just as Oblak pondered this, the ball suddenly emerged from beneath the wall. A low shot. Chun's strike was perfectly timed. As he kicked, the 6 players in the wall leapt high. The ball zipped past the feet of the leaping wall, the grass scattering in its wake, a testament to its speed. Oblak was caught completely off guard. As he spotted the ball, it had already sped past him, finding its mark in the net. He didn't even have time to shout. He was unable to react, collapsing helplessly onto the ground, while nearby, the Espanyol fans erupted in joyous cheers. He closed his eyes, having failed to thwart the opponent's hopes, instead becoming a mere backdrop to Chun's magnificent low strike. What a goal! A low shot. The ball found the net. Jean Jun exclaimed instinctively, initially intending to comment on Chun's recent withdrawal from the national team. But he reconsidered his role as a commentator and refrained. At the moment his team needed a goal the most, Chun delivered a golden strike. And in such a splendid manner. Marvelous. The Espanyol players rushed towards Chun, while Sergio on the sidelines fervently celebrated the goal, pumping his fists in excitement. Although they had conceded early in the match, it mattered not, for they had now equalized. Stay calm. Focus. Sergio reminded his players amidst the exhilaration. On the other side, Simeone's expression remained unchanged. Although he had to concede that Chun Liang's goal was spectacular, the situation still lay within his control. His gaze was fixed on Chun Liang, the young player who had performed admirably this season and of whom he had heard several times. While he held a certain interest in Chun Liang, he had no intention of bringing him into the ranks of his team. The current framework of the squad was remarkably stable, with the combination of Coke, Saul, and Thiago proving to be robust, and given their solid backgrounds, there was no need for Simeone to make adjustments. Soon after, the Spaniards retreated to a compact formation, continuing to implement a low defensive strategy, while Atletico Madrid seized increasing possession of the ball. They maintained control of the game, having made 7 attempts on goal in the first half, 4 of which were within the frame. In contrast, the Spaniards managed only 1 shot on target, which was Chun Liang's free-kick goal. Just before the end of the first half, Saul suddenly unleashed a high-quality through ball with the instep of his foot. The ball sailed over the intercepting Spanish players in the midfield, swiftly finding the speeding Griezmann. Although the Spanish goalkeeper, Paulo Lopez, attempted to intervene, Griezmann was quicker, nudging the ball into the net with the arch of his foot. Atletico Madrid regained the lead, executing yet another simple and efficient attack, leaving the Spaniards' defense utterly helpless. Following this goal, Simeone finally allowed himself a brief celebration on the sidelines. The usually proud Argentine coach was not celebrating merely for his team's goal, but rather for the satisfaction he derived from the execution of the attack. Meanwhile, Sergio displayed no emotion on his face. The gap in player capabilities was evident, and he held no blame for others. It's all right, let us keep going, shall we? Chun Liang continually encouraged his teammates on the field. Such a goal could be particularly demoralizing, as it left them feeling powerless. It's fine, let us keep pushing. Forward Moreno exchanged a high-five with him before heading to the center circle for the kickoff. The sounds of the home team's fans resonated once more, demonstrating the unity of Atletico Madrid's supporters, whose voices undeniably placed some pressure on the Spaniards. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, the scene shifted to Atletico Madrid's dressing room, where Simeone paced in front of the large team emblem. That goal we conceded was foolish, yet our performance was commendable, he remarked. Jimenez sheepishly raised his hand. Sorry, boss, it was unintentional. Had it not been for his foul, Chun Liang would not have had the opportunity to score from the free kick. It's nothing, just a mistake. You must learn from it. Simeone waved his hand dismissively. Aside from that free kick, they posed little threat to our goal in the first half. In the second half, let us continue playing this way, aiming to extend our lead and secure the match. It seemed Simeone was very confident about scoring in the second half. In the changing room of Espanyol, head coach Sergio was offering words of comfort to his players. It's all right. We performed decently in the first half, but we are a collective unit. We must share the burden together. Only through unity can we achieve victory. Sergio glanced at the tactical board, aware that his team was only 1 goal behind. Yet he hesitated on how to approach the second half. As the second half commenced, Sergio substituted Asensio onto the field, signaling an offensive strategy. The Atletico fans on the sidelines were taken aback. Did the opposing coach truly believe that a few victories would elevate them to the same echelon as the giants of Real, Barca, and Atletico? Just as Sergio was contemplating further substitutions, the tide of the match shifted dramatically. Griezmann pierced through Espanyol's defense along the flank, decisively opting to deliver a low cross that evaded the defenders and found the advancing Pierdo in the center. The latter struck the ball with precision, extending the lead to 3 goals. Atletico Madrid maintained their command over the match. Alas, a goal had been conceded, and Espanyol found themselves in dire straits. It must be said that the once hopeful Sergio, poised to enhance his attack, now bore a hint of tragic despair, but such is the nature of football. Jean-June adjusted his glasses and remarked, Atletico's intensity and pace are relentless. Even if the outcome of this match is not favorable, the players of Espanyol truly gave their all. Sergio, preparing to make substitutions, stood momentarily dazed, watching Pierdo celebrate the goal. He had anticipated conceding in the second half, but did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Chun Liang observed the jubilant Atletico players. Although he had scored a goal, he could feel the disparity between the two teams. This gulf could not be bridged by 1 or 2 players. It was a comprehensive divide. Sanchez, noticing Chun Liang's gaze, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Just give it your best." The Atletico fans on the sidelines erupted with excitement, their heavy drumming proclaiming their dominance. Even with a 2-goal lead, Atletico remained relentless in their pressure against Espanyol, forcing their opponents into a state of distress in the backline. This high-level, fast-paced match was proving difficult for the Espanyol players. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. As the sound echoed, Simeone approached Sergio, his spirits lifted by victory, and his demeanor became more gracious. "Congratulations. You played well too." Sergio faced his first defeat of the season. Yet having only lost once in the league thus far, it was a commendable record. Chun Liang stood at the sidelines, alongside his teammates, watching the departing fans. This was his first taste of loss. To be honest, the feeling of defeat was quite disheartening, although no fan in the stands voiced their discontent. The disappointment reflected in their eyes left an unsettling feeling in Chun Liang's heart. This marked the first occasion when he failed to witness smiles on the faces of the supporters, if given the choice. He would wish for them to leave the stadium with smiles intact. After all, these devoted fans, who traveled great distances to follow the team to Madrid, witnessed their team being dismantled by the opposition. Reflecting on this, Chun Liang realized he still had a long journey ahead. At the post-match press conference, the media observed the visibly fatigued Sergio with a sense of excitement. This loss marked the first defeat for this underdog team this season, providing solace to many who had doubted their potential. "Mr. Sergio, how do you assess the outcome of this match?" After a moment of contemplation, Sergio adjusted his posture before responding. "Indeed, we faced considerable challenges, yet the players performed to the best of their abilities. I am willing to take full responsibility for this defeat." The media erupted in astonishment at Sergio's admission. He had taken the blame entirely upon himself, thereby alleviating the pressure on his players. However, I also conveyed to them in the locker room that losing this match is not necessarily a bad thing, right? A hint of relief flickered across Sergio's lips as he posed a rhetorical question. "We have lifted the weight off our shoulders and can approach the forthcoming matches with renewed vigor. Everyone can continue to anticipate our performance." A reporter from the Daily Sports asked, "May I inquire why you chose to intensify your offensive strategy in the second half?" He stood, mocking the question as if to belittle Sergio's ambition. "Are you suggesting that we should simply accept defeat once we fall behind?" Sergio retorted, capturing the attention of the journalists, who turned their gazes towards the exchange. "My team was trailing, thus I adopted an offensive tactic, which I emphasized to the players. That was my decision. But you were unable to make substitutions before conceding a goal." The Daily Sports reporter smirked, eager to catch Sergio off guard. "Indeed. And I am prepared to accept full responsibility for that, sir. If you are interested in our forthcoming matches, I would be delighted to offer you a ticket on my personal behalf," Sergio countered. "Are you venting your frustration over the defeat at my expense?" The reporter attempted to shift the narrative, seeking to provoke Sergio into a misstep. No, I must reiterate, I am willing to shoulder all responsibility for our loss. However, your incessant mockery of the local team raises questions about the integrity of the Barcelona media, does it not?" Sergio's incisive retort left the reporter momentarily flustered, his face reddening as he struggled to respond. "All right, the question period is over. Thank you all for your inquiries," the press officer interjected, sensing the increasing tension in the room and decisively concluding the interview. The interview with Simeone, the victor, was notably succinct. He briefly praised Chun Liang's free kick and expressed his immense satisfaction with the victory. The Spanish team's bus slowly departed from the Calderón Stadium, and Chun Liang took one last glance at the arena, a magnificent edifice steeped in history. The fervent desire to conquer remained undiminished within him. At this moment, he yearned to grow stronger, believing that perhaps a bit more strength could have altered the outcome of the match. After the game, the players had anticipated a furious outburst from Sergio, yet the tempest they imagined never materialized. Sergio merely indicated that they could now face their next opponents with ease, unburdened by the weight of their previous defeat. Moreover, he granted the players an additional day off, extending their respite from 1 day to 2, much to their collective relief. However, Chun Liang's thoughts diverged from his teammates, who were preoccupied with relaxation. His mind was consumed with strategies for improvement. His gaze casually swept the bus, and suddenly, a figure caught his eye. The newly appointed fitness coach, Eric, would undoubtedly accommodate his request for extra training. Seizing this opportunity to enhance his physical prowess seemed an excellent idea. As the bus sped along the roads of Spain, Chun Liang cast aside the anguish of defeat. The desire to strengthen himself once again dominated his thoughts. He was determined to win. Chapter 49. Intense Training on the Training Ground. Eric had already set up the necessary equipment at the sidelines, holding a laptop in hand. He turned to Chun Liang and inquired, "Are you ready?" Chun Liang nodded, his gaze resolute. "Excellent. Let us begin with a light jog for aerobic warm-up. Start with 2 kilometers. I will monitor your heart rate, adjust the intensity of your workout, and communicate through your earpiece," Eric stated, his expression impassive as he calibrated the equipment. His fingers danced swiftly over the laptop, and soon, Chun Liang's heart rate appeared on the screen. As the schedule progressed, the temperature began to drop, prompting Chun Liang to don a long-sleeve training jacket and commence his warm-up jog on the field. "A bit faster. You haven't reached your optimal heart rate yet," Eric's voice echoed through the earpiece. "Yes, maintain this pace. Do not slow down." Observing Chun Liang warming up, Eric found a nearby bench to sit on and opened a brown paper bag, extracting a bottle to take a few swigs. "All right, the warm-up is over. Now the real training begins," he announced as Chun Liang completed his jog. "What? That was just the warm-up?" Chun Liang stared incredulously at Eric, shock flooding his mind. This individual had been urging him to accelerate, making him feel as though he had merely been jogging, and now he declared the warm-up concluded. Is that all it takes to falter?" Eric casually remarked, and upon noticing the arch of his brow, Chun Liang felt a twinge of annoyance. He shook his head and replied, "Of course not. We've barely begun. Let us start with some muscle stretching, and then we shall proceed," he added. Eric intended to demonstrate the stretching movements to Chun Liang. However, due to his physical constraints, bending at the waist proved impossible. Just follow along with the plank," he awkwardly suggested, handing Chun Liang a plank. As music played in the background, Chun Liang began to stretch each muscle group, feeling a pleasant release as his body responded with gentle tremors. Stretching can enhance your flexibility, which, in turn, allows you to execute seemingly impossible maneuvers on the court, Eric remarked while observing Chun Liang. Take Ibrahimovic, for instance. He may not be the highest scoring forward, yet he has undoubtedly scored the most extraordinary goals. Why? It stems from his exceptional coordination and flexibility. My teacher once told me that the human body is a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. After the stretching session, Eric led Chun Liang to a nearby gym, focusing on training his muscle response. The prior stretching was to prevent any injuries during our training, and also to improve your flexibility. "Now, we shall work on enhancing your explosive strength," he stated, guiding Chun Liang to the squat rack. "When you squat down, rise quickly without hesitation, unless your knees react. I will manage your load." With the cold weight of the barbell resting upon his shoulders, Chun Liang performed set after set of squats under Eric's guidance. As the training progressed, he began to feel a tightening in his legs and glutes. Eric explained that this sensation resulted from lactic acid produced during anaerobic metabolism of muscle glycogen, and experiencing soreness and tightness was entirely normal. After completing several sets, Eric handed Chun Liang a towel, saying, "Wipe yourself off. Let us take a break." He then moved to a computer to review various data metrics. Meanwhile, Chun Liang was also examining data, albeit of a nature that Eric could not see. It was undeniable that Eric's training bore fruit, bolstered by his efforts. Chun Liang's speed attribute increased from 53 to 55, and his stamina improved from 53 to 56. "Have you noticed that your excellent performance is primarily concentrated in the first half?" Just then, Eric appeared behind him, startling Chun Liang. "Could you refrain from sneaking up on me like that?" Chun Liang exclaimed, recovering from the shock. "As for what you mentioned, I hadn't actually paid attention to that. I have scrutinized your recordings, and I have observed that prior to each goal or assist, you engage in prolonged periods of low-intensity exercise. Furthermore, in certain matches, your performance tends to wane as the game progresses, which suggests a deficiency in your endurance. Additionally, although you successfully execute dribbles, your explosiveness is insufficient. You rely solely on technique to maneuver past opponents. When confronted with physically formidable defenders, even if you manage to outmaneuver them, they are likely to recover swiftly." Reflecting on Eric's assessment, Chun Liang stroked his chin and realized that there might be merit in Eric's observations. With a nod of agreement, Chun Liang immersed himself back into his training. Time flew by, and as Eric observed the rising heart rate curve of Chun Liang on the computer screen, he sipped his coffee and remarked, "That will suffice for now. Upon your return home, adhere to the dietary regimen I provided for replenishing your energy." Avoid any indulgences, otherwise all our efforts today would be rendered futile. Chen Liang nodded. After a day of rigorous training, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his limbs felt as heavy as if laden with lead. He listened intently to Eric's guidance, too exhausted to articulate a response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, Chen Liang promptly relayed Eric's menu to the housekeeper and collapsed onto his bed, feeling as though every ounce of energy had been extracted from him by Eric. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a hazy slumber. In his dreams, he donned his cleats and sprinted freely across the verdant pitch, his speed escalating, and his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. He sensed his body becoming remarkably buoyant, the surrounding scenery whirling past him, and a gentle breeze enveloping him. An exhilarating sensation that was utterly refreshing. Chen Liang lost track of time in his dream, feeling as though he had transcended his physical limits, experiencing a profound sense of fulfillment. Xiao Liang, he was gently roused by a voice, blinking awake to find Aunt Li before him. Xiao Liang, you must be weary from training. The dishes you requested are prepared. Come and eat, she said with a smile. Chapter 50. Merlindo promoted to the first team on October 18th. Espanyol faced Rayo Vallecano at home. Head coach Sergio found himself in the headlines due to a verbal altercation with a reporter from Daily Sports, which drew ridicule from many journalists. Despite the mockery, Sergio remained steadfastly focused on his responsibilities, striving to excel in every match. Thanks to a strong start to the season, despite losing the previous game, Espanyol maintained a commendable fourth position in the standings, a remarkable achievement for players who had battled relegation last season. Nevertheless, Sergio felt as though the season's commencement was surreal. With the team's form soaring, and his players performing exceptionally in crucial matches against relegation rivals. From his office's floor-to-ceiling windows, the team's director, Karanka, observed the daily training sessions of the squad, fully empathizing with Sergio's current state of mind. Having spent several commendable seasons here as a player, Sergio transitioned into coaching, a journey fraught with challenges. The example of the once promising Manchester United prodigy, Rooney, illustrates that the path from player to coach is seldom seamless. Indeed, Sergio has endured immense pressure since assuming the reins of the team. Fearing disappointment for the hopeful fans and the specter of relegation for the club he has devoted himself to. As the head coach of a team fighting to avoid relegation, the positive feedback garnered from matches is scant, with most time spent in the throes of defeat. Time marched on, and on October 18th, Espanyol narrowly triumphed over Rayo Vallecano with a score of 1-0. The match was a hard-fought contest, with the sole goal being a header from Moreno, who connected with Asensio's cross. On October 24th, the entire Espanyol squad journeyed to Seville to face Real Betis. As Chen Liang emerged from the players' tunnel, he spotted the young Betis player, Ceballos, who at just 19 years old had already donned the number 10 jersey and emerged as a key figure for the team. During the pre-match handshake, Ceballos flashed a smile at Chen Liang and remarked, "I've watched your videos. Your play has inspired me greatly. Good luck today?" Chen Liang winked and replied, "You too, good luck." In that moment, both young men were navigating the brutal landscape of the league, aspiring for a future where they could soar. Alas, Espanyol found themselves in peril. A long pass from Ceballos allowed Real Betis to seize an early lead, compelling Espanyol to respond. Asensio charged forward with the ball, only to be brought down. Let's see if Chen Liang can replicate his previous success with free kicks. Beautiful. The ball found the net. His technique was impeccable. The goalkeeper was utterly befuddled. Joku N of Real Betis maneuvered into the penalty area amidst chaos. Another goal. What an exhilarating match. With only 10 minutes remaining, Espanyol needed a hero to emerge. Caicedo. It was Caicedo, stepping up for Espanyol. His physical prowess was remarkable. What a pity, Real Betis merely needed to hold on a little longer to secure victory. An ecstatic Caicedo leapt high, tearing off his shirt in celebration of this splendid goal, willingly accepting a yellow card for his exuberance. Click, click. The photographers on the sidelines captured this electrifying moment. The talented Ceballos of Real Betis and the rising star Chen Liang of Espanyol collaborated to earn a vital point for their respective teams. Following the conclusion of this match, the defensive issues plaguing the team became the most pressing concern for Sergio. His team had been exceedingly vulnerable in defense, and he had intended to propose to the club director the necessity of bolstering the backline during the winter transfer window. However, the board ultimately rejected his suggestion. One reason for this decision was the common understanding that the winter window is typically aimed at addressing deficiencies in the squad. with clubs often approaching it with a predatory mindset. Additionally, the current relegation battle for the Spaniards appeared to be favorable, leaving the management with little justification to allocate extra funds. Meanwhile, fitness coach Eric offered his insights, suggesting that the decline in defensive capabilities was not solely a reflection of the team's shortcomings, but also correlated with the players' levels of fatigue. After careful consideration, Sergio resolved to grant rest to several players, including those in defense and some midfielders. Among those listed was Chun Liang, whom Sergio decided would not participate in the upcoming league match, allowing Eric to continue his rigorous training regimen without restraint. During the match against Granada, Sergio opted to rotate 7 key players, providing starting opportunities to those who typically sat on the bench. The substitutes performed admirably, with striker Silat, who had been sidelined by Caicedo and Moreno this season, scoring and demonstrating the value of the reserve players. For Sergio, this was a relatively acceptable outcome. Although the team conceded yet another goal, securing a point with a reserve lineup was commendable. As the week progressed, Eric's relentless training continued to elevate Chun Liang's speed from 55 to 56. Chun Liang aspired to enhance his speed to around 60 before the winter window opened, which would grant him greater mobility on the field. Simultaneously, his stamina was also improving rapidly, surging from 55 to 57, outpacing his speed enhancement and thereby bolstering his endurance during matches. With the conclusion of the match against Granada, the Spaniards were nearing the end of their October fixtures, and after 2 matches in November, they would enjoy a brief respite. According to Eric, he intended for Chun Liang's time during this break to be unforgettable. As November approached, Chun Liang received splendid news. Coach Sergio had finally acknowledged Melendo's performance and decided to promote him to the first team. Chun. Melendo called out excitedly at the entrance of the first team training facility, carrying a large bag. "You've finally arrived." Chun Liang smiled and approached to embrace his former teammate warmly. "Hey, I've made considerable progress since our last encounter. This time, I won't let you pass easily." Melendo patted Chun Liang on the back, grinning. "Show me what you've got on the training ground. Don't forget, I'm improving as well," Chun Liang remarked, gesturing towards the training field behind him. Chapter 51. The attention of teams in Munich. Following the conclusion of the Champions League matches, Monday became the designated day for Guardiola to convene a scout meeting. His possession-based system demands exceptionally high standards from players. Thus, every player Bayern Munich expresses interest in must be one who can seamlessly adapt to his philosophy. Since his arrival at Bayern Munich, Guardiola has yet to bring the prestigious Champions League trophy, known as the Big Ears, to the club, and achieving this feat is his next objective. It is essential to recognize that Bayern Munich, as the dominant force in the Bundesliga, is not content with merely a salad bowl for the domestic championship. They aspire to claim the Champions League, the epitome of European glory. Guardiola is acutely aware of the club's ambitions, prompting him to scour the globe in search of players to replicate the success of the legendary treble-winning team. Seated on either side of the conference table were scouts who had hurried back to Munich from various corners of the world to participate in this meeting. They are tasked with scouting talent from across the footballing landscape, continually infusing fresh talent into Bayern. Guardiola surveyed the expressions of the scouts. A workaholic who is not only demanding on the pitch but also expects the same level of diligence from his staff. For instance, he altered the previous bi-weekly meetings to weekly gatherings and insisted on in-person attendance rather than utilizing video conferencing. "How about we all enjoy some coffee? I understand everyone has been working hard lately, but I hope for your understanding," Guardiola remarked, casting a glance at the weary faces of the scouts as he commenced the meeting. The session lasted approximately 2.5 hours, during which the head scouts from various regions evaluated the players they had scouted and selected the most suitable candidates to present at the meeting. This is a recent discovery from Portugal. His passing ability is exceptional, and he operates effectively in the number 8 position. He also has experience in the top 5 leagues. And here is a defender I discovered in Germany. I've spoken with his agent, and he is quite interested in joining Bayern. His average interception rate of 141 is particularly appealing to me. Each scout projected their findings onto a large screen for Guardiola's assessment. Guardiola attentively scrutinized the player highlights displayed, his expression meticulous, as if he were determined not to overlook any detail. "This one looks promising. Continue scouting him and send the complete report to my email. While this player possesses decent defensive skills, his passing is inadequate. He's not what we need." Now and then, Guardiola offered his insights, while the scouts on either side diligently took notes. This is a new find from Spain, after thorough evaluation by our team. I believe it would be worthwhile for you to consider him. His overall capability may not meet our current standards, but we see significant potential. He is a player from China, and I believe this could help us penetrate the Chinese market. Upon hearing the mention of Spain, Guardiola's interest was piqued. For it is his homeland, a place he knows intimately. Let us take a look then. Soon, a meticulously edited video of approximately 15 minutes commenced its display on the grand screen. Initially, Guardiola shook his head repeatedly, seemingly on the verge of losing his patience. However, as time progressed, he became increasingly engrossed, as if the video possessed an enchanting allure. His overall capabilities may not have been exceptional, yet there were distinct highlights that suggested considerable potential, warranting further scrutiny. He reached a conclusion and signaled for the next individual to prepare. Wait a moment. I have heard that Dortmund is also evaluating this player. Upon hearing the scout's response, Guardiola rose and pondered seriously for a moment before articulating, "No. What we require now is immediate impact, not future investments. This player should be monitored closely." At this moment, the slender Tuchel was likewise observing Chun Liang's match footage. Unlike Bayern Munich, which is eager for immediate success at the pinnacle of European football, Dortmund prides itself on being a star factory, thriving on acquiring young talents, developing them, and subsequently selling them for a substantial profit. Indeed, he is a player with remarkable potential. Tuchel stroked his chin and continued speaking to the scout beside him. However, aside from these highlights, his handling of possession is still rather immature. This player warrants careful observation, and if the price is right, we should proceed with the acquisition. The assistant coach nodded in agreement. However, I suspect many teams are keeping an eye on him. With the winter transfer window approaching, we need to act swiftly. Tuchel nodded and then handed the scout report on Chun Liang to the assistant coach, stating, "Let us first present this scout report to Watzke." At the training base in Spain, Malindo was engaged in a one-on-one game with Chun Liang. It was referred to as a game because their duel transcended the confines of traditional football rules. Whenever Chun Liang sensed that Malindo was about to bypass him, he would embrace Malindo to prevent his advance. After enduring arduous physical training, Chun Liang was finally able to relax and engage in this playful interaction. "Enough, Chun. You always play unfairly." Chun Liang chuckled and found a patch of grass to sit on, replying, "When you join the first team, you must adapt. The players in La Liga are far from gentlemanly." Malindo, curious, inquired, "I have heard that some teams are interested in you. Is that true?" Supporting himself with his hands on the ground, Chun Liang leaned back and responded, "Perhaps, but they haven't reached out to me yet. Haha. I don't even have an agent at the moment, so it's probably difficult for them to find me. Are you considering leaving here?" Malindo posed the question he was most curious about. "Maybe, but not right now. I still want to leave a mark with Espanyol." Chun Liang shook his head and continued, "Thinking about it is indeed troublesome. Transferring to a new team comes with new challenges and the necessity to learn a new language. Yet, joining those big clubs and winning championships is a dream that everyone aspires to. Hey, you always tell me this. Why don't you consider your own future? You just joined the first team. Have you prepared for how to develop?" Chun Liang countered, "Well, of course, if I can make 10 appearances this season, that would be considered a success." Malindo gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. 10 times? No, that is insufficient. In China, we have a saying, aim for the top, and you may achieve the middle. Aim for the middle, and you may only reach the bottom. You ought to set your sights on 20 matches. With relentless training, you might just secure 10 appearances, Chun Liang remarked, just as it was difficult for me to get on the field before. Once I joined the first team and aimed to score, opportunities arose. Malindo listened to Chun Liang's theories once more, and this time, he found great wisdom in his words, reminiscent of their previous discussions on the substitutes bench. Chapter 52. Athletic Bilbao, the allure of a prestigious club, often referred to as a giant in the football world, holds immense appeal for young players. These clubs typically feature some of the finest players and coaches from Europe and around the globe, offering the grandest of stages. However, for Chun Liang at this moment, participating in weekly league matches was of utmost importance. "I never imagined I would find myself in the first team, while you, by the end of the season, should have impressive statistics," Malindo said, juggling a football as he spoke. This was a rare moment of camaraderie between the two, as Chun had few friends in the team, with only the newcomer Malindo willing to engage with him. Other teammates dismissed Chun Liang, regardless of his status as the owner's son. The football pitch is devoid of personal connections, especially in professional football. where one's worth is measured solely by their performance on the field. Hence, the bond between the two became particularly precious. Melendo, whether it's you or I, we may be making some progress, but it is still far from enough. People will only remember who won the championship this season. They will not recall which player scored how many goals or who made it to the first team. With this, Chen Liang picked up a football and continued. Are you tired? If not, join me for some shooting practice. Although he had netted a few goals, his shooting skills still required refinement. As his earlier goals had come from free kicks or spectacular shots, the two began practicing their shots on goal from various distances and angles. Finally, just before darkness fell, an exhausted Chen Liang noticed his shooting attribute had increased from 61 to 63. On November 8th, Espanyol faced Athletic Bilbao on their home ground. This round, Sergio fielded his strongest lineup, determined to secure a victory. After a brief respite, the starting players were filled with vigor, showing great energy right from the start of the match. In the 11th minute, Chen Liang finally received the ball in the midfield. As he turned, he spotted Garcia's figure. Get on him. Press him, shouted Athletic Bilbao's coach Valverde at Garcia. In La Liga, few teams remained unaware of Chen Liang's capability for an outside-of-the-foot pass after receiving the ball. Valverde's choice was quite straightforward. He opted to employ Garcia's disruptive tactics to render Chen Liang exhausted, knowing full well that his stamina was lacking. Raul Garcia, with his wealth of experience, was no novice in La Liga like Chen Liang. He swiftly followed Chen, restricting his passing options. Yet, in the face of Garcia's harassment, Chen Liang remained composed, seemingly discerning his opponent's intentions as he deftly used the outside of his foot to send the ball towards the flank, allowing it to slip past Garcia's feet. Garcia had done his homework regarding Chen's technique with the outside of his foot, but he could not have anticipated the precision with which Chen executed it. Truly a masterful display. The ball zipped along the ground with remarkable speed, finding its way to Asensio, who was making a forward run. Their synergy had become increasingly refined, requiring no verbal communication whatsoever. Fortunately for Athletic Bilbao's fullback, DeMarcos, his quick reflexes enabled him to closely mark Asensio, forcing the latter to take the ball out of play. Gasping for breath after thwarting this attack, DeMarcos pointed at his head and admonished Garcia, "Hey, focus." In response to his teammate's voice, Garcia waved dismissively. Anyone familiar with Athletic Bilbao knows that as long as they have players of Basque heritage in their ranks, this tradition has been upheld to this day. Consequently, many of their players have completed their youth training within the Basque region, having played together since childhood, naturally fostering a considerable level of understanding among them. This is why they have managed to sustain their presence in the fiercely competitive La Liga with a squad composed solely of Basque players. As time flowed on, Espanyol's offensive momentum persisted. Chen Liang refused to abandon the attack, with the season progressing and the addition of fitness coach Eric. His lack of stamina had become a well-known fact. To address this, Sergio left Sanchez behind him to cover for Chen, whose ability to cover ground allowed him to compensate for the areas Chen could not reach. In other teams, this would have been perceived as Chen exhibiting a lackadaisical attitude, leisurely strolling in the attacking third while his teammates labored. However, within the Espanyol squad, this arrangement faced no objections. The reason became evident in the 27th minute when Chen Liang found himself in a pocket of space. Upon receiving a pass from Captain Javi Lopez, Raul Garcia once again closed in on him. This time, Garcia deliberately obstructed Chen's angle for a ground pass, believing that Chen would have no choice but to play it back. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chen launched another offensive with the outside of his foot. But this time it was a lofted ball. With a decisive strike from his own half, the ball soared over the heads of Athletic Bilbao's defenders. Though they retreated, they could not keep pace with the ball's velocity. The delivery was entirely unexpected, catching them off guard as they failed to anticipate the suddenness of Chen Liang's pass. The despair of the Athletic Bilbao defenders deepened as Moreno emerged behind them like a specter, executing a seamless sequence of passing, receiving, and dribbling. Moreno's one-on-one was remarkably composed. As the distance between him and the goalkeeper diminished, he chose not to force a shot, but delicately lofted the ball with the tip of his boot. While a powerful shot might have tempted the keeper to make a desperate gamble, the delicate chip rendered the goalkeeper powerless, evading his control entirely. The ball soared high, and under the watchful gaze of the goalkeeper, it descended like a leaf, finding the net of Athletic Bilbao. Despite the defenders' desperate attempts to clear it off the line, they were tragically a moment too late. The goal was scored. Espanyol had finally taken the lead. Magnificent. Chun Liang had netted another goal. A stunning shot made even more remarkable by the preceding pass. "Well done, Chun Liang," exclaimed Zhang Jun excitedly into the microphone. Noting that a chip shot is indeed an elegant form of striking, reminiscent of a master swordsman delivering a precise strike. Moreno joyfully ran to Chun Liang, embracing his shoulders in excitement. "Great job, Chun." Chun Liang chuckled and winked at Melindo on the bench, as if to say, "Did you see that, kid? Take notes." Chen Aigua in the stands caught Chun Liang's expression and playfully scolded him. "This kid." With this goal, Chun Liang's tally in La Liga had reached 5, accompanied by 3 assists, a commendable achievement for a young player, marking him as a rising star. Returning to the match against Athletic Bilbao, the atmosphere was electric. Chun Liang's goal ignited the players' enthusiasm, accelerating the pace of the game, with fierce battles erupting across the field and the ball frequently being kicked out of play. Although Valverde instructed Garcia to closely mark Chun Liang with a disruptive strategy, as the midfield linchpin for Athletic Bilbao, he too found himself hindered by Chun Liang's presence. This was also why, prior to Chun Liang's goal, the Espanyol defense remained remarkably solid, with Sergio imposing restrictions on Bilbao's midfield as well. As time gradually slipped away, the first half concluded with the sharp whistle of the referee, prompting both teams to retreat to their locker rooms for a brief respite. The second half commenced, and Chun Liang received a return pass from forward Moreno in the midfield area. Perhaps the impact of his previous outside-of-the-foot pass had left a lasting impression on Athletic Bilbao. For the moment he received the ball, the defenders braced themselves with trepidation. For the players of Athletic Bilbao, Chun Liang's display of skillful passing in the first half signaled that he was operating on an entirely different level. In the 53rd minute of the second half, the once silent Athletic Bilbao finally orchestrated a splendid combination play. On the 25th minute, their Moreno delivered a high-quality pass along the flank. Sanchez lunged forward but missed the ball, allowing Chun Liang to follow up. Garcia seized the ball, and as Chun Liang attempted to close in, the former deftly chipped the ball into the Espanyol's penalty area. Inaki Williams of Athletic Bilbao emerged within the box, his gaze fixed intently upon the sphere. A breathtaking volley. The ball found the net. The scorer was none other than Inaki Williams, the left winger wearing number 15 for Athletic Bilbao. He hailed from the club's youth academy, and the brilliance of this goal rivaled that of the exquisite lob from the first half. At this moment, Chun Liang began to acknowledge Garcia's presence. Raul Garcia, recently transferred from Atletico Madrid, evidently possessed greater offensive dynamism. In the first half, Coach Valverde had tasked him with disrupting Chun Liang, which, to some extent, curtailed Chin's attacking prowess. The fervent applause from Athletic Bilbao's supporters resonated with the anxious murmurs of the Espanyol fans across the pitch. With this goal, it appeared that the scales of victory were tipping in favor of Athletic Bilbao. On the sidelines, Celso felt a twinge of anxiety. The second half revealed a stark contrast to the first, with Bilbao's performance steadily improving, while his own defensive players exhibited the same old issue of lapses in concentration. Change was imperative. Initially considering substituting a center-back to bolster the defense, his attention was suddenly drawn to Chun Liang, who was retreating from the forward line. The assistant coach, Fleck, conveniently presented a tablet, capable of connecting to the chips embedded in the players' vests, allowing real-time monitoring of their heart rates and other physical metrics, providing valuable insights for the coaching staff. It also displayed each player's heat map on the field, indicating their frequency of presence in various positions. "His positioning is too static. I believe we can make a change from here," Fleck remarked while scrolling through the tablet. "What if we have him swap positions with the forwards and see how that unfolds?" Celso countered. "I think it's worth a try," Fleck nodded in agreement. As Garcia sent the ball soaring into the stands from the edge of the penalty area, the match transitioned to a dead ball situation. On the sidelines, young Espanyol player Melindo approached, poised to seize a historic opportunity. Captain Xavi Lopez was struggling to keep pace, his heart rate climbing rapidly on the tablet. Prompted by fitness coach Eric, Celso resolved to make a substitution. Melindo's inclusion was motivated by his commendable performance in recent training sessions, as Celso had long sought to grant him a chance to showcase his potential. Now, the moment had arrived. Melindo entered the stadium clutching a small slip of paper, whispering a few words into the ears of Chun Liang and Moreno before handing the note to Chun Liang. Meanwhile, Athletic Bilbao was also adjusting their tactics, their pressing in the front line becoming markedly more assertive. As the match resumed, Espanyol commenced with a goal kick. Goalkeeper Paulo Lopez passed the ball to center-back Rocco, who, Upon receiving it, was immediately confronted by three Athletic Bilbao players, blocking his passing options. Without hesitation, Rocco, under the pressure from Bilbao, managed to pass the ball to Melendo. The moment Melendo received the ball, he took off at a sprint, using a burst of speed to evade the advancing Beñat, only to be met swiftly by San Jose's defensive cover. San Jose, cunningly, refrained from lunging at Melendo, instead forcing him towards the sidelines. Just as Melendo seemed on the verge of being pushed out of bounds, he suddenly spotted Chun Liang, who had switched positions with Moreno. Without a moment's hesitation, Melendo sent the ball directly to the active Chun Liang, who had just completed the positional exchange. Initially, Chun Liang intended to carry the ball forward, but Athletic Bilbao's center-back Echeta arrived just in time, positioning himself behind him. Chun Liang was compelled to receive the ball with his back to the defender. The intensity of the defensive line was starkly different from that of the midfield's construction. As soon as Chun Liang acquired the ball, Echeta pressed forcefully against his back, causing Chun Liang to stumble and nearly lose possession. This exemplifies why some players achieve remarkable results by repositioning themselves, akin to Pirlo, who transitioned from an attacking midfielder to a deep-lying playmaker, becoming a master of long passes for Italy due to the varying intensities of defensive pressure across different positions. Echeta clung tightly to Chun Liang, attempting to push him forward while also recalling the young man's prowess with set pieces, thus opting to maintain his position to prevent an easy turn. Although Chun Liang had secured the ball, turning was not an option. His best course of action was to pass it back to a teammate, ensuring he would not relinquish possession. Echeta anticipated that this attack would soon fizzle out. But to his astonishment, Chun Liang suddenly exerted a forceful push backward, managing to dislodge him. Through the fabric of their jerseys, Echeta felt Chun Liang's eager heartbeat. Yet now it was Echeta's own heart that raced in disbelief. How could this be? Weighing over 140 pounds, how could he possibly be moved by this seemingly diminutive player? Chapter 54. The Art of Back-to-Goal play 2 days prior, on the training grounds of the Spanish club at the Hanik Sports City. Fitness coach Eric observed Chun Liang with a smile, stating, "In player-to-player physical confrontations, 2 areas are paramount. A strong posterior ensures a stable base, allowing you to maintain your position without being easily displaced. Another crucial aspect is your back. When you use your hips to shield the ball, it becomes essential to leverage your back to create some maneuvering space. Your back serves as your second pair of eyes, and you must learn to utilize it to sense defensive pressure." Eric, a man of substantial build, stood behind Chun Liang and remarked, during this period, "I have been focusing on enhancing your lower body strength. Although I am not entirely satisfied with your progress, it should be sufficient for you to manage." He continued, "Now, use your hip strength to push back. If you apply the right force, you could even displace someone heavier than yourself." With that, Eric pressed against Chun Liang's back, allowing him to feel the engagement of each muscle. As Chun Liang leaned back while controlling the ball, he faced away from Eric, unable to gauge his position, which made maintaining balance quite challenging. Consequently, he had to shift his weight forward to avoid falling. The result was akin to a bear scratching its back against a tree. He moved clumsily against Eric's sturdy frame. Despite his visible effort, Eric remained unyielding. Suddenly, Eric thrust his weight forward, instinctively pushing Chun Liang, who stumbled and nearly fell. Reminiscent of Anthony's fainting shot. "How could I possibly move you with this weight?" Chun Liang exclaimed, rising with a hint of frustration. "No, young man, you are mistaken. My muscle tension may not surpass yours. I merely have the advantage of mass. Your strength is commendable, but your earlier struggle stemmed from a lack of control over your balance and technique. Since the inception of football, the ability to shield the ball while back to the defender has appeared deceptively simple, yet is, in fact, one of the most sophisticated skills. It demands that you manage the ball while being unaware of your surroundings. This technique is crucial for players in the center-forward position, but I am not a center-forward. Why must I learn such a complex skill?" Chun Liang's apprehension surfaced. Eric seemed well prepared for this inquiry and replied calmly, "Do you intend to avoid engaging with defenders forever?" Many exceptionally talented players fail to master this technique, as it does not align well with the natural laws of movement. Therefore, to truly grasp it, one must practice extensively and adjust their center of gravity. Your weight is too far forward, which hinders your ability to exert force. Like a stern instructor, Chun Liang wasted no time. He rose, brushed off the grass from his backside, and resumed his attempts. This time, Eric stepped back, causing Chun Liang to inadvertently plop down onto the ground. "Are you playing tricks?" Chun Liang protested. You were simply being careless when I said to lean back. You disregarded everything else. Rising again, Chen Liang dusted himself off and continued to practice. This time, he refrained from rushing to exert force and leaned against Eric, seeking a more suitable balance point. His legs were firmly planted on the lawn, his body leaning back, yet precariously balanced, teetering on the edge of falling. At that moment, he felt it was time. Chen Liang summoned all his strength, leveraging his body weight to lean back forcefully, his legs exploding with power as he pushed rhythmically backward. To his delight, Eric's footing faltered slightly, retreating a step and creating a narrow gap. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Liang deftly nudged the ball backward before swiftly pivoting and accelerating past Eric. All right, kid, this is getting interesting, he mused. But you're only taking advantage of my inferior physicality. When you face professional players, it might not be so easy. You should come to me often to practice your back-to-goal technique, understood? Back in the match, as Acheta felt Chen Liang squeezing through the gap, he quickly adjusted his center of gravity and shifted laterally to block Chen Liang's turning space. His eyes were fixed intently on the ball at Chen Liang's feet, poised to intercept it at any moment. Why isn't this kid moving forward? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhang Jun, gripping the microphone tightly, exclaimed, "Beautiful. Chen Liang. So elegant." In the footage, rather than forcing his way past Acheta in a half-turn, Chen Liang elegantly pulled back with his left foot. Acheta was left dumbfounded as he observed Chen Liang glide past him with such grace. A Marseille turn. So exquisite. In an incredibly brief moment, Chen Liang made the most challenging yet graceful choice. This display not only left Acheta astounded, but also caught the Bilbao players, who were poised to assist, off guard. As Chen Liang broke free, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, showcasing a moment of sheer brilliance. His agility was intoxicating, as if he were possessed by the spirit of Zidane. Even viewers at home couldn't help but pat their thighs in admiration. Incredible. The Football Association must be a bunch of fools. My bro Liang is so exceptional, they should be groveling in apology. 666. I've never witnessed a player from Huaxia execute such elegant maneuvers. He moves like an artist. In a corner of the stands, a Bayern Munich scout turned away in exasperation, noticing that a scout from Dortmund nearby shared a similar sentiment. How should this be articulated? Such a blend of strength and finesse and evasion entirely shattered their preconceptions. Swiftly, the Dortmund scout was the first to make notes, crossing out the mediocre assessment of Chen Liang's overall abilities and instead inscribing a remark reflecting his rich imagination and evasion skills. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Sergio and Freak were utterly astonished, while on the opposite side, Valverde, who moments ago was composed, could no longer remain seated, anxiously directing his defensive line. After executing his spectacular evasion, Chen Liang did not linger in confrontation, but instead shifted his focus to the center, spotting Moreno, who had just swapped positions with him, making a rapid advance. As I calculated, Moreno had already reached the arc's pinnacle. At this juncture, if a pass were made into the penalty area, it would perfectly position the ball at the penalty spot for Moreno to strike. Without hesitation, Chen Liang acted decisively. His right foot arched suddenly, and with a resounding crack, he struck the football. The ball soared rapidly towards the penalty area of Athletic Bilbao. Near the penalty spot, Moreno appeared, precisely in his element. Chapter 55. A fierce contest. When Moreno saw Chen Liang send the ball his way, he could hardly believe it. The ball arrived seamlessly, and he instantly tensed his muscles, adjusted his center of gravity, and, without pausing to control the ball, opted for a shot. Thud! The inside of Moreno's foot caressed the side of the ball, and it traced a magnificent arc through the air. It then plummeted into the net. Though the opposing goalkeeper, Elisos, exerted every effort to block the shot, he regrettably grasped at nothing but air. Incredible. Moreno truly is extraordinary. This is what my brother Liang is capable of. Others could never deliver such a pass. This chance was entirely crafted by my brother Liang. The comments rolled in rapidly, and the commentators from various nations beside Zhang Jun were momentarily at a loss for words. They struggled to articulate the brilliance of this goal and Chen Liang's astonishing assist. Back on the pitch, Moreno excitedly embraced Chen Liang, enthusiastically patting him on the back. He did not seek glory for himself. Instead, he patted the emblem on his chest and drew Chen Liang closer. Then, Moreno raised his hand, signaling to the fans to applaud Chen Liang. On the sidelines, in the coaching area, Sergio and assistant coach Fleck exchanged incredulous glances before joyfully embracing one another. Their tactics had indeed proved effective. The positional interchange between Qin Liang and Moreno had expertly torn apart the opposing defense, and their exquisite collaboration effortlessly dismantled the meticulously constructed barrier of the opposition. The match intensified, and Qin Liang became the focal point of the opposing team's defense. Whenever he attempted to break free for a pass, he would be met with aggressive tactics. Peet, peet, peet. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Qin Liang lay on the ground, clutching his calf in agony. This marked the third time he had been brought down. Despite his enhanced physicality, he could not withstand such relentless assaults. The referee, having observed the ongoing brutality, could no longer remain passive. Although he had maintained a lenient approach throughout the match, witnessing Qin Liang once again prompted him to decisively blow his whistle. This sound ignited the fury of the Espanyol fans, who erupted into a cacophony of boos from the sidelines. As Qin Liang was targeted, his teammates were equally fueled by the fiery atmosphere, and players from both sides converged, some engaging in physical confrontations, while others exchanged heated banter. Only Merlindo, who has just arrived in La Liga, appears somewhat bewildered. To the seasoned veterans of the first team, he is merely a rookie, yet to fully assimilate into the team's atmosphere. Although the coaching staff and players ignited this conflict, the intensity of the match showed no sign of waning. The tension began to escalate, and the physicality of the game increased. The rhythm of the match was disrupted by a series of fouls, prompting the referee to finally take action, resulting in 5 players receiving yellow cards before the simmering tension began to dissipate. Such explosive scenes on the football field often arise from excessive physicality, leading to an escalation of confrontations before ultimately culminating in an outburst. Following the referee's warnings and the furious admonitions from the 2 coaches on the sidelines, the players gradually regained their composure, redirecting their focus back to the game itself. As the first half drew to a close, the players returned to the dressing room. Despite their commendable performance and current lead, Sergio expressed his dissatisfaction with their display. "Damn it, we played well in the first half, but can you control your emotions, lads? We're here to play football, not to brawl," he complained, then turned his attention back to the tactical board. "I observed the overall movement of their defense in the first half. Their defenders have a rather fixed range of motion. Each time we launched an attack, one of their center backs would push forward to join. I must admit, they are quite audacious. However, if we seize the critical moments during the transitions between attack and defense, victory will be firmly within our grasp. Their forwards possess significant ability in making penetrating runs. We must remain vigilant against their incursions down the flanks or through the channels." As Sergio laid out his tactics, time flew by, and before they knew it, the bell rang, signaling that it was time for the players to take the field. One by one, the players emerged from the dressing room, and after a 15-minute intermission, the fans regained their fervor, restoring a grand atmosphere within the stadium. Despite the tense nature of the match, neither coach contemplated making substitutions. With the sounding of the referee's whistle, the game resumed, and Athletic Bilbao, brimming with pent-up energy, saw their players burst forth with excitement. Forward Adjures passed the ball to number 10, Ral Garque, while Qin Liang swiftly crossed the halfway line, charging directly towards Garque. The two were set to face off once again. Although Garque was not particularly robust in stature, he was a nimble midfielder, embodying a balance of offensive and defensive capabilities. While Simeone had high demands for his attacking contributions during his time at Atletico, this did not imply that he was a player lacking in defensive acumen. As he eyed the approaching Qin Liang, he instinctively made a decision to outmaneuver him. The essence of dribbling lies in the continuous contest of balance between 2 individuals. Yet, Garque soon found himself regretting his choice. He initially lowered his shoulders, attempting to deceive Qin Liang's center of gravity. However, Qin Liang remained unfazed. It was not that he lacked the desire to move. Rather, he was slightly behind in tracking Garcia's shifts in balance. Garcia then executed a feigned step. Observing that Qin Liang was not fooled, Garcia grew anxious and swiftly employed the outside of his right foot to propel the ball, aiming to forcibly break through Qin Liang's defense. Thud. The moment he initiated his move, Qin Liang also sprang into action. Perhaps bolstered by his tackling prowess, Qin Liang's likelihood of successfully defending increased significantly. The ball was sent flying away. Garcia, with a look of despair, spread his hands in frustration. Had it been Sanchez, he might have been deceived. He truly did not anticipate that his failure to break through stemmed from Qin Liang's awareness of his shifting weight. According to the earlier plan, Once Garcia created space and evaded Chun Liang, he would have been poised to pass the ball. Splendid. Within the stadium, Espanyol supporters rose to applaud Chun Liang's defense. The ball soared through the air, landing at Asensio's feet. Upon receiving the ball, he was immediately confronted by two players from Athletic Bilbao. Asensio decisively opted for a back pass, targeting the recently freed Chun Liang. At this moment, Chun Liang was the closest and temporarily safe. Chapter 56. Equality restored after receiving the ball. Chun Liang lifted his head for a glance. Passing to Moreno was not an option. As two Athletic Bilbao center-backs closely guarded him, a pass would merely dig a pit. Asensio also faced a defender nearby, making a return pass equally meaningless. "Watch out!" Asensio exclaimed in warning to Chun Liang. Just as Chun Liang hesitated, Garcia pursued from behind, attempting to regain possession. To create distance from Garcia, Chun Liang took a few steps forward, yet his pace was insufficient to create immediate separation. Unlike Bale, he could only use his body to establish position. This process lasted only a second or two, but in that fleeting moment, the Athletic Bilbao players also fell back into position. The players from Athletic Bilbao were astute. As Raul Garcia closed in, several players sealed off Chun Liang's passing lanes. Nevertheless, the ball remained at Chun Liang's feet. Let us observe what choice Chun Liang will make. Jean Jun's eyes lit up with anticipation. Although the Espanyol players were weaving an offensive chain, frantically tearing apart the space with their movements, Chun Liang decisively returned the ball to the captain, Javier Lopez, behind him. Had he delayed even slightly longer, Chun Liang would have been ensnared within the Athletic Bilbao's encirclement. The pass was perfectly timed, even as Athletic Bilbao's midfielder, San Jose, nearly intercepted it with his toes. The ball landed securely at Javier Lopez's feet, who found himself temporarily free from Athletic Bilbao's interference, as their players were busy retreating or converging on Chun Liang. The captain of the Spanish team exhibited no hesitation as he delivered a precise ground pass with the instep of his foot. The pass was not only steady but also bore a slight curve, veering as it rolled, and accurately found the advancing Moreno. Flanked by two central defenders from Athletic Bilbao, one attempted to intercept the pass with a sliding tackle but narrowly missed, while the other defender quickly closed in on the forward Moreno. Should he receive the ball, in turn, a shot on goal was inevitable. Indeed, Moreno did receive the ball, bringing it under control before using his body to nudge aside the defender, attempting to create space. After a brief adjustment, he unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal. Bang! Perhaps due to the pressure of the defense, the shot was overzealous, sailing high above the crossbar. Instantly, the Athletic Bilbao fans responded with a chorus of boos. Moreno waved his hand in an apologetic gesture towards his captain, Javier Lopez, who waved back and turned to Chun Liang, offering praise. "Kid, just play like that. Keep it simple." Although Chun Liang's earlier back pass appeared straightforward, it enticed the Bilbao defense, thus creating space for Lopez's long pass. Had Chun Liang's pass been more hasty and reckless under pressure, the likelihood of success would have diminished significantly, potentially leading to a counterattack from the opposition. In a corner of the stands, several scouts scribbled notes furiously, crossing out their previous assessments of Chun Liang's spatial awareness as mediocre, instead adding remarks about his surprising ability to create space, enhancing tactical offensive options. As the match progressed, with both teams having accumulated several cards in the first half, the players' actions became considerably more restrained in the second half. Soon, the front line of Athletic Bilbao retaliated against Espanyol. As San Jose received a pass from a teammate and immediately initiated a rapid sequence of play, the entire Bilbao attack executed with remarkable simplicity and speed. Their first half goal had stemmed from exploiting Espanyol's flanks, and they continued to employ the same strategy in the second half. San Jose decisively flicked the ball to the wing, finding Williams. At this juncture, Williams was undoubtedly a pivotal player for Athletic Bilbao, akin to Wilfried Zaha for Crystal Palace. Though Williams preferred to make runs behind the defense rather than dribble with the ball. Unhindered by injuries, Williams showcased remarkable explosiveness. He controlled the ball forward, deftly maneuvering past the defender Rocco, who had stepped up to challenge him. In an instant, the atmosphere within Espanyol's penalty area became tense. Seeing Williams in possession, Espanyol's fullback Fuentes sprinted back in pursuit. Upon noticing Rocco being outpaced, he grew anxious and attempted to trip Williams from behind in a bid to thwart his advance. However, no one anticipated that Williams not only exhibited remarkable speed, but also displayed exceptional lower body stability. Although he was momentarily tripped by Fuentes and stumbled a few steps, he managed to regain his balance and did not fall to the ground. The referee, who had the whistle poised in his mouth, raised his hands in a forward gesture, signaling an advantageous attack. At that moment, Rocco was compelled to exert every ounce of strength he possessed, desperately sprinting back in pursuit. Williams, however, did not make a rash move to cut inside. Instead, he assessed the positioning of his teammates within the penalty area. Adras was leisurely making his way towards the edge of the penalty arc, intending to position himself near the penalty spot for a potential shot. Yet, in a sudden moment of inspiration, he opted to circumvent towards the near post, thereby creating space for his teammate. This maneuver also opened up a receiving opportunity for Garcia. Garcia took aim from the top of the penalty area. He was decisive at the moment of his strike. It was as if he had rediscovered the glory days at Atletico Madrid. The ball skimmed across the grass, spinning rapidly. Despite goalkeeper Paul Lopez's swift reaction as he opted to go low, he was merely a few centimeters away from intercepting the ball. The white net billowed. Athletic Bilbao had equalized. The Espanyol fans in the stands fell into a hush. On the sidelines, Sergio shook his head in resignation. Having witnessed this scenario of relinquishing leads and being continually equalized numerous times this season, while there were tactical deficiencies, the primary issue lay with the inadequacies of the defensive line. Raul Garcia dashed towards the corner area, pumping his fists in celebration towards his teammates, who rushed to join him. For Athletic Bilbao, this goal was hard-earned, significantly uplifting their morale. Espanyol's goalkeeper, Paul Lopez, cleared the ball away with a kick, while Fuentes patted him on the shoulder, expressing his apologies. Chun Leong remained silent, quietly retrieving the ball from the net and running towards the center circle. The feeling of having been equalized was disheartening, yet he understood that the most crucial task now was to secure another goal before the match concluded. He was not content with a single point. What he desired was to claim all three. Chapter 57. Catching up to the self in white, the match continued. And on the opposing side, Valverde of Athletic Bilbao stood with his arms crossed, intently observing the unfolding action. For both Athletic Bilbao and Espanyol, this was a contest where either side could potentially seize all 3 points. Thus both teams were eager for victory. In the face of their fervent desire to win, a draw lost its significance. Every player was fixated on the opposing goal, their minds singularly focused. Score. Win this damned match. The two teams commenced a fierce offensive exchange, simplifying and streamlining their passing. Athletic Bilbao targeted the flanks of Espanyol, while Espanyol sought to exploit the space behind their opponents. The match had reached its most thrilling juncture. At this juncture, if either side possesses a masterful commander in the midfield, the scales of victory may well tip in their favor. As the match reached the 73rd minute, the flanking Asensio executed a swift breakthrough, deftly eluding a defender from Athletic Bilbao before decisively passing the ball to Moreno, who was positioned at the apex of the penalty area. Initially, Moreno, endowed with exceptional shooting prowess, contemplated a direct strike. However, upon noticing the two imposing center-backs of Athletic Bilbao, he abandoned that notion and instead set up for the late-arriving Chun Leong. Upon receiving the ball, Chun Leong deftly nudged it with the outside of his foot and, in one fluid motion, unleashed a shot with the same part of his foot. The opposing goalkeeper from Athletic Bilbao leaped into action, performing a nearly desperate dive and managed to deflect the ball with one hand. Yet, the ball did not veer out of play. Instead, it ricocheted into the midst of the penalty area. In that chaotic moment, players from both teams engaged in a fierce struggle for possession, creating a scene of utter disarray. As the ball descended, the entire crowd held its breath, anticipating the climactic moment. Amidst the turmoil, Asensio seized the opportunity, positioning himself astutely while leaning against the defender from Athletic Bilbao. With all his might, he extended his right foot to make contact with the ball. At the instant, he felt the distinctive touch at the tip of his boot. An instinctive sense of impending success washed over him. His intuition proved correct. Although the delicate flick of his toe lacked significant power, its swiftness compensated for that. There was no need for a preparatory run or grandiose swing. Just a subtle motion was required to strike. The Athletic Bilbao goalkeeper, still grounded and unable to rise, found himself in despair, having just completed a save and unable to respond in time for another. The jubilant roar of the crowd cascaded over the stadium, and Chun Leong recognized it as the fervent cheers of the Espanyol supporters behind him. Undeniably, Asensio's goal elevated the already thrilling match to a new zenith. And as each second ticked by, the tension mounted within both coaching staffs. Although Espanyol sought to decelerate the pace of the game, Athletic Bilbao, caught in a frenzy, pressed forward with unrelenting fervor, determined to score. Espanyol ultimately relinquished their offensive efforts, opting to fortify their defense and endure the final minutes. The ball was incessantly sent into Espanyol's penalty area, only to be cleared time and again. At this critical moment, Chen Liang retreated to the back line under the guidance of Sergio, his focus entirely on the ball. The ball found its way to Raul Garcia's feet, accompanied by a cacophony of boos and gasps. It appeared he intended to replicate his previous goal with a powerful shot toward the net. Espanyol's goalkeeper, Paulo Lopez, reacted swiftly, recognizing the congestion in the penalty area. Initially, he aimed to clear the ball, yet the fear of it falling into the hands of an opponent for a second chance at scoring lingered in his mind, especially since Espanyol's last goal had occurred in such a manner. Fortunately, this time Garcia's shot was on target, and the ball was safely cradled in Lopez's apprehensive embrace. Although he longed to delay the game for a moment longer while holding the ball on the grass, he spotted Chen Liang not far away. Despite the presence of Athletic Bilbao players behind him, Marco Asensio was completely unmarked on the flank. A daring thought suddenly emerged in goalkeeper Paulo Lopez's mind. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and vigorously swung his arm, sending the ball soaring forward. The heads of all the spectators followed the trajectory of the ball, ultimately locking their gaze on Chen Liang near the center circle. This was the final moment. When Chen Liang saw the ball soaring toward him, he was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed his teammate was merely stalling for time, yet now the ball was being thrown to him. Chen, here. He heard Asensio's call from behind. Although Chen Liang could not see Asensio with the back of his head, he had a rough idea of his position. Without hesitation, he turned his back to the Athletic Bilbao goal and flicked the ball backward. The ball continued to soar toward the back line of Athletic Bilbao. Due to their aggressive forward pressing, there was ample space in their defensive area, with defenders positioned further up the field. The moment Chen Liang flicked the ball, Asensio also took off. Although the accuracy of the pass was not particularly high, it had sufficient power to reach the vacant space in the Athletic Bilbao backline. Asensio and the defender assigned to him both surged forward simultaneously, racing toward the ball. Whoever claimed it first would seize the initiative and dictate the outcome of the match. The entire crowd held their breath once more as the jeers around Asensio gradually faded, replaced by the sound of rushing wind. He accelerated, striving to catch up with the expectations once placed upon him. Just a bit faster, he urged himself to reach the version of himself clad in white. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, Asensio took the initiative, striking the ball toward the goal. The ball deftly slipped past the fingertips of the Athletic Bilbao goalkeeper, while the defender desperately pursued it. This was a delicate chip shot. Despite the defender's frantic sprint toward the goal, he was still a step slower than the ball, which ultimately bounced into the net. 42. Asensio's goal decisively sealed the match. The referee glanced at his watch, prepared to blow the final whistle at any moment. When the ball truly crossed the line, many Spanish fans momentarily forgot to cheer, staring blankly at the goal, their minds replaying the exquisite beauty of that remarkable strike. What a spectacular goal! Who made the assist? It was Chen. Brilliant, Chen Liang. His assist tally had now increased, and at this moment, the outcome was already determined. Commentator Jean Jun felt a surge of excitement, loosening his tie to indulge in the celebration. Though he yearned to cheer for Chen Liang like the fans in the live broadcast, he, as a commentator, had to maintain a degree of objectivity. Otherwise, he would never ascend to the pinnacle of Chinese commentary. Chapter 58. I came, I saw, I conquered on the sidelines. Valverde gazed helplessly at the field. Despite his anger compelling him to hurl the water bottle to the ground, he refrained, knowing it would only convey to the players that he was unable to accept defeat. Valverde never viewed this match as unwinnable, yet the scoreboard starkly displayed the truth. His team had lost. Although he felt profound disappointment over conceding 2 goals, he rose to encourage his players, for they had truly given their all, coming from behind twice to equalize. The final 2 goals were entirely unexpected. With this thought, Valverde's gaze fixed on Chen Liang, realizing that most of Espanyol's goals seemed to be connected to him. Perhaps, without his influence, the outcome of today's match would have been entirely different. You played exceptionally well today. Let us swap jerseys after the match to commemorate this unforgettable game, Gurka said quietly as he approached Chen Liang. He genuinely admired this player with Asian features, even seeing reflections of his own past self in him. As the referee blew the final whistle, Chen Liang sought out Garke. You played brilliantly today. I'm thrilled to have faced you. Chun Liang removed his jersey and handed it to Garke. After their close encounter, Chun Liang gained some insights of his own. If he could someday develop a long-range shooting ability like Garke's, he might score a few goals himself. This thought reminded him of the explosive shooting experience card he once possessed from the system. Obtaining that skill permanently would be delightful. Back in the locker room, Asensio winked at Chun Liang, breaking off 2 bananas and tossing one to him. Well done, Chun. How did you pull off that last goal? Asensio recalled the goal with excitement. Chun Liang accepted the banana, grinning as he replied, I was just lucky. I knew you were behind me. But I couldn't see your exact position. I merely aimed vaguely in a direction and ended up scoring a remarkable goal. You're too modest. That's just how you Huaxia people are, Moreno chimed in, having been one of the players assisted by Chun Liang today. On the football field, everything is dictated by skill. Only by showcasing true prowess will these Europeans, who possess absolute confidence in football, fully yield. At the post-match press conference, the media buzzed with excitement over Celcio. With yet another victory secured, no one dared to mock him any longer. Some journalists began to praise him, eager to cultivate a relationship for future exclusive interviews. A single victory has instilled confidence in Sergio, who now stands tall, exuding an air of grandeur. Athletic Bilbao is a highly respected adversary, yet we possess several key players capable of influencing the outcome of the match. Take Chun, for instance. He is a delightful surprise unearthed from the youth ranks this season. Setting aside my role as a coach, I am also a senior. And I hope he can lead this team to greater heights. Indeed, as you can see, he has already emerged as a pivotal player in determining the course of the game. I envision a place for Chun within my system. Sergio scanned the room filled with reporters, providing them with the answers they most yearned to hear. The resounding victory has swept away all past doubts. Chun Liang, having tidied his belongings in the locker room, encountered his father, Chen Aigua, just outside the door. This marked the first occasion he donned his jersey in the presence of his father. Have you finally become a player of your own stature? Although Chen Aigua was overwhelmed with excitement, he endeavored to suppress the joy in his eyes. The sun before him grew ever more satisfactory in his gaze. As a successful businessman, Chen Aigua never intended for his son to inherit his empire in a conventional manner. He harbored but one wish for Chun Liang, to live life on his own terms. Now, Chun Liang truly races down the fast track of life, and as a father, Chen Aigua feels nothing but pride and contentment. Many of my journalist friends back home have told me that you have become a beacon of Chinese football. This time, Chen Aigua did not hesitate to offer his praise. A beacon? That has never been my ambition. My goal is quite simple, to play football well. Chun Liang murmured as he gazed towards the player tunnel nearby. Laughter erupted from Chen Aigua. You bear no resemblance to me, not an ounce of assertiveness. Recently, when I was in Madrid for business, I caught a glimpse of Ronaldo. Just look at him. He radiates a certain dominance. Suddenly, Chen Aigua placed his hands on Chun Liang's shoulders and proclaimed, Lift your chin. We are the strongest now, at the very least. We have proven that we are not inferior to those Europeans in football. With his father's encouragement, Chun Liang instinctively straightened his posture. As he looked into the mirror hanging by the locker room door, a vivid image surfaced in his mind. He stood proudly upon the verdant pitch, hands on hips, one foot resting upon the ball, embodying the sensation of unrivaled supremacy, as if he were poised to conquer the entire continent of Europe. His counterparts were the illustrious stars of European football. The desire to conquer all rekindled a flame within his chest. In 47 BC, Caesar quelled the rebellion of Pharnaces near the city of Zela in just 5 days. In a succinct and powerful report to his friends in Rome, he encapsulated the swift and glorious success of his military campaign with 3 words, Veni, Vidi, Vici, meaning I came, I saw, I conquered. A testament to his confidence and grandeur. At this moment, Chun Liang exuded a profound sense of confidence and ambition, yearning to conquer the verdant pitch beneath him. No player from Huaxia had ever truly triumphed here. They had merely left fleeting traces in the European football arena. However, Chun Liang was different, harboring an intense desire to dominate this hallowed ground. His aspiration was to conquer European football, starting with Spain and proving himself in La Liga. This was his current objective, and he was diligently striving towards it. In this era of unparalleled talent, many sought to challenge the illustrious duo of Messi and Ronaldo, yet as time flowed on, only these 2 remarkable individuals continued to reign supreme over European football. Gathering his resolve, Chun Liang boarded the team bus with an unwavering determination. his heart filled solely with the desire to grow stronger as he gazed at the cheering fans outside. Chapter 59. Merely a relegation team following the match against Athletic Bilbao. The media extensively covered the remarkable progress of Espanyol this season. Although the team had struggled against Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, they had managed to secure a commendable number of points against many mid-table and lower-tier teams. This was why, up to this point, Espanyol remained within the Champions League zone of La Liga. They were deserving of this position. It was noteworthy that nearly 2 months into the season, they had not fallen out of the top 4, indicating that their brilliance was not merely a fleeting phenomenon. Many fans who had previously doubted Espanyol now reflected on their pre-match hubris, reluctantly acknowledging the team's impressive form this season. However, a small faction persisted in their stubborn defense. They argued that while Espanyol held a commendable position on the standings, their inability to secure points against stronger teams would soon catch up with them. They speculated that injuries in the latter half of the season would bring them back down to earth. There was no need to wait until the second half of the season. The winter transfer window could see several players poached. Once their tactical system was fully analyzed, a collapse would be merely a moment away. These fans began to rationalize their viewpoints, attempting to mask their anxiety. Espanyol had never been subjected to such intense scrutiny, to the extent that even the players at the training base caught wind of it. Caicedo, while jogging on the treadmill to recover, scrolled through his phone, laughing heartily as he read some unfriendly comments. Asensio, they say you're only fit to play for a small team, as no one would grant you such a significant tactical role at Real Madrid. Moreno, he chuckled, this one's even funnier. They say you can only score tap-ins. Chen Liang stretched on his yoga mat, teasingly chiming in, he indeed can only score tap-ins, that is true. The role of a forward is to score goals. Moreno quickly retorted in his defense. Meanwhile, fitness coach Eric, glancing at the data on his tablet, remarked, as the season progresses, remaining in the Champions League zone signifies that each of you is truly impressive. Captain Javier Lopez applauded in agreement with Eric's perspective, asserting that they should not be troubled by unfavorable comments. Rather, they should focus on performing well in each match. At that moment, Sanchez rose from his yoga mat to join the discussion, humorously noting, after all, we are merely a relegation team. A smile graced his face as he spoke. Upon hearing the term relegation team, the expressions of the others softened slightly. This phrase, which had echoed throughout the season, had initially stirred resentment among the players when they were mocked. However, having now surged into the Champions League zone, such words no longer stung them. On the other side of the city, at the Ciutat Esportiva Joan Gamper, the imposing Barcelona crest hung prominently on the wall of the training facility. At this moment, Enrique stood in the conference room, surrounded by his first-team coaching staff, positioned beside a pristine white projection screen. He employed a laser pointer to highlight key points while elucidating strategies to his team. They play as a cohesive unit, but we can undoubtedly discover a way to counteract their tactics. The Asian player wearing number 28 deserves our attention, along with Asensio and Moreno, whose collaborations in the attacking front often trouble the teams they have faced. He emphasized the importance of maintaining the overall distance between the 3 lines during tomorrow's training session. His expression was one of intense focus, reveling in the current phase of his career, exuding an invigorated spirit. Last season was undeniably a triumph for Enrique. He guided Barcelona to new heights, with their attacking prowess unmatched across Europe, a testament to his era. Yet, behind the veil of glory, Enrique faced immense pressure. In the past, a team like Espanyol would not have warranted such earnest preparation from him. He was approaching the upcoming match with the same seriousness reserved for formidable opponents. On one hand, Espanyol was a derby rival in Catalonia, making this match crucial not to lose. More significantly, however, this season, Espanyol had surpassed all expectations, causing many teams to stumble against them. Consequently, Enrique was eager to secure a victory, aiming to reassure the fans that Barcelona remained on the right path. After the meeting adjourned, Enrique retained his most trusted assistant, Robert Moreno, in the conference room. Moreno, who was highly regarded within the club, would later embark on an independent coaching journey with Granada, but that was a tale for another time. Should we neutralize their 3 attacking points? Robert inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Enrique shook his head. No, while other teams may attempt this, we need not. Our combination play in the attacking front will make it difficult for them to advance the ball. Our offense serves as the best defense. As he spoke, Enrique offered a wry smile and continued, Moreno's finishing ability, Asensio's breakthrough prowess, and the one known as Chun Liang. At that moment, Enrique found himself at a loss for words to describe Chun Liang's unique attributes. He paused, reflecting for a moment before resuming the unpredictable nature of his skills. After concluding another day of training and enjoying a meal at home, Chun Liang strolled through the streets of Barcelona with his father. The training sessions in November had slightly enhanced his ball-handling capabilities. For instance, his shooting skill had risen from 63 to 66. With a little more effort, he might even reach a score of 75 by the season's end. His passing ability had also seen an increase, climbing from 65 to 67. The next match would be the Catalan Derby. Chun Aigua observed the fans clad in Barcelona jerseys on the streets. Indeed, Chun Liang remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. It feels like everything has transpired just yesterday since the season began. Do not feel pressured, my son. I have faith in you. Just perform at your best. Chun Aigua encouraged. Chun Liang smiled, but did not respond. He was not content with mere participation. He yearned for victory. The Espanyol team had yet to triumph against any formidable opponents this season, and these matches had illuminated the gap between Espanyol and the elite teams. Yet, how he longed for a victory. Chun, it's you. May I take a picture with you? An enthusiastic Espanyol supporter recognized Chun Liang and shouted. Nearby, several Barcelona fans turned their heads, only to quickly revert their gaze, dismissing him as merely a relegation-threatened player. Just wait. Soon you will witness the distinction between us. Chapter 60. The Catalan Derby on November 29th. The La Liga season reached its final round for November, with Espanyol facing their derby rivals, Barcelona, in the 13th round. The significance of a derby is self-evident. Such matches invariably carry an extra weight of pressure for both sides. The Espanyol team bus slowly approached the iconic Camp Nou stadium, a landmark not only in Barcelona but throughout Spain. For many players, competing here is a cherished dream. Although Chun Liang resided in Barcelona, this was his inaugural visit to the magnificent venue. While his expression remained impassive, he was inwardly awestruck. The colossal stadium, adorned in vibrant red and blue, surrounded by countless fan shops and architecturally designed buildings inspired by football, all of this unmistakably signaled who the true sovereign of the city was. As one of La Liga's premier teams, they held the allegiance of the majority of the city's supporters. Outside the stadium, the entryways were already lined with long queues of exuberant fans, all donned in the red and blue of Barcelona. It was a sight that stirred the soul. With a heart brimming with excitement, Chun Liang and his teammates quickly disembarked from the bus, maintaining a respectful distance from the Barcelona supporters to mitigate any potential irrational behavior. Although they reside in the same city, Barcelona undoubtedly stands as a towering presence that the Espanyol players must look up to. However, this does not imply that the players of Espanyol lack the desire to win. On the contrary, they yearn to triumph in this match even more fervently than when facing Real Madrid or Atletico Madrid. The derby match requires little motivation. Sergio prefers not to squander time on idle chatter today, speaking minimally and instructing his coaching staff to guide the players in their warm-up. 20 minutes later, Chun Liang grasped the ball boy's hand and stood in the players' tunnel, awaiting his entrance. All right, it's our turn. The captain, Xavi Lopez, waved his hand, and subsequently, both teams advanced toward the tunnel amidst the stirring strains of music. As Chun Liang emerged from the tunnel, he beheld the stands teeming with enthusiastic fans. I cheer for you in every match. It feels like an affliction with but one remedy: to witness you become champions once more. Devotion, defiance, and vigor, Barcelona. You shall never walk alone. The fervent cheers resonated throughout the stadium, harmonious and electrifying. The Barcelona fans seemed intent on instilling a sense of intimidation in the Espanyol players through their raucous singing. Yet Chun Liang found himself invigorated by the atmosphere. At this moment, he stood upon the hallowed turf of Camp Nou, under the gaze of over 70,000 spectators, ready to confront this illustrious lineup. He had awaited this day for far too long. With a whistle from the referee, Jos, the match officially commenced. Suarez initiated the kickoff from the center circle, and the Barcelona players began to reposition themselves, seeking opportunities. Meanwhile, in the commentary box, the commentator, Jean Jun, felt a surge of excitement. He adjusted his microphone and gazed onto the field, eagerly reciting the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 13th round of La Liga, where Barcelona faces Espanyol. Brought to you live by Jalong Sports, with commentary from Jean Jun. Both teams have been in commendable form recently, but who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome together. Barcelona continued to employ a 4-3-3 formation, with a formidable front line and the midfield duo of Rakiti and Iniesta partnering with Busquets. The defense was equally impressive, with Alba and Alves commanding the flanks, while Piku and Mascherano secured the center. At that moment, within the Jalong Sports headquarters, dozens of employees were poised for action, having long anticipated this day, as the match garnered unprecedented attention. The promotional team had not enjoyed a restful night in over a week, while the operations staff intently monitored their computer screens, some even propping their phones beside their monitors, stealing glances at the match intermittently. As a prestigious club in Spain, Barcelona naturally attracted substantial attention, with their global following undeniable, emanating not only from Spain but from all corners of the world. In the domestic arena, this match assumed a profound significance. From the outset, Barcelona exerted relentless pressure on the Espanyol team, of which Chun Liang is a part, precisely as Enrique had anticipated. Their combination play inflicted considerable strain on the Espanyol defense, rendering it exceedingly challenging for them to advance the ball past the midfield. Up front, Moreno found himself somewhat immobilized, unable to touch the ball. Barcelona maintained dominion over possession, and Sergio recognized the predicament, prompting a contraction of their formation to limit their operational space. In the 19th minute, after a brief period of probing, Barcelona could no longer contain themselves. Midfielder Iniesta executed a sudden acceleration, launching a swift counterattack with a deft pass. His delivery was imbued with an almost supernatural quality, rapid and precise, evading detection as it swiftly reached the feet of Neymar on the flank. Neymar controlled the ball with the inside of his foot, executing a flamboyant turn that elicited excited cheers from the crowd. He feigned an inward cut, successfully deceiving Espanyol's fullback, Alvarez, before bursting down the line, eluding the defenders. Instantly, alarms rang through the Espanyol backline as Neymar delivered a pass into the center with the instep of his foot. Fortunately, Espanyol's center-back, Roca, intervened with a sliding tackle, thwarting the attempt. Suarez flashed a toothy grin, having come tantalizingly close to a prime shooting opportunity, had Roca not made contact with the ball. Subsequently, Barcelona, having concluded their offensive foray, abruptly slowed their tempo, continuing to circulate the ball within their defensive and midfield lines. A rhythm emerged, a harmonious interplay of pace, a hallmark of Enrique's coaching philosophy. A few minutes passed, and danger arose from the opposite flank for Espanyol. Lionel Messi received the ball, sending all Espanyol defenders into a state of heightened alert. The threat posed by the Ballon d'Or winner was palpable. Even Chun Liang found himself wishing for Messi's dribbling prowess. For reasons unknown, as Messi seized the ball, a foreboding sensation surged within Chun Liang. Despite Sergio's tactical preparations to double-team Messi upon receiving the ball, Chun Liang felt an urge to sprint towards the penalty area. True to form, even when confronted by heavy defensive pressure, Messi showcased his remarkable talent. Upon receiving the ball, two Espanyol defenders immediately converged on him. Yet, Messi remained unfazed, his upper body swaying with fluidity. Though his movements lacked the flamboyance of Neymar's, they were undeniably effective, like willow branches swaying in the breeze, light and agile. No one could anticipate his next move, especially given the rapidity of his actions. If Neymar relies on ball manipulation to outmaneuver his opponents, then Messi's dribbling is entirely predicated on rhythm and frequency. His muscle control transcends that of the average individual, a divine gift bestowed upon him. It is akin to how an ordinary person can clap their hands twice in a second, and with training, achieve 4 claps. Yet Messi can manage 8 claps within that same fleeting moment. 8 claps within a second equates to multiple swift changes in direction, elucidating why ordinary players struggle to contain him. Moreover, Messi's prowess extends beyond mere dribbling. His shooting and free kick abilities serve as his formidable arsenal on the pitch. The ball dances beneath his feet like an obedient child, seamlessly altering its trajectory as he deftly navigates between the gaps of 2 defenders. The players attempting to thwart him hastily pivot, striving to pursue, but Messi has already slipped into the penalty area. This breathtaking breakthrough ignites the adrenaline of the Barcelona supporters, who erupt in a cacophony of cheers as if anticipating the moment the King of Camp Nou will score that elusive goal. In this heart-stopping instant, Chun Liang suddenly emerged from the penalty area, decisively executing a slide tackle, a maneuver few would dare attempt, for in the penalty box, a challenge on Messi would likely result in a penalty being awarded by the referee. The man, adorned with the emblem of the Pampas eagle upon his shoulder, was remarkably swift. However, the anticipated whistle did not sound. Chunliang expertly prodded the ball out of play just before Messi could make his move. "Well done, kid," exclaimed goalkeeper Pau Lopez, patting Chunliang on the shoulder. Startled, he gazed at the Barcelona number 10, realizing that the Cannavaro tackle skill bestowed upon him was indeed effective. Yet, while he had previously enjoyed a high success rate with tackles, this attempt felt rather forced. Overwhelmed by the superior prowess of his opponent. At this moment, Messi was already seeking a transformation in his playing style. He no longer dribbled past several players as he once did, but instead frequently withdrew to support and orchestrate the attack. He would only exploit his agile rhythmic changes to breach the opposition's defense when absolutely necessary to create opportunities for his team. This particular breakthrough was merely the beginning. The ball was deflected out of play, resulting in a corner kick. Rakiti placed the ball in the corner area, but soon Messi sprinted over from the penalty area to join him. A tactical corner ensued. Upon receiving the ball, Messi decisively passed it to Iniesta at the edge of the penalty arc, delivering a pass that showcased his exceptional skill. Many associate Messi with his ability to dribble past multiple defenders. However, during this phase of his career, his passing was equally impressive, rivaling even that of De Bruyne. Although Messi's individual brilliance left Chunliang in awe, he did not feel disheartened. Rather, this overwhelming sensation fueled his determination to excel in the match, aiming to stand out as the season progressed and enhance his competitiveness by its conclusion. The game continued with intense fervor. Although Barcelona dominated the game, Espanyol was not without opportunities for counterattack. As the second half drew to a close, Asensio finally managed to evade Alves' defense along the flank, receiving the ball a moment early. Upon gaining possession, he deftly nudged the ball to Chunliang and then made a sudden run, clearly initiating a 1-2 combination. Alves, being a key player for the Brazilian national team, recognized the play immediately. He chose to abandon the pursuing Asensio and turned his attention to obstructing Chunliang's pass. Understanding that Asensio's run would undoubtedly outpace him, he deemed it wiser to intercept the angle of Chunliang's pass. As Alves charged forward, Chunliang was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Alves would continue to follow the trailing Asensio, but was surprised by the Brazilian defender's unexpected decision. As Alves closed in on him, Chunliang could discern the excitement etched on his face, indicating Alves' confidence in his choice. Alves acted swiftly, his legs shooting out as he leaned towards Chunliang. In that fleeting moment, Chunliang decisively pulled the ball back, executing a 180-degree turn and elegantly evading Alves' advance. Once again, he performed the Marseille turn. Alves hesitated for a split second, and his expression grew even more animated. He quickly pushed off the ground, utilizing momentum to charge in the direction Chunliang had just turned. Cleverly, he aimed to re-establish contact with Chunliang, intending to unbalance him through a side collision. This was a cunning tactic, as Chunliang's center of gravity was elevated during his dribble, making him susceptible to being toppled during the confrontation. As Alves drew nearer, Chunliang's pace began to slow, leaving Alves perplexed. Why had the young player suddenly decelerated? Just as Alves surged forward, Chunliang unexpectedly pulled the ball back, deftly sidestepping Alves. Caught in his own momentum, Alves could not halt his advance, while Chunliang had already maneuvered the ball behind him, leaving no time for a turn. With space now opened, Chunliang finally had a clear passing angle. Without hesitation, he delivered a pass with the outside of his foot to the forward-running Asensio, who had found a gap. Espanyol had finally executed a potent counterattack. Enrique frowned at this moment, clearly dissatisfied with Alves' underestimation of the situation. Fortunately, there were many reliable defenders behind, such as Piku, who was now advancing to provide cover. He wisely approached Asensio gradually, constricting his space for an inward cut. Thus, Asensio was gradually forced towards the sideline, leaving him with no choice but to make a desperate cross. Bang! The ball struck Piku and subsequently crossed the goal line. Upon witnessing the ball go out, the Barcelona supporters exhaled a collective sigh of relief, offering resounding applause to the tall and handsome Spanish center-back. Asensio, somewhat frustrated, shook his head and glanced at the Barcelona goal before positioning the ball in the corner zone. This time it was Espanyol's corner kick. And it must be said that this counterattack invigorated the spirits of the Espanyol players. Roca and others from the backline surged into the penalty area, attempting to create a threat from this corner opportunity. Within the tumultuous confines of the penalty area, there seemed to be an undercurrent of excitement. The earlier counterattack had been so electrifying that all the Espanyol players momentarily forgot they were up against a peak Barcelona side. Chapter 62. Equalizing free kick. Asensio took the corner kick, and chaos ensued in Barcelona's penalty area. At a crucial moment, it was Piqué once again, relying on his towering stature, who headed the ball clear of the danger zone. In the 30-meter area, Busquets seized the ball, deftly maneuvering past the advancing Estienne with a quick touch before delivering a pass directly to the rapidly advancing Neymar on the flank. At this moment, numerous Espanyol players occupied Barcelona's penalty area, setting the stage for a successful counterattack from Barcelona. On the sidelines, Sergio shouted for the players to regain their positions, and they sprinted back towards their half. However, Neymar was simply too swift. His dribbling was rhythmic and fluid, causing right-back Alvarez to grow increasingly anxious as he retreated in an attempt to slow down the Brazilian star's momentum. The thought of intercepting the ball was beyond his imagination. Neymar cleverly executed a few feints to create some space before striking the ball with the inside of his foot. Alvarez, now feeling the pressure, rushed forward to block. But at the moment Neymar's foot made contact, he suddenly eased off, delicately guiding the ball towards the open space at the edge of the penalty arc. There, charging in at high speed, was Suarez, who skillfully controlled the ball and surged into the penalty area. One-on-one. Without hesitation, Suarez unleashed a powerful shot aimed at the goal. The ball nestled securely into the bottom right corner of the net. In an instant, the tides of offense and defense shifted, and Barcelona took the lead. As the ball entered the goal, Camp Nou erupted in a cacophony of jubilation. Over 70,000 Barcelona fans dedicated their cheers to Suarez at that moment. Suarez, in turn, kissed his wrist and performed his iconic celebration. Some Barcelona fans, overwhelmed with excitement, rose from their seats and shouted towards the distant away supporters, "Hey, how are you doing? We're in the lead, and we're the winners. It seems you'll need to practice some more. Where's Moreno? Has he gone off to shower? Haha, I've said all along that you shouldn't be in this position." In the realm of derbies, fan provocations are decidedly commonplace, especially given the fervent emotions exhibited by Barcelona supporters at present. They are fervently expressing their sentiments, particularly as this year's derby adversaries, Espanyol, are in remarkably fine form, leaving many Barcelona fans restless, eagerly anticipating a decline in their rivals' standings. There is even a lingering apprehension that the resurgent Espanyol might vanquish Barcelona. However, with Suarez's goal, all concerns dissipated like mist. Enrique expressed satisfaction with this goal, celebrating with his coaching staff, as it significantly alleviated his pressure. He held firm belief in his defense, confident that as long as they made no errors, a single goal could secure them victory. The referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the first half, prompting Espanyol's players to mentally regroup as they returned to the locker room. They had anticipated such a deficit, particularly against a Barcelona side that had previously basked in glory. Yet, as they stood upon the verdant pitch, their resolve to strive for victory remained undeterred. "Gentlemen, lift your heads. Conceding a goal is inconsequential. You are playing admirably." In the locker room, Sergio comforted his players, acknowledging the counterattack that had proven difficult to thwart, recognizing that defensive organization is a perennial challenge in world football. In the second half, we must maintain our composure and continue to constrict their space. "My players, I have faith in you." After motivating his team, the second half commenced. Barcelona resumed their build-up play from the back, seemingly intent on slowing the game to securely clinch victory. Assistant coach Flick exhibited signs of anxiety, directing players from the sidelines, while Sergio appeared to be anticipating something significant. The traveling Espanyol fans remained restless, fervently hoping for a player to emerge and salvage the situation. The referee's whistle jolted the fans back to the match, revealing Moreno writhing in pain on the ground, while Busquets gestured to the referee in protest. Chun Leong wiped the ball with his shirt, and the referee marked a semicircle on the pitch with spray. Many Espanyol fans began to silently pray, their hopeful gazes fixed on Chun Leong as he placed the ball within the arc, resembling devoted followers awaiting a miracle. This season, Chun Leong had already netted 2 splendid free kicks, instilling a glimmer of hope among Espanyol supporters. Form a wall. Be wary of his low free kick. Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, was vocally orchestrating his teammates, though Enrique maintained a stoic demeanor on the sidelines. The knuckles of his fingers were already pale from the tension of his anxious grip. At this moment, the fans of Barcelona have temporarily ceased their provocations, their faces etched with tension as they observe Chen Liang. As he places the ball on the grass and steps back, an unexpected lightness envelopes his body. After a few measured steps back, Chen Liang suddenly accelerates into his run, causing the Barcelona players in the penalty area to shift nervously. With a firm planting of his supporting foot beside the ball, Chen Liang's inner foot swiftly strikes the sphere. This time, the ball dances like a nimble sprite. It does not curve towards the goal as in his first free kick nor skim the ground as in the second, but rather it first bounces off the turf before soaring towards the net. Inside the penalty area, all the Barcelona players whirl around sharply. As they do, the ball has already slipped past Ter Stegen's outstretched fingers and nestled into the back of the net. At that moment, Jean Jun is tempted to exclaim another expletive. Yet recalling his role as a commentator, he refrains and instead exclaims, "What a stunning goal! Unadorned and straightforward. So simple, yet so utterly perfect." Now it is the Camp Nou that falls silent, while the Espanyol supporters in the away section seize the opportunity to celebrate. Every fan clad in Espanyol colors is engulfed in the euphoria of this goal. Thousands of supporters raise their arms and scarves, creating the only sound within Camp Nou. In Chapter 63, Messi exits the field. Jean Jun glances over at the neighboring South American commentator, who elongates his calls with a melodious drawl and cannot help but chuckle. This is the unique style of South American commentary, where goal celebrations are drawn out interminably. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Liang's goal has wholly salvaged Espanyol. Regaining his composure, Jean Jun gazes at Chen Liang's jubilant silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, murmuring into the microphone. This marks his third free kick goal of the season. In La Liga history, the player with the most free kick goals is none other than Barcelona's own king, Lionel Messi, whose record stands at 35. Chen Liang has now reached 3 goals this season, yet his greatest asset remains his youth. With Chen Liang's equalizing free kick, the live chat explodes into fervent discussion. Well, Brother Liang is incredible. No one can disagree that he is the backbone of Espanyol. Another free kick. The national team's oversight is truly a loss. Enthusiastic fans from Huaxia quickly elevate the chat. Within the stadium, an indescribable silence envelopes the Barcelona stands. As the once boisterous fans seem to have left their vocal cords at home, producing not a single sound. This sensation of being soundly silenced is far from pleasant. Initially, they believed that the team's comfortable lead in the first half assured them victory. However, no one anticipated that their wretched rivals would equalize with such ease. The elation of a seemingly secure triumph dissipated, leaving Barcelona supporters engulfed in dread of a draw. The stakes were high for Barcelona. Their opponents, Espanyol, could revel in their single point, justifiable in their context, but for Barcelona, the situation was far more precarious, as their competitors for the league title had secured 3 points against this very team. A mere point would be detrimental to their championship aspirations. Was there an issue with the wall's positioning? No worries, we possessed the most formidable trio. The Barcelona fans consoled one another from the stands. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Enrique maintained a stoic expression, though internally, he grappled with discomfort. The equalizer from a direct free kick, accompanied by the piercing disappointment of the surrounding fans, imposed immense pressure on him. He had to secure a win. Yet, he could not afford to display his distress, lest it affect his team's morale. That goal was inevitable. Given Messi's caliber, Robert, standing nearby, offered words of solace. Who on earth is this kid? Enigmas filled Enrique's mind. His free kick was impressive. Should we consider acquiring him? Robert tentatively inquired. Contemplating this, Enrique shook his head, dismissing the notion. No, at least for now. Our priority is to find a successor to Iniesta. He is not yet worthy. Robert nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew, lapsing into silence. On the pitch, Chen Liang and his teammates exuberantly celebrated. Their long-suppressed emotions finally liberated by the goal. Observing the despondent expressions of the Barcelona players and the surrounding silence in the stands, a rush of endorphins surged through him, rendering him visibly exhilarated. It was in such moments that he could truly savor the ecstasy of scoring. As he had envisioned, he aimed to conquer this realm of football. Whether it be today at Camp Nou or in the future at Old Trafford, among others. I have high hopes for you, huh? Look at their expressions, brothers. Let us rally. We are no less than they are. His teammates rushed to Chen Liang's side, patting his back and forming a circle to celebrate the goal. After their jubilant commemoration, the match resumed, and Barcelona unmistakably grew anxious. Although they still retained possession of the ball, the tempo of the game had markedly accelerated. The effectiveness of their tactics began to manifest, as Sergio wisely adjusted their formation, instructing Chun Liang, Sanchez, and Xavi Lopez to retreat and safeguard the defensive space, compressing the available area. This was the fundamental strategy of their defensive ensemble. On the other hand, Barcelona devised a targeted tactical arrangement for Chun Liang. Busquets intentionally began to draw closer to him, leaving Chun with few opportunities to make meaningful touches on the ball. Nevertheless, Sergio entrusted the responsibility of orchestrating the attack to Chun Liang, with the Spanish offense primarily revolving around his movement patterns. While many fans may have overlooked this detail, seasoned supporters undoubtedly recognized that, starting from this match, Chun Liang gradually solidified his tactical position as the core of the team's offensive organization. His goal transformed Barcelona into a mere backdrop, marking a moment destined to be etched in the annals of Huaxia history. With over half an hour remaining in the match, Chun glanced at Professor Bu not far away, noting his intense focus. Consequently, he slowed the pace of the attack. His energy reserves were dwindling, necessitating a conservation of stamina and a reduction in futile running. He was waiting for an opportunity to exploit a chink in the opponent's armor for a decisive strike. As Espanyol tightened their formation, the match began to lose its spark, one side launching relentless attacks while the other adopted a staunch defensive posture. Barcelona quickened their offensive tempo, managing to traverse midfield in just 2 or 3 passes. Since Chun was unable to receive the ball, he retreated to the back line to assist in defense. His tackling was rather ordinary. Some fans perceived him as strong defensively, but this was largely due to his tackling skills masking his shortcomings. As the match reached the 68th minute, Chun watched the seconds tick away, his nerves tightening with each passing moment. Just as some fans were beginning to doze off amid the dull proceedings, a turning point emerged. Messi suddenly clutched his chest, clearly experiencing discomfort. He promptly raised his hand to signal for assistance, followed by treatment from the team physician. Messi's fans are well aware that vomiting on the pitch has long been a recurring issue for him. For instance, during the 2011 Spanish Super Cup against Real Madrid, he vomited mid-match, drawing significant attention. Similarly, in a 2013 World Cup qualifier against Bolivia, Messi was seen retching, once again capturing media scrutiny. Such instances are numerous, including a friendly against Romania prior to the 2014 World Cup, where Messi displayed symptoms of vomiting within minutes of entering the game. With Messi's exit, Enrique's mood plummeted. After conversing with the team doctor, he gestured with dissatisfaction towards the substitutes bench, preparing to make a change. Chapter 64. A desperate shot during this historical period. Barcelona's attacking structure was exceptionally tight-knit, with steadfast combinations that resonated throughout European and global football. However, this did not imply that their offensive front was devoid of flaws. For instance, the substitution of Pedro did not provide the same pivotal impact as Messi. Rather, he often played a supporting role that relied heavily on his teammates. In other words, he lacks the match-defining prowess that Messi possesses. Returning to the game, Messi's exit became a mere footnote, and play resumed swiftly, with Pedro donning the number 7 jersey to take his place. Iniesta, positioned 30 meters within the Espanyol half, executed his signature move, skillfully maneuvering to create space before delivering a delicate lob to Suarez within the penalty area. This seemingly simple pass effortlessly tore through Espanyol's defense. Suarez, leaning against Roca, aimed to head the ball to Neymar for a shot, but was momentarily disrupted by Sanchez, allowing captain Xavi Lopez to clear the ball first. The ball soared towards Chun Liang, landing not far from him. Appearing somewhat anxious, Chun Liang merely glanced at Moreno's position before launching the ball forward. Once again, it ascended into the air, this time soaring high, though its landing spot was perilously close to Sergio. Despite having been retired for several years, Sergio's skills remained intact, and he adeptly cushioned the ball at his feet. Alves rushed over, calling for the throw-in, but Sergio cleverly delayed, knowing that Alves was not yet burdened by legal troubles, as the woman accusing him of assault had yet to appear. Frustrated, Alves pushed Sergio, successfully igniting a confrontation. Upon witnessing Sergio being shoved, the Espanyol substitutes surged onto the field. Those who lagged would miss their chance to shine in front of coach Sergio. The scene descended into chaos once more. Ultimately, the tardy referee navigated through the throng, issuing yellow cards to both Sergio and Alves as a warning. Alves, clearly agitated, expressed his discontent to the referee, unwittingly falling into Sergio's trap. He was eager to muddy the waters, as increased disorder would profoundly affect Barcelona's mindset. This was a tactic Sergio had gleaned since taking on the coaching role. Enrique and his coaching staff rushed in to separate the increasingly heated Alves, aware that a second yellow card could jeopardize the match outcome. After a brief period of turmoil, the game finally resumed. Alves, with the ball in hand, stood at the sideline, momentarily distracted as he prepared to take the throw-in. Wait, could this be a half-decent throw? Sanchez intercepted the throw intended for Rakitic. A counterattack from Espanyol. As Sanchez seized the ball, Captain Javi Lopez quickly retreated to establish distance, simultaneously signaling for the ball and directing his teammates to advance. The players of Espanyol surged towards Barcelona's defense with an almost frenzied intensity, as their own numbers at the back were woefully insufficient. The recent onslaught had created an enticing opportunity for a counterattack. After a few brief passes, the ball found its way to Moreno on the flank. However, during this exchange, Barcelona's defense had already repositioned itself with remarkable speed, quicker than Espanyol's counter. Upon receiving the ball, Moreno decisively passed it to Asensio, who had shifted to the center and was stationed at the forefront of the formation, having just temporarily swapped positions with Moreno. Mascherano immediately charged forward to disrupt his reception. Without hesitation, Asensio played the ball across to Chen Liang. Chen found himself on the right side of the penalty area and sought to engage in a 1-2 with Moreno. Yet this attempt faltered as Moreno was unable to pivot. Reluctantly, Chen had to retreat to regain possession. Barcelona's players effectively sealed off all of Chen's forward passing angles, leaving him with no option but to pass back, making an assist seem increasingly elusive. At this moment, the Barcelona players could breathe a sigh of relief, as they harbored no fears regarding this positional play. The defensive duo of Piqué and Mascherano instilled confidence. Alas, it appeared that Espanyol had indeed arrived a moment too late. Such positional play might prove challenging, and there was a risk of being caught in a counterattack by Barcelona. On the sidelines, Sergio had little hope left for this offensive endeavor. Following the previous skirmish, he felt a dryness in his mouth. He decided to turn and fetch a bottle of water from the substitutes bench. As he turned, he caught sight of Freak's astonished expression. Suddenly, he recalled that just 5 seconds prior, Chen Liang had nudged the ball forward and made a lateral adjustment. At that moment, most of the Barcelona players were focused on defending against Espanyol's attacking points within the penalty area. However, they soon noticed Chen's body slightly leaning, followed by his left leg swinging back, a posture that signaled anything but a pass. The lad was about to shoot. Chen adjusted his position with 2 steps, then unleashed a powerful strike with the outside of his left foot. With a thunderous crack, a beautiful arc illuminated the Camp Nou once more. The ball spun violently, soaring over Barcelona's meticulously crafted defensive line in the penalty area, beyond the outstretched arms of Ter Stegen, and towards the upper right corner of the goal. Though this shot may not have possessed the same aesthetic appeal as the earlier free-kick goal, it was nonetheless filled with visual impact. This was a stunning outside-of-the-foot shot that would have even made Quaresma raise an eyebrow, catching Barcelona completely off guard. At that moment, Enrique's facial muscles began to twitch. After all, this lad had no prior record of scoring with his left foot. During the first leg of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League semifinals against Bayern Munich, Ter Stegen executed a series of remarkable saves, particularly a pivotal block against Lewandowski and a critical stop that prevented the ball from crossing the goal line, thereby preserving the team's lead. Ultimately, Barcelona eliminated Bayern and triumphed over Juventus in the final to claim the Champions League title, with Ter Stegen's save being recognized as the finest of the season by UEFA. At that moment, every forward who faced Ter Stegen felt a sense of despair, much like now, as he confronted Chen Liang's exquisite outside foot curler. The 70,000 spectators at Camp Nou held their breath, their astonished expressions frozen as the ball soared into the net. Chapter 65, WVE 1:21. Espanyol leads. This time, Jean Jun fell into a brief silence before erupting with even greater fervor. The ball has entered the net. Chen Liang has breached Barcelona's defenses with his left foot. What a beautifully scripted turn of events in adversity. This moment is unfolding right at Camp Nou. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chen Liang is the sole protagonist of this derby, for he has altered the course of the match. The domestic broadcast lagged slightly behind the live action. It was only seconds after the goal that fans at home witnessed the moment. Incredible. This is astonishing. Messi and the like. I only acknowledge King Chun now. This goal has undoubtedly increased his market value by at least 5 million. The rapidly scrolling comments and the servers under immense pressure attested to the explosive nature of Chun Liang's goal. Even the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were occupied by his achievement. Chun Liang dashed to the sidelines. This was his secret weapon. Upon discovering that his skill card could be activated regardless of foot, he had eagerly awaited this day. Now, he had finally arrived at the moment of transformation and resurgence. Chun Liang understood that countless eyes were upon him. Just as he was about to execute a signature gesture, he was enveloped by rushing teammates, all exuberantly celebrating. Meanwhile, the expressions of Barcelona's players were far less favorable. Ter Stegen, somewhat resigned, retrieved the ball from the net and tossed it toward the center circle. On the defensive line, Piqué and Mascherano refrained from blaming one another. This is football, no matter how formidable your lineup. There may come a day when you are defeated by an opponent you once overlooked. On the bench, Messi covered his mouth with a towel, having witnessed Chun Liang's goal unfold right before his eyes. In a daze, he saw a vision of himself clad in the number 19 jersey. On the sidelines, Sergio could scarcely contain his excitement. His face flushed as he exuberantly embraced assistant coach Fleck. No one had ever mentioned to me that he could strike with such quality using his left foot. I am uncertain. I have not witnessed it either. On the other side, Enrique waved his hand in resignation. His players had truly exerted themselves for that goal. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the prodigious young talent from Huaxia. As the match resumed, Sergio made 3 substitutions, fortifying the defense with 5 players and introducing Diop specifically to disrupt the midfield. This was Sergio's strategy, meticulously prepared with 3 plans to counter a draw, a deficit, or a lead. Taking the lead at Barcelona's home ground was, in Sergio's pre-match assessment, the least likely scenario, yet it did not mean he was unprepared with contingencies. His team did not merely adopt a defensive posture. Instead, they initiated a fierce suppression of Barcelona's midfield players. When Chun Liang scored the stunning equalizer, the morale of the Espanyol players surged. They suddenly realized that the once mighty adversary before them was not as invincible as previously thought. Diop, Chun Liang, Sanchez, and Javi Lopez formed a formidable midfield quartet, with Diop and Sanchez covering vast areas, while Javi Lopez, with his wealth of experience, specifically curtailed Iniesta's influence on the pitch. Chun Liang's role was straightforward. He merely needed to fill in the gaps. As seconds ticked away, the match transformed from the earlier frenzied exchanges into a somewhat tedious stalemate. Although Barcelona maintained territorial advantage, it was evident to discerning observers that their progression through the midfield was considerably more challenging than in the first half. Moreover, with Messi off the pitch, they were deprived of a decisive force in the attack. Mascherano vacated the already high defensive line and, upon receiving a pass from Busquets, surged forward into the 30-meter zone before delivering a sharp pass to Neymar at a 45-degree angle. It is worth noting that Mascherano is not only an adept defender, but also quite proficient as a defensive midfielder. His versatility in the backline greatly enhances his passing and organizational capabilities. As Neymar deftly received the ball, 3 Espanyol players converged upon him. He advanced a few steps, showcasing his flair with a series of intricate footwork, yet soon lost possession amidst the encroaching defenders. The Barcelona supporters grew anxious, their chants faltering in rhythm. Sergio's team held the lead, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, pacing incessantly around the substitutes bench. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. As the outcome of the match remained uncertain, the unfolding events gripped the hearts of all spectators. With each passing second, the referee, Jose, glanced at his watch and subsequently blew the final whistle. The once dominant Barcelona of the previous season succumbed to a relegation-threatened team. The Espanyol fans lingered in the stands long after the match, their voices ringing out in jubilant song. It had been far too long since they had triumphed over their city rivals, Barcelona. This victory is destined to be etched in the memories of many fans present at the scene for a lifetime. Chun Liang followed closely behind his teammates, shaking hands with each player from Barcelona, ultimately earning the title of the best player on the field. At the post-match press conference, a smile once again graced the face of Sergio. Chun and I share a remarkable synergy. As you can see, he will be a pivotal player in my lineup. I am indifferent to who the opponents are. My sole concern is whether we can triumph in this match. Meanwhile, the journalists directed their cameras towards Sergio, who appeared vibrant and full of energy. In contrast, Enrique seemed somewhat disheartened, his hair disheveled, reflecting the blow he had received. The questions posed by the journalists grew increasingly incisive. Will Messi's injury affect the team's championship aspirations this season? What changes will the team implement following the Derby loss? Enrique did not attempt to defend himself after the defeat. Instead, he shouldered the entire responsibility. The loss is on me. The players performed admirably today. Our understanding of the opponent was insufficient. That young player from Huaxia left a profound impression on me. In our next encounter, I am confident that I will lead the players to victory in the Derby. As the team bus departed from Camp Nou, a throng of Espanyol supporters surrounded the away fan section, perhaps finding it hard to forget today's remarkable victory. They gathered near the bus, holding up numerous banners to express their unwavering support for the team. Among them, posters of Qin, Moreno, and Captain Xavi Lopez stood out strikingly. Chapter 66, Mission Accomplished. Since winning the Catalonia Derby, the entire Spanish football scene has been invigorated. Even those known for their pedantic nature have found it difficult to encapsulate the current state of Espanyol in a single term. The naysayers on social media, who had previously derided the team, have gradually faded from the online landscape. The reason is simple. Espanyol has silenced them with a series of resounding victories. Many neutral fans, initially mere spectators, have begun to cultivate a sense of anticipation. Curiosity abounds regarding how far this small team, which had previously settled for mid-table finishes in recent seasons, can go this season. Not only Espanyol has garnered attention, but also the hero of the Derby, Qin Liang. Early in the morning, the club's press officer informed him that several media outlets were eager to conduct an interview. Upon reviewing the extensive list, Qin ultimately chose a media outlet from Huaxia, feeling a sense of familiarity and ease in communicating with fellow countrymen. The morning was originally designated as a recovery day for the team, where fitness coach Eric would oversee the players' physical recuperation. However, Qin was granted permission by coach Sergio to accept the media interview. Hello, Qin Liang. I am thrilled to meet you. Setting aside my identity, I am also a fan of yours. A young man wearing black-framed glasses approached Qin Liang with palpable excitement. Eagerly shaking his hand, Qin Liang reciprocated with a smile, saying, "Hello, as fellow compatriots, there is no need for excessive formality. If you are younger than I, feel free to call me Liang Gu or Aoyang." Even if Gao Chun possessed the lowest emotional intelligence, he would surely opt for the former title. All right, Liang Gu. I am Gao Chun, representing Zhalong Sports. Gao Chun exchanged a meaningful glance with the photographer nearby and then produced a set of materials. Young Good. I wish to pose a question on behalf of the domestic fans regarding a matter that weighs heavily on their minds. What does it feel like to score 2 goals against a prestigious club like Barcelona? Qin Liang pondered for a moment before responding. I understand that the domestic fans are particularly attentive to me due to my status, and I would like to express my gratitude to them. This season has been critical, and I have not had the opportunity for interaction. Once this busy period concludes, I hope to return home and host similar events. Certainly, scoring against Barcelona and aiding the team's victory is a delight. Yet I yearn to witness more players from Huaxia grace the European stage and net such goals. Gao Chun then inquired, "What is your goal for this season, Liang Gu?" Qin Liang scratched his head in contemplation before continuing. I recall a Spanish media outlet posing a similar question previously. My aim is to achieve double digits in assists and goals. This seems to be an unprecedented feat for a Huaxia player. However, since I have the privilege of playing on this stage, I intend to strive for even greater accomplishments. As Gao Chun typed vigorously on his laptop, he posed his final question. We understand that your father is the principal stakeholder behind the scenes in Spain. Could you share how he has influenced your professional journey? This question was rather pointed. Had it been earlier in the season, Qin Liang might have interpreted it as an insinuation that his relationship afforded him playing time. However, circumstances had changed. His performances had spoken for themselves, dispelling such rumors. Indeed, I spend little time with him and see him infrequently, yet he has provided immense encouragement. My presence on this stage owes much to my father's pivotal support. Qin Liang sipped his coffee, casting his gaze into the distance. Like many of my peers, we fight not only for ourselves and our dreams, but, more importantly, for those who love us. Without my father, I might not have come this far. As the interview concluded, Gao Chun extended his hand once more, saying, "Thank you, Liang Gu, for agreeing to our interview. Our boss reminded me before departing to express his gratitude to you. You may not realize it, but you are the star of our entire company. Many young girls have stopped idolizing others and now only watch you." Qin Liang laughed heartily, replying, "I hope that on the day I underperform, you won't kick me while I'm down." With another hearty laugh, Qin Liang once again shook Gao Chen's hand. He had contemplated the possibility of being quite popular domestically, yet he never anticipated attaining such remarkable fame. Previously, he believed that engaging with the media would hinder his development. However, he has now come to realize that it has provided him with an additional impetus. As his notoriety has grown, Chen Liang has gradually recognized that fans are the essence of football. Without them, the sport loses its meaning. As December approached, the last month before La Liga's winter break commenced, life began to settle into a steady rhythm. The opponents for this month were relatively ordinary, and many Espanyol supporters began to dream of a splendid future in the Champions League before the halfway point of the season. The players of Espanyol, naturally, were particularly exhilarated, as the conclusion of this month heralded the arrival of Christmas. Thus, they did not allow the perceived weakness of their opponents to induce complacency in their training. The enchanting first half of the season passed swiftly, and when they beheld Espanyol positioned fourth in La Liga, it still felt somewhat surreal. Their first adversary in December was Levante in the round of 16 of the Copa del Rey, where coach Sergio implemented extensive rotations, allowing Chen Liang and others to enjoy some respite. The first leg concluded with a score of 1-1, leaving the outcome in suspense for the second leg. Intriguingly, following the conclusion of the Copa del Rey, Espanyol faced Levante once more back-to-back in the league, with the score remaining 1-1. The subsequent matches proceeded smoothly. In the 15th round of the league, they narrowly triumphed over Celta with a score of 1-0. In the second leg of the Copa del Rey, they decisively defeated Levante 2-1, securing their advancement. They then reversed their fortunes against Celta in the 16th round, winning 2-1, and achieved a resounding 3-0 victory over Sevilla in the 17th round. As a result of their stellar performance throughout December, the team's ranking ascended to third, trailing only behind Real Madrid and Barcelona. Moreover, Chen Liang's attributes experienced a notable enhancement due to the accumulation of matches and training during this month. He discovered that his speed and endurance had improved from 56 to 61 and from 56 to 63, respectively, marking a significant advancement in his physical capabilities. Chen Liang even secretly fantasized about whether increasing his speed to above 85 would enable him to outpace certain players. Chapter 67. The interest from Dortmund. January 1st marked the opening of the transfer window, a day that ignited fervor among various media outlets. Rumors circulated about Manchester United's intent to acquire a forward and Chelsea's pursuit of a goalkeeper. In essence, it was a day for winter reinforcements. Upon returning to the Hanek Sports City, the players of Espanyol found themselves largely unaffected by the winter transfer window, with only a few players who had seen scant playing time during the first half of the season being loaned out from the club. The players, having just celebrated Christmas, are filled with joy. If they can maintain this momentum throughout the second half of the season, there is a significant possibility that they will qualify for the Champions League. For the moment, they are enveloped in happiness. It is important to remember that last season they were battling relegation. Now they are contenders for the Champions League. Yet, despite their excitement, the matches are just around the corner. La Liga is not like the Bundesliga, which offers nearly a month of rest. Although the schedule is not as densely packed as that of the Premier League, the intensity remains palpable. As January arrives, La Liga's 18th round sees Espanyol facing Eibar away. In the town of Eibar, located in the Gipuzkoa province of Spain's Basque Country, the team has already mastered playing against relegation-threatened opponents. Teams from the Basque region are known for their rugged style of play. Right from the start of the match, the referee's whistle incessantly pierced the air, fragmenting the rhythm of the game, which was frequently interrupted by fouls. Amidst a tense contest, Espanyol ultimately secured victory thanks to a decisive strike from Caicedo, ending the match at 1-0 and extending their unbeaten streak. After the game, Sergio took a moment to speak with Chen Liang in the players' tunnel. "Young man, you performed admirably last month. I heard from the club's director, Karanka, that you have been selected for the November Best 11 by the La Liga Association following expert review and voting. Keep up the great work." Indeed, post-match, the official social media of La Liga announced the Best 11 for December. Thanks to his brace against Barcelona, Chen Liang was finally included in the December lineup. He has demonstrated his capability to conquer the league. Having earned recognition, it is now time for him to substantiate that he is not merely a fleeting talent. His new objective, to achieve double-digit assists or goals, with the reward being a divine perspective. Chen Liang's selection for the December Best 11 can be attributed to two factors. His team, Espanyol, enjoyed an excellent record in December, and the expert panel likely considered his performance against Barcelona at the end of November. Being included in the best 11 undoubtedly represents the best news for Chun Liang as he enters January, as it aids him in accomplishing his system task and earning the associated reward. He never anticipated such swift developments. Everything occurred so abruptly that he found himself enveloped in bliss. While being named in the best 11 may seem a modest accolade in the realm of football awards, it serves as a significant source of motivation for Chun Liang's career, encouraging him to focus on self-improvement. In the future, he may even find himself nominated for awards such as the Top Assist Provider or the Golden Boot, or even the Ballon d'Or. These are honors that every professional player dreams of, and Chun Liang is no exception. As he sits on the bus heading home, he gazes at the rewards bestowed by the system, deep in contemplation. A single touch of the ball may be considered one of the least ostentatious skills on the field, as it lacks the flamboyance of a free kick or an outside-of-the-foot pass that immediately signals one's prowess. However, when combined with the divine perspective of the forthcoming task's reward, Chun Liang can seamlessly fulfill the role of a playmaker in the midfield. Whether it be Michael Carrick in England or Sergio Busquets of Barcelona, both exemplify this path. Their performances may not be particularly dazzling, yet their presence acts as a lubricant for the team's offense, facilitating the organization of attacks from the back and instigating counterattacks through a well-placed long pass. Currently, this responsibility is shouldered by Captain Xavi Lopez. But Chun Liang is confident that, upon receiving the next task's reward, he can surpass his efforts. During his half-year stint in La Liga, Chun Liang has discerned the rarity and value of a deep-lying playmaker in Europe's elite clubs. He has already showcased his offensive capabilities with 6 goals and 5 assists in the first half of the season, a testament to his prowess. While there is no shortage of attacking players in European football, few possess the metronomic qualities of a Busquets. Should he exhibit this facet of his talent, his overall value would ascend to a higher echelon. With the winter transfer window now open, certain clubs have begun to express interest in the outstanding performances of the Espanyol player, although most of the major teams remain observant. After all, a half-season of commendable play does not constitute a definitive statement. Just look at Leicester City's water carrier, whose precision in long passes faltered upon his transfer to Chelsea. On the third day of the transfer window, Espanyol's sporting director, Karanka, received an inquiry from Germany. 2 days prior, in Tuchel's office, the large screen continued to showcase football footage, specifically the match between Espanyol and Barcelona that took place in November. As the video concluded, Tuchel glanced around, noting the presence of members from the first-team coaching staff and scouts. Throughout December, no fewer than 3 scouting reports concerning Chun Liang lay on his desk, each detailing his performances. For a club like Borussia Dortmund, which thrives on nurturing young talent for eventual sale, a player like Chun Liang, capable of delivering standout performances, captures their interest. Such players tend to produce quantifiable data, making them conducive to development and ready for transfer within a season or two. I intend to speak with Watzke and formally send an inquiry to Espanyol in a couple of days, Tuchel declared. And how do you plan to utilize him? He was asked. After a moment of contemplation, Tuchel replied, his arrival can bolster the midfield depth. I plan to gradually grant him opportunities until he can replace Shinji Kagawa. Don't you think he bears a resemblance to Kagawa? The prospect of competing in the Bundesliga and potentially featuring in the Champions League seemed irresistibly enticing for Chun Liang, making it difficult for him to decline. However, regarding Chun Liang's appearance, Tuchel remained somewhat hesitant. He could offer Chun Liang some opportunities, yet this was Borussia Dortmund. A few poor performances would mean bidding farewell to the starting lineup. In the years overshadowed by Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga, the pressure on Dortmund's performance was considerably greater than that on Espanyol. It was acceptable to nurture young talent, yet the priority remained to achieve breakthroughs in championships. Chapter 68. Registering on social media during the weekend. Following routine training, Sergio summoned Chun Liang to his office. Even before knocking on the office door, Chun Liang sensed that Sergio's reason for calling was unlikely to revolve around matters on the football pitch, as his current performances were already quite compelling. Upon entering, Sergio placed a document on his desk and pushed it towards Chun Liang. The offer from Dortmund was enticing. A substantial $8 million for a young player in his first year in the top league, demonstrating considerable sincerity. Do you have any thoughts about leaving the team? Or do you wish to remain here? Chun Liang nodded. He was deeply enamored with this place. Half a season had passed, and he had fully integrated into the team. Here was where he achieved his breakthrough, evolving from nothing to something. This was the birthplace of his dreams. How could he not feel a connection? This season, It seems we have experienced a rather surreal journey, Sergio remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Many are interested in us, including myself. To be honest, the Spanish national youth team has invited me to coach. Yet, I still prefer it here. As for the reason, Sergio's gaze was sincere as he looked at Chun Liang and slowly continued. I must admit, my reason for staying is related to you. Related to me? Chun Liang murmured to himself. Sergio's words indicated a level of trust he had reached with Chun Liang, revealing that he held no secrets from him, which signified the trust and respect he had afforded him. You have indeed played exceptionally well for half a season, Sergio stated, standing up and moving to the tactical board. He slid a magnetic piece symbolizing Chun Liang close to the center circle and tapped it with his finger. But they will not grant you such a status. If you remain here, even if you perform poorly, I will provide you with opportunities to regain your form. The door to the first team will always be open for you. However, if you join Dortmund, that is uncertain. Sergio was clear in his words, outlining the benefits of staying with Espanyol. Moreover, the fans here held high expectations for him. Perhaps we could indeed achieve something significant this season. Chun Liang nodded, acknowledging Sergio's point. Yet it was Borussia Dortmund. Joining such a team meant he would have the opportunity to compete in the Champions League in the second half of the season, alongside teammates who were international stars. Who would not wish to advance at such a pivotal moment? Chun Liang had to admit, his heart was indeed tumultuous. My name is not merely a call for an answer. Rather, I invite you to ponder upon it thoughtfully after your departure. Consider this, Chin. Once, you had nothing in the team, and now that you are leaving, do you truly believe success awaits you there? The persuasion of Sergio has indeed made some impact. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chun Liang's countenance, for he had to concede that he found immense joy playing here. You may inquire with your father, who has resolved to invest further in the team after securing a spot in the Champions League next season. If you remain, we could forge a historical legacy for Espanyol. Chin nodded, recognizing that he was at an age of burgeoning talent, a prominent figure in Espanyol. There could be no more opportune time for growth. Just look at Ji Zhu, who, in his youth, chased after so-called prestigious clubs, only to end up with nothing but the solitary highlight of scoring in the World Cup final. Dortmund values your future, yet Espanyol requires your present. I will contemplate this thoroughly. Chin's heart was a tumultuous sea of thoughts, and he refrained from making an immediate decision, needing time to reflect. Upon returning home, Chin lay on his bed, incessantly scrolling through his phone. Nowadays, searching his name on any social media platform reveals a plethora of fervent discussions. Even on Weibo, one can find individuals speculating about his rumored connection with a certain celebrity. The allure of joining Dortmund for a grander stage or remaining with Espanyol to accumulate experience is undeniable, yet, akin to a final match in football. Only one path can be chosen. Perhaps it is indeed time for him to enlist a competent agent to chart his future. Only a professional agent can offer him the guidance he requires in this regard. Furthermore, should he ultimately join a new team, entrusting contract matters to an agent would bring him peace of mind. For now, while in Espanyol, contractual concerns seem less pressing, as he is merely earning his father's money. As Chun continued to scroll on his phone, a sudden thought struck him. Should he register an account? He had long desired to engage with fans, yet previously, he lacked the stability in the first team to devote energy to managing an account. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to create an account on Weibo, naming it Chun Liang Wants to Play Well. Following the registration, he posted his first Weibo update. Hello everyone, I am Chun Liang, a player for Espanyol. Such a simple statement ignited a frenzy on Weibo, propelling him into the top 10 trending topics in an instant. Mere minutes after his post, Gao Chun from Weibo Sports personally called him. Brother Liang, you really registered on Weibo? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I could have arranged for the company to support you. On the platform of Weibo, the character signifies a verified emblem of one's identity, as there are always individuals impersonating celebrities online. Chun Liang chuckled and remarked, I merely acted on a whim. Gao Chen seemed to be urging someone on the other end of the call. Yes, that's him. Contact the Weibo department immediately. All right, Brother Liang. I shall not disturb you further. Oh, I will follow you right away. Our boss has heard that you registered on Weibo and is now rushing over there. The thought of Chun Liang joining Weibo made Gao Chen chuckle, imagining that the team over there might be working late into the night once again. After hanging up, Chun Liang discovered that he had already garnered 100,000 followers, a figure that continued to rise. His initial greeting post had accumulated thousands of comments. Wow, Is it really you, Brother Liang? Do you believe him or believe I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Whoever believes is a fool. Brother Liang, could you give me an electronic autograph? Wow, the official verification has been granted. Brother Liang, I adore you. As he observed the flood of comments, Chen Liang selected a few to respond to, yet the sheer volume was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Just as he contemplated enlisting a team to manage his social media presence, a private message suddenly appeared in his inbox. Hello, Chen Liang. I am with a player agency in Europe. My boss has expressed considerable interest in you and hopes to establish a collaboration. We have been searching for your contact information and have finally found you here. Should you require player representation services, please reach out to us. By the way, my boss is Raiola. Chapter 69. Raiola's interest in 2015. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Raiola was at the pinnacle of his career. Just 2 months prior, his client, the remarkably talented Gianluigi Donnarumma, at merely 16 years and 242 days old, became the second youngest goalkeeper in Serie A, quickly recognized as a player of great potential at AC Milan. Speaking of Milan, he also facilitated Alessio Romagnoli's transfer to the club, who has since secured his position as a key player this season. Moreover, his most valuable star, Paul Pogba, has become increasingly sought after, with his contract at Juventus still having 2 years remaining. Yet numerous clubs have shown significant interest, including Bayern Munich, Manchester United, and Paris Saint-Germain. Chen Liang contemplated the private message from Raiola's agency for quite some time before ultimately deciding to respond. After next week's league match, we can meet. Mere moments later, another message illuminated the screen. Mr. Raiola will personally come to meet you, as a sign of respect and recognition. Raiola himself coming? This clearly indicated that he valued Chen Liang's potential. Yet, the data he possessed was indeed not lacking. Why could Raiola compete with Jorge Mendes in the European football scene? It was due to his swift ability to discover talent and his relentless pursuit of maximizing the benefits for each of his clients. This is evident from Haaland's subsequent transfer. Leading the pursuit of Haaland are the prestigious clubs Manchester United and Juventus. Manchester United's manager, Solskjaer, has previously coached Haaland and seeks to leverage this connection to entice him. Juventus, too, has fervently pursued Haaland, recently rumored to have offered a staggering contract. So, why did Haaland choose Dortmund, a club with lesser stature than Manchester United and Juventus? Because Raiola understands that Haaland's prodigious talent surpasses Dortmund's current standing. He must consider Haaland's future transfers. Thus, he insisted on a contract clause that includes a 75 million buyout option, ensuring a smooth transition for subsequent transfers. By 2022, any major club willing to pay 75 million could acquire Haaland from Dortmund, allowing Raiola to collect a substantial signing fee. These instances illustrate that Raiola may indeed be a commendable player agent, as Chen Liang requires a professional to safeguard his career. After resolving these matters, Chen Liang immersed himself back into training, cherishing every moment. Utilizing each minute for practice brings him closer to becoming a top-tier player. In La Liga's 19th round, Espanyol faced Getafe away. Prior to the match, the players of Espanyol brimmed with confidence, unaware that they were about to encounter a grueling away battle. The course of the game exceeded their expectations. Getafe's number 7 forward, Levero, surged forward, with S. Nche trailing behind. Alas, S. Nche's action was irrational. He lunged in from behind, and a red card was inevitable. The referee, Klaas, was already reaching for his pocket. Red card. In the 7th minute, Espanyol was reduced to 10 men as S. Nche was sent off. The broadcast cleverly switched to the expression of Espanyol's coach, Sergio, who, although silent, wore a furrowed brow. Clearly, he was displeased with S. Nche's reckless behavior. Had S. Nche refrained from the foul, Levero might have easily scored a one-on-one goal. At this juncture, further lamentation was futile. Chun, drop back a bit. You need to cover more ground with one man down. After a brief adjustment, Sergio sat back on the bench, glancing at the scoreboard. Damn it, we're down a man before the match has even begun. How are we supposed to play now? Although Esnche successfully thwarted Getafe's direct shot with his foul, Espanyol became increasingly passive on the field. Without Esnche's protective presence, Chen Liang's physical shortcomings began to surface. Getafe effortlessly maneuvered the ball past Espanyol's midfield, leaving the defenders to confront their offensive threats directly. The original trio in the midfield became exceedingly passive. The aging Javi Lopez was certainly not as effective in covering the midfield as Sanchez, while Chen Liang leaned more towards offense. Although his defensive skills shone at times, his stamina remained a notable shortcoming. Getafe's passes easily pierced through the midfield's interceptions, finding Pedro Leon at the flanks. Chun Liang promptly rushed to support, and Pedro Leon, recalling the challenges Chun Liang presented during their initial encounter, blinked knowingly. He remembered the astonishing tackle that had left a lasting impression. Aware of Chun Liang's style, Pedro Leon understood that attempting to dribble past him would likely result in an out-of-bounds clearance, so he deftly passed the ball to the central attacking midfielder, Victor. The Espanyol formation, congested on Pedro Leon's side, left Sarabia on the opposite flank rather unmarked. Victor effortlessly shifted the ball to Sarabia's feet on the other side. As the play transitioned from right to left, Chun Liang sprinted to cover, but he soon felt as if his lungs were bellows and his legs increasingly heavy. Without Sanchez's protective presence, he genuinely began to struggle. Sarabia executed a couple of bicycle touches before elegantly passing the ball to Alvaro near the penalty spot. Alvaro leapt high, powerfully heading the ball into the Espanyol net. The balance of victory began to tilt towards Getafe, and it seemed likely they would end Espanyol's undefeated streak today. Sergio observed the goal with a deepening frown. Sanchez's departure had indeed created significant difficulties for Espanyol. His most relied upon core, Chun Liang, was unable to showcase his talents in attack, placing immense pressure on the entire Espanyol midfield. He quickly glanced towards the substitutes bench, swiftly identifying Diop. Diop was the only player on the bench capable of replacing Sanchez. This Senegalese international possessed commendable strength. Although Sanchez's exceptional coverage this season had overshadowed his defensive capabilities in midfield. Diop, warm up quickly. I'll give you 5 minutes. You'll be subbed in when the time is up, Sergio instructed, furrowing his brow in urgency. Diop, fully aware of the team's critical situation, promptly removed his training jacket and dashed to the sidelines to prepare for his warm-up. As the fourth official raised the substitution board, number 12, Diop, replaced Captain Javi Lopez, who removed the captain's armband from his arm and swiftly approached Chun Liang, placing the armband upon his arm. This was the decision of Coach Sergio, and the light armband symbolized a weighty responsibility. Young man, I no longer need to organize the midfield. We are currently facing difficulties. After Xavi Lopez adorned Chun Liang with the captain's armband, he patted his shoulder and hastily retreated to the sidelines to execute a substitution. Chun Liang gazed at the armband upon his arm, and a profound sensation swiftly enveloped him. It was an indescribable feeling, akin to an instantaneous transformation. He now bore the responsibility of safeguarding his teammates, for each one placed their trust in him. The team was in turmoil, and as captain, he must rise to the occasion, for everyone recognized him as a reliable and supportive figure. He had to shoulder this heavy burden. Standing on the pitch, adorned with the captain's armband, Chun Liang directed his gaze toward the goal of Getafe. His teammates placed their faith in him, and he was compelled to demonstrate through action that in times of adversity, Chun Liang would assist them in navigating their troubles. The pressing urgency was to reconstruct the fragmented midfield of Espanyol. With one player missing, someone needed to emerge to orchestrate the midfield. Otherwise, the scoreline would only widen. Chun Liang observed the vigilant players of Getafe across the field, who regarded him with similar intent. It was evident to even the most naive observer that Diop excelled in defense but faltered in organization and attack. Apart from Diop, only Chun Liang remained. Thus, in the ensuing match, if they could curtail Chun Liang, Espanyol would find themselves at the mercy of their opponents. Everyone was aware of Chun Liang's prowess with the Marseille turn, and thus, they could not afford to grant him space. They needed to stay closely bound to him. If they could restrict Chun Liang, his ability to receive the ball would be nullified, leading to the inevitable paralysis of Espanyol's midfield. With this thought in mind, Juan from Getafe proactively approached Chun Liang, his eyes fixed intently upon him, ready to spring into action the moment Chun Liang received the ball. The possession transitioned to Espanyol's defense, where center-back Rocco obtained the ball. He lifted his gaze and noticed someone near Chun Liang. Passing to him would likely only result in a back pass, as Victor was blocking the route ahead of Diop. As he hesitated on how to pass, Chun Liang suddenly made a counter-run, momentarily bewildering Juan, who promptly dashed after him. In that fleeting moment, Chun Liang called out loudly, demanding the ball from Rocco. Rocco hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to trust Chun Liang, swiftly passing the ball to him. At that instant, Juan was also closing in, yet he refrained from recklessly challenging, well aware of Chun Liang's adeptness with the Marseille turn. Instead, he intelligently restricted Chun Liang's angle for a backward turn. implying that Chen Liang would have no choice but to return the pass. As the ball rolled toward him, Chen Liang quickly sensed the pressure building from behind. Instead of merely stopping the ball, he executed a half-turn and struck it away with precision. A deft pass. Skill activated. The ball traced a delicate arc through the air, evading the blockade of two Getafe players and landing perfectly at the feet of the left back, Alvarez. Though Chen Liang possessed the ball for no more than a fleeting second, his pass deftly dismantled the pressure exerted by Getafe's midfield. The ball maneuvered past their defenses and found Alvarez, who, without hesitation, immediately relayed it to Asensio, tasked with orchestrating the offense. Since the Spaniards were down to 10 men, his movements had to become increasingly agile. Asensio received the ball and passed it to the forward, Caicedo, who, without delay, spotted the overlapping Alvarez and sent the ball back to him. This series of simple passes rendered Getafe's defense virtually impotent, igniting a surge of momentum. Positioned along the flank, Alvarez seized the opportunity and swiftly directed the ball towards the center. The ball was lightly deflected by Getafe's central defender, Belsini, altering its trajectory but not sending it far. Instead, it rolled to the edge of the penalty area. There, awaiting its arrival, was Chen Liang. Getafe's goalkeeper, Guaita, braced himself, aware that Chen Liang's forte lay in curling shots with the outside of his foot. He preemptively positioned himself towards both corners of the goal to facilitate a swift reaction. However, at the moment Chen Liang prepared to shoot, he noticed Guaita's movement and, with a flick of his ankle, abruptly altered his shooting stance. As the ball settled at his feet, he did not halt its progress. Instead, he caressed it with the inside of his foot, producing a graceful arc. It was now Guaita who was caught off guard. His premature shift had backfired spectacularly. The ball did not head towards him, but instead spun rapidly towards the far post. What a moment! At this crucial juncture, Chen Liang rose to the occasion. What a magnificent goal! As commentator Zhang Jun exclaimed, beautiful. Thrice. The ball struck the inside of the goalpost before nestling into the net. Chen Liang gazed at the football resting in the back of the net, momentarily stunned. Was this the result of an enhanced skill through mere contact? Astonishing indeed. The Getafe players stood in disbelief, while Guaita vociferously complained to his teammates. Nearby, the faint sounds of celebration from the Espanyol supporters echoed, their spirits lifted despite the grim circumstances, as they finally witnessed their players step up. Sergio's tactical adjustments bore fruit. Diop's introduction bolstered the midfield's robustness, effectively masking Chen Liang's physical shortcomings and allowing him to wholeheartedly engage in the team's offensive endeavors. After a brief celebration, the Espanyol players returned to their half, poised for the match to resume. Although they had equalized the score, the situation remained precarious for the Spaniards, who were still down a man. Getafe, having lost to Espanyol in their first encounter of the season, approached this match with a vengeful spirit. On the flanks, Sarabia once again seized the ball. He swayed his upper body a few times before launching a shot from the spot. This strike came from the edge of the penalty area, not particularly close to the goal, yet of remarkable quality, executed with a delicate chip reminiscent of Chen Liang's technique. The ball gracefully evaded the outstretched fingers of goalkeeper Paul Lopez and sailed into the Espanyol net. A stunning goal. Getafe fully capitalized on their numerical advantage, which continually transformed into a plethora of shooting opportunities. Chapter 71. Stay Getafe's offensive onslaught was far from over. As the match approached the 63rd minute of the second half, they exploited their numerical superiority on the wings to create a 2-on-1 situation. Sarabia and the advancing Yoda executed a seamless 1-2 combination, with the latter subsequently delivering the ball into the center. Alvaro, positioned centrally, struck the ball into the net, bringing the score to 3-1. Sergio, standing on the sidelines, looked at the disheveled defense under relentless pressure from the opposition and could only muster a resigned smile. The imbalance in Espanyol's squad remained a significant issue this season. While the attacking players, such as Chen Liang, Asensio, and Moreno, possessed formidable skills, the quality of the defenders was rather mediocre. Were it not for Sanchez's extensive coverage in midfield, Espanyol might have conceded at least 10 more goals this season. Moreover, the prior threats posed by Chen Liang and Asensio had alleviated some pressure on the defensive players. However, today, with Sanchez's premature exit, the defensive frailties became increasingly pronounced, leaving Sergio somewhat at a loss. As the seconds ticked away, the players of Espanyol gradually came to understand that their unbeaten streak was likely coming to an end. Yet, they refused to abandon the fight. Diop tirelessly covered for his teammates, and Chen Liang diverted more of his energy toward defense, gasping for breath, his stamina seemingly nearing depletion. Even in defeat, they could not afford to succumb so disgracefully. While victories and losses are inherent in football, the distinction between a humiliating defeat and a dignified one is palpably different. As the match reached injury time, Chen Liang attempted to gain possession on the flank, but Getafe's players were unwilling to grant him an opportunity. 2 or 3 Getafe players swiftly closed in, blocking his passing lanes. At this point, Chen Liang, fatigued and losing his balance, felt his mind growing heavy from lack of oxygen. With no time to survey the situation in the center, he instinctively struck the ball towards the middle with the top of his foot. This was indeed a commendable choice. The rapid ball created considerable difficulty for Getafe's defense. Moreover, the ball's landing spot was perilously close to the goal, meaning that any player, whether from Getafe or Espanyol, could potentially convert it into a goal. Getafe's center back, Belsini, was caught off guard and, unable to turn in time, extended his foot in a desperate attempt to intercept. Although the ball grazed him, it did not significantly alter its trajectory. The ball landed at the feet of forward Caicedo, who instinctively nudged it into the Getafe goal. Belsini muttered a curse in Spanish towards Chen Liang, as he felt that Chen had indeed caused him considerable trouble. That jinx. In the final moments, the Spaniards refused to concede defeat, showcasing their resilience by narrowing the scoreline. At the instant of the goal, Chen Liang instinctively glanced at the scoreboard on the sidelines. The added time was nearing its conclusion. If only Sanchez had not been substituted, perhaps they could have salvaged a point. Meanwhile, the Getafe players were visibly perturbed. Even their goalkeeper Guaita felt a trickle of cold sweat down his back. Were they to grant the opposition another 10 minutes, it would have been exceedingly difficult for them to escape unscathed today. Thankfully, they had played with an extra man and seized their opportunities. Otherwise, the outcome might have been quite different. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, it officially concluded, marking the end of the Spaniards' unbeaten run away from home. However, the fans who journeyed with them still offered their applause, particularly for Chen Liang, whose resilience and dignity brought solace to the Espanyol supporters, making their defeat somewhat less sorrowful. Even with one player down, they managed to rally from a 3-2 deficit, allowing the Espanyol players to walk out of the Pires Stadium with their heads held high. It must be said, this was a captivating match, filled with emotional highs and lows. Indeed, a remarkable game. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the Spaniards exerted significant pressure on Getafe, leaving us to silently ponder what position they might ultimately occupy this season. After the match, Chen Liang chose not to return with the team bus to the hotel, but instead hailed a taxi, heading directly to a lavishly decorated restaurant. The patrons in the restaurant were all dressed in formal attire, making Chen Liang's casual outfit appear rather out of place. However, he did not draw much attention, as diners merely glanced at him before resuming their quiet conversations. The restaurant was enveloped in a serene ambience, in a private room on the second floor. As the waiter opened the door, Chen Liang spotted a rather portly man clad in a plaid shirt, both in attire and demeanor. This middle-aged man from Italy exuded a distinctly South American charm. "My friend, I watched your match today. Truly spectacular," Raiola exclaimed, his arms wide open. Under the luxurious chandelier of the private room, Raiola radiated an air of affluence. This was the man who commanded a significant portion of European football, rivaling Mendes in stature. After a brief embrace, Chen Liang took his seat, and Raiola graciously slid the menu towards him, saying, "What would you like to eat? Today, I shall treat you." Chen Liang perused the menu, discovering that each dish bore a hefty price tag. However, for someone like him, who had never known financial hardship, it was merely a fleeting glance. After placing the order, Raiola nonchalantly retrieved a brown cigar from his pocket and began to puff on it with a satisfying crackle. Surrounded by swirling smoke, he squinted, reminiscent of a mafia figure from Italy, extending a finger as he proclaimed, "By the end of this season, I wager that I can maneuver you into any of the top 5 leagues." With a flourish, he took a couple more puffs of his cigar and continued, "You know Pogba, right? Without me, he would have squandered his time at Manchester United for a year. Yet now he has become one of the most valuable midfielders in Europe. I believe you can achieve the same, my child. I see extraordinary potential in you. Would you be interested in joining my family?" Chen Liang pondered briefly before sharing his situation. "Borussia Dortmund has contacted me, and the club wishes for me to stay. If we were to collaborate, what would your advice be?" Raiola erupted into laughter, stubbing out his prized cigar in the ashtray. After a hearty chuckle, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not concern yourself with Borussia Dortmund. They are a factory for stars, but also a black hole for young players. This season has been remarkably smooth for you. Why not stay? By doing so, we can maximize our benefits, and by season's end, you could become the most valuable player in Espanyol." Chun Liang nodded, resonating with Raiola's perspective, and decided to sign with him. The outcome of this collaboration remained uncertain, yet Chun resolved to take the plunge. In Chapter 72, Roca, within the restaurant, Chun Liang and Raiola formally signed the contract, intertwining their professional paths. As dinner drew to a close, Raiola joyfully decided to gift Chun Liang one of his exquisite Cuban cigars, but Chun Liang declined, noting that such an item would serve no purpose at home. After spending a day in Getafe, Chun Liang returned to the club alone the following day. He first met with the club's director, Karanka, who was temporarily assuming the leadership role while Chun Liang's father was abroad on business. Upon learning that Chun Liang had decided to remain for the season, Karanka expressed his delight, stating it would surely be an immensely successful year. Additionally, Karanka confided a small secret to Chun Liang. The club would be bringing in new players during the winter transfer window, potentially one or several. The wings of time's butterfly flapped quietly, causing subtle shifts in the trajectory of history. In response to Sergio's request to bolster the defense, Karanka strove to accommodate this need. Upon hearing of a defensive talent discovered by Ajax in Colombia, he immediately set off for the Americas. 2 weeks later, the club successfully secured the signing of Davinson Sanchez for a sum of €3 million. This 18-year-old central defender is heralded as the future leader of Colombia's defensive line. Having long aspired to venture into Europe without the hindrance of injuries, Sanchez initially had his sights set on the Netherlands, where Ajax was the first to approach him. However, upon learning of his interest, Espanyol not only doubled his salary but also assured him of participation in European competitions the following season. The financial allure of the Americas provided an opportunity for Karanka, ultimately facilitating Sanchez's arrival at Espanyol. Simultaneously, the club's number 9, Borja, who had struggled to secure a starting position, began contemplating a departure. Plagued by injuries and yearning for a fresh environment to rejuvenate his career, Borja's loan spell, deemed less than prudent, was terminated early between Espanyol and Real Madrid. He would now seek a club where he could play regularly. While Sergio would undertake a transformation of the forward line during the winter transfer window, as the club welcomed new faces, they also prepared for La Liga's 20th round of matches, embarking on an away journey to the Estadio de la Ceramica to challenge Villarreal. Unfortunately, due to incomplete registration procedures, Sanchez was unable to participate and instead watched from the stands. Facing a Villarreal side in poor form, Espanyol was in dire need of a victory to bolster their morale. With Moreno scoring twice at the Estadio de la Ceramica, the Spanish forward's nearly flawless performance was met with resounding jeers from Villarreal supporters. Chun Liang, on the other hand, did not stand out during this match. As Sergio had discovered his potential for organizing play from the back in the previous game, thus assigning Chun more responsibilities in that area. Following the La Liga fixture, Espanyol swiftly turned their attention to the Copa del Rey, where fortune was not in their favor, drawing Barcelona. Given the club's commendable performance in the league, manager Sergio decided to forego the cup competition in favor of focusing on league play. Consequently, he rotated nearly all of the starting players over the two-legged Copa del Rey tie, allowing the newly signed Sanchez some time to acclimatize to the rhythm of play. As anticipated, Espanyol was eliminated by Barcelona. Thus, the matches in January came to a close. Before the winter transfer window shut, Espanyol welcomed another new recruit, Trossard from the Belgian Pro League, who had caught the attention of their scouts with his commendable performances this season. Nonetheless, both manager Sergio and Karanka remained skeptical about his ability to adapt to La Liga. This transfer ultimately took the form of a loan, with Trossard joining Espanyol for half a season, and should he excel, the club would activate the buyout clause. As January drew to a close, Espanyol maintained their position within the top 4 of the Champions League spots, allowing their supporters to revel in joy for another month. In February, Spain had fully embraced the chill of winter. The players at the club donned long-sleeved training attire, and on this particular day, the team engaged in their customary tactical drills. However, Chun Liang was singled out by Sergio for specialized training. Typically, players who are individually selected by the head coach for such focused practice are either those struggling to adapt to the pace of the game or, like Chun Liang, those in need of personalized development. Sergio envisioned Chun Liang not merely as a player capable of delivering dangerous passes or scoring goals, but as one who could shoulder the responsibilities of orchestrating play. Hence, during this period, he was set apart for training with Freck. Freck conducted targeted exercises on long and short passing techniques in a different section of the training facility. As an assistant coach, Freck displayed professionalism, utilizing the various training amenities at Hennek Sports City to aid Chun Liang's improvement. Moreover, Freck brought in a sparring partner from the team, a young talent named Roca, who had recently emerged and was eager for the opportunity to train alongside Chun Liang. Upon meeting Chun Liang, Roca was filled with admiration, almost like a devoted disciple. "Chun, I've heard so much about you. I can't believe I get to train with you. I've watched every one of your matches. And my friend is your fan. Could you possibly give me a few signed jerseys?" Roca exclaimed with enthusiasm on the training ground. Chun Liang, pleased to encounter a junior who had just come from his own ranks, felt an innate fondness for the players on the team. "No problem. I can provide plenty of jerseys, but you must train diligently with me," he replied. Roca, thrilled by Chun Liang's agreement, became even more spirited during their practice, exuberantly inviting him to dinner at his house that evening. The afternoon passed swiftly as Chun Liang diligently undertook various passing drills under Freck's guidance, focusing on accuracy, strength, and adapting his technique to different scenarios. After training, he and Roca shared a ride in the parking lot. Originally, the role of sparring partner was meant for Malindo, but he had been called for a trial with the Segunda División club, as Karanka had mentioned. Roca's family had prepared a sumptuous dinner in anticipation of Chun Liang's visit. Being fervent supporters of Spanish football, Roca's parents were particularly elated at their son's chance to train with the first team. That evening, Chun Liang enjoyed a hearty meal, relishing the delightful dishes prepared by Roca's parents. "Chun, it's quite late. Would you like to stay the night?" Roca gazed at Chun Liang with hopeful eyes, as the prospect of hosting his idol was a dream he had never dared to entertain. Of course, Chun Liang responded warmly to the hospitality of Roca's family. After exchanging pleasantries with the housekeeper, he settled in for the night. Chapter 73, a rematch against Real Sociedad the following day, bidding farewell to the Roca family. Chun Liang and Roca embarked on their journey to the training ground. The scenery outside the window whirled past, and Chun Liang's thoughts began to drift. Recalling his days with the team before the season commenced, "How can I perform today to truly impress Mr. Celcio?" he pondered, glancing at Roca, whose nervousness was tinged with excitement. With a smile, he reassured him, "Don't be foolish. Before you even joined the first team, he had already reviewed all your footage. Do you know Mr. Celcio has a nickname?" "What is it?" Roca inquired, puzzled. "Mr. Celcio is renowned for being all-knowing within the Hennek Sports City. Nothing escapes his notice. Moreover, with Malindo's departure, he is in dire need of young players like you to bolster the squad. Just relax a bit." "Really?" Roca's excitement surged after Chun Liang's analysis. "Indeed. With Sanchez still suspended, if you put in the effort, you might just make the matchday squad, and who knows, you could even get on the pitch." Chun Liang's enthusiasm grew. Thus, the duo arrived at Hennek Sports City, filled with anticipation and hope. As the earliest player to transition from the youth team to the first team this season, Chun Liang felt a sense of responsibility to help Roca acclimate, just as he had done with Malindo, introducing him to each player on the first team. After a brief introduction, they engaged in an intense morning training session, during which Roca gradually shed his anxiousness. Days passed swiftly, and after a week of recovery, Espanyol was set to face their next opponent. In the first match of February, Espanyol hosted Real Sociedad. With only one La Liga match that week, Mr. Celcio had assigned a rigorous training regimen to the players, resulting in the fitness coach, Eric, being particularly tense and busy as he needed to meticulously monitor each player's physical condition. This was the advantage of being a smaller club. Without the Champions League and early exits from cup competitions, the team could afford to conserve energy. Perhaps because their next opponent was Real Madrid, Mr. Celcio was eager for his players to secure points in this match. Consequently, Espanyol played with remarkable vigor and initiative from the outset. The players displayed an intense desire to attack, seemingly intent on achieving a resounding victory, while Diop, responsible for defense, exhibited a fierce aggressiveness. For the first time, Mr. Celcio instructed his players to implement high pressing against their opponents in an official match, a tactic he had focused on during the past week of training. Although fitness was Chun Liang's weaker point, Mr. Celcio had informed him before the match, "Just keep running. If you can't go on, I'll substitute you." This high-intensity pressing unsettled the players of Real Sociedad, who struggled to maintain possession in their defensive third. As soon as they gained the ball, the Espanyol players charged forward like rabid dogs, executing a relentless and aggressive press. The relentless pressure exerted by the Espanyol players thrilled their fans, whose cheers echoed resoundingly from the stands. Chun Liang, with unwavering determination, charged towards his former adversary, Illarramendi, prompting a tremendous roar from the Espanyol supporters. Perhaps it is due to the fact that Espanyol is a modest club devoid of a grand history, that their fans exhibit such exuberance this season, reveling in their success. Despite years of battling relegation, the Espanyol faithful maintain modest expectations, content as long as their team remains in La Liga, willing to support them even in the face of demotion. Focusing on this particular match, as long as the players fervently contest possession, their efforts are sufficient to earn the adoration of the crowd. This stands in stark contrast to the atmosphere surrounding Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid supporters, as evidenced by the previous round against Barcelona. Following their defeat to Espanyol, both coach Enrique and the players faced immense pressure. Indeed, even at Real Madrid, a star player can be met with jeers from the Santiago Bernabeu if their performance falters. Such an environment amplifies the pressure of playing for a prestigious club. However, sometimes pressure can serve as motivation, pushing players to excel. For instance, Cristiano Ronaldo, upon joining Real Madrid and donning the number 9 jersey, faced skepticism until he ultimately captivated the Bernabeu with his goals and assists. In both small clubs and giants alike, each scenario carries its unique backdrop. Take this season for example. Espanyol's commendable performance may elevate fan expectations for the next season, whereas Manchester United, in the wake of Ferguson's retirement, has seen a decline, with supporters now content simply to qualify for the Champions League. Even Ten Hag's victories in the League Cup and FA Cup bring joy to the Manchester United fans. As Chun Liang charged towards Illarramendi, the ball found its way to Illarramendi's feet. Drawing from their previous encounter, it was evident that Illarramendi possessed formidable tackling skills, prompting him to swiftly distribute the ball. The high press in the opening 20 minutes proved effective, momentarily stifling Real Sociedad's offense, as Espanyol dominated the field, registering 2 near misses that grazed the goalposts. However, after 20 minutes, realizing the lack of tangible results, Espanyol retreated from their high-press strategy. Initially, they sought to seize an early advantage, but with no goals in sight, they opted to fortify their half and execute counterattacks. As Chun Liang returned to his half, slightly breathless, it became apparent that he was not ideally suited for high pressing. Should he decide to transfer to Borussia Dortmund during the winter window, he might find himself on the bench under Tuchel's high-pressing tactics. As the match reached the 37th minute, Davinson Sanche, making his debut for the team, cleverly maneuvered in front of Oyarzabal, successfully intercepting the ball and subsequently passing it to Chun Liang. As Chun Liang seized the ball, Illarramendi charged at him with gritted teeth. Recalling how, in their previous encounter, Chun had rendered him merely a backdrop. Upon turning to face Illarramendi, Chun executed a couple of deft bicycle kicks, intending to surge through the middle. Illarramendi, fully aware of Chin's capabilities and recognizing that this young talent from Huaxia posed the greatest offensive threat for the Spaniards, resolved not to be so easily bypassed as he had been before. Just as the distance between them dwindled to a mere meter, Chin once again planted his left foot on the ball and executed a complete 360-degree turn, effortlessly evading Illarramendi, reminiscent of their prior duel. As he found himself outmaneuvered, Illarramendi smartly grasped Chin's jersey. Instead of pulling backward, he opted to tug downward, potentially deceiving the referee's gaze. Chapter 74. Quick free kick. Just as Chun had outstripped Illarramendi and was poised to pass the ball to Asensio, who awaited in the vast expanse ahead, he suddenly sensed a formidable tug from behind, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain control of the ball. With a sudden burst of speed, his jersey was stretched like a triangular sail by Illarramendi's grip, and simultaneously, the referee's whistle and the crowd's jeers echoed in unison. An excellent counterattack opportunity slipped away. How could Chin not feel anger? Illarramendi had executed a clever tactical foul, effectively stifling the Spaniards' counteroffensive, and indeed, he had been out of position. Fuming, Chin approached the referee in protest. "Hey, isn't that deserving of a card?" At that moment, Captain Xavi Lopez intervened, patiently pulling Chin aside and advising, "Kid, remember, never let anger dictate your play on the field. An uncontrolled player can do anything." For reasons unknown, as Chin observed several Real Sociedad players surrounding the referee in protest, A fresh idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He discreetly whispered to Captain Xavi Lopez, "Captain, there's an opportunity for a quick free kick." As a battle-hardened captain, Xavi immediately grasped Chen's intent. Chen quietly nudged the ball towards Xavi's feet and stealthily maneuvered past the Real Sociedad players still engrossed in their appeal to the referee. Taking a step forward, to avoid drawing the attention of the opposing players, he cleverly moved while requesting water from assistant coach Fleck. Xavi placed the ball down without retreating, casting a subtle glance towards Chen, who continued to advance. The moment their eyes met, Xavi firmly locked his ankle, striking the ball with the top of his foot towards Chen, who was now moving along the sideline, while the Real Sociedad players remained preoccupied with the referee. Even Diop had joined in to voice his discontent on behalf of his teammate Chen. A small cluster of 4 or 5 individuals surrounded the main referee, completely oblivious to the unfolding play. Yet, the referee was acutely aware. Initially gesturing to the players to elucidate his decision, he recognized the moment the ball was played forward. Comprehending that Espanyol intended to execute a quick free kick, resolutely, he brushed aside the encircling players and sprinted after the ball into Real Sociedad's defensive territory. His message was unmistakable. The free kick was valid, and the match would continue. Amidst the astonished gasps of the spectators, Chen Liang paused momentarily to control the ball, allowing Marco Asensio to find an opening. He then deftly redirected the ball to the opposite sideline with the outside of his foot. At that instant, most of the Real Sociedad players were still in a state of confusion. Their midfield was akin to a vacuum, leaving Chen Liang's pass unchallenged. This unexpected free kick caught Real Sociedad entirely off guard. The players who had been arguing with the referee were now frantically sprinting back to defend. The few defenders remaining rushed towards Asensio, eager to extinguish the threat posed by the Espanyol counterattack. Asensio, noticing the approaching defenders, lifted his right foot as if to sweep the ball centrally. However, at the precise moment the defenders attempted to intercept his cross, Asensio deftly pulled the ball back and came to an abrupt halt. The defenders, propelled by their momentum, could do nothing but watch helplessly as Asensio glided past them. A tremendous cheer erupted. Having evaded the defensive players, Chen Liang had already circled to the edge of Real Sociedad's penalty area. Rather than opting for a shot himself, Asensio delivered a precise pass to the unmarked Chen Liang at the top of the arc. Without hesitation, Chen Liang struck the ball with the inside of his foot. The skill triggered once more. The ball arced beautifully, bypassing the still reeling Real Sociedad players and slipping through the grasp of the goalkeeper, Rulli. "Oh, what a splendid strike from Chen Liang. A world-class goal," the commentator, Jean Jun, exuberantly exclaimed into his microphone. Since Chen Liang had joined the first team of Espanyol, he had become an automatic supporter of the club. As the ball found the net, the stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. Chen Liang raced to the sidelines, arms outstretched, embracing the adulation of the Espanyol fans. Meanwhile, Illarramendi stood in shock, utterly unprepared for his team to concede in such a manner. It felt as though he had been outwitted by the young talent once again. He clenched his fists in frustration. Indeed, it was a remarkably astute goal. The seamless pass from Javi Lopez, combined with Chen Liang's precise positioning, culminated in a devastating strike. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, an exquisitely orchestrated collaboration. The Royal Society was undoubtedly reluctant to retreat to the locker room with a 1-goal deficit before halftime. Thus they intensified their offensive efforts as the match progressed. Conversely, the Espanyol side was determined to secure all 3 points, especially with the reinforcements acquired during the winter transfer window bolstering Sergio's confidence. He boldly opted for a direct attacking approach against the Royal Society. Both teams exchanged vigorous assaults, creating numerous opportunities. During the stoppage time of the first half, Espanyol orchestrated another threatening offensive play from the flanks. This time, Asensio, who refrained from cutting in, delivered a dangerously curved cross from the wing. Moreno, positioned at the receiving end, did not control the ball, but instead executed a swift turn and volley. Thud! The ball thunderously found the back of the net. Unfortunately, the assistant referee on the sideline raised his flag, signaling the goal as offside and thus invalid. Moreno shook his head in disappointment. Had the goal counted, it would surely have contended for the best goal of the season in La Liga. At that moment, the referee blew his whistle, declaring the goal null and void. Near the midfield, Chen Liang was certain that the goal was not offside. In an era where technology had yet to permeate the game, the referee's judgment was the sole authority. That was not an offside, Chun Liang exclaimed as he approached the referee. However, the referee merely waved him off, disregarding his protest. Damn it, Chun Liang muttered under his breath, cursing the referee's blindness. They could have been leading by 2 goals. The referee turned his head. I wish you and your family a Merry Christmas, Chun Liang retorted irritably. At that moment, Xavi Lopez pulled Chun Liang aside, advising, Chun, control your temper. We need you. If you get penalized, you could face a suspension of 2 to 3 matches. Damn it. Chun Liang grumbled inwardly, convinced that the referee truly was blind. The last time, he had failed to issue a card for Illaramendi, and now he was claiming a foul. Chapter 75. The new arrival on the sidelines. Sergio was initially poised to celebrate the goal. Yet, upon witnessing the assistant referee's flag rise, his spirits plummeted. Damn it. How could this be? The Espanyol fans voiced their discontent with the referee's decision, expressing their frustration through a chorus of boos. Hiss. It appears the referee has made some erroneous judgments. This was not an offside. Jian Jun's emotions also ran high, yet he knew he must maintain a neutral and objective commentary stance. Otherwise, he would find himself cursing the referee like the other fans. In the live broadcast room of Zhalong Sports, the director replayed the moment in slow motion, clearly revealing that at the instant Asensio delivered the pass, Moreno was essentially level with the 2 central defenders of the Royal Society, with one defender even slightly closer to the goalkeeper. This goal was indeed not offside. Nevertheless, the referee would not reconsider his ruling, nor would he likely even review the footage. The players of Espanyol could only retreat helplessly to their defensive line, resigning themselves to this outcome. Had the referee not intervened, they might have sealed the match before halftime. The Real Sociedad goalkeeper, Rulli, sent the ball soaring with a powerful kick, and it spun through the air before landing at the feet of his teammate, Diego Reyes. Just outside the penalty area, Illaramendi received the ball. No one from Espanyol was marking him. Caution. Commentators from various nations exclaimed in astonishment, while many fans watching the broadcast at home leapt from their sofas. This was Illaramendi's forte, and with no interference, he drew back his bow. The ball, like a cold arrow, flew straight towards Espanyol's goal. It struck the body of their center-back, Rocco, redirected, and then sailed out of play. Just as the Espanyol supporters breathed a sigh of relief, the players from Real Sociedad suddenly raised their arms. It was a signal indicating a handball. Oh, many fans watching the live broadcast felt a weight in their hearts. The replay showed the moment the ball approached Rocco. He instinctively turned his body, but his arm slightly extended outward, resulting in the ball striking his upper arm. It was indeed a handball, yet Rocco's movement did not enlarge his defensive area, leaving the decision in the referee's hands. In such cases of handball where the defensive area remains unchanged, the referee possesses a degree of discretion. Thus, whether to award a penalty kick hinges entirely on the referee's subjective judgment and interpretation of the rules. Some referees believe that due to the proximity of the handball, the player could not react in time, and since the defensive area was not enlarged, a penalty would not be warranted. Rocco was agitated, fervently explaining to the referee, I didn't mean to. No, that is not a penalty. Meanwhile, Illaramendi would not relinquish this opportunity, persistently appealing to the referee, exactly. You saw it. He obstructed my shot. The referee motioned for the surrounding players to disperse before blowing his whistle and pointing to the penalty spot. A penalty kick. Perhaps the high pressing in the first half had drained the players of Espanyol, causing them to lose focus before halftime. Sergio and Freck dashed towards the center line the moment the penalty was awarded, fervently pressuring the 4th official. Sergio knew full well that this penalty would destabilize the morale of the players on the field. Yet, their protest to the 4th official proved futile. After a moment of venting, Sergio returned to the bench. He knew he had to take action to prevent the situation on the field from worsening any further. He turned his gaze towards the club's winter window acquisition, Trossard. We need substitutions. Sergio shouted loudly at assistant coach Freak, who nodded in agreement with his sentiment. Trossard, get ready to enter. Meanwhile, the coach of Real Sociedad, Moyes, was quite pleased with the referee's decision. He approached the match with a vengeful spirit. As the previous round's defeat to Espanyol had left him discontented, he firmly believed his team could dominate their opponents. Not only Moyes, but also the substitutes of Real Sociedad shared this conviction, believing that a comeback would commence with this penalty kick. Trossard removed his training jacket at the sidelines and approached the center line, prepared to make his entrance. At that moment, players from both teams were still positioned within the Espanyol penalty area, awaiting the execution of the penalty. Many Espanyol fans straightened their posture upon seeing Trossard prepare to enter, as the new addition was set to dispel the gloom cast by the recent penalty decision. Anticipation filled the air regarding Trossard's debut performance for Espanyol in the winter transfer window. What kind of display would he deliver? Goalkeeper Paulo Lopez stood nervously on the goal line, keenly aware of Sergio's signal to substitute. He desperately wished to save the penalty, not wanting to leave a mess before the new player took the field. However, despite his earnest efforts to stretch and prepare, the ball flew past him like an arrow into the net of Espanyol. After Illarramendi scored, he sprinted to the sidelines, arms wide open to embrace the cheers of Real Sociedad's fans. Trossard, upon the penalty's conversion, dashed onto the field, donning the number 9 jersey and replacing captain Javi Lopez. This signified that Chen Liang would once again take on the role of orchestrating the attack. Javi Lopez solemnly approached Chen Liang, removing the captain's armband. This marked Chen's second time receiving the captaincy. The score was now tied, and Javi expressed his hopes. "Young man, I trust this armband will aid you in rallying the team." He placed the armband on Chen's arm, signifying more than just a simple accessory, but rather a weighty expectation. Unlike his teammates, who were disheartened by the penalty conceded, Chen smiled and remarked, "They can only breach our defenses through a penalty." He then glanced at Trossard, who had just entered the field, and advised, "Make sure to cut inside frequently. I will do my best to deliver passes behind the defense." Yet, Chen, still somewhat apprehensive, added, "If cutting proves difficult, cross the ball. I will be available for a second chance outside the box." Trossard nodded, still acclimating to his new surroundings in Spain. Chapter 76, a stunning volley. With the penalty converted, the players retreated for halftime. Trossard, having just entered, began to familiarize himself with the rhythm of the game, clearly aware that he would bear significant offensive responsibilities in the second half. Before the commencement of the match, Celcio approached the game with a spirit of experimentation. He was eager to replicate Klopp's high-pressing style, bolstered by the confidence instilled in him by his forwards. While the high press had proven effective in training, Celcio hesitated to implement it directly in a competitive setting. On one hand, the players needed to conserve their stamina, particularly Chen Liang, as maintaining a high-pressure approach could lead him to exhaustion by halftime. On the other hand, practical application was necessary for validation. Although the high press did not yield any goals in the first 20 minutes, it did create several threatening opportunities. With 2 years of professional coaching experience under his belt, Celcio understood that football is a results-oriented sport. Many fans do not watch the matches but simply check the scores the following day. This reality compelled him to experiment with his tactics during specific segments of the game, akin to Van Gaal's renowned big circle strategy, which was not employed for the entire match but rather introduced after halftime. Should Celcio's team falter in this match, his high-pressing philosophy would need to be reconsidered. Fortunately for him this season, his team was performing exceptionally well, even attracting interest from national teams seeking a new manager. Thus, results took precedence over all else. Inside Old Hawks Bar, numerous fans raised their beers in celebration of the club's 2 new signings, Davinson Sanchez and Trossard. That Colombian lad showed promise. "I wonder how that Belgian fellow will perform," one fan remarked while gazing at the television screen. Old Hawk interjected, "Hey, don't speak like that. They are our players." The fan shot a sidelong glance at Old Hawk, retorting, "I don't know what the club is thinking. Solely focused on mining talent from the second-tier leagues in America and Europe. You're getting old, Hawk. What this team needs now is not young players but immediate impact." "No, I am not old yet. Though my age has increased, I still feel the passion for football within me." Old Hawk poured the fan a glass of stout and gestured to his chest. "You're quite the philosopher, aren't you? But football isn't merely about words." The fan countered, "Ha ha ha, young man. You may be youthful, yet your mindset lacks the openness to embrace any potential future. Well, the match isn't over yet. Let us see what unfolds." With that, both turned their attention back to the large television screen. As the second half commenced, the team's new acquisition, Trossard, appeared invigorated, constantly shifting positions in hopes of making an impression. In the 51st minute, the ball found its way to Chen Liang's feet. He glanced at the diagonal run of Trossard and, with a deft flick of his outside foot, sent the ball behind the Real Sociedad fullback. Initially, Trossard intended to cut inside, but the fullback, quick on his feet, promptly positioned himself to block the inside lane. At this moment, Trossard recalled Chen Liang's earlier advice in the first half: "If you can't cut inside, make a cross." I'll position myself for the second ball at the edge of the penalty area. With this thought in mind, Trossard unhesitatingly passed the ball towards the center, while Chen Liang had already moved to the top of the arc after receiving the pass. This time, Illaramendi took special notice of Chen Liang, and upon seeing him reach the arc's summit, he followed suit without hesitation. The ball, having entered the penalty area, was cleared by a central defender from Real Sociedad. But Chen Liang, positioned at the arc, decisively surged forward towards the ball's anticipated landing spot. Illaramendi immediately trailed after him, closely marking him, but unexpectedly, Chen Liang abruptly halted midway through his run and quickly retreated with agile steps. This maneuver completely deceived Illaramendi, and in that moment, it created the space Chen Liang needed to shoot. The ball descended rapidly, leaving Chen Liang no time to adjust. He desperately twisted his body and, turning towards the falling ball, executed a strike. A spectacular volley. The skill of striking the ball was triggered once again. In a half-volley state, the ball was struck with an elevator effect, first rising before plummeting sharply in front of Real Sociedad's goalkeeper, Rulli. This time, Rulli was utterly caught off guard. He could only instinctively reach out, yet the ball zipped past his outstretched hands. This shot was entirely instinctive for Chen Liang, aided by his skill, and he hadn't even had the chance to see if the ball had crossed the line before he was met with a thunderous roar from the crowd. The wave of sound resonated in his ears, buzzing with an intensity that was unmistakable. The ball landed at Chen Liang's feet, and he chose to shoot. It was a goal. Magnificent. A textbook volley. A true world-class strike. At that moment, Zhang Jun abandoned his role as commentator, exclaiming with almost a roar, "This goal was simply breathtaking." Chen Liang stood in shock for a few seconds, only to then witness the astonished expression on Trossard's face nearby. That expression seemed to convey the question, "Are you even human? To execute such a difficult maneuver with such finesse, are you truly human?" This action was something that no more than 10 players in the world could accomplish, with the most famous being Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who relished scoring such goals. On the substitutes bench, Roca sprang to his feet the instant the ball hit the net, clutching his head in disbelief. Is this what an idol is like? This is incredible. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Liang's stature in Roca's eyes had grown even more formidable. In Europe, where attention is at a premium, Chen Liang had gradually transitioned from an unknown player to a household name in Catalonia, a development that bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in the halo effect of his brilliant performances attracting a multitude of admirers. In this age of rapid internet advancement, within just 2 hours, his goal would become widely celebrated. The disadvantages are equally apparent. Had he misfired that shot, he would have faced ridicule from across the internet, particularly from those harboring animosity towards him. It was unexpected that within 10 minutes following Chen Liang's goal, every product in the authorized Espanyol online flagship store was snatched up. The long-repressed Chinese fans were finally liberated at this moment, with items ranging from jerseys and jackets to keychains all entering a state of restock within a mere 10 minutes. Some even entertained the thought of purchasing items from Spain, hoping to capitalize on the fervent enthusiasm of their compatriots for a modest profit. Chapter 77. Speed matters. The celebratory din surrounding the stands began to wane, yet Espanyol remained undeterred in their offensive pursuits. Following the kickoff, Real Sociedad, left with no alternatives, opted to gamble. They surged forward, eager to level the score once more. During this phase, Chen Liang took charge of orchestrating play from the back, enhancing his passing efficiency with each touch. The only source of his dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that his head was devoid of eyes, leaving him unaware of the situation behind him during each reception. This illustrates why differentiation among midfield players is essential in football. Some players are inherently suited for orchestrating attacks, while others excel in delivering threatening passes. Upon returning to the defensive line, Chen Liang's touch once again proved invaluable. Real Sociedad's players frequently crossed the halfway line, relentlessly pressuring Espanyol's defense, attempting to create chaos in the opponent's backline through high pressing, hoping to equalize. However, Chen Liang's adept touch adeptly countered Real Sociedad's high press. High pressing requires a profound understanding among the defensive line, as once the pressure is applied, significant gaps in the backline can be exposed. In the 67th minute of the second half, Davinson Nche intercepted the ball just before it reached the opposing forward, Alvaro, deftly prodding it away with his toe. Seeing the ball soaring towards him, Chen Liang swiftly pivoted while assessing its descent. observing Illaramendi making a similar run towards the ball's landing spot. Chen Liang positioned himself strategically, and without waiting for the ball to hit the ground, delivered a precise pass to the advancing Trossard on the flank. This pass was exquisitely timed, allowing Trossard to unleash his speed. Once again, a counterattack emerged, initiated by Chen Liang's incisive through ball. After delivering the pass, he accelerated towards Real Sociedad's defensive zone. However, his pace paled in comparison to Trossard's, resulting in an increasing distance between the two from an aerial perspective. Asensio Moreno and Chen Liang surged forward. They had to reach their respective positions before Trossard released the ball. Upon gaining possession, Trossard briefly scanned the central area with his peripheral vision, noting that within the 30-meter zone of Real Sociedad's backline, only the defenders, who were in the midst of reorganizing, were present. As the Royal Society's fullback, tasked with defending against him, observed Trossard lifting his head to assess the situation, he immediately lunged forward, intent on intercepting the ball. Trossard, almost instinctively, reacted in that fleeting moment when the defender stretched out his foot to seize the ball. He deftly nudged the ball with his left foot just before the defender could make contact. Following this swift maneuver, he propelled himself off the ground, executing a seamless dribble past his opponent. With the immediate threat momentarily averted, Trossard lifted his gaze once more, initially spotting Moreno in the penalty area. However, flanked by two defending players, he deemed it unwise to pass the ball, fearing a low success rate. Thus, he decisively altered his direction, cutting into the penalty area. Behind him, Chen Liang, recognizing Trossard's inward run, instinctively retraced his steps towards the wing. This movement served a dual purpose. It not only attracted the attention of the Royal Society's defenders, alleviating some pressure from Trossard, but also opened the possibility of creating new spaces through their positional interchange. On the sidelines, Moyes quickly grasped Chen Liang's intentions and bellowed, "Focus on containing Trossard. Disregard Chen." His commanding shout crystallized the defender's thoughts, prompting the Royal Society players following Chen Liang to abandon him in favor of the central area. At that moment, Trossard sensed the mounting pressure before him. Catching a glimpse of the Royal Society's goal, he instinctively assumed a shooting posture, compelled by urgency. Meanwhile, Chen Liang had found an opening and eagerly called out to Trossard, "Hey, pass the ball." Trossard, having already committed to his action, instinctively directed the ball towards the Royal Society's net. Simultaneously, Mikel, the center back for Royal Society, reflexively extended his leg to thwart Trossard's shot. The actions of both players unfolded in near synchrony. The ball, originally destined for the goal, struck Mikel's calf, altering its trajectory towards the baseline. Among those witnessing this attack, aside from the coach on the sidelines, were the fans watching from home, who clearly perceived that at the moment Trossard shot, Chen Liang had indeed created an opening. Many fans sighed in dismay, lamenting, if only he had passed to Chen Liang. After all, Chen's previous strike would have been far more accurate than Trossard's attempt. Trossard too felt a pang of regret. Scoring his first La Liga goal in his debut would have undoubtedly marked a splendid beginning. He turned to Chen Liang, who had moved out of position, raised his hand in a gesture of apology. Despite the disappointment, Chen Liang did not dwell on it. He patted Trossard on the shoulder, signaling that it was of no consequence. After all, this was Trossard's inaugural appearance, and he was still acclimating to both his new teammates and the tactics of the new coach. Such synergy is cultivated through collaboration, and expecting fluid coordination in the first match was, quite frankly, unrealistic. The Espanyol team continued to take corner kicks, but the ball was headed away by Inigo, a central defender from Real Sociedad. Seizing the opportunity, Real Sociedad launched a swift counterattack. Diego Reyes, having secured the second ball, promptly executed a diagonal long pass towards the flank, finding Oyarzabal, while Espanyol's defense was left vulnerable with only one defender remaining in the back line, as Rocco was still caught up in the penalty area and unable to retreat in time. Outside the box, Chen Liang dashed towards the flank the moment the ball was headed away. He did not pursue Reyes, for he had noticed that Oyarzabal was unmarked on the wing, and it was evident that Reyes would seek him out. Indeed, the ball settled perfectly at Oyarzabal's feet, just as Chen Liang appeared behind him. However, Oyarzabal's speed was commendable. He dismissed Chen Liang as a threat and needed only a burst of acceleration to shake him off. Chen Liang initially intended to hold his ground and delay the attack, but he was unprepared for Oyarzabal's aggressive approach, who attempted to break free with a powerful surge. Chen Liang continuously accelerated, yet the distance between him and Oyarzabal only widened. With no other option, he placed his hopes on his sliding tackle skill card and decisively went for the challenge. From Oyarzabal's blind side, Chun Liang managed to disrupt the attack by taking both the player and the ball, but the referee's whistle echoed simultaneously. A tackle from behind that thwarted a promising offensive opportunity for the opposing team would undoubtedly draw a card for Chun Liang. He could only hope it would not be red. Chapter 78. Draw Fire You. Come here. The referee hastened to the scene and pointed at Chun Liang. The entire stadium held its breath. Should the referee brandish a yellow-red card, the dynamics of the match could shift dramatically. Moyes, standing at the sidelines, rushed to the fourth official the moment the foul occurred, vociferously exclaiming, "Did you see that? It should be a red card." Sergio, unwilling to be outdone, approached with equal fervor, sarcastically retorting to Moyes, "What? Do you expect the referee to give special treatment?" The referee's hand delved into his pocket, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he emerged with a yellow card. Upon witnessing this, commentator Zhang Jun finally exhaled in relief, explaining, the referee has issued a yellow card to Chun Liang, perhaps due to the foul occurring on the flank and the fact that it was a sliding challenge involving both player and ball." He then added, somewhat apprehensively, "It seems Espanyol cannot afford to underestimate their opponent's counterattacks. They traversed through Espanyol's defense with merely 2 passes. A free kick." After the foul, Oyarzabal placed the ball on the grass and gazed towards the Espanyol goal. Fortunately, the quality of this free kick was lacking, though the ball sailed towards Espanyol's penalty area. It was comfortably gathered by goalkeeper Paulo Lopez, who anticipated the play. While this attack posed no significant threat to Espanyol, Coach Moyes remained at the sidelines, applauding his players. "This is how you should play. Apply some pressure." On the other side, Sergio cast a grave glance towards the field. Chun Liang's yellow card served as a warning. He could not allow Chun to roam freely in the backfield. Should Chun lose possession in a moment of haste, he might very well receive a second yellow card. The song, beloved by Espanyol fans, always ignites their spirits whenever sung. This communal anthem unites every supporter of Espanyol, simultaneously providing immense encouragement to the players battling on the pitch. "Chun, push your position forward and be mindful of your yellow card." Sergio made yet another adjustment, determined not to let Moyes exploit this opportunity. Chun Liang swiftly advanced to the front, prompting commentator Zhang Jun to exclaim in admiration, "It appears that Chun's stamina has not yet been depleted in this match. This is his fighting spirit, even with the team leading. He exerts 100% effort to secure victory." The thought that he had already performed commendably never crossed his mind. A score of 2-1 is among the most precarious in football, and Real Sociedad, having regained their composure, would not simply concede. They too had the chance to equalize. Observing the effectiveness of their high-pressing strategy, which had at least earned Chun a yellow card, Moyes urged his players to maintain the pressure. With Chun absent from the backline, Espanyol's defense began to struggle, frequently clearing the ball, which fell into the possession of Real Sociedad. Sergio made another change, substituting Asensio and shifting from a 4-3-3 formation to a 4-4-2, bringing Cañas onto the field to bolster the backline's ball distribution and stabilize their defense. Trossard transitioned from the wing to the center, marking a first for both him and Cañas in this position, particularly for Cañas, who was originally a substitute. The sudden responsibility of orchestrating from the backline filled him with anxiety, especially since this substitution was a last-minute decision, not part of the pre-match strategy. In other words, Cañas' entry was an urgent contingency plan devised by Sergio in response to Real Sociedad's high pressing. Once Cañas entered the fray, the Espanyol defenders began attempting to pass the ball to him for organization, a fact that did not go unnoticed by Real Sociedad. With their defensive midfielder Diego Reyes and attacking midfielder Pardo instinctively gravitating towards him, Davinson Sanchez made a short pass to the newly introduced Cañas, who, feeling somewhat apprehensive, attempted to turn towards the ball. However, just as he pivoted, Diego Reyes suddenly appeared behind him. Although Cañas managed to awkwardly turn due to his momentum, the ball was intercepted by Reyes. A goal was conceded, yet one cannot demand more from a substitute player. The assistant coach, Freck, appeared somewhat anxious on the sidelines, while Celcio maintained his composure. "It's all right. We must trust each player," he reassured, recognizing that Cañas had only just entered the match and was still acclimatizing to its rhythm. Such minor setbacks were understandable, especially since there were no more suitable defenders on the bench. After Diego Reyes intercepted the ball, he swiftly passed it to the attacking midfielder, Pardo. Fortunately, Davinson Sanchez's physical prowess allowed him to spring into action just as the pass was made, thwarting Pardo's attempt to capitalize. With a momentary stoppage, Chen Liang, donning the captain's armband, approached Cañas, gently patting his shoulder. "It's all right. Relax. I've got your back." Chen's words served to alleviate Cañas's tension, prompting a grateful nod in response. Royal Sociedad then executed a throw-in, with Diop intervening before the opposing player could receive the ball, passing it back to Davinson Sanchez. This time, Cañas dashed into the vacant space of the backfield, while Diego Reyes approached once more, aiming to replicate his earlier success. However, Cañas was well prepared. He feigned a pass to the flank, prompting Reyes to shift defensively, only to be outmaneuvered as Cañas deftly pulled the ball to the opposite side, evading him successfully. "Well done," Chen Liang exclaimed, offering encouragement as he sprinted towards Royal Sociedad's defensive line. The midfielder Illarramendi, wary of Chen's prior goal, closely followed him, creating space in the center and drawing attention away from Cañas, who confidently charged towards Royal Sociedad's goal. As the distance to the goal diminished, Cañas felt an increasing sense of anxiety. Moreno, positioned ahead, was tightly marked, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cañas unleashed a powerful strike. Alas, the ball soared high into the stands. Sergio, who had been intently observing the match from the sidelines, leaned back in disbelief, having anticipated that Cañas' shot would at least find the frame of the goal. The Royal Sociedad fans seized the moment, erupting in a chorus of boos. "It seems Cañas hasn't quite found his rhythm yet. What a pity," Zhang Jun jested, his laughter ringing out. Cañas, watching the ball ascend into the crowd, expressed his own disbelief at the misfire, regretfully striking the turf in frustration. Such a splendid display has indeed surpassed the expectations of head coach Sergio. This marks one of the rare moments of brilliance from Cañas since his introduction, yet Sergio desires more from him than this. He tends to hold onto the ball for too long, often taking his time before releasing it. By the time he passes, the players from Real Sociedad have already positioned themselves effectively. Moreover, the opposing coach Moyes has evidently recognized this flaw and decided to exploit Cañas' hesitation. During a brief stoppage in play, Moyes summoned the nearest player to provide tactical instructions, and soon after the match resumed, Cañas found himself the focal point of intense scrutiny from Real Sociedad's defenders. As soon as he received the ball, at least two opponents would swiftly press him, a situation previously unseen, causing him to become flustered. The more pressured he felt, the more he opted for safety, passing the ball back to the defenders. Consequently, the ball was relegated to constant circulation within the Espanyol's defensive third, making it exceedingly difficult for the forwards to receive it. Clearly, the newly substituted Cañas was out of sync with the team's rhythm. Chen Liang noticed this disconnect. He could only drop back to provide support, though this was not his primary role, as Sergio hoped to keep him positioned forward to pose a threat to Real Sociedad's goal. Under the dual pressure, Cañas once again passed the ball back to Davinson Sanchez, while Chen Liang, near the center circle, repeatedly called out Sanchez's name. "Hey, send it over directly." Without hesitation, Sanchez launched a long pass towards Chen Liang, which fortuitously found its mark. With Real Sociedad's forces concentrated on Cañas, Chen Liang found himself under minimal pressure and quickly turned to distribute the ball to the flanks, where Trossard, who had also come on as a substitute, was exceptionally lively. He seemed eager to showcase his full repertoire of skills to the Espanyol fans. His performance today was indeed commendable, appearing to have recaptured the flair he once displayed in the Belgian Pro League. The ball danced beneath his feet like a nimble sprite, and his control was evidently effortless. When he directed the ball left, it obediently followed. Facing a defender from Real Sociedad advancing to challenge him, Trossard deftly flicked the ball between the opponent's legs, executing a thrilling nutmeg. The defender was clearly taken aback by such a playful maneuver, and in that fleeting moment of surprise, Trossard surged into the penalty area. The crowd erupted in resounding cheers for Trossard's dazzling display. Ha ha ha, Trossard exuded confidence. He was in splendid form today, making his debut in La Liga. He showed no signs of nervousness, instead appearing to revel in the match. As the center-back Mikel observed his teammate's positional error, he quickly moved to cover, while Trossard's leg swung back, seemingly poised to deliver a cross. Mikel instinctively extended his foot, but was once again outmaneuvered by Trossard, who deftly slipped past him. The cheers grew louder as Trossard darted past two defenders, igniting a surge of adrenaline among the fans. He was unstoppable. Meanwhile, Chen Liang circled around the top of the arc, finding himself in a void of unmarked space at the penalty spot in the edge of the penalty area. Trossard, unable to ascertain whether a teammate was making a run into that open area, could only place his trust in his fellow players and swept the ball forward. Just as Chun Liang was about to enter that vacant zone, he noticed a figure sprinting behind him, faster than he could manage. It was Cañas. He raced at full speed, meeting the ball with his head just before it touched the ground, sending it crashing towards the goal. The Real Sociedad goalkeeper, Rulli, barely had time to register the shock, as he exerted every ounce of effort to block the shot, determined to prevent the ball from crossing the line. This time, Cañas did not shoot high. The ball swiftly slipped through Rulli's armpit, accurately finding the back of the net. The Spanish fans, who had been quietly critiquing Cañas from the stands moments ago, erupted into a tremendous cheer. Regardless of the circumstances, Cañas' goal definitively sealed the match, rendering any efforts from Real Sociedad futile. At the moment the goal was scored, Cañas jubilantly sprinted to the sidelines, initially shouting excitedly at the fans, as if to prove something, then quickly turned to embrace his teammates. In truth, Chun Liang, who was trailing behind Cañas, had not anticipated that the goal would come about in such a manner. He had envisioned that position as his to occupy. However, it mattered not that Cañas scored instead, for Chun Liang was not one to overly concern himself with personal statistics. Of course, this did not imply that he lacked ambition for impressive numbers. In his heart, the team's victory outweighed all else. Brilliant. Cañas, you did it. Chun Liang, adorned with the captain's armband, was the first to rush over, vigorously patting Cañas on the shoulder, exuding the essence of a true leader. Indeed, I did it. I bloody did it, Cañas exclaimed with exhilaration. As a substitute player, he often felt like an invisible presence within the team, with fans primarily focusing on the regular starters. Thus, the more peripheral he felt, the more he yearned to prove himself, eager to demonstrate that he too could contribute value to the team. And now, he had finally achieved that. The fans in the stands were bouncing with energy, with many even spontaneously composing songs in honor of Cañas. Oh, Cañas is truly miraculous. He created a miracle the moment he stepped onto the field. Cañas, congratulations, you have won them over. Chun Liang smiled and pointed to the singing fans in the stands as he spoke to Cañas. Cañas nodded vigorously, clearly aware that this night would be unforgettable for him. Chapter 80. The fading Moyes. In truth, during the attacking interplay of the Espanyol side, the cheers of the fans crescendoed with Trossard's remarkable dribbling. When C.A. Azars appeared in position, the uproar reached unprecedented heights. C.A. Azars. Many believed that Sergio's substitution was a blunder. Introducing a reserve player at such a critical juncture of the match, particularly one tasked with orchestrating the defense. Yet, what no one anticipated was that C.A. Azars would deliver a surprise, whether it be a thrill or a shock, that depends on one's perspective. With this goal, the match was unlikely to stir any further tumult. As the Espanyol supporters exuberantly celebrated on the sidelines, the broadcast switched to the Royal Sociedad coach, Moyes. His mouth slightly agape, he remained utterly still. Many viewers thought their signal was faltering or that the network had stalled. It was only upon noticing the Royal Sociedad players in motion behind him that the fans realized what they were witnessing was not a still image. The broadcast then mischievously replayed the entire sequence of C.A. Azar's goal. At the moment the ball nestled into the net, the entire Royal Sociedad bench held a tense posture, leaning forward with wide eyes fixed on the penalty area. This was undoubtedly Trossard's splendid display as he maneuvered past two defenders. Soon after, despair washed over the Royal Sociedad substitutes, realizing that C.A. Azars had indeed scored that wretched goal. Although there remained a dozen minutes in the match, it felt as if the game had already concluded, with Royal Sociedad utterly devoid of spirit, particularly amidst the escalating war of chants from the Espanyol fans. For both the supporters and the players of Espanyol, this was a definitive advantage. As the match entered its final stoppage time, Chun Liang lofted the ball from just outside the penalty area, and Moreno, confronted by a listless defense, executed another header to score. 41. Espanyol was on fire. The significance of Moreno's goal was indeed greater for him personally than for the team, as it bore no impact on the course of the match. After C.A. Azars netted Espanyol's second goal, the outcome had lost all suspense. The remaining moments devolved into mere garbage time, until the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The game concluded, and gratitude was extended to all the fans for their viewership. It was evident that Espanyol's winter transfer endeavors had been undeniably successful, with both Davinson Sanche and Trossard exhibiting exceptional tactical acumen and individual prowess. In today's match, when the team found itself equalized in the first half and in a passive state, the new signings emerged to lead the team to another victory. Dispelling the shadows of their previous defeat, the new recruits did not disappoint the head coach of Espanyol, Sergio. Nor did they let down the fans who fervently supported them today. Most importantly, this match ignited hope, revealing the team's potential for the upcoming season's Champions League. While Jean-June delivered his final commentary from the broadcast booth, he observed the Espanyol players acknowledging the crowd's applause. As soon as the players approached the stands, a wave of enthusiastic applause filled the air, occasionally mingled with cheers and whistles from the fans. "Well done. Keep playing like this." As they passed through the mixed zone, Chun Liang, wearing the captain's armband and leading the way, was immediately surrounded by reporters. Each journalist had their own questions to pose, such as how it felt for Chun Liang to don the captain's armband again and his thoughts on the new signings. In the past, Chun Liang would have slipped away unnoticed, but now, adorned with the captain's armband, he paused in the mixed zone. As he stood still, the reporters surged forward with their microphones, prompting Chun Liang to restore some order. "No rush, one at a time." With his words, the chaos settled somewhat. Just as Chun Liang was about to respond to a microphone thrust in his direction, he spotted Trossard walking past. How could he miss this opportunity for a spotlight? He pulled the somewhat bewildered Trossard over and smiled at the reporters, saying, "Today, he played even better than I did. Just ask him." Indeed, Trossard captured the interest of even more reporters, who quickly surrounded him, shifting their microphones from Chun Liang to Trossard. Seizing the moment, Chun Liang slipped away, while Trossard stood bewildered before the journalists, exclaiming, "I don't speak Spanish." By the time the reporters attempted to track down Chun Liang again, he had long since vanished. In the post-match press conference, the focus was not on the victorious Sergio, but rather on a dejected Moyes. Confronted with questions, he reluctantly admitted that Espanyol posed a formidable challenge throughout the league, especially after their winter reinforcements that diversified their tactics. Ultimately, Moyes apologized to the Real Sociedad fans who had come to support their team, lamenting his inability to deliver a victory. The weary Moyes hastily answered a few questions before departing, leaving those eager for more news disappointed. Consequently, the journalists shifted their attention to Sergio. Following a resounding 4-1 victory over their opponents, Sergio was in high spirits, graciously accepting every question posed by the reporters. "Mr. Sergio, I trust you are quite pleased with the performance of the new signings today?" Celsior smiled and nodded, remarking that although a single match is insufficient to draw definitive conclusions, their performance today was indeed commendable. Of course, as they have only recently joined the team, a period of adjustment is still necessary. After his statement, he gestured towards another journalist who had raised his hand, inviting him to pose his question. "Mr. Celsior, might I inquire whether the outstanding Chun Liang, who has been performing exceptionally this season, is likely to leave the team? There are rumors suggesting that Borussia Dortmund from Germany has shown interest in him." Upon hearing this question, Celsior furrowed his brow, recognizing the journalist's intent to provoke trouble. After all, it seemed a rather inappropriate inquiry. Nevertheless, he maintained the composure befitting a head coach and replied with a smile, "To my knowledge, the club has yet to receive any offers regarding Chun Liang. As for his personal desire to leave, I believe you should direct that question to him." With a deft maneuver, he dissipated the issue into the ether. Chapter 81. An endorsement opportunity. Following the exhilarating match against Real Sociedad, the players of Espanyol returned to the Harnik Sports City, striving to maintain their form during daily training sessions. Everyone was eager to forge an even longer unbeaten streak than before. However, they soon cast aside the joy of their recent victory, for their next challenge awaited, a rematch against Real Madrid. Prior to the match against Real Madrid, Raiola made a special trip to Spain to deliver some promising news to Chun Liang. Renowned sports brands Adidas and Nike had extended endorsement offers to him. A few days prior, Raiola had held brief meetings with representatives from both brands. The reason for the unsolicited interest from two prominent endorsement opportunities lies in Chun Liang's recent stellar performances, coupled with his representation by Raiola, who vouches for his potential. Raiola is a figure of significant influence. With a mere flick of his finger, he can elevate one to the ranks of elite clubs. Should Chun Liang one day join a prestigious club, the terms of endorsement would be far more lucrative than they are now. Consequently, representatives from both brands approached Raiola almost simultaneously, eager for Chun Liang to sign a 5-year contract. In the restaurant of Harnik Sports City, after briefing Chun Liang on the situation, Raiola shrugged and inquired, "And what are your thoughts on this?" "I think it might be best to put this on hold for now. My financial situation is currently stable, and I prefer to focus on football itself for the time being." Upon hearing Chun Liang's response, Raiola burst into laughter and said, "No, no, no, Chun. You still don't fully grasp the implications. Securing an endorsement contract is not merely about the money. It symbolizes the inception of your commercial empire. However, you can leave that aspect to me, as I am your agent." With that, Raiola leaned forward and produced a brown cigar, placing it between his lips. "That said, I believe accepting their contract now would be an ill-advised decision, as you are still in your ascendant phase. Your future will undoubtedly become increasingly brighter." Upon hearing this, Chun Liang nodded and replied, "All right, I am not well versed in this aspect. You are the expert, so I shall leave it in your capable hands, and I will merely sign when the time comes." At this moment, Naiko and Ade, the head of the commercial department at the headquarters, simultaneously uttered a curse upon learning of Raiola's refusal. "Damn it, is that chubby fellow out of his mind? A longer contract period is certainly more advantageous, isn't it? By the time his players' performance declines next year, they won't even be able to see me." Of course, that was all speculation. 2 days later, Raiola once again found himself at Chun Liang's residence. He mischievously winked and said to Chun Liang, "Chun, look what I have brought you. It is splendid news for you." Before Chun Liang could inquire further, Raiola could hardly contain his excitement. The sports company from Huaxia, Li Ning, inquired a few days ago if I would be willing to endorse their products, and their representative is on the way. Upon hearing that it was a domestic enterprise, Chun Liang's interest was piqued, and he promptly asked, "Oh, when will they arrive?" Raiola glanced at his watch and replied, "They should be here tonight. I have already reserved a table at the restaurant. Shall we set off now?" Chun Liang was quite intrigued by Li Ning's sponsorship, so he quickly took his coat from the rack in the living room and said, "Let us go and check it out." At that moment, Chen Aigua emerged from the study on the second floor of the villa. Having overheard the conversation in the living room, he slowly walked out and remarked, "Son, I had dealings with the Li Ning Group a few years back, and I believe their terms are suitable for signing. If their financial offer is insufficient, I can cover the shortfall." At the restaurant, Raiola and Chun Liang met the representatives from Li Ning, a man and a woman, just the two of them. The man was tall, donned gold-rimmed glasses, and exuded an air of a business elite. The woman appeared youthful and attractive, possessing a certain gracefulness. "Hello, Chun Liang. I am Su Xingzhou, the head of the commercial department at Li Ning Group, and this is my secretary, Lina." Chun Liang exchanged a brief handshake with them, and they all took their seats. "I understand you grew up in Shanghai. This is a small gift for you, a green rice ball from Shanghai. Haha. Do not underestimate it." Lina spent 2 hours queuing to procure it. Naturally, Chun Liang was delighted to enjoy domestic cuisine in Spain, especially given the thoughtfulness behind the gift. He quickly responded, "Haha, you can call me a Liang. How could I possibly dislike it? I am thrilled." After some pleasantries, Su Xingzhou got to the point. "I know that Naiko and Ade have approached you, and I heard you rejected them on the grounds of the contract duration being too lengthy. I am curious, why did you decide to decline? The longer the contract, the greater the benefits you would receive." Raiola leisurely ignited a cigar and remarked, No, my friend from the East, you are mistaken. This season has merely been the least impressive of Chen's career. He will undoubtedly rise to prominence." Upon hearing Raiola's response, Su Xingzhou and Lina exchanged glances, noting that his words did not seem to be a mere tactic to inflate the price. Furthermore, Su had conducted a thorough background check prior to this meeting, well aware of Chun Liang's esteemed lineage, and understood that the opposing party would not expend excessive effort over a minor financial discrepancy. Moreover, their willingness to reject lucrative offers from the likes of Adebayor and Nainggolan indicated their genuine belief in an increasingly prosperous career ahead. Yet, he pondered the source of such confidence. The life of a footballer is fraught with peril, injuries, discord with coaches, or even the complications of divorce can all hinder one's professional trajectory. After much contemplation, his years of experience as a professional manager prompted him to devise a strategic response. Since both parties are confident in the future, perhaps we might explore an alternative endorsement approach. Our group intends to establish football training camps nationwide. And should you agree to our endorsement, you would become the ambassador for the Li Ning football training camp. Additionally, we would enlist the finest team to personally design your football boots. As for the contract duration, we can certainly renew it annually, but the endorsement fee may not reach the heights of those offered by Nainggolan and Adebayor. Absolutely. Shun Liang interjected, preempting Loyola's agreement to the endorsement. His motivation was clear. Upon hearing about the establishment of the youth training camp, he had already resolved to accept the endorsement. Driven by a desire to provide more children the opportunity to play and fall in love with football. Chapter 82, Bernabeu in the 23rd round of La Liga. The match that Espanyol fans had long dreaded finally arrived. For Espanyol, this was undoubtedly a significant challenge, as they faced Real Madrid, a team transformed since their previous encounter. This current Real Madrid was under new leadership, none other than the legendary Zinedine Zidane, who had revitalized the Marseille turn. Meanwhile, Benitez had long faded into obscurity. Zidane, having taken the helm on an interim basis, was determined to steer this galactic fleet back on course. The Bernabeu, a stadium that could rival Camp Nou, was alive with the roar of the crowd on match day. Clad in white jerseys, Real Madrid fans always provided unwavering support for their team. Contrary to expectations, Zidane's Real Madrid appeared remarkably cautious at the outset, lacking the anticipated tumultuous offensive. They exhibited remarkable patience in this match, as Zidane strategically utilized the exceptional individual talents of his players on the flanks to gradually advance toward Espanyol's penalty area. In the 8th minute, Toni Kroos executed a long pass that found the flanking player, Ronaldo. At this stage, Ronaldo displayed remarkable speed, and faced with the defender Alvarez, the latter hesitated to challenge, opting instead to retreat. After advancing a few paces, Ronaldo deftly passed the ball to Isco, seemingly intending to orchestrate a wall pass. The ball arrived at Isco's feet, however. Rather than returning it to Ronaldo, he directed it towards the right flank where James Rodriguez awaited. Without hesitation, Ronaldo delivered a curling cross that found Benzema in the center, who, perfectly positioned, struck the ball into the Espanyol net. Real Madrid had taken an early lead, as commentators from various nations erupted in excitement. Benzema sprinted to the sidelines to celebrate his goal. It appeared that Real Madrid was in fine form today, showcasing their exceptional ability to seize opportunities. While Zidane on the sidelines celebrated with a triumphant shout, the offensive wave from Real Madrid continued. Just 5 minutes later, Toni Kroos initiated another attack with a long pass, showcasing his signature skill. From the backline, he found Isco, the agile Spanish midfielder, who swiftly penetrated the Espanyol penalty area. Rather than seeking glory for himself, he selflessly laid the ball off to Ronaldo, who, with minimal effort, dispatched it into the net. Within less than 10 minutes, Espanyol found themselves 2 goals down, their predicament growing increasingly dire. This was an utterly unexpected start. Having recently triumphed over Real Sociedad, they were now blindsided by 2 early goals, leaving the players somewhat dazed. The Espanyol fans, in their away section, clutched their heads in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. They were utterly unprepared for the relentless offensive barrage that had obliterated their defense so swiftly. This spectacle was something the Espanyol supporters had not experienced for quite some time this season. A season of success that had led them to forget they were merely a relegation-threatened team. The expressions of shock and confusion were not only evident on the faces of the fans, but mirrored in the players as well. Their previous match had gone exceedingly well, compounded by a victory over Barcelona, causing both players and fans to underestimate the true prowess of a powerhouse team. A powerhouse is deemed as such because its 11 players are among the finest in the world, and elite players require merely a handful of opportunities to decisively end a match. Moreover, it is not an exaggeration to label this era's Real Madrid as a galactic fleet, seamlessly integrating generations of talent, including Ballon d'Or winners, with even the substitutes being formidable figures in the global football arena. The bewildered Espanyol players gradually sought to regain their composure on the field, constantly reminded by those 2 goals that they were the underdogs. As underdogs, they needed to adopt a more humble approach. Under the command of Sergio on the sidelines, Espanyol swiftly compressed their defensive line, deliberately constraining Real Madrid's offensive space. This was a manifestation of taking remedial action. Had they not done so, Real Madrid would likely have scored another goal or 2, plunging Espanyol into a complete rout. With a 2-goal lead, the Real Madrid players strode confidently into the Bernabeu tunnel, while the Espanyol players displayed a starkly different demeanor, heads bowed, bracing for Sergio's impending tirade. In the locker room, Sergio stood at the center, visibly angered yet unwilling to unleash his frustration upon the players. In other words, he bore some responsibility for the scoreline. After pacing the room several times, Sergio finally spoke. "We were too complacent in the first half, but that is of little consequence. We still have a chance. There are 45 minutes remaining, and we must muster our fighting spirit, for it is the only weapon we possess. Not merely 100% effort, but 120%. Frankly, I could accept defeat in this match, but even in losing, we must give our all before conceding. Now, let us have a bite to eat, but refrain from drinking too much water. With that, Sergio exited the locker room. The players exchanged glances, feeling the weight of Real Madrid's relentless assault in the first half. A moment of respite was necessary. In the 51st minute of the second half, Espanyol finally seized an opportunity, earning a free kick from 25 meters out. However, Qin mishandled the set piece, striking the post, which sent a shiver down the spines of the Real Madrid players. Although it did not result in a goal, Qin's shot off the post invigorated the morale of the Espanyol players, who quickly solidified their defensive structure, preparing to sound the horn for a counterattack. In the 57th minute, Espanyol once again found themselves with a promising chance. Xavi Lopez delivered a long pass to Qin, who swiftly identified a gap in the Real Madrid defense. Without hesitation, he executed a curled strike with the outside of his foot, reaching the surging Trossard. Trossard made a diagonal run, shaking off the defensive coverage of Real Madrid, and found himself with a clear shot on goal. His expression bore a hint of anxiety as he adjusted his rhythm, charging towards the Real Madrid goalkeeper, Navas. Sensing Trossard's opportunity, Navas, drawing from years of experience, decisively chose to rush out from his line, while Trossard, feeling the weight of the moment, opted to shoot. After all, facing the Costa Rican international was a daunting prospect. Thud! The ball struck Navas with force, but instead of relishing in his save, he quickly regained his footing to thwart any potential follow-up from the Espanyol players. Chapter 83. Gazing at the moon, the resounding applause echoed through the Bernabeu Stadium, as Real Madrid supporters expressed their profound satisfaction with the performance of the Costa Rican goalkeeper. With a comfortable 2-goal lead, Real Madrid was disinclined to engage in a war of attrition with Espanyol. Under the commanding hand of Zidane, the team's formation gradually receded, settling predominantly within their own half. It appeared that Zidane intended to conclude the match with this scoreline. On the sidelines, Sergio discerned the unsettling shift in momentum. After 5 minutes, he initiated adjustments. Positioned near the center line was the forward, Sila, who had yet to make a starting appearance this season. This was Sergio's ace in the hole. Shortly thereafter, Captain Javi Lopez was substituted, and the formation shifted from 4-3-3 to 4-4-2, with Sila and Moreno forming a dual strike force. Upon entering the pitch, Sila pointed to his head, a gesture so apparent that even a fool could interpret its meaning. Clearly, Espanyol was abandoning intricate plays in favor of the simplest and most effective tactics to breach Real Madrid's goal. This was a deliberate strategy orchestrated by head coach Sergio. After all, the valuation of Real Madrid's defense nearly surpassed that of Espanyol's entire starting 11, making it exceedingly difficult to threaten their goal through conventional passing. The only glimmer of hope lay in utilizing aerial balls. Following Sila's introduction, the players on the flanks became the most industrious for Espanyol, repeatedly delivering crosses into Real Madrid's penalty area, with Sila managing to contest several headers. Particularly noteworthy was Qin, whose precise curling crosses from the outside of his foot posed a significant threat. After delivering a few dangerous balls, Zidane identified him as a key target for defense. To counteract Qin, Zidane played his own trump card, Casemiro. Upon entering, the strategy was clear: restrict Qin's ability to distribute the ball. A back pass was acceptable, but preventing him from delivering into the penalty area was imperative. On the sidelines, Zidane conferred with Casemiro, offering final instructions. The robust Casemiro nodded in acknowledgement, then adjusted his jersey, preparing to enter the fray. After the substitutions were made, Zidane cast a glance at Sergio and recalled the last time he followed this team in the news, when they triumphed over Barcelona at Camp Nou. How could Enrique have been so complacent? How could they lose to this team? With a 2-goal advantage, he mused that they resembled a relegation-threatened squad. As a novice at the helm of Real Madrid, Zidane was imbued with a sense of pride. His illustrious playing career had been adorned with championships, with the solitary blemish being the red card in the 2006 World Cup final. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety upon realizing Espanyol's position in the Champions League zone. Yet now, gazing at the luminous score of 2-0, he found the match lacking in intrigue. In his eyes, Espanyol had always been a relegation team, and he was determined to tread upon this so-called dark horse, en route to reclaiming the long-cherished league title. Time passed for approximately 3 minutes, and Peng, who fixated intently on Qin, This Brazilian international still exhibited peak performance in midfield defense, yet that did not imply he was devoid of vulnerabilities. At this juncture, although Pang Hu's direct interceptions were formidable, his agility had waned from its pinnacle, making him susceptible to more nimble players. Chun Liang observed his teammates. Poised and eager within the penalty area, suddenly, he swayed his upper body, deftly placing his right foot upon the ball. Case Moreau momentarily froze, only to witness the Marseille turn, a hallmark of his coach Zidane's repertoire. Instinctively, he extended his foot to intercept the ball, yet Chun Liang skillfully evaded with a deft maneuver, his feet orchestrating a seamless escape. The 43-year-old Zidane stood at the sidelines of the Bernabeu, his gaze filled with the visage of his 23-year-old self. Bang! Chun Liang, having eluded Case Moreau, transmitted the ball with minimal pressure. Both Case Moreau and Zidane were momentarily astounded, helplessly watching as the ball swiftly spiraled towards Real Madrid's penalty area. The central defensive line of Real Madrid was already poised for action. The instant the ball was released, Moreno began to traverse laterally, seeking to create space, while Varane marked him closely. However, Moreno played merely a supporting role in this assault. The primary target was the aerially capable Sierra. Ramos bellowed, his right hand subtly resting upon Sierra's shoulder, a minor gesture designed to inhibit Sierra's jump, simultaneously granting Ramos an advantage in the aerial duel. Yet Sierra was no mere bystander. If Ramos employed such subtlety, Sierra was equally equipped to respond. As they leaped, Sierra discreetly grasped Ramos's shirt, pulling downward at the precise moment he ascended, a cleverly concealed action. Though Ramos noticed Sierra's antics, his years of robust core strength and leaping ability afforded him confidence, leading him to disregard the distraction and maintain focus on the approaching ball. Then it dawned on him that Sierra was not an ordinary foe. This cunning player had a second trick up his sleeve, an attack to the lower back. While his left hand tugged at Ramos's shirt, his right hand stealthily nudged Ramos at the waist, a maneuver far more debilitating than merely pulling a shirt, causing Ramos to lose his balance mid-jump. Sierra, ever the sly strategist, timed his leap to perfection, rising a second later than Ramos, yet meeting the ball with precision. A powerful header struck the ball squarely, reverberating against Sierra's head. Whoosh! Navas merely raised his arms in a token gesture, only to hear the ball scrape against the net. As the captain of Real Madrid, Ramos was indignant over the goal, swiftly seeking out the referee to voice his grievances, implying that the Spanish player had interfered with him during the play. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the fervent celebrations of the Espanyol supporters on the sidelines. Magnificent! Chala beamed a smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and gave Chun Liang a thumbs up. He then rushed into the goal, seized the football, and sprinted back to the center circle. The trailing side had no right to celebrate. They had to seize every opportunity to attack. This also illustrated the indomitable spirit of the Spanish players, who were determined to win the match, or at the very least, secure a point. Yet another assist from Chun Liang. Chala's goal rekindled hope for Espanyol, and the match began to take on a more intriguing character. Espanyol had pulled one back. There was still a chance. Jean Jun's commentary became increasingly animated with Espanyol's goal. On the sidelines, Zidane wore a grim expression, half of his mind still immersed in Chun Liang's exquisite Marseille turn, while the other half pondered how to secure victory in this match. The earlier sense of superiority had vanished, leaving only an anxiety over the uncertain trajectory of the game. Chapter 84. Rotation begins. Although Espanyol fought valiantly to mount an offensive against Real Madrid in the dying moments of the match, Zidane's tactical command led his team to retreat into a staunch defense, leaving Espanyol with scant opportunities. The referee nearly blew the final whistle at the exact moment. As the match concluded, the Espanyol players wore expressions of deep dejection. Despite their utmost efforts, they could not secure even a single point at Real Madrid's home ground. This was the key to Zidane's future success with this team. He would indeed guide them to victories through sheer resilience. However, Sergio was quite satisfied with the team's performance, as he at least witnessed their fighting spirit in the second half. That was a positive sign. Upon returning to the locker room, the players initially feared Sergio's wrath, yet the anticipated storm did not materialize. Sergio pushed the refrigerator to the center of the room and addressed the somewhat despondent players. Everyone, grab a drink. I will say a few words, and then we can disperse. First and foremost, losing here is not as dreadful as you might think, at the very least. We showcased more substance than in the first leg. Reflect on our season. We have played numerous exhilarating matches. So much so that you may have forgotten what it feels like to lose. This defeat allows us to better assess ourselves, and besides, we did pose some challenges for them, did we not? Keep it up, lads, keep pushing. Sergio's words successfully ignited the players' fighting spirit. They rose to their feet, forming a circle to cheer for themselves and their teammates. Failure is an all too common occurrence in football. From the moment the whistle blows, it is destined that some will win, and others will lose. However, how one confronts defeat is a lesson every player must learn. After all, no team can win indefinitely. After the match concluded, Zidane was the first to be questioned by reporters. Despite Real Madrid conceding a goal, the newly appointed French manager managed to maintain the scoreline. The victorious Zidane displayed a commendable humility before the media. The opposition posed certain challenges for us. They possess unique characteristics and several commendable players. However, our own players exhibited exceptional performance, executing the tactical plan with remarkable precision today. Zidane's remarks not only stabilized the Real Madrid dressing room, but also ensured he did not offend Espanyol, deftly sidestepping the media's traps. While players and coaches from Espanyol accepted the defeat, some individuals capitalized on the situation, with certain media outlets launching scathing criticisms against the team. Such is the nature of the press. Regardless of the pressure one bears, they incessantly seek sensational topics, driven solely by the pursuit of traffic. This season, Espanyol emerged as a surprising contender, naturally becoming the focal point for the media, which began to insinuate their inevitable decline as the winter transfer window approached. Now that they have finally witnessed Espanyol's defeat, these voracious journalists would not let such an opportunity slip by. Sergio faced tactical challenges, and Espanyol confronted significant obstacles. How could they alleviate player fatigue and ensure cohesion with new signings? How long could Espanyol maintain their form? Journalists who had initially doubted Espanyol's prospects seized the moment. No one wished to witness events unfold contrary to their expectations, as it would render them foolish. Moreover, the three major clubs, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, boast their own media outlets, and the disdain for a smaller team like Espanyol challenging Spain's giants reached its zenith among these reporters. Even the previously silent Mundo Deportivo, which had retreated after Barcelona's loss to Espanyol, emerged to mock the latter's inevitable defeat. The earlier fury dissipated, replaced by derision aimed at Espanyol's shortcomings. Fans, swayed by media narratives, joined in the mockery of Espanyol. Although they had performed admirably in the first half of the season, the frailties of their defense in the latter half exposed critical issues. They finally lost. I had thought they might clinch the La Liga title this season. Where are all the Espanyol fans on social media? I can't seem to find any. Many had long asserted that their success was merely fleeting. Particularly, Real Madrid supporters have dominated social media in recent days, reveling in their triumph over Espanyol while their arch-rivals Barcelona succumbed to defeat. Observing their arrogance, one might mistakenly believe that Espanyol was a formidable powerhouse. In this age of rapid internet development, it is entirely implausible for Espanyol players to remain oblivious to the negative comments circulating online. Every individual possesses emotions and is inevitably concerned about the perceptions others hold of them, particularly this group of players who have never before been subjected to such intense scrutiny. In that moment, feelings of grievance and anger became the prevailing sentiments wafting over the air of Harnik Sports City. Sergio quickly identified this issue, noticing that some players had begun to lose their focus during training, which filled him with considerable apprehension. At times, the greatest adversary is oneself. He recognized that if these players began to doubt their abilities and consequently lose their confidence, a series of defeats in the upcoming matches would be inevitable. What the Spaniards desperately needed now was a victory, preferably a resounding one. Sergio murmured to himself from the sidelines, yet the forthcoming schedule did not appear promising. In just 3 days, they would face Sporting Gijón. Although the opposition was not particularly formidable, Sergio was determined not to field his key players again. Otherwise, fatigue would set in, leading to potential injuries. After the match against Gijón, they would have to confront a fierce battle against Atletico Madrid. On February 9th, at El Molinón Stadium, Espanyol continued their away journey, arriving at the home ground of Sporting Gijón, a team whose relegation prospects this season were still uncertain. Sergio was acutely aware of the physical exhaustion his players were enduring. Having played 2 consecutive away games with a tightly packed schedule left little time for rest. Thus, Sergio made a daring decision to rotate some of the key players. After all, this was no mere game. It was the real world of football. and Sergio needed to ensure that every player remained as healthy as possible during this critical phase of the league sprint. As a former player, he understood that fatigue could easily lead to injuries. Chapter 85. The insatiable desire. Due to Sergio's decision to rotate, Chen Liang assumed the mantle of offensive responsibility. This posed a significant challenge for him, given his physical disadvantages. Meanwhile, Sporting Gijon's tactics were highly targeted, particularly in the absence of Asensio, allowing Moreno's defense to focus more energy on Chen Liang. The intensity of Gijon's defense was far greater than anticipated. The team had no intention of securing 3 points but rather aimed to safeguard at least one. Whenever Chen Liang gained possession, he was instantly surrounded by 3 Gijon players, making it exceedingly difficult for him. Additionally, his lack of synergy with the substitute players hindered their collaboration, which was not as instinctive as it was with Asensio and others. Gasping for breath, Chen Liang gazed at the Gijon players encircling him. If only he could become strong enough to single-handedly alter the course of the match, it would be an entirely different scenario. However, attempting to win the game solely by his own efforts was proving to be quite arduous. This ignited within him a fervent desire to improve, whether through systematic tasks or augmenting his training efforts, all ultimately aimed at achieving a superior performance on the field. Having acquired the system, he has indeed experienced a qualitative breakthrough in his career this season. However, the system will not allow him to grow stronger without effort. Perseverance remains the predominant theme on the path to success. This half was the most excruciating for Chen Liang. During halftime, Sergio, aiming to help the suspended Sanchez regain his form, deliberately kept him on the field for warm-up. After being sent off with a red card previously, perhaps out of concern for positional competition or self-reflection, he has undoubtedly matured. In the second half against Sporting Gijon, he exhibited a heightened defensive dominance. Notably, he first disrupted an attack with a tackle on the flank, then thwarted a shot during the opponent's counterattack. Such extensive coverage left Chen Liang in awe. With Sanchez's intense defensive pressure, the burden on Chen Liang lightened significantly, allowing him to distribute the ball in the attacking phase with greater ease. In the 67th minute of the second half, Chen Liang received a pass from center-back Gonzalez on the wing. Without pausing, he sent a precise ball to the penalty area for Sila, who, as a substitute, demonstrated exceptional aerial prowess. The ball thundered towards the goal. Had it been just 5 centimeters lower, the Spaniard might have clinched a victory. Beep, beep, beep. With the referee's 3 whistles, the match concluded. The substitute Spaniard did not receive many opportunities, nor did their opponents, Sporting Gijon. Thus, sharing the spoils with a point each seemed inevitable. On the bus back to Barcelona, Chen Liang pondered his next developmental steps. This match made him realize he still lacked strength and required improvement. His ambition is to become a true superstar, capable of challenging the world single-handedly, much like Messi or Ronaldo. Fortuitously, prior to the match against Atletico Madrid, Espanyol has a week of rest, with only 1 league game to play. With no concerns about national team call-ups, this presents a prime opportunity for personal growth. After mastering the skill of ball control and using the outside of his foot for passing, Chen Liang noticed he was dribbling less during matches. While this has improved his passing efficiency, it also meant missed opportunities. For instance, during counterattacks, had Chen Liang possessed a certain level of dribbling ability, he could have advanced the ball himself instead of passing to Asensio on the flank. If he could refine his dribbling skills, he could boldly break through during matches, outmaneuvering opponents at opportune moments to create more chances. In addition to dribbling, his physical fitness remains a significant concern. A lack of stamina necessitates careful energy management during games. Yet the course of a match may not unfold as anticipated. This has resulted in Chen Liang's fitness being a considerable shortcoming, a substantial one at that. This issue had previously been overshadowed by his mesmerizing outside foot passes and goals. However, as opponents become increasingly familiar with him, he must swiftly address his shortcomings. Gazing out at the bustling streets, Chen Liang's mind was awash with thoughts. First and foremost, he needed to enhance his physical fitness. He could no longer afford to let his stamina hinder him. He resolved to prepare diligently this week, aiming to confront Atletico Madrid in optimal condition. Recently, both Espanyol and Chen Liang himself had faced a wave of misfortune, having lost to Real Madrid and drawn against a relegation-threatened team. The players were all harboring a sense of frustration. Upon returning to the Harnik Sports City, head coach Sergio granted the entire team a day off. As the players were feeling fatigued, Chen Liang had intended to utilize this rest period to work on his fitness, but was met with a refusal from fitness coach Eric. Your body is too fatigued. Continuing this way could lead to injury. I will not approve your extra training plan unless you obtain Sergio's consent. After much deliberation, Chun Liang ultimately conceded to Eric's authority and took the day to rest. 3 days after playing against Sporting Gijón, Chun Liang, having recovered from his fatigue, began to engage in Eric's intensive fitness training. As the day of the match against Atletico Madrid drew nearer, time became increasingly precious, and he needed to elevate his physical capabilities further. He recognized that Espanyol's remarkable journey this season depended heavily on the players' collective will. Another defeat could lead to an irreparable decline in morale, an outcome that no one associated with the club wished to witness. Just 2 weeks prior, they had been dreaming of the next season's Champions League. Chun Liang himself was eager for the rewards that the system would bestow upon him once he achieved double digits in statistics. The prospect of a divine perspective was enticing. Should he master it alongside a precise touch, he could very well become the cerebral force of the team, a rare skill in the world of football. Days passed in a relentless pursuit of improvement. Beyond the regular team training, Chun Liang also participated in Eric's exclusive fitness regimen. Meanwhile, media scrutiny intensified, with critics mercilessly targeting him. Following the loss to Real Madrid, they labeled him merely a player adept at feasting on weaker opponents, crumbling under the pressure of formidable teams. After the draw with Sporting Gijón, the media's derision escalated, claiming he couldn't even handle a relegation-threatened team, suggesting that his style had long been deciphered. February had indeed been a disappointing month for Chun Liang, and those eagerly awaiting his downfall had long been counting down to this moment. When that moment finally arrived, how could they possibly resist seizing the opportunity to revel in his misfortune? Chapter 86. The supportive fans. The players from Huaxia displayed evident signs of fatigue. Perhaps half a season had reached their limits. Their statistics plummeted, and Chun Liang struggled mightily on the pitch. Rumors have circulated that a journalist captured photographs of Chun dining with a certain female celebrity at a restaurant. Various reports, whether true or false, have been splashed across the media. This is one of the reasons why Chun has previously shunned interactions with the press. Once one finds oneself in the limelight, scrutiny ensues, along with speculation and conjecture, none of which aligns with Chun's desires. However, as he gradually makes a name for himself in La Liga, such gossip cannot simply evaporate by avoiding media exposure. Ironically, the more Chun distances himself from the media, the more they perceive him as harboring animosity towards them. Fortunately, numerous fans from Huaxia have come forth to support Chun, or else the European football discourse would have been overwhelmingly pessimistic about him. Despite the backing of his compatriots, uninformed fans remain swayed by the media's narrative. I have long contended that this young Huaxia player, much like his team, initially thrived in a comfortable setting. Once opponents began to analyze him seriously, his performance would wane. Indeed, in the last match, they were utterly thwarted by Sporting Gijón, leaving them without any viable strategies. And now future teams will likely emulate that approach. I have never held a high opinion of this Huaxia player. I cannot fathom why so many believe he possesses significant potential. Just wait and see. If he manages to score a goal and provide an assist each month, that would be commendable. I have heard that my home team is interested in acquiring him. If it is for the commercial value he brings, that is understandable. But if it is for his competitive worth, I would advise against it. The cacophony of disparaging voices has not all been filtered out by Chun. His reluctance to retaliate stems from a determination to prove himself, rather than following the example of a certain British star who frequently dismisses the media. Chun prefers to focus on rigorous training and self-improvement. He relishes the sensation of growth. Each time he reflects on his progress compared to the previous month, he can sense his development and increasing strength. Even the slightest advancement reassures him of his forward momentum. As time marches on, 2 days prior to the match against Atletico Madrid, the Li Ning Group dispatched a team to photograph Chun for promotional materials. The photo shoot progressed swiftly. All Chun needed to do was don the latest model of cleats and strike a pose for the camera. Time flew, and within 3 hours, all tasks were completed. As Chun and Raiola prepared to depart, Su Xingzhou suddenly called out to him. He presented Chun with a brand new box and said, "These cleats were crafted during a recent event where fans wrote brief messages on them. I wish to gift them to you. Keep pushing forward. You are the hope of Huaxia football." Chun gazed at the box, momentarily taken aback, and then replied, "Thank you. I will not let everyone down." Subsequently, Chun and Raiola returned to the training facility to continue honing their skills. 2 days later, Atletico Madrid arrived to challenge Espanyol. Near the stadium, a multitude of Espanyol supporters has gathered. Despite the team's recent lackluster performance, individuals have set aside their daily tasks to rally behind their beloved club. The resonant beats of drums and the shrill notes of whistles intertwine, creating an electrifying atmosphere that enlivens the vicinity of the stadium. The fan merchandise shop is overflowing with patrons, many of whom bear Asian features, drawn to this high-stakes match, particularly to support Qinliang. One Qinliang jersey, please. I need to take a call shortly. Make it two. I want that jersey of Qinliang. You know, the one whose ancestors hail from our esteemed Korea. What? They're sold out already? Hurry and restock. If there are no jerseys, then a scarf will do. Having suffered a defeat to Atletico Madrid in the previous match, I feel it's time for a resurgence. Come on, Leon. Go, Espanyol. I have been a devoted supporter for 30 years. Atletico, beware. Coming to Barcelona. U1T have it easy. The team bus rolls slowly into the stadium, and it has been quite some time since Espanyol players have competed at home. The players, brimming with excitement, press their faces against the windows, while fans outside beam with enthusiasm. Qinliang notices numerous faces from Huaxiao among the crowd, with many supporters holding large cardboard signs emblazoned with messages like Liang, soar with confidence. Liang fans will always follow. The Espanyol fans continuously cheer for their team. And after enjoying a thrilling season thus far, they still find it exhilarating. Go, Espanyol. Victory belongs to us, the Espanyol team. The resounding shouts attract the curiosity of many Atletico Madrid fans, who scrutinize the Espanyol bus. This season, Atletico has dropped many points against weaker teams. Even after triumphing in the Madrid derby against Real Madrid, numerous Atletico supporters feel disillusioned with this season. Particularly as their La Liga standing is below that of Espanyol. Espanyol sits third while Atletico is fourth, in need of a significant victory to boost their morale. Espanyol faces Atletico Madrid, who are striving to secure their place in the Champions League. The tension in the air is palpable even before the match commences. With the referee's whistle, this highly anticipated contest officially begins. Dear viewers, welcome to the La Liga match broadcast brought to you by Xiaolong Sports. I am your commentator, Zhang Jun. In their last encounter, Atletico emerged victorious. Who will prevail in this matchup? Let us await the outcome together. Atletico Madrid continues with a 4-4-2 formation, featuring Torres in the number 9 position and Griezmann in the number 7, partnering in the attack. The midfield is anchored by Augusto and Gabi, while Koke and Carrasco aim to exploit the flanks. In defense, Lucas and Godin are paired as center-backs, with Juanfran and Felipe as the wing-backs. At last, Oblak continues to guard the goal. As Zhang Jun introduced the starting lineups to the fans, Griezmann initiated the kickoff from the center circle. Go, Liang. Though I cannot cheer for you in person, I can only offer my support here. Charge forward. With Atletico Madrid's kickoff, Espanyol swiftly pressed forward, targeting Atletico's defense. Moreno and Caicedo raced towards Godin and Lucas, while Qinliang remained up front, poised to deliver a threatening pass. The veteran duo of Esenche and Javi Lopez returned to the pitch, stationed in the midfield to safeguard Qinliang's back. Chapter 87. United as one under the relentless high press from Espanyol, Atletico Madrid found it difficult to maintain possession at the outset. Almost immediately upon receiving the ball, Atletico's defenders were besieged by Espanyol players. Except for Qinliang, whose stamina had yet to reach a qualitative peak, he could only conserve energy for crucial moments. Sergio glanced at the fiery figure of Simeone not far away, the passionate Argentine coach exuding an intense desire for survival. Got in up. Gabi, cover him. Well done. Keep it up. Sergio occasionally heard Simeone's fervent voice, erupting in excitement over his team's splendid plays, only to erupt in frustration over their mistakes. In contrast, Sergio lacked such fervor. He merely offered continuous reminders to his players on what to do, without the same fiery passion. For Simeone, pulling together the team that once stood above him was a dream he longed to realize. Meanwhile, Sergio hoped his team could seize points from Atletico Madrid to restore their morale. Both men were fixated on the field, each with their own compelling reasons not to falter. The camera shifted back to the field, where players from both sides engaged in fierce battles for possession. Every player was intent on avoiding errors in such a critical match. As the 15th minute approached, Atletico finally acclimated to the rhythm of the game. Griezmann retreated to midfield, receiving the ball before distributing it to the flanks to Carrasco. Newly arrived in La Liga, Carrasco, like Trossard, embodied the fearlessness of youth. Moreover, having entered La Liga earlier than Trossard, Carrasco was more familiar with the league. Upon receiving the ball, Carrasco did not recklessly charge forward but instead controlled the tempo momentarily. He then skillfully maneuvered towards the center, sweeping the ball with his left foot into the middle. The ball evaded the interception of Espanyol's midfielder Eschenche, gliding almost along the grass towards Espanyol's penalty area. Torres, once the golden boy, now poured the last vestiges of energy from his career into a desperate chase after the ball. Had it been during his Liverpool days, he would have effortlessly closed the distance to the ball in just a couple of strides, unleashing a thunderous shot that would pierce the net of Espanyol. However, time has taken its toll, and he is now older. Keep your eyes on him. Do not allow him to seize the ball easily. In the penalty area, center-back Rocco anxiously directed the defensive line. Although Torres managed to stumble upon the ball, Davinson Sanchez was quick to push him towards the sidelines, endeavoring to keep him as far from the penalty area as possible. At this moment, the Espanyol defense appeared somewhat disorganized. The memory of their last match's conceded goal still fresh in their minds. They were determined not to concede right from the outset. Seeing the goal recede further away, Torres cleverly flicked the ball with a flamboyant back heel to his teammate, Koch. Koch's pass was swift and precise, finding the surging Griezmann, who lit up with excitement at the opportunity. What a play! Griezmann readied himself, aiming for the Espanyol goal, but just as he relished the prospect of a forthcoming goal, a shadow rushed in from behind. Bam! A perfectly timed tackle sent the ball soaring out of bounds. A slow-motion replay revealed that Chun Leong had been observing from the front line, moving into the penalty area, and as Koch passed, he appeared behind Griezmann, as if he had foreseen the moment. The brilliance of that tackle rivaled any shot on goal. Well done, Chun Leong. His intervention shattered the hopes of Atletico Madrid taking an early lead. It must be said that Chun Leong's tackle greatly boosted the morale of the Espanyol defense. The players were invigorated, seemingly having found their purpose. The home crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, a tribute to Chun Leong. Had it not been for his timely intervention, Espanyol might have already found themselves a goal down. Subsequently, the corner taken by Gabi was met with a powerful punch from goalkeeper Paulo Lopez, clearing the danger. In the 21st minute, Espanyol finally seized an opportunity. Sanchez successfully intercepted Gabi's pass in the backfield, and the moment he gained possession, the forwards of Espanyol surged into the open space with fervor. This was the counterattack they relished most. Sanchez merely needed to deliver the ball to Chun Leong, who would then execute a deft backfoot pass, setting Espanyol on the path to an assured lead. Bam! Without hesitation, Sanchez decisively passed the ball to Chun Leong, who surveyed his teammates' movements in the center. Without a moment's pause, Chun Leong aimed for Trossard in the penalty area and delivered a curling cross. He noticed that Atletico Madrid's defense had not yet fully settled, and any delay in his touch might squander the opportunity. Trossard readied himself, and as the ball approached, he instinctively angled his body, striking it with the full force of his foot. Oblak reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly retrieving the ball with his hand just before it crossed the goal line. What a splendid save from Oblak. Hold on. With a subtle change in John June's tone, the hearts of the spectators surged to their throats. Oblak had not managed to push the ball far enough. It fell at Moreno's feet, who effortlessly guided it into the net. The exhilarated Spaniards leaped into the air, their momentum seemingly capable of toppling everything in sight. Moreno, in celebration, slid to his knees in the corner area. The Spaniards had taken the lead. The players felt the glimmer of victory. If they could triumph over both Atletico Madrid and Barcelona this season, it would undoubtedly become a cherished memory for a lifetime. Belgian, if you score, I'll have another assist. Chun Leong jested as he dashed towards the corner area, teasing Trossard. Since Trossard's arrival, he had yet to truly integrate into the team, a situation partly due to his reserved nature, but primarily because he needed guidance. Chun Leong's playful remarks aimed to help Trossard assimilate more swiftly, fostering a united front in the attack to unleash their full potential. On the sidelines, Sergio finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing the goal. He saw the team's morale rejuvenated. In stark contrast, Atletico Madrid's coach, Simeone, wore a grim expression, his facial muscles twitching subtly, clearly unsettled by the outcome. Yet, his ability to lead the team from adversity to greatness stemmed from his resilience in the face of setbacks. He quickly regained his composure, refocusing on directing from the sidelines. Chapter 88. High pressing pays off. After the restart, Atletico Madrid endeavored to mount a fierce offensive to equalize, But after several fruitless attempts, they abandoned that strategy. With time still remaining, they opted to stabilize their formation, advancing gradually, relying on their players' formidable individual skills to seize victory, a pragmatic choice. Since taking the helm, Simeone had instilled unwavering tenacity within the team. Despite narrowly missing the Champions League trophy recently, this iron-willed squad remained undaunted. Following their goal, the Spaniards anticipated counter-attacking opportunities, while Simeone's team remained methodical, ever ready to exploit any vulnerabilities in the Spanish side. As the match progressed, Atletico Madrid promptly solidified their formation after conceding, fortifying their position and launching an assault on the Spaniards' defensive line. In the 30th minute, Griezmann made a clever run to evade his marker, Roco, before retreating to the midfield to receive the ball. Just as Koke passed, he abruptly dashed back towards the Spaniards' goal. In a moment of sheer deception, Rocco was completely outmaneuvered as Gabi executed a long pass that soared behind him. With a deft feint from Griezmann, Rocco found himself unable to halt his momentum, allowing Griezmann to slip past him effortlessly. Just as the Atletico Madrid fans rose in jubilant anticipation of celebration, a shadow surged forth from the field. Davinson Sanchez, the Colombian newcomer to European football, emerged unexpectedly from Griezmann's diagonal rear, leveraging his remarkable physical prowess to prevent Griezmann from breaking free. The Espanyol supporters watched intently, knowing that Sanchez was the last bastion of their defense, bearing the weight of their hopes. Realizing he could not shake off Sanchez, and with goalkeeper Paulo Lopez closing in, Griezmann had no choice but to take a gamble. Boom. A shot. The ball soared just above the crossbar, allowing the anxious Espanyol fans to exhale in relief while showering Sanchez with applause. Had it not been for Sanchez's formidable athleticism, Griezmann might have calmly slotted the ball home long ago. The offensive onslaught from Atletico continued. As the match reached the 37th minute, Carrasco received a pass from Griezmann on the flank. He lowered his right shoulder, leading the fullback Alvarez to believe he would break to the right. Just as Alvarez shifted his weight to block Carrasco's path, the Belgian winger deftly flicked the ball to the left with the inside of his foot. This maneuver successfully bypassed Alvarez, setting the stage for yet another surge from Atletico Madrid. With newfound space, Carrasco wasted no time and delivered a precise pass to the far post. At that moment, Torres emerged from the crowd, ready to meet the incoming ball. With a powerful thrust of his core, he leaped, aiming to head the ball into the Espanyol net. Fortunately, goalkeeper Paulo Lopez was quick to react. Noticing Torres as Carrasco made the pass, he took a few steps forward. Those crucial steps enabled Lopez to seize the advantage, deflecting the ball off his shin and out of play. Despite several relentless assaults failing to yield a goal, the momentum was palpable. On the sidelines, Sergio decided it was time to respond in kind, directing his forwards to apply pressure on Atletico's defense, thereby alleviating the burden on their backline. In the first minute of stoppage time during the first half, Atletico's fullback Felipe passed the ball to the holding midfielder Gabi. Faced with the pressing of Javi Lopez, Gabi had no choice but to return the ball to center-back Godin. "Press him," shouted Chun Liang as he stealthily approached Augusto Fernandez. Moreno sprinted toward Godin. But under the high-pressure tactics of Espanyol, Godin, perhaps overly confident, attempted to shift the ball to the other holding midfielder, Augusto Fernandez, neglecting to notice Chun Liang closing in from behind. As Augusto Fernandez received the ball, he immediately noticed Chun Liang behind him. He intended to pass the ball back. But on the opposite side, Trossard stood directly in the path he envisioned for the pass. Consequently, Augusto Fernandez was compelled to pivot forcefully. In that very moment of his turn, Chun Liang also moved, initiating his advance a step ahead and positioning himself between Augusto Fernandez and the ball. With a resounding thud, the two bodies collided, and soon after, Augusto found himself tumbling awkwardly to the ground. A cold sweat broke out on Augusto Fernandez's back. He realized he had made a grave mistake. Chun Liang had intercepted the ball, signifying that the high-pressing tactic employed by the Spaniards was indeed effective. As a defensive midfielder, he was acutely aware of the immense threat that losing possession could pose. Just as he feared, the moment Chun Liang seized the ball, the Spaniards' front line transformed into a situation of numerical advantage. Augusto Fernandez dared not look. He even sensed the despondent shaking of heads among the Atletico fans. Upon gaining possession, Chun Liang decisively used the outside of his foot to distribute the ball to the flanks, finding Asensio. Asensio then drove the ball directly into Atletico's defensive flanks, confronting the goalkeeper Oblak. At that moment, Oblak had no choice but to gamble. He opted to rush out. An advance by a goalkeeper is a final gambit. Once played, there is no turning back. Success is the only option. Asensio, observing the advancing Oblak, suddenly flicked his ankle, sending the ball towards the vicinity of the penalty spot. Unmarked, Chun Liang appeared there, casting a quick glance at the goal, which was now unguarded. Such an opportunity felt as if Asensio had set the table perfectly for Chun Liang. With a decisive strike, he opted for a push with the instep of his foot. Chances like this, even his grandmother could score. The ball lacked speed, and after shooting, Chun Liang did not even watch the trajectory, but instead sprinted towards Asensio. Cheers erupted once more, resonating through the stadium, as Espanyol fans fervently waved their scarves, creating a magnificent spectacle from within the stands. Just before halftime, Espanyol extended their lead once again. The players' confidence soared to its zenith. A season ago, they could scarcely have imagined how far they would progress in just 1 year. Chun Liang embraced Asensio tightly, followed by Moreno, Trossard, and others who rushed in to join the celebration. "Let us go. Today, we are the rulers here," they exclaimed, laughter filling the air as they rediscovered their former rhythm. Although the shot lacked visual flair, the excitement among the attacking trio was palpable. They had once again recaptured that fluid synergy, with Trossard seamlessly blending in, much like a drop of water merging with the ocean, regardless of the circumstances. This represented a splendid beginning for Espanyol. Chapter 89, The Blue and White Stripes. Now, Espanyol required a match like this, a favorable tide. On the sidelines, in the section designated for the visiting fans, a group of Atletico Madrid supporters could hardly conceal their disappointment. 2 consecutive goals were a minor setback for the devoted fans. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Simeone was preparing to make substitutions, persistently urging the young Argentinian forward Correa to warm up with urgency. Hurry up. With his team trailing by 2 goals, Simeone was poised to unleash a fervent offensive assault. After hastening Correa, he cast a resentful glance at Chun Liang on the field. "I'll remember you, kid." In the 4th minute of stoppage time, the final minute, Simeone did not even wait for halftime before substituting Augusto Fernandez, who trudged off towards the center line, visibly dejected. Despite his dissatisfaction with Fernandez's performance, he embraced his fellow countrymen. "It's all right, mistakes are part of the game. Just adjust and come back stronger." He patted Fernandez on the back, offering a few words of comfort. Moments later, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, and players from both teams made their way to the tunnel with contrasting expressions. Moreno, Chun Liang, Asensio. The fans on the sidelines continuously called out the names of the standout players from the first half, and those being cheered turned back frequently to wave at the supporters. They were completely unprepared for the grand gesture awaiting them, as fan associations on the stands synchronized their chants. A multitude of blue and white streamers was launched into the air. The fans, seemingly rehearsed, executed their movements with remarkable coordination, instantly transforming the sky above the stadium into a sea of blue and white. From the players' perspective, this sight was strikingly visual. The blue and white streamers appeared to paint the very heavens, proclaiming to the visiting team whose territory they were in. Following this, a massive banner unfurled from the stands, emblazoned with an image of Chun Liang with arms outstretched after scoring a goal, grand in its scale and magnificence. The Espanyol supporters were rallying behind their team in their own distinctive manner, simultaneously offering encouragement to the recently scrutinized Chun Liang. As the 12th man on the football field, their efforts were primarily focused in the stands, and they hoped their dedication would inspire the players on the pitch, expressing their unwavering support in this unique fashion. At that moment, commentator Jean Jun also observed this scene, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, look at that, it's specially prepared for Chun Liang." It was evident that Chun Liang had secured an unassailable position in their hearts. One must realize that such gestures could only arise from a complete conquest of the fans' affections. Meanwhile, the broadcast screen saw a noticeable reduction in the barrage of comments, as many fans captured screenshots to commemorate this historic moment. As Chun Liang was about to make his way down the player tunnel back to the locker room, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He had never anticipated that the Espanyol fans would orchestrate such a delightful surprise for him. Just imagine, in such a grand stadium, 30,000 fans standing in unison to applaud his efforts. This moment of overwhelming emotion is one that even the most stoic of hearts cannot resist. Standing at the entrance of the player tunnel, Chun Liang gazed intently at this heartwarming sight. Perhaps he would live to be 80 or even 90 years old. Yet regardless of his age, he would undoubtedly never forget this day. What a splendid scene it was. Relish your moment. As Asinsho approached Chun Liang, he gave his shoulder a hearty pat and expressed his sentiments. Thank you, brother. Chun Liang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and turned to the fans, offering them a round of applause. Deep within, he was immensely grateful to these supporters for crafting such a memorable surprise for him. As a player, he could only strive with all his might to repay their heartfelt intentions through his performance on the field. Chun, Chun, Chun. The fans in the stands waved their scarves vigorously, with some even turning their backs to the pitch to reveal the names on their jerseys. You are a unique player. Disregard the opinions of others. Stay here, and you will become a legend. Keep going, Chun. Even when your form falters, we still love you. Amidst the cheers of the fans, Chun Liang clapped his hands and made his way into the player tunnel. Many might wonder why Chun Liang, who had never known hunger or hardship, aspired to become a footballer. He could easily pursue studies in hotel management in the UK or another European country and return home to lead a life of leisure, perhaps dabbling in social media fame, such as the typical existence of a wealthy heir. However, today's moment was priceless and could not be purchased with money. Chun Liang's willingness to sacrifice everything to step onto this verdant pitch was driven by the desire for this very scene. It was worth it. As the second half commenced, Chun Liang became increasingly proactive, tirelessly probing for openings in the midfield to seize opportunities. He yearned to score another goal in front of the home fans, as it would undoubtedly be the best way to express his gratitude to them. Yet, no one could have foreseen that Atletico Madrid, in the second half, seemed to have rediscovered their rhythm. Their gameplay became more straightforward and forceful, abandoning the intricate passing in front of Espanyol's box in favor of leveraging the individual prowess of their forward players to tear apart the Espanyol defense. In the 51st minute of the match, a retreating Griezmann delivered a precise through ball forward. Carrasco made a decisive diagonal run from the flank into the penalty area, opting to shoot with conviction. The goalkeeper, Paulo Lopez, deliberately left the near post open, only to find himself outsmarted by the attempt. The traveling Atletico Madrid supporters erupted into a thunderous chorus of cheers, waving their scarves in celebration. On the sidelines, Simeone was visibly animated, fervently gesturing into the air with clenched fists. His team had played with an overwhelming sense of constraint in the first half, yet in the second half, he believed he had discovered the key to victory. For all Atletico Madrid supporters, this goal preserved the suspense of the match. Although they were still trailing, time remained. And with it, the opportunity for triumph lingered. The Atletico Madrid players, upon resuming play, became increasingly invigorated, displaying fervent enthusiasm as they contested every ball. Eager to equalize the score, the Espanyol players bore grim expressions, acutely aware that this was the most challenging moment of the match. A couple of opportunities seized by their opponents could shatter the hard-won morale of their team. However, Chun Liang remained composed, diligently observing the collective movements of Atletico Madrid's defense. If Atletico could seize another opportunity, it could alter the course of the match, just as he too could potentially end the game with a single decisive strike. Chapter 90. The powerful contender's time passed inexorably. The scoreboard high above clearly displaying the current minute. In the 78th minute, a critical juncture for both teams emerged. This moment signified that both sides would have to take bold risks. If Espanyol could replicate their first-half performance and score another goal against Atletico, they would firmly affix their opponents to the pillar of shame. Conversely, if Atletico Madrid found the net once more, hopes of victory would reignite, simultaneously obliterating the spirit of the Espanyol players. A palpable tension filled the air as all players fixated on the ball, each intent on avoiding errors at this pivotal moment. Griezmann, communicate more with Torres. You need to coordinate. One of you pushing forward while the other retreats. Understood? Since the beginning of the second half, Simeone had not paused, tirelessly directing the match. The reason was clear. Carrasco's goal had ignited a flicker of hope for victory. Orchestrating a comeback was the finest stimulant for him. In the ensuing moments, Atletico Madrid and Espanyol engaged in a fierce battle, players vying for possession with relentless fervor. In the 83rd minute, Griezmann once again detached from the front line, retreating to the midfield in preparation to receive the ball, a strategy devised by Simeone. Having witnessed the Frenchman's prowess, Sergio was naturally not one to underestimate the situation. He instructed Esenche to shadow Griezmann, disrupting his reception. As Correa observed Griezmann's retreat, he decisively passed the ball to him. Griezmann half-turned, ready to launch an offensive. Yet, as he rotated just 45 degrees, he found himself face-to-face with Eshche. This sudden encounter caused him to momentarily falter, prompting him to adjust his angle, intent on using his body to shield the ball. Yet it was too late. For Eshche had already closed in, squeezing past Griezmann and deftly nudging the ball away. The sphere fortuitously landed at Moreno's feet. A handful of Espanyol supporters tightened their grips on their paper cups, their eyes fixated on the pitch. Upon receiving the ball, Moreno pivoted, casting a glance at the flanking Trossard before swiftly distributing it to the wing. Through continuous collaboration, Trossard had demonstrated himself to be a reliable asset for the Espanyol side. His exceptional technical skills and spatial awareness had garnered the trust of his teammates, and he was gradually assuming the offensive responsibilities along the other flank for Espanyol. He surged forward, heading directly towards the Atletico Madrid defense, which instantly tensed. At this moment, Atletico's center-back Lucas, only 19 years of age, appeared visibly anxious as he faced Trossard, as this was one of the few starting opportunities he had this season. Trossard feinted with his upper body and, after a series of deceptive movements, suddenly accelerated. Nervous, Lucas stumbled him, granting Espanyol a free kick opportunity. This was a favored position for Espanyol, as Chun Liang had proven to be remarkably effective with free kicks from this spot throughout the season. With resolute determination, Chun Liang approached the free kick mark. With the passionate supporters of Espanyol behind Atletico's goal fervently cheering, yearning to witness Chun Liang score and hoping that this goal would decisively seal the match. Chun Liang took a deep breath, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the goal. He began to retreat, while Atletico's goalkeeper Oblak braced himself for the challenge ahead. The tension was palpable not only for Oblak but for Simeone as well, who inhaled deeply, praying that Chun Liang would not strike that fateful goal. Walt moved slightly to the left, a bit more to the left, one lying down behind the wall. Oblak relentlessly directed the wall, striving to minimize the angles available for Chun Liang's impending shot. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Chun Liang glanced at the goal. Noticing a significant gap to the right of Oblak's hand, he adjusted his breathing and commenced his run-up. Thud. The moment his supporting foot struck the grass, his other foot connected with the ball, sending it soaring once more from the ground, beginning its spin. The free kick was executed with remarkable speed and an erratic trajectory, initially veering towards Oblak's left hand, only to suddenly curve unexpectedly as he prepared to make the save. Chun Liang's free kick had been meticulously analyzed by Oblak prior to the match. He dared not be complacent and hurriedly shuffled toward the ball, lowering his center of gravity. Suddenly, he spotted the ball hurtling through a gap in the wall. There was no time left. Oblak exerted every ounce of strength to twist his body as he forcefully pushed off the ground with both feet. At the moment of landing, the camera captured Oblak's expression of despair. His facial muscles twisted in agony as he realized that it was nearly impossible to save the ball. Immediately, he heard the jubilant cheers of the Espanyol loyalists behind him. The ball soared into the net, and Oblak glimpsed the anguish and hopelessness reflected in the eyes of his defensive teammates. In that instant, Chun Liang dashed towards the fervent stands, arms outstretched, mirroring the exuberance of his actions. "What a magnificent goal!" exclaimed Jean Jun with fervor. The difficulty and aesthetic appeal of a free kick goal are exceptionally high. Who could possibly dislike such a strike? With a score of 3-1, victory seemed within the grasp of Espanyol. We witnessed Chun Liang's elation post-goal, as he celebrated exuberantly in front of the fans. If time could freeze at that moment, it would surely represent the most perfect conclusion. In the live broadcast, a flurry of comments was already poised to erupt. I have long asserted that Liang's free kicks are of world-class caliber. How could you doubt it? I posit that if Beckham is England's Chun Liang, no one would disagree. That goal was stunning. I hope someone compiles a highlight reel of Liang's free kicks for our enjoyment. In front of the stands, Chun Liang reveled in the fans' cheers. At that moment, it felt as though he had shed all fatigue, possibly due to the adrenaline coursing through him. Standing close to the fans, he could see their faces flushed with excitement. Each gaze was imbued with fervor for victory. They were no longer a relegation-threatened team. They were now formidable contenders for a top-4 finish. No one has the right to belittle our players. They belong to us. Espanyol has not been without its dark moments of relegation in history. Yet they now stand proudly on the stage of La Liga. Even in the next season, they have the opportunity to touch the heights of European competition. Chapter 91. indulgent feast following their victory over Atletico Madrid. Espanyol's points in La Liga officially reached 63. Historical data suggests that surpassing this threshold generally secures a place in European competition, with 10 matches remaining and the top 3 teams in La Liga having faced each other. It is improbable that they will leave the upcoming matches empty-handed. Upon returning to the Hanik Sports City, the players could hardly conceal their joy. Unable to contain their excitement for celebration, they conspired to find a restaurant for a proper festivity, unbeknownst to Celso. When it comes to dining, the Chilean Rocco is undoubtedly the expert. Hailing from South America, he articulately critiques restaurants in Barcelona, even drawing playful jibes from team captain Xavi Lopez. Rocco, if you were to retire and become a food critic, you would surely achieve even greater success than now. The bus carrying the Spanish team gradually approached the training facility, where the players disbanded. As they entered the parking lot, instead of leaving in their vehicles, they congregated, awaiting the arrival of their captain, Javier Lopez. All right. Has everyone gathered? I've sent the positions in the group chat. We'll disperse shortly, so let us keep this under wraps, Javier Lopez instructed. No problem? The players nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they boarded their cars, a few departing together. At a restaurant on the outskirts of the city, steaks from Wellington and lobsters from Boston were served at the table. Dressed in casual attire, the players had deliberately chosen a private room to evade prying eyes. All right. Tonight's meal is on me. You've all been performing splendidly lately. Let us keep up the momentum. Javier Lopez raised his glass, delivering an opening remark. Why not wait for me? A voice called from outside, drawing the players' attention. Could it be? The door to the private room swung open, revealing Sergio, clad in a shirt. Observing the players' startled expressions, he spread his arms wide. What is this? Am I not welcome? He joked, then chuckled and added, well, though what you're eating today isn't the healthiest, a little celebration now and then is perfectly fine. Indulge a bit, but don't overdo it. Sergio's words instantly alleviated the tension among the players. Exactly, after enduring more than half a season of hard work, what is wrong with treating ourselves? They exclaimed. Enjoy to your heart's content. Thank you all for your contributions this season. Sergio found a chair and encouraged the players to dig in. The players eagerly began feasting, the shells of oysters and lobsters quickly piling up like a small mountain on the table. Laughter and banter filled the air, creating a joyful atmosphere. Before facing Atletico Madrid, the team's morale had been incredibly stifled, with doubts and defeats weighing heavily upon them, suffocating everyone. However, following their victory against Atletico, the burden on the players' hearts was finally lifted, and everything returned to normal. Boss, I read in the newspaper that we have a strong chance of competing in European tournaments next season, Javier Lopez remarked while cracking open a lobster beside Sergio. Indeed. If we all remain with this team next season, we can experience that together. Sergio nodded in agreement. Upon saying this, Sergio surveyed the room. Hoping the players present would still be here next season, his words were meant to convey that sentiment. For this group of players, who had struggled to avoid relegation last season, participating in European competitions was not about winning titles, but rather about standing shoulder to shoulder on that grand stage, soaking in the atmosphere of European battles. Do you even know what it feels like to play in European competitions? Chun Liang chimed in with a smile, nudging Asensio beside him. You should be the most familiar with it. Why not enlighten us? Asensio, once a member of Real Madrid, had the honor of being selected for the UEFA Champions League roster, making him the sole player to have participated in such a prestigious tournament. The matches were exhilarating, offering encounters with renowned clubs and witnessing numerous superstars, alongside some uniquely styled teams from smaller nations. While deftly slicing his steak with a knife and fork, Asensio continued, Trust me, brothers, it will undoubtedly be an unforgettable life experience. Captain Javi Lopez miraculously produced 2 bottles of champagne. He glanced around at the assembled players before swiftly uncorking one of the bottles. The effervescent liquid erupted from the bottle's neck, creating a delightful chaos within the private room. Amidst laughter, the players pointed at Lopez, exclaiming, Ha, you wretched scoundrel. The joyous laughter reverberated throughout the room, with Lopez grinning the widest as he sprayed champagne, proclaiming, Let us celebrate our European campaign. We shall save the other bottle for the end of the season, lads. In this jubilant atmosphere, the players pushed back their chairs, singing and reveling in the hard-earned qualification for European competition. The infectious spirit even coaxed a radiant smile from the newly joined Davinson Sanchez, who shed his last vestiges of shyness and joined the celebration. Undoubtedly, this season marked the most harmonious period within the Espanyol squad, with players working in unison. Resembling a close-knit family devoid of cliques or conflicts, each individual was intertwined with the other, collectively striving toward a singular goal. Despite the players' modest market values, they have demonstrated their fighting spirit through their performance. This is a true pack of wolves. Naturally, they would face moments of defeat, yet they persevered time and again, remaining steadfast on the right path. Years later, Sergio recalled in his memoirs, "I cannot quite remember the names of all the players from that year. But if I were to describe that season, I would deem it profoundly pure. Each player sincerely fought to reach the pinnacle of their personal careers, and indeed, they achieved it. That season was also filled with challenges for me. I consider myself fortunate, as fortune began to favor me upon my arrival at the team at the season's outset. I would like to express my gratitude to the teammates who stood alongside me. They enabled me to reach heights I had never touched before." Chapter 92. The battle for points. As time progressed, the Espanyol players, after a brief celebration, immersed themselves once more into the intensifying La Liga schedule. They would endeavor with all their might in the upcoming matches, striving to seize every point available, just as they had fought tirelessly for survival the previous season. However, this time, the objective has shifted from mere survival to securing a coveted spot in the Champions League. Sergio has formally requested the team director, Karanka, to ensure that all first-team players refrain from any form of interviews for the remainder of the season, focusing solely on preparing for the upcoming league matches. The atmosphere at the training ground is solemn, as each individual is acutely aware of their responsibilities. They must fiercely clutch every single point. At all costs, they aim to maintain Espanyol's position among the top four and strive to enter the Champions League. Even the fans recognize that we have now reached the most critical juncture of the season. The players of Espanyol will attack like a pack of wolves, with fierce determination to confront every La Liga team. On February 21st, Espanyol once again hosted Deportivo La Coruña at their home ground. Sergio fielded his strongest lineup, engaging in an exhilarating battle with La Coruña. This season, La Coruña finds itself mired in a relegation struggle. Thus, their fighting spirit is hardly inferior to that of Espanyol. From the outset, both teams were ready for a fierce contest. It is a classic tale of the brave prevailing in the face of adversity. In the 11th minute, La Coruña seized an early opportunity, scoring directly from a free kick. At this moment, the starting players of Espanyol were momentarily stunned, but under the fierce exhortations of Captain Javier Pez, they reoriented their mindset and re-engaged in the battle. It was not until the second half that the players rediscovered their fiery form, reminiscent of their ability to vanquish both Barcelona and Atletico Madrid. They began to dominate the rhythm of the match, launching relentless attacks into the spaces behind La Coruña's defense. In the 67th minute of the second half, Asensio skillfully maneuvered past an opponent in a one-on-one situation and delivered a cross into the center. Moreno, arriving at the back post, executed a powerful header that thundered into the net. After scoring, Moreno spread his arms wide and rushed towards his teammates who were sprinting to celebrate with him. This moment was swiftly captured by the reporters on the sidelines, becoming the cover image for media reports. Espanyol draws with La Coruña. Moreno's header saves the day. Following this match, the team's points tally reached 64, surpassing the significant threshold of 63 points, indicating a 99% likelihood of European competition next season. Whether it be the Europa League or the Champions League will depend on how far this group of young men can go. Many believe that Espanyol's draw with La Coruña was indicative of a decline in form, yet the team swiftly silenced its critics with their subsequent performances. Following this, they seemingly discovered a secret to invincibility, embarking on a remarkable winning streak. On February 28th, Espanyol once again welcomed Rayo Vallecano to their home ground, marking their third home match of the month. Trossard, after a series of dazzling dribbles, opted to cross the ball. Chun Leong appeared in the penalty area. He did not stop the ball. Instead, he directly propelled it into the net. 1-0. Espanyol has commenced with a fantastical start. Moreno's shot was parried away, but the captain, Javier Pez, appeared at the perfect moment in the ideal position. A long-range strike. Magnificent. The ball finds the net again. Espanyol now leads 2-0. After the goal, Javier Pez waved to his teammates to join in the celebration, and the players gathered in a circle, rejoicing in this decisive score. Journalists on the sidelines captured this moment once more, and the photograph later graced the front pages of major media outlets. The invincible myth at Espanyol's home continues. A dreamlike victory. On the streets of Barcelona, many people were engrossed in their phones, with an increasing number of fans developing an affinity for the team this season. At Old Hawkes Tavern, he had hired numerous staff to manage the establishment while he himself sat behind the bar, occasionally stepping out to watch the game with fans. Regardless of the moment, the names of various players echoed throughout the tavern. Champions League, please stay in the top 4, don't drop down. God bless Espanyol. Meanwhile, the players of Espanyol were reveling at Sergio's home, having recently earned 4 points, and they were particularly relaxed, with a smile gracing his face. Sergio carried 2 large boxes into the living room. These are the jerseys the club requires you to sign. No one leaves until it's done. The players gazed at the pile of over 300 jerseys, letting out a collective groan. Sergio chuckled and teased, "There's no way around it. You are all stars now, and those who admire you can line up from my house to the city center. Boys, put down your controllers and get to work." All the players laughed as they encircled the living room, swiftly seizing the mountain of jerseys. On March 8th, the entire Espanyol team arrived at the Estadio Nuevo Los Remines in Granada, brimming with confidence. Amidst the jeers of the Granada supporters, the Espanyol players remained unfazed and seized control of the match from the outset. Moreno. He received a diagonal pass from Trossard and entered the penalty area. Is there a chance? Beautiful, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 minutes into the match, Espanyol has taken the lead. The legend of this team continues. The ball reached Espanyol's penalty area. Does Granada have an opportunity? Alas, Espanyol was somewhat careless, and forward Arabi equalized for the team, making the match much more intriguing. Asensio, particularly animated today, passed the ball to the edge of the box, where Chen Liang awaited. Chen Liang took a shot. The goalkeeper saved the attempt. What a pity. As the second half commenced, both sides had opportunities in the first half. Let us see where the final victory will land. It seems that Moreno has sustained a slight injury, as we observe Caicedo replacing him in the second half. Trossard's cross, and there's Caicedo. An exquisite goal. Although Caicedo has had limited starting opportunities this season, he harbors no grievances, and today marks his moment of glory. 2-1. Espanyol takes the lead once more. On the pitch, Caicedo, having scored, rushes towards the sidelines where Sergio is, and along with several substitutes, they hoist Sergio high into the air. The photographer captures the moment, freezing Sergio's jubilant smile amidst the crowd. Chapter 21. The super sub Caicedo shines. A new contender emerges in the Champions League. On March 16th, Espanyol welcomed another home match. Should they secure a victory today, their points would soar to 71. Moreno skillfully evaded the center back, receiving a pass from Chen Liang. What will this shot yield? Magnificent. The ball finds the net. Splendid. Trossard, with his dribbling, has created numerous opportunities for the team, opting for a low cross. Asensio lies in wait at the back post, and what a strike. Espanyol leads 2-0. Espanyol's form is nothing short of fiery this season. They have surged through La Liga, and had it not been for the formidable presence of Real Madrid and Barcelona, they might very well be in contention for the title. What a remarkable season this has been. Near the advertising boards at the sidelines, all the Espanyol players encircle one another, embracing each other with camaraderie. This moment is once again captured by the sideline reporters. The magic of Espanyol continues, as they have all but secured their spot in the top 4. The entirety of March has been filled with dreams and wonders. It is an astonishing season, and even though the season is already well underway, many Espanyol fans still feel as though they are in a dream. Even the head coach, Sergio, is basking in delight. In the past, he typically donned training jackets and football trousers at the training ground, but recently, in response to the frequent media inquiries, he has donned a suit, walking with a newfound swagger. As the routine pre-training briefing unfolds, Sergio, brimming with pride, proclaims, "The season is looking exceptionally bright. We have performed splendidly this year, and with a little more effort, we shall secure our place in the top 4. Cheers erupt from everyone. The key players dream of next season's Champions League journey, while the substitutes and rotational players believe that with more matches, their opportunities will increase as well. Referee Freck emerges, holding a tablet displaying the current La Liga standings. Barcelona remains at the top with 85 points. Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid follow in second and third place with 83 and 79 points, respectively. Espanyol stands fourth with 71 points, while Villarreal trails behind in fifth with 66 points, 5 points shy of Espanyol. After introducing the basic situation, Moreno sighed with regret, expressing, If only we could have garnered more points against Real Madrid and Barcelona, we might have been in contention for the championship. Xavi Lopez patted him on the back, offering words of comfort. We have performed admirably this season. Everyone has done well, especially this month, which has been nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, let us not dwell on the past, but rather look forward to our Champions League journey next season. At that moment, Chen Liang began to calculate. This means that if we can maintain our lead over Villarreal, currently in 5th place, we can secure a spot in the top for a round or two early. Precisely. Freck interjected with a snap of his fingers, adding, the situation may be even more optimistic than you suggest, as Villarreal still has to face both Real Madrid and Atletico, while we only have Barcelona left as a strong opponent. As the season approached its conclusion, Chen Liang recalled the rewards from the system. Achieving double digits in assists or goals would grant him the coveted divine perspective reward. He thought to himself, I must maximize my performance against weaker teams in the upcoming matches. Let us go for it. The players wore smiles of pure joy, feeling as though this season had been a surreal dream. Yet, their impressive league standing and the incessant ringing of their agents' phones during the winter transfer window served as a reminder that this was no mere fantasy. All the players eagerly anticipated the final day of the season, which would be the most glorious day of their lives, allowing them to indulge in a fulfilling vacation. Buoyed by their aspirations for the next season and the achievements of the current one, they were determined to push through the final challenges. As long as they avoided mistakes in the upcoming league matches, everything would be fine. At this juncture in the season, the media and fans who had previously doubted Espanyol had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. No one dared to use the term relegation to describe the team anymore. Those who had previously been skeptical of Espanyol now kept a low profile, fearing their earlier remarks would come back to haunt them. With this month's dreamlike results, public opinion gradually shifted in favor of Espanyol. This season, Espanyol's fan base across various platforms exceeded 30 million, indicating a significant influx of previously uninterested individuals. As the 30-round league concluded, Espanyol stood 5 points ahead of Villarreal in 5th place, and the chorus of criticism had significantly diminished online, leaving only well-wishers among Espanyol's supporters. After all, for most fans, who are ordinary people, such inspirational stories represent the most captivating aspect of football. This is the essence of relatability. It was as if the Barcelona-affiliated newspaper, Mundo Deportivo, had chosen to ignore Espanyol entirely at the season's end, focusing solely on the triumphant news of Barcelona's progress, with nary a mention of Espanyol in their publications. This signifies their capitulation, and the media from Huaxia has begun to lavish praise upon Espanyol with a plethora of accolades. A team brimming with miracles. Espanyol is truly a spectacle to behold this season. The prospects for the top 4 are becoming increasingly clear. Let us prepare to congratulate Espanyol. They have etched their names in history, and all connected to Espanyol shall not forget this season. Various football applications and news platforms in Huaxia have prominently featured news about Espanyol. This is not solely due to the team's exceptional performance this season, but more importantly, because it boasts a player who shares their bloodline. Not only the media, but numerous fans have also initiated forums dedicated to Espanyol and their beloved player, Chen Liang, which have even extended to fan bars offline. Go, Brother Liang. Prove to the Europeans that we too can play beautiful football. No, Brother Liang is a divine gift to European football. Without him, the fans of Espanyol would not dare to dream of competing in the Champions League. The narrative of Espanyol has inspired me, and when my son grows up, I shall recount it to him. Comments and posts have begun circulating domestically, shared and reshared, as all football enthusiasts in Huaxia direct their attention to the powerful internet. While Huaxia football continues to languish in a winter of despair, Chen Liang's stellar performance this season has ignited a glimmer of hope along the arduous path of Huaxia football. Chapter 94, the final sprint. At this moment, Gao Chun, a journalist from Zhalong Sports, is crafting an article about Espanyol for Zhalong Sports. As the exclusive broadcaster of Espanyol this season, Zhalong Sports has become the primary source for Huaxia fans to keep abreast of Espanyol's developments. Success in football manifests in myriad forms, such as the moment one holds the Ballon d'Or aloft, surveying the world. It can also be standing shoulder to shoulder with the finest players, jointly lifting the coveted UEFA Champions League trophy to ascend to the pinnacle of Europe. Alternatively, one might don the national team jersey to hoist the World Cup, eliciting pride and jubilation from the entire nation. However, I believe the most fervent embodiment of passion lies with Espanyol this season. Their players have yet to savor the taste of success. They are a group of athletes who have gone unnoticed. Yet this season, they have forged a community of mutual reliance, declaring war upon the world together, and through their collective strength, they have accomplished the seemingly impossible. I believe they are true warriors, unafraid of formidable foes, daring to confront the world with their swords raised. This season, their myth is nearing its conclusion. Yet I feel this tale has bestowed upon many the courage to combat life's challenges. Let us rally together to support them. Here's to these indomitable fighters who refuse to succumb to fate. This article is commendable, yet many in the comments section have added their perspectives. Indeed, Espanyol has performed admirably this season, but I believe Brother Liang's contributions have been equally pivotal. It must be said that our Chinese players have the potential to emulate Chun Liang's professional trajectory, growing in a similar manner. This is a miracle belonging to Espanyol, as well as to Brother Liang. Indeed, he has transformed from an obscure young player who appeared in less than 5 matches in a year to a pivotal figure within the team. Go, Espanyol. Go, Brother Liang. Hold your breath. Next year, I shall purchase a membership to support all your matches. Upon completing the article, Gao Chen shut down his computer in his study. He took a deep breath and then opened a folder containing all the splendid highlights of Chun Liang's season, meticulously edited by his colleagues. He merely needed to compile these segments and pair them with his carefully crafted prose to release on the final day of the season. It has been rumored that Zhilong Sports is negotiating with Espanyol to deepen their collaboration, potentially bringing next season's preseason matches to China. Moreover, whispers within the company suggest the establishment of a dedicated department for the production of a documentary on Espanyol for the upcoming season. Gao Chen, known for his writing prowess, may have the opportunity to join this team. With this thought, Gao Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, aside from his identity as a journalist, he is also a fan of Chun Liang. Who wouldn't he want to be closer to their idol? In summary, the names Chun Liang and Espanyol have repeatedly topped the trending lists on various social media platforms in the country. The term miracle has consistently been associated with these two names. Previously struggling, both Chun Liang and Espanyol have found success this season. Chun Liang has elevated Espanyol, and in turn, Espanyol has uplifted Chun Liang. This season, Zhilong Sports has prospered by betting on Espanyol, positioning themselves as a leading department within the Zhilong Group. With significant resource investments subsequently enhanced, many have subscribed to Zhilong Sports' annual membership this season, eager to witness just how far the extraordinary Espanyol can go. Many have seen a fighting spirit in Chun Liang, prompting them to grit their teeth and confront life head-on while turning off their televisions. It is often said that Chun Liang hails from a privileged background, yet he remains true to his roots, never relinquishing his passion for football. As a fan, regardless of how far Brother Liang goes this season, I believe he embodies the love for the game. The sentiments expressed above are indeed accurate. Oh, if only they could clinch the La Liga championship, the shock would be monumental. Brother Liang, please represent Chinese players by securing a title in one of the top 5 leagues. Many football clubs, at their inception, represented various social classes. On June 29, 1920, then King Alfonso XIII of Spain officially bestowed the royal title upon them. Thereafter, Real Madrid has often been seen as the representative of the Spanish government and monarchy, possessing abundant resources and support, symbolizing the elite class in the world of football. The other football club in Madrid was established in 1903 and initially served as a branch of Athletic Bilbao. Its home ground is situated on the southern outskirts of a working-class district in Madrid, which has since imbued it with a working-class identity. This club is none other than Atletico Madrid, the archrival of Real Madrid. Espanyol boasts a diverse fan base that encompasses individuals from various social strata, including ordinary workers and the petite bourgeoisie, all united by their passion for football. In the city of Barcelona, Espanyol supporters constitute a relative minority compared to their counterparts at FC Barcelona, representing the Catalans who proudly identify as Spaniards, many of whom are common folk. Amidst external discussions and speculations, the players of Espanyol remain particularly earnest, dedicating themselves to rigorous training and meticulous preparation each day. After another day of training, Chun Liang returned home, fatigued, and turned on the television. The news was covering Espanyol's quest for a top 4 finish this season, with the host brimming with enthusiasm, as if everything was under control. Yet, as the central figure in this narrative, Chun Liang understood that the journey was far from over. Only after completing the final month of La Liga would they truly celebrate. With 4 matches remaining in the league, Chun Liang's statistics for the season had reached an impressive tally of 9 goals and 8 assists, indicating that the rewards from the system were within grasp. From a divine perspective, Chun Liang might unleash remarkable performances at pivotal moments during matches, particularly when paired with his exceptional ball control skills. The display case gifted to him by Chun Igua was already overflowing with trophies, including accolades for the best player in the Espanyol squad and selections in La Liga's monthly Best 11. He stood before the cabinet, lingering for quite some time, holding a cloth with which he carefully polished every corner of the display. A profound sense of joy welled up within him as he reflected on his son's achievements. Chun Liang had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa, the television still broadcasting the news. We cannot ascertain whether he will maintain such stellar performance in the next season, but his extraordinary statistics this season are sure to attract the attention of many prestigious clubs. Whether this marks the conclusion or the inception of a legendary career remains to be seen, and we look forward to the unfolding narrative. Chapter 95. Once again leading Barcelona. The date was May 1st, during the 36th round of La Liga, as Espanyol hosted Barcelona. Prior to the match, it was customary for Espanyol players to form a line to welcome the reigning champions of La Liga, Barcelona. However, given the fierce rivalry between the two clubs, there have been instances in history where Espanyol has declined to partake in this tradition. On April 19, 1964, the legendary Cabala, who played for Espanyol, suggested to his teammates that they honor Barcelona for their championship victory, but the players refused his proposal. In 1992, during Javier Clemeni's tenure as coach of Espanyol, a similar refusal was made to honor Barcelona, the Champions League winners. However, after much contemplation, Espanyol ultimately resolved to line up and welcome the La Liga champions, Barcelona. After all, it is the duty of the home team to extend such hospitality, regardless of their reluctance. The moment the entire Barcelona squad emerged from the player tunnel, Espanyol's players fixated their gazes upon them, their hearts heavy with anguish as they beheld their local rivals, with whom they share a deep-rooted enmity, celebrating their triumph. There was no choice but to channel this pent-up frustration onto the pitch. As the match commenced, Barcelona, having already secured the league title, exhibited a diminished fervor for victory. Many of their national team players had commitments for the upcoming European Championship and were wary of sustaining injuries in a match of little consequence. In stark contrast, Espanyol harbored a different mindset. A victory in this match would solidify their position in the top 4, thus granting them a place in the Champions League. Each player from Espanyol bore the weight of determination, ready to demonstrate their prowess against their city rivals. Consequently, the atmosphere was charged from the outset, with tensions flaring as Barcelona's players found themselves on the receiving end of several robust challenges, igniting thoughts of retribution. After all, they had suffered a defeat to Espanyol earlier in the season and needed to reclaim their dignity in this encounter. In the 9th minute of the match, after a period of probing, Barcelona commenced their offensive. Messi received a pass from the playmaker Busquets in the backfield and surged into Espanyol's penalty area. His advance elicited gasps from the Espanyol fans in the stands. However, as he faced goalkeeper Paulo Lopez, he hesitated, originally intending to square the ball to Suarez. Messi's moment of indecision allowed Davinson Southgate to close in from behind, successfully diverting the ball out for a corner. The away supporters from Barcelona lamented in despair, contemplating the missed opportunity that could have seen their team take an early lead. Messi exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Suarez, whispering, "Fear not. I shall treat you to mate upon our return." In the subsequent 10 minutes, Espanyol countered with their own attacks on Barcelona's goal. Notably, the formidable trio of Moreno, Trossard, and Asensio, bolstered by the presence of Chun Liang, posed a significant threat, exerting considerable pressure on Barcelona's defense. In the 38th minute, as the first half drew to a close, Esche intercepted the ball and passed it forward to Chun Liang. Swiftly, Chun Liang charged towards Barcelona's penalty area, only to encounter Busquets, who obstructed his path. With a series of deft touches, as the distance between Chun Liang and Busquets diminished, he suddenly pulled the ball back and executed a complete 360-degree turn on it. In this instance, Busquets exhibited remarkable composure, having meticulously studied Chun Liang's signature moves prior to the match. Rather than recklessly charging forward, he strategically retreated, gradually increasing the distance between himself and Chun Liang while awaiting his teammates' defensive support. However, Chen Liang had his own counter-strategy. Upon noticing that Busquets had established his position in the center, he opted to veer towards the flanks. At the moment Busquets let his guard down, Chen Liang abruptly surged towards the wing. Hesitating briefly, Busquets found himself torn between maintaining his position in the center and trailing Chen Liang, who had already raced towards the side. Chen Liang executed a clever 1-2 with Asensio on the flank, their successful passing leaving the defending fullback, Alba, scrambling to keep up. Once at the baseline, Chen Liang delivered a precise backheel pass into the penalty area. Both Moreno and the cutting-in Asensio misjudged the ball's trajectory, which sailed towards the far post. Suddenly, Trossard emerged like a phantom, his foot poised perfectly to redirect the ball into the net, altering its course and sealing the fate of Barcelona's goal. The home crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, many unable to fathom that, at this late stage of the season, they could still hold a lead over the league champions. Trossard, who had scored, spread his arms wide, and the quartet of forwards embraced each other in celebration of this hard-earned goal. After over half a season of integration, the reticent Trossard had seamlessly bonded with his teammates. With the lead secured, Sergio decisively instructed the players to fall back into a defensive posture. Given the formidable attacking prowess of Barcelona this season, opting for a conservative approach, though somewhat humiliating, was a prudent strategy to retain control over their Champions League aspirations. Chen Liang withdrew from the front lines to take on a defensive role. As Espanyol consolidated their positions, Barcelona gradually regained control of the ball in their own half. As the first half drew to a close, Iniesta seized an opportune moment to deliver a precise through ball to his right front. In this phase of Barcelona's play, an unwritten rule prevailed: when in doubt, seek out Messi. The fullback assigned to mark Messi, Alvarez, momentarily lost track, allowing Messi to receive the ball effortlessly in the channel. Captain Xavi Lopez rushed to cover, but despite being the most seasoned player on the field, he found himself outmatched against Messi's unpredictable directional shifts. Unfortunately, for veterans like him, speed was a significant limitation. Messi's sudden change of pace left him unable even to commit a tactical foul. Amidst the gasps of the Espanyol supporters, Messi accelerated towards the penalty area. It was at this moment that Chen Liang, sensing the impending danger, sprang into action, decisively abandoning his central position to confront Messi directly. As Messi maneuvered into the box, Chen Liang strategically positioned himself to intercept Messi's advance. As Messi observed the rapid defensive positioning of Chen Liang before him, he felt a twinge of surprise. However, he soon dismissed it. Such defensive maneuvers were something he had encountered countless times since the inception of his career. The art of countering these tactics was second nature to him. In other words, Messi believed he could easily maneuver past a fledgling player like Chen Liang 100 times, as effortlessly as crossing a street at dawn. Chapter 96. Gamble-like defense in that fleeting moment of positioning. Chen Liang made a resolute decision. He must not lose his stance and should strive to delay Messi's advance for as long as possible. Messi first feigned a lateral shift, attempting to lure Chen Liang off balance. Yet, Chen Liang stood his ground with unwavering determination. Noticing that Chen Liang remained stationary, Messi decisively opted for an aggressive inward cut. Chen Liang, however, continued to retreat, buying time. As long as he could wait for his teammates to return to position, the likelihood of successfully thwarting Messi would increase. Messi persisted in his shoulder feints, deftly manipulating the ball between his feet. When he was merely a meter away from Chen Liang, he swiftly pushed the ball forward and accelerated, intending to glide past him. After all, he had reached the penalty area. Confident that Chen Liang would refrain from any significant challenge, Chen Liang, unable to extend his foot in time, watched as Messi slipped past him. Yet, without hesitation, he plunged to the ground. To dare to tackle within the penalty area was something Messi had not anticipated. Chen Liang's reaction was swift, and his tackle executed with precision. The ball was sent skimming over the goal line as he struck. In that moment, the system rewarded Chen Liang's tackling skill, allowing him to successfully defend against Messi in their one-on-one duel. In the stands, a multitude of Espanyol fans leaped from their seats in astonishment. Even they had not expected that one day an Espanyol player could so cleanly dispossess Messi of the ball. "Chen's talent extends beyond the front line," exclaimed a fan, his face flushed with excitement. On the sidelines, Sergio waved his arms, urging the crowd to amplify their cheers. "Well done, Chen Liang." His choice was resolute. Although defending against Messi's directional changes posed a universal challenge, Chen Liang had achieved it this time. Commentator Zhang Jun praised Chen Liang's performance. noting his calm pressure on Messi's dribbling space, culminating in a decisive tackle. With that spectacular challenge, Chun Liang had become the focal point of this encounter. Not only Zhang Jun, who often displayed bias, but even commentators from various nations expressed astonishment and admiration for Chun Liang's performance at that moment. Under the watchful eyes of the entire stadium, Chun Liang slowly rose from the pitch. His expression remained stoic, as though he had merely executed a routine tackle. Yet, he alone understood the toll it had taken on him. Although the duel with Messi was brief, it felt as if time had stretched indefinitely. For Messi's balance was so impeccable that one would doubt he could ever falter. Moreover, he had always exuded confidence in his tackling skills, yet in that fleeting moment, had Messi been just a fraction quicker, he would have left him grasping at thin air. Such is the rhythm of a world-class player. Chun Liang pondered this silently while wiping the cold sweat from the nape of his neck. "Hey, brother, focus a bit more," he remarked, gesturing towards Alvarez's temple, who had momentarily lost concentration during the defense. He had no desire to engage in such gambling tackles again. He acknowledged that luck had played a part in his previous success, and a second attempt would likely not yield the same fortune. Chun Liang understood well that when confronting such an unpredictable star, reliance on teamwork was paramount. Had Alvarez managed to keep pace with Messi, he could have intercepted the ball immediately rather than scrambling to tackle within the penalty area. After Chun Liang's reminder, Alvarez nodded, unashamed, for everyone was acutely aware of Messi's formidable prowess. Defending against a player of such caliber required an unwavering 120% focus. If the Spaniards could secure 3 points in this match, they would eliminate the suspense of the top 4 race 2 rounds early, thereby officially securing a Champions League spot. It necessitated the collective effort of all 11 players, united in their pursuit of victory. "Did that player from Huaxiao injure you?" Iniesta asked as he retrieved the ball thrown by the ball boy, directing his inquiry towards Messi. They were comrades nurtured in La Masia, and their bond needed no elaboration. At that moment, Messi was also contemplating the recent duel. Upon hearing his friend Iniesta's concern, he shook his head and replied, "No, his tackle was clean. I'm perfectly fine. All right, the boss wants you up front. Expend your energy in the attack. We need your breakthroughs." Iniesta patted Messi on the shoulder before cradling the ball and making his way to the corner area. The corner was taken, and the center-back Rocco cleared the ball out of the penalty area with a powerful header. Defensive midfielder Sanchez seized the ball and decisively passed it back to Chun Liang. Much like Barcelona, Espanyol had an unwritten rule: in times of indecision, consult Chun Liang. Upon seeing Chun Liang gain possession, wingers Trossard and Asensio immediately ignited with ideas, turning and accelerating towards the vacant space on the flanks. Chun Liang barely had time to assess the situation when he noticed Rakiti charging towards him. He swiftly opted for a lateral pass, the ball evading Rakiti's outstretched foot just in time. After receiving the ball, Javi Lopez advanced with purpose, delivering a precise long pass to Trossard on the wing. Though Javi Lopez had aged, his long passing skills remained commendable, the ball landing comfortably a meter ahead of Trossard, allowing him to receive it effortlessly. However, Barcelona's defensive line reacted swiftly. The moment Xavi Lopez delivered the pass, Pico was already closing in on Trossard. As soon as Trossard controlled the ball, Pico surged forth from his side, using his long legs to send the ball out of play. "Well done, Captain." Trossard, witnessing the ball being thwarted, felt a twinge of regret, but nonetheless gave a thumbs up to Xavi Lopez behind him. The Spanish fans, who had just erupted in excitement, were suddenly hushed, their cheers replaced by a chorus of disappointment as the ball was cleared out of bounds. In truth, the Spanish team's counterattack had been swift. Against other teams, they might have crafted a significantly threatening offensive. Yet they were up against the formidable Barcelona. Even the Spanish players on the pitch felt a pang of regret, pondering that had their attack been just a tad quicker, they might have scored before halftime. The thrilling atmosphere, coupled with the derby intensity, had both teams somewhat riled. Nevertheless, on the sidelines, Sergio quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of disappointment. His team still held the upper hand, and transforming this advantage into a victory by the match's end was his sole focus. Chapter 97. Unlocking new skills. It is well known that in football matches, encounters between teams of differing strengths often follow a predictable pattern. Weaker teams frequently adopt a defensive stance, relying on set pieces for their scoring opportunities. Indeed, set pieces can be quite effective when executed properly. They hold a significant potential for generating goals. As the second half commenced, Espanyol was granted a corner kick. Barcelona's defensive line, however, lacked a towering presence, as Piqué was sidelined due to injury. Although his replacement, the French defender Mathieu, stood at 189 centimeters. He was not nearly as effective in aerial duels as the national team stalwart Piqué. Partnered with Mathieu was Mascherano, who, at merely 174 centimeters, further exacerbated their disadvantage in dealing with high balls. Enrique anxiously observed Ter Stegen as he organized the wall, signaling his players with a downward motion, urging them not to grant their opponents opportunities for headers. He harbored some uncertainty regarding their ability to defend against the opposing set-piece attack. The taker, Asensio, raised his arm, signaling an unknown cue. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Asensio made a run and struck the ball toward the far post area of Barcelona's goal. Davinson Sanchez and Moreno, lurking at the front post, both missed the ball. In the targeted area, Chun Liang surged toward the near post, while Mascherano exerted every effort to impede his jump. However, Chun Liang was well positioned. As the ball approached him almost directly, he adjusted his stride, calculating the likelihood of making contact with the ball. Despite the formidable resistance posed by Mascherano behind him, Chun Liang exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain his position. After years of immersion in defensive play, Mascherano undoubtedly possessed superior heading skills, a fact that Chun Liang was acutely aware of. Yet, in the air, he held onto a singular conviction. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Who could guarantee that Mascherano would not misjudge the leap or suddenly lose his footing? As the ball descended, Chun Liang's calf muscles tightened with anticipation, and he forcefully expanded his abdomen. Following the instinct of defensive play, Mascherano subconsciously assumed that Chun Liang would head the ball towards the goal, leading to a critical miscalculation in his defensive strategy. He maneuvered between Chun Liang and the goal, intent on severing the connection between Chun Liang and the ball. However, at the split second when he was about to make contact with the ball, Chun Liang abruptly altered his intention. He opted to forego the shot and instead executed a deft header to redirect the ball. In doing so, Mascherano's defensive efforts became utterly futile, affording Chun Liang an opportunity to deceive his opponent and create a perfect scoring chance for his teammate. He suddenly sidestepped and leapt high. Thud. The ball struck Chun Liang's forehead with a solid impact, while Mascherano also leaped. Yet he failed to see the ball hurtling towards the goal. Just as he was puzzled, the ball violently ricocheted off the ground, a bounce that is undoubtedly the most perilous and vexatious for defenders. Upon hitting the ground, the ball soared high, and Ter Stegen, with his remarkable reflexes and explosive speed, swiftly moved laterally. Then, from the center of the goal, a figure surged forth. Moreno. What an opportunity. Moreno. A mere touch of the ball could lead to a goal. Jean Jeune was on the verge of leaping from the commentary booth in excitement. Moreno took a small leap, perfectly timing it to strike the ball with the instep as it rebounded. This was a clever maneuver, deftly avoiding the risk of the inside of his foot striking the lower portion of the ball and sending it soaring. It was a remarkably straightforward shot, an undertaking that seemed almost foolproof for the sharpshooter Moreno. At the moment his instep connected with the ball, its trajectory shifted, sailing straight towards Barcelona's goal. Despite Ter Stegen's preparedness, he was no match for the speed of the ball. In an instant, the Espanyol fans erupted, ignited by a fervor that had long been suppressed. Previously anxious and apprehensive, they unleashed a thunderous roar that sent shivers down spines. This was a release of emotions bottled up for 2 decades. They were venting their frustrations over years of subjugation by Barcelona, as well as their concerns regarding the match's progression. With Moreno's goal, the fans felt an immense sense of relief. They were now leading Barcelona 2-0. What did it matter if Messi was on the opposing team? Could they not still achieve a double victory over them? Mission accomplished. Congratulations on achieving 10 assists, which unlocks new possibilities and challenges in your career. Rewarded with a divine perspective. The mechanical voice resonated in Chun Liang's mind, and before he could savor the joy of his achievement, it spoke again. You have conquered this realm with exceptional performance. Now proceed to a grander stage to prove your worth. In his debut in the UEFA Champions League, he was rewarded with the dazzling dribbling skills of the Ballon d'Or winner, Ronaldinho. During a match with the Brazilian national team, faced with multiple opponents closing in, Ronaldinho danced through the crowd like a butterfly flitting among flowers, employing his extraordinary dribbling finesse and unparalleled creativity. With deft body feints and rhythmic variations, he eluded defenders time and again, ultimately finding a gap in their defense to strike. At that moment, the Spanish players were celebrating their goal, while Chun Liang, who had just received his system reward, remained composed. On the sidelines, Sergio was urging his players to maintain their calm. But the exuberant athletes paid little heed to their coach's admonitions. The excited Moreno celebrated with an exhilarating slide on his knees near the baseline, only to be promptly piled upon by his equally thrilled teammates. Initially, Qinliang missed the first wave of players rushing towards Moreno, so he settled for a brief embrace with the captain, Javier Lopez, who congratulated him. "Kid, you played a pivotal role in that goal. No worries. We are all part of the same team. As long as we win, that's what matters," Qinliang replied with a grin. As the euphoria of the goal began to wane with the passage of time, Moreno stood up and approached Qinliang. "That was an incredible play. Thank you, Huaxia kid," Moreno exclaimed, in high spirits, as he and Qinliang exchanged celebratory high fives. After all, the goal had been against Barcelona, the legendary team. The satisfaction derived from this victory far surpassed scoring 10 goals against a relegation-threatened team. Qinliang reciprocated Moreno's gratitude with a smile. In truth, he had contemplated a direct header at the goal, but both Ter Stegen and Mascherano had already blocked the angles, rendering his shot a challenging endeavor. Rather than gamble on a low-probability shot, he chose to assist his teammate, ensuring their victory was secured. Moreover, he had earned an assist and unlocked a new skill. Chapter 98. The Art of Evasion. Everyone, focus your attention. Let us not forget who our opponents are. Sergio bellowed from the sidelines, continuously reminding the players to remain vigilant and not to squander the hard-won advantage due to a lapse in concentration. After their celebration, the players acknowledged Sergio's reminder, their excitement gradually fading, replaced by a solemn readiness. As Sergio emphasized, their opponents were none other than Barcelona, renowned for their formidable attacking prowess. Even with a 2-goal lead, there remained the possibility of being overturned. Qinliang and the new recruits were unaware of this history. Yet many seasoned veterans in the team understood all too well the dread of having previously been dominated by Barcelona. Once the match resumed, Espanyol seized the opportunity presented by Barcelona's wavering morale and launched several offensive attempts. Subsequently, under the guidance of Celso, they methodically retreated to their own half. Defense does not equate to surrendering the offense. The earlier exertion of the forwards had depleted their stamina significantly, and this retreat afforded them a moment to recuperate. Following Celso's strategic directives during halftime, Espanyol implemented targeted defensive maneuvers against Barcelona's midfield. For instance, the agile Iniesta, known for his threading-the-needle abilities, was closely shadowed by a defensive player from Espanyol, be it Qinliang or Sanchez. It was imperative to prevent such a prodigious talent from orchestrating plays freely in Espanyol's defensive territory. As for Messi, against such an unpredictable dribbler, the only viable strategy was to leverage numerical superiority to effectively neutralize him. One-on-one defense against Messi would be tantamount to leaving him unmarked. With this arrangement, Espanyol established a robust defensive line in midfield, intent on thwarting Barcelona's formidable offensive arsenal. Notably, Qinliang showcased his defensive prowess, evidenced by his successful tackle against Messi in the first half, proving himself a reliable figure in defense. The trio of Qinliang, Javi Lopez, and Sanchez in the midfield created a complementary dynamic, consequently diminishing the threat posed by Barcelona's penetrative advances through the center and flanks. Regardless of the circumstances, Celso exuded confidence in securing victory. Players such as Moreno and Asensio even dropped deep into defense, reflecting Celso's resolute determination to maintain their lead. Espanyol's strategic deployment indeed rendered Barcelona's offensive efforts increasingly strenuous. They realized that each attempt to organize an attack required more stamina and energy than before, particularly affecting their star player, Lionel Messi. As Espanyol consolidated their defensive line, the unengaged Qinliang positioned himself beside Messi once more, subjecting him to an unprecedented level of discomfort. Unlike other defenders who clung closely to him, Qin maintained a distance of about 2 arms' length. However, the crux of the matter lay in Qin's psychological torment. "Hey, I've heard that Argentine made is quite delightful. Is it true? Where can one find the most authentic kind? Some argue you are merely a product of your system, yet I beg to differ. Your recent breakthroughs nearly left me defenseless. Have you ever considered switching teams? Why so silent? My Spanish should suffice, shouldn't it?" Qinliang's banter exasperated Messi, as the topics he broached were particularly sensitive, prompting Messi to engage in a futile debate each time. The irony was that Messi yearned to distance himself from Qin, yet this individual clung to him like an adhesive. Could you possibly be quiet? Messi retorted with a furrowed brow, visibly displeased. There are no rules against conversing during a match, right? Besides, I haven't insulted you. Why the rush? I'm not rushing. The expression on your face is quite uncharacteristic. Chun Liang's words indeed had a certain effect. A visibly displeased Messi decisively retreated, no longer wishing to engage with this bothersome individual. Busquets delivered a pass to Messi, who had pulled back. Messi began to dribble towards the Spanish defense. Upon seeing Messi with the ball, Chen Liang swiftly initiated his movement, persistently disrupting Messi's path while calling for his teammates' assistance. The one behind. Come back to help. This time, Chen Liang was clever. He closely followed Messi without making any aggressive attempts. For to do so against a player with Messi's quick footwork would only grant him the opportunity to evade. Thus, Chen Liang maintained his proximity to Messi while urging Troost-Ekong on the same flank to return and provide support. As Troost-Ekong sprinted back from behind, Messi clenched his teeth, determined to force his way past Chen Liang and silence this annoying adversary once and for all. With an increase in pace, Messi's shoulders began to sway, the ball dancing deftly beneath his nimble feet. He chose to take the initiative, unwilling to afford Chen Liang even a moment's respite. Observing Messi accelerate, Chen Liang too surged forward, though his instantaneous speed could not match Messi's. However, he remained cautious, wary of Messi's potential sudden stop that might leave him floundering, thus maintaining a defensive distance akin to an arm's length while continuously seeking to disrupt Messi's rhythm. In a fortunate turn of events, Chen Liang's instincts proved accurate. As Messi accelerated, intending to exploit his momentum for a sudden halt to shake off Chen Liang, he found that rather than losing his pursuer, he had inadvertently drawn him closer. At that moment, Messi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. To him, Chen Liang resembled an irritating toad hopping onto his foot, harmless yet exceedingly bothersome. Chen Liang, having honed his skills over the course of the season, had learned various subtle maneuvers. For instance, when he tugged at Messi's jersey, he did so downward, ensuring the referee remained oblivious. Moreover, Chen Liang did not grip tightly but instead pulled intermittently, enough to slightly impede Messi's momentum just as he intended to burst forth. As the two continued their entanglement, the advancing full-back, Alvarez, decisively initiated a challenge, managing to poke the ball away under the combined pressure of Chen Liang and Troost-Ekong. The referee, oblivious to Chen Liang's minor infractions, allowed the play to continue, sparing him from reprimand. Messi, dissatisfied with this oversight, promptly voiced his grievances to the referee, exclaiming, "Did you not see? He has been tugging at my jersey." Like an indignant lion, Messi confronted the official. "I did not see it. Please maintain your distance and focus on playing," the referee replied calmly and officially. Having failed to garner support from the referee, Messi turned back, casting a fierce glare at Chen Liang. "You insufferable annoyance, I wish never to see you again." Chapter 99. Ironclad Defense. Messi's gaze fixed on Chen Liang, growing increasingly repulsed. Although Chen Liang does not resort to reckless tackles like many defenders in La Liga, who often resort to wild slides or aim directly at the opponent's heels, he merely tugs at the jersey. In contrast to those brutish players, Chen Liang's defensive maneuvers possess a gentle grace akin to that of a beautiful maiden. However, Lionel Messi would prefer that Chen Liang be just as rough as those defenders, eagerly hoping for a referee's reprimand. When defending against Messi, Chen Liang eschews conventional tactics, slipping away like an elusive eel, making it quite troublesome to pin him down. This is a rarity that Messi has seldom encountered. Additionally, many have attempted to verbally unsettle him, yet such attempts mostly involve profanities aimed at Messi's family. Chen Liang, on the other hand, engages in pure conversation, which leaves Messi in a difficult position, as he cannot lodge a complaint with the referee. Discussing it with Coach Enrique is also out of the question. After all, he is the King Messi, and it seems no one has yet been born who can stifle him without consequence. The crux of the matter is that if Messi were to concede, this young man would undoubtedly intensify his efforts in future encounters. Gritting his teeth, Messi resolved to take matters into his own hands, determined to conquer Chen Liang with his exquisite footwork. 5 minutes later, the ball traversed the Barcelona back line and found its way to the ever-reliable pivot Busquets. Upon glancing up, Busquets instinctively passed the ball to the one player he trusted the most, Messi. Yet, Chen Liang remained vigilant, calling for Trossard's defensive support while also coordinating with Sanchez in the center. As Messi noticed 3 players converging upon him, he had no choice but to release the ball before the encirclement tightened. This only added to his frustration. Chen Liang, however, felt no shame in soliciting his teammates' assistance. In his words, football is fundamentally a team sport. Relying on collective strength is paramount rather than individual prowess. Although requesting help from teammates may be physically taxing, Chen Liang deemed it worthwhile as long as it curtailed Messi's advances. The ball was soon passed to Barcelona's forward, Suarez, who found himself face-to-face with defender Davinson Sanchez. A sight that caused many fans to hold their breath. Setting aside Messi, who is unaware of the Uruguayan's formidable prowess within Enrique's tactical framework, Suarez is a forward endowed with both agility and potent shooting skills. As soon as he makes his move, the Spanish goal is in jeopardy, even with defenders in his path. At this moment, Suarez exuded confidence. He was at the peak of his abilities across the board, driven by a fierce desire to score. He set his sights on the Spanish goal, decisively preparing to shoot. Yet, at the very instant he swung his leg, Davinson Sanchez showed no mercy. Launching into a flying tackle to block the attempt, Davinson Sanchez displayed remarkable bravery, nearly propelling himself into the fray as he endeavored to maximize his blocking area against Suarez's shot. The moment Suarez struck the ball, he felt a sharp pang in his quadriceps, swiftly followed by the sound of enthusiastic applause from the fans behind him. The shot from Suarez collided directly with Sanchez's thigh, subsequently sailing out beyond the goal line. "Are you all right?" inquired Rocco, the central defender partnered with Sanchez, his expression etched with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit sore." "It will ease up shortly," Sanchez replied, grimacing as he rubbed his thigh while attempting to reassure his teammate. Suarez gazed regretfully at the ball lying outside the goal line, lamenting the missed opportunity. His footwork had felt particularly precise on that strike, and had it not been for the deflection, he might have achieved a favorable outcome. The Spanish fans, witnessing the audacious display from their newly acquired player, Sanchez, erupted in applause and cheers. However, Sergio was far from pleased. He bellowed at Sanchez with a fierce intensity. Since his arrival, Sanchez had become an indispensable pillar of the team's defense. His robust physicality allowed him to thrive in the defensive line, and although he occasionally made mistakes, he was merely 18 years old. Sergio was confident that, in 2 years, he could mold him into a world-class center back. Nevertheless, he could not condone such reckless blocking maneuvers. A hit from the ball was a minor concern, however. Such reckless challenges could easily lead to back injuries, one of the greatest adversaries in a center back's career. The legendary Manchester United defender Ferdinand had once faced similar tribulations stemming from back injuries. Embarrassed, Sanchez scratched the back of his head, feeling a mix of joy and apprehension. The joy stemmed from finally earning the fans' recognition since joining the team and averting a potential threat. The apprehension arose from the fear of his coach confronting him after the match. Reflecting on his earlier intervention, Sanchez felt a twinge of anxiety. Aware that he had executed the challenge without adequate preparation, uncertain of the true risks involved. However, seeing that Sanchez did not offer any excuses, Sergio found some solace. Players at this age are most malleable. Had Sanchez displayed dissatisfaction with the coach's reprimand, Sergio would have had much to contemplate. Otherwise, even if cultivated, he could become a disruptive influence in the locker room. As the match unfolded, the Espanyol players returned to their positions, bracing themselves for an impending assault from Barcelona. The Catalan side, in turn, hastened the pace of their passing, eager to dismantle Espanyol's defensive structure with their signature style. Tactics, after all, originated from this very place. Despite trailing by 2 goals, the players of Barcelona exuded confidence in their ability to penetrate Espanyol's defense with their passing. It merely required them to invest additional time and effort. Although Messi found himself temporarily subdued by Chen Liang, both Suarez and Neymar discovered numerous openings. In the absence of Messi's influence, these two relentlessly aimed at the Espanyol goal within a matter of minutes. Such a scenario is not uncommon. Few teams in La Liga can effectively contain this formidable trio, and the only force capable of defeating them is ultimately themselves. The Espanyol players continuously retreated, compressing Barcelona's passing lanes while accumulating a numerical advantage in defense. At this juncture, it became a contest of luck, concentration, and the intensity of their survival instincts. Chapter 100. More meaningful matches, however, compared to other teams, Espanyol has momentarily managed to neutralize Messi's explosive threat, alleviating some pressure on their defense. The Barcelona players sensed that their local rivals seemed less manageable than before. On the sidelines, Enrique stroked his stubble, pondering potential solutions. His gaze bore a hint of helplessness. Breaking through a well-organized defense has always posed a challenge in the world of football. After all, his team was 2 goals behind. Had Barcelona started the match with a 2-goal lead, he would not have felt such urgency. Wave after wave of aggressive attacks failed to alter the score on the scoreboard, which remained at 2 o'clock, showing no signs of change. Consequently, the pace of the match slowed somewhat. After all, Barcelona's players are not invincible. They too require moments to recuperate. Yet, Espanyol was not merely sitting back and absorbing pressure. In an instant, when Barcelona slowed their tempo, they exploited their numerical advantage in midfield to execute a double team on Rakiti, launching a swift counterattack that nearly breached Espanyol's defense. Had it not been for Mascherano's desperate intervention, Espanyol might have seized a significant opportunity. After enduring relentless assaults for the better part of the match, Espanyol's audacity to counterattack was something Enrique and many Barcelona players had not anticipated, particularly the Barcelona fans, who had experienced adrenaline surges from their team's relentless offensive waves, believed that Espanyol's goal would soon succumb. Yet, Espanyol's swift counterattack illuminated the reasons behind their current standing. The Barcelona players, now drenched in cold sweat, heightened their vigilance against Espanyol's attacking combinations. In such an awkward situation, every Barcelona player seemed to play with a degree of discomfort. The most exasperated among them was undoubtedly Messi. Chen Liang's relentless pursuit left him feeling nauseated, and he contemplated committing a foul simply to send Chen Liang off the pitch. Without Messi, Barcelona's offensive prowess has diminished significantly, a critical blow for the already somewhat imbalanced Espanyol. However, the astute Sergio had no intention of merely defending. He understood that his players were enduring both mental and physical strain at this stage. As the tempo of the match slowed, Sergio began to instruct his players to initiate counterattacks through long passes. After all, he had the speedsters Trossard and Asensio on the flanks. Once these two took off, Barcelona's defense would inevitably be drawn into the fray. At that moment, with Moreno and Chen Liang supporting, scoring again would not be out of reach. His team had navigated the season in such a manner. After scoring against Barcelona, Sergio observed the fervent desire for attack in Moreno's eyes. Although scoring once against Barcelona was exhilarating, who wouldn't he wish for a brace? Enrique responded to the Espanyol strategy of crowding the midfield with an effective counterplan. He first instructed his 2 fullbacks to tuck in, thereby gaining a numerical advantage in the center, while ensuring Neymar and Suarez pressed forward to exert maximum pressure on the Espanyol defense. Ultimately, he stationed Busquets at the back to shoulder the defensive burden, which in turn liberated Rakitic and Iniesta, allowing them to pose a significant threat to Espanyol's midfield and defense alongside Messi. As the tactical shifts unfolded, Chen Liang began to feel the immense pressure mounting. A fully unleashed Messi was formidable, although he had gleaned some patterns from their previous encounters. Messi was equally astute in understanding him. With Enrique liberating Messi, Chen Liang was about to witness firsthand why Messi is renowned as one of the world's greatest. Yet Chen Liang exerted himself to the fullest, disregarding his waning stamina. If Messi managed to evade him, he would sprint back in pursuit, though he refrained from recklessly committing fouls. As Messi showcased his formidable skills, Chen Liang found it increasingly challenging to engage him. Messi could effortlessly maneuver the ball through Chen Liang's legs or accelerate suddenly, leaving Chen Liang scrambling to catch up. In summary, Messi's full-throttle attack rendered Chen Liang as inconsequential as crossing a quiet street at dawn. At one point, with a deft feint to the left followed by a quick touch to the right, Messi shifted Chen Liang's center of gravity, then surged towards Espanyol's goal, wreaking havoc on their defensive line. As Messi approached the edge of the penalty area, he suddenly unleashed a shot, the ball curving towards the far corner of the net. Goalkeeper Pau Lopez exerted every ounce of effort to save it, but he could not make contact. Fortunately, the ball grazed the goalpost and veered away. Chen Liang gasped for breath, his smile fading for the first time as he turned to Messi with a serious expression. "Leo, I must concede your prowess. Yet today victory is imperative. I shall exert every effort to tether you until the final second." It is well known that Messi enjoys leisurely strolls on the pitch, not due to a lack of professional dedication, but rather because, akin to Chen Liang, his stamina is a notable weakness. Thus, Chen Liang resolved to exhaust Messi's energy at all costs. After enduring a series of extreme maneuvers, Messi began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Since the Spaniards had completely fortified their defense, Chen Liang had been relentlessly shadowing him, significantly depleting Messi's endurance. As time inexorably ticked away, Enrique could no longer remain seated on the sidelines. He hastily substituted two players, Rafinha and Turan, into the fray. The rationale behind Enrique's decision was that both Iniesta and Messi were nearing their physical limits. Introducing fresh legs could invigorate the midfield. Additionally, the players were about to face the European Championship, and with Barcelona already having secured the title, risking further injuries in this inconsequential match was ill-advised. Reluctantly, Messi was substituted. Though he yearned to re-engage with Chun Liang, he recognized the disparity in significance between this match and the Copa America. At this stage in his career, Messi had yet to hoist the illustrious trophy, and naturally, he placed greater emphasis on national team competitions, unwilling to retire with the regret of a barren international record. Iniesta shared similar sentiments. The Spanish national team's midfield was in a transitional phase, with the aging Xavi and Iniesta still bearing the mantle of leadership. And he needed to conserve his energy for the impending European Championship. Despite the fervent desire of Barcelona fans to witness Messi orchestrate a comeback against the Spaniards, they understood that the forthcoming continental tournament outweighed the triviality of this match. When the fourth official raised the substitution board, the crowd applauded the two incoming players. Chapter 101. A tale of two extremes. Rafinha, invigorated by his introduction, utilized his speed to deftly maneuver past the fullback, Alvarez, and unleashed a curling ball aimed at the Espanyol penalty area. Suarez, positioned centrally, swiftly identified the trajectory and seized an advantageous position. With a fierce side volley, he directed the ball towards the goal. The defender, Rocco, found himself helplessly pinned behind Suarez, unable to react. The ball soared toward the net. Paul Lopez leapt once more. Yet he remained at a distance from the ball. Thud! The ball struck the crossbar with a resounding echo before rebounding outward. Enrique, poised on the sidelines to celebrate a goal, suddenly wilted as if struck by frost. Meanwhile, Messi and Iniesta, now seated on the bench and clutching towels, covered their faces in frustration. The ball once again landed in the Espanyol penalty area, igniting a simultaneous charge from both Barcelona and Espanyol players, all eager to secure possession at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, Rocco, who had been overshadowed by Suarez, found himself in a position of advantage. He sprinted recklessly towards the ball and attempted a clearance. Perhaps out of anxiety or some other reason, Rocco's clearance did not propel the ball far. It merely skimmed along the ground, escaping the confines of the Espanyol penalty area. Chun Liang, panting as he had just raced from the midfield to the edge of the penalty box, saw the ball rolling toward him. In that instant, he felt as if he could perceive every movement on the pitch in its entirety. Even without looking back, he was acutely aware of the rapid advances of Moreno and Asensio behind him. An omniscient perspective. Activate. At that moment, I am akin to a deity, controlling the entire scene. Chun Liang did not receive the ball. Instead, he allowed it to pass between his legs and turned smoothly. Without hesitation after the turn, Chun Liang executed a diagonal long pass towards Moreno in the center. On the field, the captain Mascherano was shouting vehemently for his teammates to retreat, as his years of experience warned him that this could become a perilous opportunity. Mathieu held his ground against Moreno, preventing him from advancing further. Feeling the pressure against his back, Moreno had no choice but to abandon his forward run and resolutely turned his back, bracing against Mathieu. The two engaged in a physical contest even before the ball descended. Moreno deftly nudged the ball with his knee to the nearby Asensio, while on the opposite flank, Trossard also made the decisive choice to surge forward. "Pass it," yelled Sergio on the sidelines, his face flushed, exerting every ounce of his strength to voice the command. With the advantage of his godlike perspective, Chun Liang clearly observed the space between Asensio and Trossard, with Mascherano positioned directly between them. However, if Asensio could maneuver around Mascherano, Trossard would find himself in a one-on-one opportunity. Asensio recognized this too. After a brief pause, he directed the ball towards Trossard's trajectory. The ball skimmed along the grass as Mascherano, gritting his teeth, charged toward it, attempting a desperate, gambling slide tackle to intercept. Yet, he was a moment too late. The ball slipped past his feet and rolled towards Trossard. The pass was somewhat overhit, but Trossard sprinted with all his might, racing against Alves behind him. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Trossard managed to poke the ball forward just ahead of Alves, simultaneously attempting to overtake him. The spectators on the sidelines collectively held their breath, eagerly anticipating the confrontation between the two. Alves, too, maximized his speed, yet he did not rush towards the ball. For Trossard had a slight edge in position, placing Alves at a disadvantage in the pursuit. Alves decisively sprinted towards Trossard's inner lane, a clever tactic indeed. Since he could not seize the ball, he sought to obstruct Trossard's path, gradually pushing him towards the flanks. However, Trossard, undeterred, skillfully maneuvered the ball without recklessly cutting inside. Instead, circling around Alves to create distance between himself and the ball. The two raced into the penalty area. But Alves had cornered Trossard to the point where he had nearly no angle to shoot, finding himself in a dire predicament. Fortunately, he was not alone, as Moreno dashed recklessly towards the penalty spot, ready to support Trossard, with Chun Leong and Asensio also nearing the edge of the penalty area. Trossard suddenly decelerated, hoping to shake off Alves, who, in a display of experience, matched his speed and remained close at hand, initially intending to feint and disrupt Trossard's rhythm. Alves was caught off guard when Trossard opted to pass instead. The ball found its way to Moreno's feet, who once again faced Ter Stegen. Moreno remained unflustered by the prospect of a second goal. Rather, he maintained his composure, taking a few steps to ensure he was in the most comfortable position to shoot. With Moreno poised just inches from the goal, Ter Stegen had no choice but to commit to the challenge. This was the moment Moreno had awaited. As Ter Stegen advanced, Moreno struck the ball towards the net. Given Ter Stegen's towering stature, Moreno chose to execute a low shot, hoping to evade the goalkeeper's reach. Despite his utmost effort, the ball slipped through Ter Stegen's armpit and found its way into the net. The roar of the crowd surged like a tsunami, engulfing the stadium in jubilance. In a surge of elation, Moreno sprinted towards the stands, tearing off his jersey and pounding his chest in celebration. The Espanyol fans echoed with fervent roars, convinced of their victory. Defeating the illustrious Barcelona at home felt surreal, although Sergio attempted to maintain his composure, constantly reminding himself that he was now a coach capable of easily overcoming Barcelona. The smile at the corner of his eye betrayed his elation. In stark contrast, the Barcelona bench was a tableau of despair. While the jubilant Espanyol celebrated, they were engulfed in a chilling silence. The substitutes, valued in astronomical sums, were left with their heads in their hands, humiliated by their crosstown rivals in a resounding 3-goal defeat. Even if this match bore little significance, it was a matter of pride for the illustrious team.